Chapter 1. Avada Kedavra. Protogo. The green death curse struck the invisible shield, emitting a prolonged echo. The heavy rain poured down, and the black-robed Death Eaters drifted like ghosts in the night, pursuing the red-haired woman. She rapidly waved her wand, continuously casting obstacle jinxes and expelliarmus, trying to find a way out for herself. But the area had already been set with anti-apparition charms, making escape impossible for her. The black-robed figure leading the charge effortlessly deflected all spells aimed at her, letting out a piercing laugh. "Don't struggle, ha." The Death Eater, Bellatrix Lestrange, took off her rain-soaked hood, revealing a pale face. To be fair, she was a beautiful person, but her face was distorted with extreme excitement. "What do I see? A Weasley, a blood traitor." She sharply flicked her curved short wand, sending out a red light that nearly hit the red-haired woman. "And pregnant too, it must be a Muggle's spawn." Her wand trembled slightly, pointing at the red-haired woman's vital spots. "Don't worry, I'll help you cut it out right away. Bellatrix, you truly are a madwoman." Vivian Weasley shielded her bulging belly with one hand, while the other continued to wave her wand, casting curses in a circle. Vivian was 7 months pregnant now, making movement very difficult. She knew she probably couldn't break through the encirclement today, but the child in her womb made her unwilling to simply surrender. There was one last way. She silently recited an ancient incantation, looking at the wand that had accompanied her through her entire life with an apologetic gaze. "Your days of unchecked tyranny won't last much longer. Say more, I love to hear the dying curses of you lowly ones." Before Bella's laughter faded, Vivian's cypress wood wand, with a unicorn hair core, emitted a dazzling flash and exploded into countless fragments with a bang. The blinding light momentarily stunned all the Death Eaters, and several weaker ones were even blown away by the energy storm of the radiance. When their vision returned, only the smoking wand fragments remained in the encirclement. This ancient spell could transport the user away from a fatal crisis, at the cost of the user's magic, wand, and life. No matter how furious Bellatrix was, Vivian could no longer hear her. Now, she lay on an uninhabited island in the middle of the lake, her body covered in ruptured wounds, and her bright red blood soaked through her beige maternity dress, forming a crimson pool beneath her. She did not fear death, but the child in her womb made her unable to let go. However, she was now lying in this desolate place, and no one could help her. Regulus still didn't know she had been attacked, perhaps he was already in danger himself. Cousin Arthur knew she was pregnant, but he didn't know who the father of the child was, nor did he know she was severely wounded and near death. Then there was the long history of animosity between the Black and Weasley families, which was an even heavier burden on her heart. Perhaps, she could no longer protect this child. Despair consumed the strong mother, and shivers of coldness invaded her body. She sobbed twice, gathered all her strength, and recited a farewell poem in an ancient language. "There, by the lake, is the bleak high land of Slytheith. There, on a green isle, the heron flaps its wings, startling the listless water rat." Vivian coughed twice, and bright red blood-flecked foam overflowed from her mouth and nose, interrupting her recitation. She wiped the corners of her mouth and continued to sing softly. "Come away, O human child, to the waters and the wild, with a fairy, hand in hand. For the world's more full of weeping than you can understand." Vivian's vision blurred, and she seemed to see green specks of light emerging from the earth. She thought it was a hallucination in her dying moments and paid it no mind. "Where a solemn-eyed child is walking with us, hand in hand. He will never hear the lowing of the calves on the warm hillside, nor the kettle on the hob, that sang to him his lullaby. He will never hear it." The green specks of light playfully danced, slowly circling Vivian like a splendid galaxy. "The mice around the chest are prancing, because he has come, O human child, to the waters and the wild, with a fairy, hand in hand. For the world's more full of weeping than he can understand." The specks of light playfully flowed into her fingertips, and an energy entirely different from magic began to surge through her body. It was vibrant life force. At the same time, Vivian felt her soul leaving her body, heading towards an unknown shore. "My child, if only he can live." Her body began to transform, her bare feet turned into thick roots that plunged into the earth, her wounded skin became rough bark, her arms and neck transformed into a lush tree canopy, and the infant in her lower abdomen was embedded within the sturdy tree trunk. She understood what was about to happen and revealed a smile. The thick branches swayed, making a rustling sound. "My child, your name is Canopus Black." Vivian's last words scattered on the wind, and the selfless mother finally rested in peace. It wasn't until dawn that the Death Eaters reached the island in the middle of the lake. They only saw a sturdy and beautiful large oak tree, standing tall in the morning light. "Kano, what are you thinking about?" The child, called by name, propped his chin and turned to look at his teacher, Merlin. I seem to be remembering something." His eyes gradually lost their confusion, and instead, he suddenly stood up and fumbled all over his small body, finally awake. The old druid, with a long beard and wearing a striped robe, looked at his young apprentice with interest, his wrinkled hand mimicking his apprentice's gesture, propping his chin. "Where is this? How did I get here? I am Kin Li. I am Canopus. Who am I?" Canopus clutched his black curly hair and ran to the serene stream to look down. A handsome, slightly pale little face appeared in the water. Anyone who saw it would say he was a truly charming young man. But he was sure that he was originally an ordinary-looking Chinese youth, and he didn't look like this at all. His last memory was of an act of bravery. A little girl was calling for help in the water, he jumped in to save her, but due to exhaustion, he eventually sank beneath the surface. He wondered if that little girl was rescued in the end. Memories from his previous life had been slowly resurfacing, until today, on his 11th birthday, they finally completely unlocked. The young man, now named Canopus Black, washed his face and slowly calmed down. "Merlin. Teacher, are you the Merlin I remember?" The old druid's face was wreathed in smiles, and he stroked his beard, shaking his head. "I am indeed Merlin, but unlike those legendary stories in your mind, I am not the child of a demon and a human, nor did I die at the hands of a maiden I admired." He reached out and patted Kano's head. "I am just a powerful old druid." Canopus looked around. The sky was a high, clear azure, and birds sang amidst fragrant flowers all around. They stood on a vast open field. "Then this place, is it Avalon?" "No, this is Fairy, the world after death, a so-called paradise, far from the mortal world. Avalon is merely a small island within Fairy." A pleasant female voice echoed from the stream behind them. Kano turned his head and saw a noblewoman in a gown slowly walking towards them across the water. She was beautiful and graceful, exuding an air of nobility with every movement, like a young queen from somewhere. However, her expression was full of girlish mischief, and her beautiful eyes mischievously fixed on Canopus. Kano showed a somewhat flustered smile and greeted her. "Morgan. Sister." "What, now that your memory's back, you're not going to call me sister anymore? Didn't I take care of you when you were little?" The woman, who called herself Morgan Le Fay, stepped onto land and vigorously rubbed Kano's cheeks until he begged for mercy before she stopped. In the stories of King Arthur, Morgan was King Arthur's half-sister, but she was cruel by nature and repeatedly plotted against King Arthur. For example, King Arthur's sword of selection was broken under Morgan's scheme, because it was used in a duel that did not conform to chivalry. When King Arthur obtained Excalibur, Morgan even used magic to swap Excalibur with her lover, letting him wield the real sword while King Arthur held a replica, almost causing King Arthur to die on the spot. Even when King Arthur finally lost his scabbard, it was Morgan again who was behind it. This ultimately led to King Arthur being mortally wounded in his battle with Mordred, and dying of his injuries. Yet, this beautiful noblewoman, full of girlish capriciousness, could not be linked to the ruthless villainess in the stories. Kano was deeply engrossed in the conflict between legend and his actual feelings, unconsciously making a bitter face. Morgan unceremoniously slapped Kano on the back of his head, jolting him awake. "Stop thinking about all that nonsense. I'm also a powerful druid, and my standing in the order is even a bit higher than Merlin's. We can all see what you're thinking. What about my privacy?" Kano rubbed the back of his head, protesting indignantly. "Talk about privacy when you become a true druid." Morgan pinched Kano's cheek again, took his hand, and walked with Merlin to the forest clearing where they usually taught Kano. The three sat cross-legged in a circle, sunlight dappling down from above. The familiar surroundings allowed Kano's chaotic thoughts to calm down slightly. The memories from before his birth surfaced in his mind. He could only vaguely recall fragments of his mother's lullabies and the names of his enemies, Bellatrix, and the Death Eaters. Kano couldn't help but think of the Harry Potter books and movies he had read in his previous life, his heart filled with disbelief. "I told you, Merlin looked at Morgan as if victorious. He would definitely remember these. After all, he is one who has crossed death, a born druid. That story in your mind, I prefer to call it a prophecy. Morgan tapped Kano's forehead. It is so precious, and it will surely be accurate. As for the price, I think you have already figured it out. Kano silently covered his face. Druids are priests, judges, and royal advisors. Prophecy is one of the abilities they must possess. Relying on his mysterious talent as a reincarnated person, Kano had learned the druid language, Ogham runes, and various potion recipes from Morgan and Merlin. But prophecy, the ability that most depends on talent, he could never learn. Sacrifice a white bull, eat bread made from mistletoe seeds, or bathe in the stream on Samhain night. No matter what he tried, he never received a single word of prophecy. Now it seemed this was the price he paid for retaining his memories. He had cried several times over this, and now that his memories were restored, he felt truly embarrassed thinking about it. Actually, I'd rather you didn't remember any of this. Morgan sighed, her slender eyebrows furrowed. You are already in fairy. Your mortal body still remains within the trunk of your mother, who transformed into an oak tree. If you continue to live here, and your body dies a natural death, you will completely belong to this place. This is a paradise countless people seek but cannot attain, and you, by chance, have directly reached their unreachable destination. Kano grinned, looking up at Morgan. You know what I'll do once my memories are restored, don't you? Morgan nodded helplessly. You will avenge your parents, and by the way, completely eliminate Lord Voldemort, who caused all the tragedies. Exactly. Besides that, I also want to see that beautiful world where magic exists with my own eyes. Those people I know and yet don't, the magical Hogwarts and Diagon Alley. Kano's words were full of anticipation. What does my homeland look like, and where is this world heading? In fairy, there is no fear of famine, and everything goes as one wishes. This place is suitable for weathered elders, but it cannot hold back vibrant young people. Kano stood up, his eyes sparkling, his gaze seemingly piercing the high sky, seeing that complex and real world. Even if this young man had once been mature, even in his previous life, the blood coursing through his heart had never cooled. Merlin smiled and stood up, and the somewhat displeased Morgan could only rise as well. Merlin took out his long wand, which could also serve as a staff, and lightly touched the ground with its tip. A ripple of magic, like water, spread out beneath their feet, and their figures instantly vanished into the serene forest. This is Avalon, one of the many connection points between the mortal world and fairy, Merlin said, retracting his wand and winking at Kano. And, of course, it's the most famous one. Why are we here? To pay our respects to King Arthur. Although you can see her, she is still in a deep sleep. Morgan's face was not looking good. Since you want to leave fairy, you need a mandate of heaven. Kano was a little confused. The so-called mandate of heaven refers to the trajectory arranged by heaven for a person or an event. No matter how much a person resists, they will eventually follow that path. These mandates of heaven are often conveyed in the form of prophecies, such as the prophecies of Cuchulain's death by the death goddess Morrigan and the great druid Kaiser, or the prophecies of the outcome of the war between Connaught and Ulster by the prophetess Fidelma. All these prophecies came true, but what did that have to do with him leaving fairy? Merlin saw his confusion and gently explained, the mortal world and fairy have long been separated. If you want to leave here, you need to establish a stable connection with the mortal world. It's like your mandate of heaven is to eliminate Lord Voldemort and avenge your parents. Before you complete your mandate, you will remain in the mortal world. Once you complete it, you can return at any time. Can the mandate of heaven be chosen? Of course not. Morgan shook her head. You are a reborn person, even Merlin and I cannot see your mandate of heaven. How did you get here? A deep voice sounded, and a fully armored knight on a white horse emerged from the mist. When he drew near, he dismounted and bowed to the three, then lifted his visor to reveal the face of a handsome middle-aged man. Brother Gawain, why are you guarding here? I am the king's knight, of course I must guard her bedchamber. Little brother Kano, have you finally decided to become a true knight? I've already prepared the ceremonial sword for your anointing. Gawain chuckled, squeezing Canopus's shoulder with his gauntlet hand, as if he could already see the scene of the ceremonial sword resting on his shoulder during the oath. Kano winced in pain but said nothing. Gawain was Kano's teacher for the 7 knightly skills, and it wasn't the first or second time he'd been beaten with a stick and sent scrambling across the ground. This little bit of pain was nothing. Don't dream, nephew, he will be a noble druid in the future. Heh heh, auntie, I don't know if he will be stronger than Lancelot in the future, but he can at least rival Tristan. What's the point of being a druid? To learn your malice. Gawain and his Aunt Morgan always quarreled when they met, but compared to when they were alive, they were much more restrained now. Stop arguing, both of you. Today we are here to see the Stone of Destiny. Merlin stopped their conflict. Morgan rolled her eyes and said no more, while Gawain's eyes widened. Are you sure? Merlin nodded silently, and Cano was completely bewildered. Everyone fell silent for the rest of the journey. They bypassed King Arthur's bedchamber and headed straight for the small hill behind it. On the small hill stood a towering cylindrical megalith, surrounded by circles of large stones. The purpose of a megalithic array is to heal wounds. Injured soldiers in the center could recover their fighting strength faster through the druid's magic. And the megalithic array here served to enhance the function of the cylindrical megalith in the middle. We can only bring you this far, Merlin said. I don't know if Merlin and Morgan have explained it to you, Gawain said gravely. That stone possesses the power to arbitrate destiny. When you touch it, your mandate of heaven will manifest. It cannot be avoided. If you fail, you will be cast into eternal hell and will never be able to return to Fairy. Have you made up your mind? Cano scratched his head and gave him a smile. Yes, I have. My resolve to touch that stone is as firm as my determination to one day knock you down, brother Gawain. Gawain paused, then burst out laughing. He lowered his visor, swung onto his horse, circled Cano once, and then galloped into the mist. I'll be waiting for you to come back and challenge me. Ah, I will definitely. Cano walked alone through the layers of megaliths, gradually approaching the towering Stone of Destiny in the center. He felt a strong summons and instinctively placed his hand on the surface of the Stone of Destiny. A huge shriek immediately rang out, repeating 3 times before falling silent. Son of Rebirth. The road ahead is arduous. You must know this. Twisted life casts a shadow. Rebellious prince draws his sword. Friends and family are in peril. A beloved one's life hangs by a thread. You must remember. To grow in wisdom. Wield your wand. Strengthen your body. Sharpen your edge. I am the Stone of Destiny. I never lie. Morgan's face turned pale. She rushed towards Cano, ignoring everything, but was blocked by an invisible barrier. Frantically, she pulled out her wand, and one colorful spell after another flew from its tip, but these immensely destructive spells were all blocked by the barrier, not even stirring a ripple. Cano knew that the twisted life referred to Lord Voldemort, who had created many Horcruxes and was neither living nor dead. But the rebellious prince, could it be Mordred? He hadn't entered Fairy. All powerful knights and druids who died were supposed to come here, so why wasn't he here? Cano walked to Morgan's side, and the barrier naturally disappeared. Morgan, without any decorum, scooped Cano up and carried him on her shoulder. It's no use, Morgan. The mandate of heaven cannot be defied, you know that better than anyone. Merlin slowly stepped forward, but Morgan just shook her head. I don't acknowledge this mandate of heaven. Why should Cano have to fight my son? Cano, carried on her shoulder, asked confusedly, isn't Mordred the son of your eldest sister Morgause and Arthur? How could he be your son? You see, he still doesn't understand anything. This is too much for him. Morgan just yelled at Merlin, ignoring Cano completely. Mandate of heaven, I don't acknowledge it. Let's see who can take him away from me. Then, under Merlin's helpless gaze, Morgan angrily drew her wand, pointed it at the ground, and vanished from his sight with Cano. Merlin continued towards the Stone of Destiny until he stood before it. He raised his hand, and an invisible membrane blocked the stone from his hand, but he didn't care. Oh, Destiny, I know you have always been so cruel. You made me assist 3 generations of monarchs, but at the last moment, you brought me back to Fairy, making me watch as Arthur's round table crumbled and the kingdom fell. Murky tears streamed from Merlin's eyes, flowing into his long, grey beard. But please, give Canopus a good life. Because he might be the last druid in this world. Morgan and Cano appeared in the courtyard of the Grand Palace, where they usually had afternoon tea. Morgan raised her magic wand and cast defensive magic spells one after another. A translucent light membrane spread from the sky, eventually closing around the palace, forming a giant transparent hemisphere. Kano watched Morgan cast everything from expelling idlers to super protego, and he couldn't even recognize the last few ancient magic spells. This palace was almost re-separated by Morgan from Fairy, forming a semi-independent world. Small goblin maids in the palace flew around anxiously, and a few even flew to Kano's ear, chirping questions about the situation. But Kano was also at a loss, only able to scratch his head along with the little goblins. After a while, having confirmed that no one, beast, living, dead, tangible, or intangible, could enter, Morgan retracted her magic wand and sat down on a chair beside Kano. She snapped her fingers, and a small goblin maid immediately brought a glass of red wine. She held the stemmed glass in her hand, took a sip, and slowly exhaled. "Aren't you going to explain? Which part do you want to hear?" Morgan swirled her wine glass, gazing at the dark red liquid within. "How about starting with Mordred?" Morgan chuckled softly and began to tell her story. Morgan Le Fay was King Arthur's maternal half-sister. Her mother, Igraine, had 3 daughters with her original husband, Duke of Cornwall, the eldest, Morgause, the second, Elaine, and the third, Morgan Le Fay. King Uther fell in love with Igraine at first sight and waged war to obtain her. Merlin helped King Uther transform into the Duke of Cornwall, spending a night with Igraine, which led to the conception of King Arthur. Eventually, the Duke of Cornwall died at King Uther's hand, and Igraine reluctantly became queen. The 3 sisters were sent away to marry, and their beautiful maidenhood ended there. Kano nodded. All of this matched the legends he had heard. However, in Celt tradition, a king must unite with the goddess who personifies the land to gain divine kingship and ensure the land's fertility and prosperity. Morgan pointed to her chest. "I was the incarnation of the land of Britain in that generation. My essence is a certain lady of the lake." "So you were actually King Arthur's fated queen?" Kano was dumbfounded. This tradition seemed to have completely overlooked situations where the new king and the goddess were related by blood. "Exactly, if according to destiny, I should have married Arthur and given birth to the future heir to the kingdom." At this, Morgan showed a mocking smile. "Who cares about kinship? Children born from noble blood in a chaotic way often become powerful heroes." Indeed, in Celt mythology, many heroes had origins tinged with unspeakable shame. For example, Lurla Gifs, whose mother had a relationship with her paternal uncle and gave birth to him. Cu Chulain's father is generally believed to be Lug, the god of light and craftsmanship, but there are also versions that say his biological father was his mother's own brother, King Concobar. In his previous life, Kano could only sigh. The noble circle is truly messy, but now that all of this was laid before him, he also showed an expression of disbelief. "But I didn't want to, and Arthur didn't want to either." Morgan shook her head. She later married King Urien, frequently changed lovers, and was an absolute hedonist. Arthur fell in love with Guinevere at first sight and married her as queen. "I fully believed destiny had spared me," Morgan said faintly, "but one day, my foolish sister Morgause, unaware of Arthur's true parentage, used a potion to seduce Arthur and had relations with him. 3 is a magical number in our culture. The fates of us 3 sisters have always been intertwined. On that day, my divine essence transferred to my sister Morgause, conceiving Mordred." Kano understood. That's why Morgan would say Mordred was her child, which was true in a sense. "But isn't Mordred not in Fairy now?" Kano couldn't help but ask. "He is the offspring of the land goddess and the fated king, the destined heir to the throne. Guinevere and Arthur never had descendants, but how could Mordred, a bastard, have a right to succession? The long wait eventually drove him mad. He took advantage of Arthur's campaign to launch a rebellion in the rear, even attempting to gain legitimate status by forcibly marrying Guinevere." Morgan took a large gulp of wine and slumped onto the table. "My child died under his father's spear, on Camlan Hill, forever damned to hell." A magical storm suddenly erupted, roaring wildly around Morgan. The wine glass was shattered by the storm, and the dark red wine spilled like blood. "Bastard! Bastard destiny! My whole life, I can't escape it." Morgan screamed hysterically, her smooth long hair floating in the air. "Destiny wants me to marry Arthur. Fine, I'll kill him. Scheming, instigating, ambushing, I tried every method. Useless. I didn't want to bear him children, so you bewitched my sister. Bastard." She furiously waved her magic wand, threatening the invisible and formless destiny. "Now you tell me this child has to fight my son. What are your intentions?" Those who go to hell never return, you might as well let him die directly. Morgan vented her anger until she saw the number in Kano's palm. Sister Morgan, I think I have to go. The number in Kano's palm suddenly appeared, meaning he had to leave Fairy within a short time to embrace his destiny in the mortal world. Morgan stared blankly at Kano, then finally collapsed to the ground, hugging her arms and weeping silently. Now she had shed her witch's shell, becoming just a heartbroken sister or mother. However, no one could comfort her, because destiny cannot be defied. Kano was thrown out of the palace by Morgan, and Merlin, with red-rimmed eyes, was waiting for him outside. Mordred is currently trapped in hell. To defeat him, you must also descend into hell. Merlin sighed, stroking Kano's head. Use your wisdom to find a way back. Although destiny cannot be defied, we still have a chance to fight. Kano nodded and walked with Merlin towards the lake. Nothing from Fairy could be taken out, so he had nothing to prepare. The old and the young walked by the lake, and a small dock suddenly appeared in the mist. 8 ladies of the lake, with white veils covering their faces and wearing long dresses, were waiting for him. Kano, come. The leading lady of the lake waved to Kano, who walked closer and was led by her to a small wooden boat. Kano lay in the small boat, feeling slightly too big for it. This is what Arthur rode when he entered Fairy back then. I hope one day you can return here in this boat. The lady of the lake saw his confusion and gently replied. Hasn't Morgan arrived yet? Isn't she going to see me off? Who knows? Even I felt terrible after hearing about this. She might still be grieving. The fairies chatted for a few moments, then sighed in unison. The 8 fairies held the boat's gunwale, half submerged in the water, and sang an ancient farewell song. Kano waved goodbye to Merlin on the shore, feeling his eyelids growing heavier and heavier. In a haze, he saw a woman's figure wading through the water in a hurry, finally holding onto the boat's gunwale. Her eyes were still a bit red and swollen, and her voice trembled slightly. Canopus, you absolutely must come back. Ah, Sister Morgan, we promised. The 9 fairies sang in unison, and the thick fog completely obscured Kano's vision. The oak tree on the lake island still stood tall, and a crack suddenly appeared in its trunk. Canopus, naked and covered in sap, crawled out of the tree trunk. He coughed continuously, expelling the sap from his lungs, then greedily breathed in the fresh air. This was his first breath in this world. The oak tree beside him lowered its branches, resting them on Canopus's shoulders. Emerald green leaves fell, weaving a soft green robe for Canopus. Canopus rested for a while, tugged at his green robe, smiled, stood up, and embraced the great oak tree, his mother's embodiment. Wait for me, mother, next time I will bring father back. The oak tree swayed, seemingly nodding in response. Canopus Black set off, Morgan's blessing allowing him to walk directly over the lake and step onto the shore. Merlin said he'd made arrangements for me, so why is no one here to pick me up? An owl flew from the horizon, circling and searching for something. It saw Canopus looking up, immediately swooped down, and dropped a letter into Canopus's hand. Canopus held up his arm for the owl to perch steadily, while his other hand securely held the letter. The envelope read, Mr. Canopus Black, Wilds, Lake Island, in the oak tree. Tearing open the envelope, Canopus hadn't even had time to read the letter when a whirlwind rose, and a purple-robed figure spun into appearance. He wore a long, pointed gray hat, his face was full of wrinkles, and a pair of half-moon spectacles rested on his crooked nose. His beard and hair were bright silver, and his deep blue eyes shone with wisdom. It seems this is the person Merlin sought, the most powerful white wizard in the Harry Potter series, Dumbledore. Canopus looked at the old man, and the old man likewise scrutinized Canopus. The young boy before him was handsome, with a free-spirited and unrestrained aura in his every movement. He showed no fear when facing him, but rather some curiosity. Mr. Gandalf. Canopus greeted with a smile. While I also set off fireworks, I regret to say I am not the White Wizard. The old man bowed slightly and looked directly at Canopus. Hello, young sir, I am Albus Dumbledore. I am Canopus Black. The old man and the young boy shook hands, both smiling. I have many questions, but I think what you need most right now is a place to stay. Dumbledore took out his wand and waved it, and a large golden-red bird appeared from the sky, trailing a streak of fire, finally landing on Dumbledore's shoulder. This is Fawkes, my friend, Dumbledore introduced softly. It's still far from civilization here, let's take a shortcut. Canopus curiously watched the phoenix fox, and Fox also tilted its head and rubbed against Canopus's head. Dumbledore was somewhat surprised but ultimately did not voice the question. He stroked Fox's beautiful golden red feathers, while his other hand pressed on Canopus's shoulder. The leaky cauldron. Fox chirped, and the two people and one bird simultaneously transformed into a flash of fire, disappearing from the wilderness. The next second, they appeared on a bustling street. A large crowd of people pushed and shoved, completely oblivious to their sudden appearance. Dumbledore mumbled something, and Canopus recognized it as a simplified human-repelling charm. The crowd immediately parted, as if an invisible wall pushed them aside, continuing on their way unknowingly. "This time is to show you the way, otherwise, I would have gone straight to Diagon Alley," Dumbledore explained. As an old man, he was not keen on squeezing through crowds. Following the direction they were heading, Canopus saw a sign with a leaking cauldron hanging in midair. Next to it were a bookstore and a record store, but it seemed only wizards could see this sign. The leaky cauldron, the entrance to Diagon Alley. The tall, thin Dumbledore bowed his head slightly, leading Canopus inside. As a pub, it was perfectly adequate. For example, the swirling smoke, the dim lighting, and various people who were either drunk or sober. But the decor here was a bit too shabby and dirty. Canopus's quick glance, with his superhuman vision, caught hundreds of places where dirt and grime accumulated. Dumbledore's arrival here was like a phoenix entering a chicken coop. Many people trembled with excitement, wanting to approach and greet the old principal. The hunchbacked owner, Tom, even climbed over the bar, eagerly coming forward to inquire about Dumbledore's purpose. "Relax, Tom, you're younger than me." The hunchbacked Tom chuckled, scaring a nearby customer into spilling his butterbeer all over himself. "There's a child about to start school here, he'll be staying at the leaky cauldron for a while." Dumbledore winked, "The room charge will be on the school's tab." "Understood, I'll immediately arrange the most comfortable room." Tom immediately agreed, and Canopus and Dumbledore followed Tom, who was carrying an oil lamp, upstairs. As the three left the main hall, the noisy atmosphere immediately resumed. This time, however, the center of conversation became Canopus. Canopus thought everyone had ignored him, but when had Dumbledore ever personally picked up a new student? "I think he must be Dumbledore's illegitimate son." A shifty-looking male wizard, completely wrapped in a cloak, speculated. "Whether he's an illegitimate son or not, I don't know, but I do know that if the old principal's supporters heard that, you'd be a frog for at least 2 days." The male wizard immediately shut up, and the patrons laughed heartily. Could he be from one of the pure-blood families? They have their own grand mansions, why would they stoop so low as to stay at the leaky cauldron? Old Tom came down at this moment, waved his wand, and a rag flew up, blocking the speaker's mouth. "What's wrong with my pub? Even the Minister of Magic stays here." Everyone laughed again, because the fellow whose mouth was blocked had sprayed fire whiskey out of his nostrils and was now rolling on the floor. By this time, Dumbledore had settled Canopus in and was preparing to leave. "If you have any questions, just ask Tom." Dumbledore finally couldn't suppress his curiosity, narrowing his eyes and asking, "Black, is it that black?" "Principal, my name is Canopus, the Canopus Star of Carina. I imagine, given this naming convention, there won't be another House of Black in the magic world." Canopus spread his hands, and Dumbledore nodded knowingly. "Tomorrow, I'll take you to Diagon Alley to buy your essential school supplies. The list is on the annex to your acceptance letter. Get some good rest today." Dumbledore then left, leaving Canopus standing by the window alone. The principal is truly a powerful man. Canopus couldn't help but sigh. Even compared to Merlin, Dumbledore was only a hair's breadth away. And as a wizard rather than a druid, his combat abilities might even be stronger. So, how powerful was Lord Voldemort? Canopus quietly put away his condescending attitude, facing this magic world with a more cautious approach. Before falling asleep, he involuntarily thought about the question of a wand. What kind of wand would he get tomorrow? Money, how many people are infatuated with you? Dumbledore's sigh drew the attention of many, as he and Kano now stood at the entrance of Gringotts. Earlier, in the alley behind the leaky cauldron, Kano, relying on his magic sensing, directly touched the hidden brick with his hand, which merely made Dumbledore raise an eyebrow. When Dumbledore suggested a student loan, Kano began to inquire if Gringotts had bloodline detection technology. "I'm afraid not, my boy. Gringotts vaults require not only bloodline but also a key. Dumbledore shook his head. I know your family background means you're not short on money, but for efficiency's sake, let's use mine today. Kano naturally had no objection. They crossed the first heavy bronze door, and the second silver door bore Gringotts' warning. Kano curled his lip. In Harry Potter's story, Gringotts was like a public restroom, open to anyone, and had been robbed several times. 2 goblins opened the silver second door. They were entirely different creatures from the little goblins in Fairy. The goblins' faces were dark, and their noses and ears were long and pointed. Most importantly, they were all somewhat bald, and Kano mentally labeled them as purebred British goods. The 2 goblins at the door were respectful, but their gazes still subtly scrutinized Kano from head to toe. Kano always felt they were figuring out how to squeeze oil out of him. It seemed that no matter the world, bank tellers had performance pressure. They entered the marble hall, where hundreds of goblins in suits were working. Some were busy with ledgers, their seriousness reminding Kano of Merlin brewing potions. Others wore monocles, appraising jewels and galleons, not missing any suspicious detail. Every goblin was busy, but as they entered the hall, a goblin immediately put down his work to greet them. Esteemed Mr. Dumbledore, and this young gentleman, a first-time visitor, I am Griphook, pleased to be of service. Seeing the obsequious goblin, Kano instinctively clutched his pocket tighter. That's the vibe. I'm not buying any financial products. Perhaps it was Dumbledore's presence, preventing the goblin from being presumptuous, or perhaps the goblins hadn't evolved that kind of business yet. In any case, after Griphook greeted them, he immediately took the key Dumbledore provided and led them to a small door. He pushed the door open, revealing a deep, dark tunnel with a track below, and torches lighting the walls on both sides, extending far into the distance. Griphook blew a whistle, and a small cart slid out of the darkness. The 2 wizards and 1 goblin got into the cart, which emitted a piercing noise and began to accelerate. Dumbledore frowned, flicked his fingers, and the cart immediately quieted down. He flicked his fingers again, and the strong wind brought by the high speed also dissipated into nothingness. Kano actually didn't care about the low temperature. He was often thrown into icy lakes to swim when Gawain trained him, not to mention the body-refining method that coursed magic through his entire body. However, since Dumbledore had intervened, he was happy to enjoy it. After about half an hour, the cart finally stopped. Griphook jumped out of the cart, genuinely sighing, if only everyone could be as powerful as Mr. Dumbledore, I get half frozen every time. Others can't do it. This time it was Kano's turn to be surprised. Young gentleman, Griphook's dark eyes turned to him. Gringotts Underground has countless defenses, any one of which would dispel these minor spells. Every time Mr. Dumbledore's magic is dispelled, he immediately casts another one. Did you notice? Kano suddenly understood. No wonder the spell had felt a bit unstable earlier, he had thought it was his imagination. However, Griphook wasn't entirely right. Dumbledore's magic was never dispelled, it merely reduced its output when encountering defensive magic to avoid being targeted. But there was no need to point that out. Griphook used the silver key Dumbledore gave him to unlock the door, and a puff of green smoke emerged. Then Kano saw mountains of gold, silver, and bronze pieces. This is just a bit of my own pocket money, after all, my family vault is too deep and too far away. Dumbledore said casually, as he opened a small pouch and waved his wand. A large amount of galleons, sickles, and nuts flowed into it like a long rainbow drawing water. Undetectable extension charm, another advanced spell. Let's go. Money, how many people are infatuated with you? This time, it was Kano who shook his head and sighed, starting to wonder how many houses these galleons could buy. Seeing Kano looking awestruck, Dumbledore silently grinned. The 2 walked out of Gringotts and began to buy items according to the shopping list. First were work robes and pointed wizard hats, as well as a school uniform cloak. Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions was not busy at the moment, as it wasn't yet the time for a large influx of new students. She quickly measured Kano's arm span, chest circumference, and other data with a magical tape measure, and showed great interest in the green robe Kano was wearing. Young gentleman, I dare say I've never seen such excellent material. Would you be willing to share a little information with me? Looking at Madame Malkin's sparkling eyes, Kano smiled apologetically. Madam, this is a gift from my mother. Madame Malkin immediately understood that it was a family heirloom magical item, and to apologize for her abruptness, she even gave him a 20% discount on his clothes. "Young gentleman, hurry and buy your wand. By the time you've chosen your wand, your clothes will be ready." When Kano and Dumbledore walked out of Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions, the snip-snip sound of magical scissors was already coming from behind them. Madame Malkin is a very tasteful person. Last time I even bought a bubblegum pink robe from her. When I wore it to the Halloween feast, I was truly the center of attention. Dumbledore stroked his chin, seemingly still recalling the splendor of that evening. Kano felt a strange sense of embarrassment, as if he had seen the various Hogwarts professors about to be driven insane. He temporarily didn't want to deal with this old man with peculiar taste. He vaguely remembered Dumbledore wearing a pair of purple women's leather boots when he delivered baby Harry. Not to mention his favorite dessert, a wiggling, exploding-in-your-mouth pile of cockroaches. "Ah, I was so engrossed in talking, we've arrived." Dumbledore suddenly looked up. Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. The storefront before them was small and dilapidated, yet it exuded an indescribable presence. The mottled golden sign read, "Ollivanders, makers of fine wands since 382 BC. In the sealed display window, an old wand rested on a purple cushion. Kano could feel that the magical power within it was almost dissipated. It had indeed endured 1,000 years of wind and frost. From the half-open small door, historical dust seemed to slowly drift out, giving Kano a suffocating sensation. Dumbledore stepped forward, pulled open the small door, and turned to look at Canopus. "Come, my boy. See your fated one. What exactly is a wand?" This question once bothered Kano for a long time when he was still a reader of the Harry Potter books. They seemed very important. British wizards with wands could crush African witch doctors who cast spells with their fingers. However, they also seemed not that important. Powerful wizards could cast spells wandlessly, still dominating others. They appeared to be alive, resisting serving certain people, and were a manifestation of their master's talent in some aspect. But that was all. The truly miraculous ones were only Harry and Lord Voldemort's twin-core wands, and the unprincipled Elder Wand. Could one wield two wands, one in each hand? Could one carry a bunch of spare wands? Could one hold a wand in their mouth? Kano felt everyone had these questions, but just never had the chance to verify them. Now, the opportunity to verify was right in front of him. Mr. Ollivander had silver hair, and his large silver eyes were like two bright lamps in the somewhat dim, cramped room. He stared fixedly at Kano for a long time before his large eyes finally moved. "Fair skin, hidden arrogance. Forgive my presumption, little master, are you a descendant of the Black family?" Kano nodded naturally. "My father is Regulus Black." Mr. Ollivander showed an understanding expression. "I remember, it was your grandmother who brought him to buy a wand that day. He eventually bought a 12-inch, laurelwood wand with a dragon heartstring core. These things feel like they happened yesterday. Owners of laurelwood wands always seek glory. I thought he had died silently after joining the Death Eaters, but seeing you today, I think there's still a story behind this." Kano looked into Mr. Ollivander's light-colored eyes and nodded. "When the time is right, I will make his story public." Mr. Ollivander nodded, then turned halfway to retrieve a magic tape measure. "Let us begin." Dumbledore had been standing silently behind Kano, listening to their conversation, only turning his blue eyes when he heard Regulus's name. "Little Master Kano, which is your dominant hand?" "Right hand." The silver tape measure operated on its own, moving back and forth, taking various measurements. Mr. Ollivander wrote and calculated on parchment, nodding one moment and shaking his head the next. He mumbled something, then went to a towering stack of shelves and took down a large pile of tightly bound boxes. "The wand chooses the wizard, little Master Kano. Perhaps you have different ideas, but please respect my philosophy here." As Mr. Ollivander spoke, he untied all the boxes with a dexterity that belied his appearance. "First, try the fir-wood ones, they like survivors. The cores of these three are unicorn hair, phoenix tail feather, and dragon heartstring, respectively. Of course, I only use these three high-quality materials for cores." Kano raised them one by one, and each wand was willing to serve him, with brilliant sparks erupting from their tips. "Tisk, very good, but not enough." Mr. Ollivander put the three wands back into their boxes and climbed onto the shelf again. Next, they tried the insecure willow wood, not enough. The insightful vine wood, not enough. The adventurous maple wood, not enough. Almost every type of wand was tried. Kano felt he could use each one quite well, but he just couldn't find the one. Mr. Ollivander gently tapped his forehead in confusion, and Kano couldn't help but ask, "Mr. Ollivander, could you satisfy my curiosity? Please ask, little master, even if it's just to rest for a while." Mr. Ollivander looked at Kano again, and Kano pointed to the large pile of boxes on the floor. "What, exactly, is a wand?" Mr. Ollivander seemed stumped by this abrupt question, only understanding Kano's intention after a moment. "Oh, little Master Kano." He smiled and raised his own wand. "It is our companion, a part of our limb. We are not trying to give you an extra arm. The feeling of the most suitable wand is like a long-awaited reunion. Only after you obtain it will you become complete." Kano pinched his chin, seeming to understand something. He held out his arms in an embrace, releasing himself without reservation. The aura of fairy rushed forth, and both Mr. Ollivander and Dumbledore narrowed their eyes. Almost all the wands in their boxes were awakened and lit up, with some even impatiently spewing colorful smoke. But Kano could no longer feel them. He pointed his hand in a certain direction, and a wand decisively flew into his hand, bringing its box with it. Incredible, this is something that can only be achieved by a wand and its master after many years of working together. Mr. Ollivander took the box from Kano's hand, clicking his tongue in admiration. Opening the box, inside was a 14-inch wood wand with a dragon heartstring core. Mr. Ollivander had never considered this direction. In his opinion, this wand would have nothing to do with Kano. Because wood represents rebirth, eternity, and immortality in Druid culture. Kano, however, pouted, muttering in his heart that this wand was even more perceptive than a person, truly deserving of the saying, "The wand chooses the wizard." Mr. Ollivander gave the wand a deep look, then looked at Kano, and placed the wand back in his hand. "I believe you will achieve great things with it." "I believe that too, thank you." Kano replied softly, and the wood wand emitted a gentle, dim yellow light, infusing a warm current into his body. In that moment, he understood that all his previous ideas were impossible. For a wizard, a wand is not a tool but a part of the wizard's body. While powerful wizards can indeed cast spells wandlessly, it is neither natural nor comfortable. As for holding several wands at once, that is even more of a delusion. The moment you pick up your wand, the two are influencing and adapting to each other. Using two wands simultaneously is like trying to ride two trains going in opposite directions at the same time. It's simply impossible. Leaving Mr. Ollivander's wand shop, Kano excitedly spun his wand on his fingertip, and the wand excitedly sprayed colorful sparks. The passers-by, seeing him, were reminded of the joy they felt on their first day receiving a wand as children. Dumbledore watched, a smile spreading across his face. The two then went to Flourish and Blots to order a set of reference books and bought a set of cauldrons, crystal flasks, and other experimental equipment needed for school. Finally, they returned to Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions to pick up the several sets of clothes that had been made. At the end of the day, Dumbledore opened the door to Kano's room for him. A round-headed, small, long-eared, ugly creature dressed in rags suddenly rushed out, accompanied by a wail. "Little Master." If this house elf hadn't been called by Canopus, who had asked Dumbledore, he would have immediately unleashed his magic and delivered a flying kick. The house elf, named Kriaker, was a standard ugly creature even by house elf aesthetic standards, coupled with a croaking voice like a bullfrog and a deranged mental state. Oh, Merlin, who would say they liked him? They must be blind. Yet, such a creature was indeed the most loyal servant of the Black family and its last direct family member. "Little Master, you've finally returned." Kriaker hugged Canopus's calf, his body shaking as if electrocuted, seemingly confusing Canopus with Regulus. "Kriaker, calm down." Canopus quickly spoke as he saw Kriaker's tears and snot streaming down his wrinkled face. "I am not Regulus. Whatever you want to say it after the bloodline test." Kriaker mumbled, muttering, and pulled out a small object that looked like a powder compact from somewhere. This small box was made of sandalwood, exuding a faint fragrance, and its exterior was inlaid with silver threads and emeralds. When opened, a sentence was engraved inside. "The most ancient and noble house of Black, forever pure." Canopus pressed his index finger on the engraving, feeling a gentle bite. Crimson blood seeped into the dark red engraving, which immediately emitted a dazzling light, and the black family crest also appeared on the inner lid of the box. At the same time, at Grimald Place, number 12, the family tree hanging on the wall of the black family old house changed synchronously. Below Regulus Black, the name Canopus Black appeared, connected by a golden line. Kriaker cried out excitedly, "It's little master's son, still pure blood, how noble, how glorious." He frantically kissed Canopus's shoelaces, tears continuously flowing from his large, tennis ball-like eyes. "Stop, Kriaker." Canopus endured the discomfort and waited for a moment. But Kriaker showed no sign of stopping, so Canopus had to give an order for him to pause. "Little master, let us go home. Do not suffer grievances in this stinking pub full of inferiors." Kriaker looked up at Canopus with eager eyes, but Canopus shook his head. "Kriaker, everyone is the same. No matter what you think in your heart, at least in front of me, I do not want to hear you comment on others' bloodlines." Kriaker nodded with difficulty. "Also, I don't want to go home for now." Grimald Place, number 12, was the Black family old house, but the last male heir of the previous generation, Sirius Black, had been disowned by the family and imprisoned in Azkaban for many years. Kriaker, deranged and muddled, had long stopped cleaning the rooms. The current Black family old house had become a paradise for harmful magical creatures like doxies, not to mention the numerous traps set by the old Mrs. Black before her death. In Canopus's mind, that house was not a warm home, but a dungeon that needed a team of strong men to clear. At least 2 more years, when Canopus's strength matured. Only then would he consider returning with Sirius to thoroughly clean the old house. Kriaker found Little Master's decision difficult to understand, but house elves had no right to object. He could only attribute these to Dumbledore, the protector of mudbloods and the old fool who opposed the Dark Lord. Dumbledore seemed not to hear Kriaker's low curses, and Canopus covered his face, determined to instill some etiquette in Kriaker in the future. "By the way, Principal." Canopus suddenly brought up a new topic. "I plan to buy a house next to Harry's residence." Dumbledore's blue eyes immediately fixed on Canopus Black. "There's more to Sirius's situation, but I have no evidence right now. However, I think taking care of Harry can be considered fulfilling a bit of responsibility for his unqualified godfather." Canopus's words made Dumbledore fall into thought. That day, Merlin had found him in a dream, saying that a child who held all the truth was about to come to the mortal world. From his performance these past few days, he carried the inheritance of ancient druids and showed traces of training by a great knight. His interactions with people were very mature, yet he held genuine kindness towards everyone. With Merlin's endorsement, Dumbledore was willing to trust Canopus's stance. After a brief silence, he decided to take the risk of letting him interact with Harry. "However, before school starts, don't reveal the existence of magic to him yet." Dumbledore nodded but also set a condition. "I understand, Principal." In the original book, ever since Harry entered Hogwarts, he didn't pay much attention to his aunt's family bullying him during the holidays. Aunt Marge was inflated because she insulted his mother. Besides that, he never harmed his aunt's family due to being grounded or verbally abused. On one hand, his mindset changed. As an adult, they could simply avoid each other. On the other hand, his aunt's family no longer dared to bully him as they did when he was a child, such as setting dogs on him or flushing his head in the toilet. But what if he knew about the existence of magic in advance? Perhaps the next time Dudley found someone to beat him up at school, his uncontrolled magic would blast the other party into a mess of flesh. "Don't worry, Principal. In the magic world, no one understands Muggles better than I do," Canopus said with a smile. "I will use a reasonable and appropriate method to ensure that wicked family never dares to bully Harry again." Canopus disliked the term Muggle, just as he disliked the concepts of mudblood or pureblood. These terms that inherently categorized people into different classes only made him feel disgusted. After Dumbledore bid farewell, Kriaker went home to retrieve the vault key, and Canopus went to Gringotts with him again. When the Black family's ancestral vault was opened, the mountains of gold and silver coins were no longer the main attraction. Numerous evil dark arts objects were displayed on the vault shelves, emitting black smoke of varying densities. Some were skulls, some were poisoned daggers, and Canopus even saw a mummy tightly bound by several silver chains. The intense dark arts aura even made him gag, so he quickly grabbed the coins and fled the underground vault as if escaping. "Kriaker, take the money and go to Surrey, Little Whinging, Privet Drive, and buy a house with a yard. Remember, use normal procedures. After buying the house, just cast a few warding spells. Do not cast muggle-repelling charms or anything like that. I don't want to create a haunted house. After repeatedly cautioning Kriaker not to place any magic items in the house or put a large snake specimen in the hallway, Kriaker snapped his fingers and disappeared. Canopus lay on the soft bed in the leaky cauldron guest room, thinking this before falling asleep. Harry's disgusting aunt's family, your good neighbor has arrived. Harry woke up. His room, or rather, his den, was in a cupboard under the stairs, and every time someone went upstairs, dust would flutter down from the ceiling. His day began when Penny started yelling at him. Up! Dust fell from above, and someone was stomping downstairs in a rage. Are you awake? Yes. Then get up quickly and watch the bacon for me, don't you dare burn it. I want everything to go smoothly on Dudley's birthday. Penny finished speaking at the door, half threatening, half commanding, then turned and left. Today was the birthday of her son, Dudley, a child who inherited Uncle Vernon's torpedo-like physique and remarkably low intelligence. But what did it matter? Their little darling Dudley was 10,000 times more adorable than his nephew, Harry Potter. Harry scrambled out of bed, rushing around at Penny's bidding, and by the time he could finally sit at the dining table, the sausage on his plate had already landed in Dudley's big mouth. Dudley counted his gifts for the year on his fingers, and Harry cast an envious gaze downwards. He had never celebrated his own birthday, let alone received any birthday presents. Harry Potter continued his miserable, servant-like, dog-like 10 years of life. Kano, meanwhile, finished his morning exercise a street away. Nothing from fairy could be brought into the mortal world, except for will and knowledge. During his 10 years of ignorance, Kano learned the druidic language, secret magic knowledge, and various potion brewing methods taught to him by Merlin. Gawain honed his will and set him on the path of a knight. A powerful knight could form a constantly flowing protective layer of magic on his body, capable of deflecting even a death curse. He put down the long sword and shield made of oak branches, and the full body armor woven from vines returned to its original form, burrowing into the earth. Kano took the white towel offered by Kriaker, wiped the sweat from his body, and sat at the dining table, ready to begin his breakfast. Kriaker was no longer his original dirty, mad self. Now, he wore a pristine white towel, was immaculately clean, and moved with elegance and swiftness, entirely in the style of an old-fashioned butler. After Kano appeared, this old house elf seemed to have regained his youth. Of course, his constant attempts to tell Kano about the glorious history of the pure-blood families were truly annoying. Kano sent Kriaker to watch Harry, but not to interfere with anything. Today was the day Harry first spoke to a python, which made him clearly realize that he was different from others. However, after that, he was locked in the cupboard under the stairs until the summer holidays began. It was early June, and Harry had been confined for a whole month, without seeing the light of day. Those who say Harry shouldn't hate Penny's family should really experience it themselves. Kano then began to review the druidic knowledge he had memorized. The druidic tradition was not to record knowledge in writing, so Kano had to recite it often to avoid forgetting. Since his rebirth, his memory far surpassed that of ordinary people, but this was no excuse for laziness. By the time Kano had quickly reviewed it twice in his mind, the sun was already close to setting. Little master, the boy who lived is back. Kriaker appeared before Kano with a pop. Kano nodded, and with Kriaker's help, got dressed, then strolled to 4 Privet Drive and knocked on the door. Violent shouts came from inside, like some kind of engineering machinery malfunctioning. You freak! You talked to a snake and almost killed my son. You made us. Couldn't catch his breath, it seemed. You shamed us in front of our friends. Get into your room and don't come out. Kano had to knock again, even harder, and suddenly there was a commotion inside, like chickens and dogs scattering. Then, the door opened. Vernon Dursley's big, pink face appeared before Kano. Young sir, may I help you? Vernon looked at the handsome, pale-skinned, richly dressed child before him, and couldn't help but compare him to his own Dudley. Is this Mr. Dursley? I'm Harry's friend, I just moved nearby. Is he home now? What a polite child, just like our Dudley. Wait, who did he say he was looking for? There's no one named Harry in our family. Is that so? Kano looked up, revealing a smile. We met near his school last month. If Harry hadn't helped me, I might have been robbed by a group of bad boys. He didn't leave his name, but my mother works with children, and I asked her to help me find Harry's address. Kano asked again, a little embarrassed. He really doesn't live here. Vernon's face turned crimson, as if he was trying to restrain himself from shouting. Oh, I remember now. That child is a bad sort, always loitering around, but we still let him stay at our house. His small eyes, sunken in fat, darted around, and he added, but he's out playing now, and I don't know where he is. Kano responded with a hint of regret. All right then. I wonder if I could see him if I came tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Vernon nodded with difficulty. Of course, polite young gentleman, I will keep him at home tomorrow. Kano seemed encouraged, bowed to Vernon, then turned and skipped away. Vernon turned and went back inside, pulling Harry out of the cupboard. The thin Harry was lifted like a chick by Vernon's large, fan-like hand, his two thin legs dangling in the air. Listen, you freak. Vernon roared furiously, but also glanced at the door as if he feared something. You bad seed have come into good fortune, but don't think you can use this opportunity to harm us. Behave yourself tomorrow, and don't say a single word you shouldn't. Vernon clenched his hand, and Harry felt his shoulder about to crack. Don't say one more word, or I'll make you regret it. Harry was pulled out in confusion, and listened to this string of warnings in confusion. He didn't understand what had happened until he returned to the clockless cupboard. The next day, Harry was stuffed into one of Dudley's old outfits. Although he usually only wore Dudley's discarded rags, today's outfit was noticeably less tattered. Dudley was very displeased, but Penny stuffed his mouth with more sausages, bacon, and bread. Harry's hair suffered again. Penny tried her best but couldn't comb it flat, and after 10 minutes of struggling, she could only admit defeat again. Your hair is as stubborn as you are. She threw out this remark, then rushed off to get her husband and son ready. As it approached 10 in the morning, everyone in the house was sitting upright. Dudley looked like a pig draped in red and gold, his eyes constantly drifting towards the candies on the table. Penny's long neck once again served its purpose, constantly looking out the window. Uncle Vernon always raised his hand to check the time, though he was really just wanting to feel the gold watch on his wrist. At exactly 10 o'clock, the doorbell rang. When Penny opened the door, a handsome and elegant young man walked into the room. Good morning, esteemed Mr. Desley, Mrs. Desley, and Dudley. Vernon proudly puffed out his chest, a few buttons making a dangerous creaking sound. And, good morning, my friend. Kano blinked. Harry Potter. Harry didn't know what was happening, he only knew that his aunt and uncle's family looked at Kano as if a mouse had seen a cat, occasionally glancing at him. By the time he came to his senses, he was already sitting at the dining table, enjoying a lavish lunch. Uncle Vernon didn't dare to glare at him, and even Dudley no longer snatched his food. Canopus Black, this wonderful person, was benefiting him in ways he couldn't understand. Although Harry didn't know the reason, the sumptuous lunch in front of him was real. Oh, perhaps I've overstayed my welcome. Kano glanced at his watch. Vernon quickly caught a glimpse and then silently covered his wrist. Don't ask, just assume it's not up to par. I wonder if Harry would like to visit my home. My mother works during the day, and she'd like to see you in the evening. Thinking of the child welfare worker identity Kano had fabricated for his mother, Vernon's liver and guts trembled. I think he might be rude. It's all right, Mr. Desley. Kano shook his head calmly. Harry is a good child, I'm very sure of that. Harry looked confusedly at Vernon's half-threatening, half-pleading gaze as Kano led him out of the house. The two walked down a street and entered Kano's luxuriously and comfortably furnished house. Kano smiled as he took off his coat. Kriaker, in the form of an old butler, came out to greet them. Don't be shy, Harry. Kano raised his coffee cup, motioning for him to make himself at home. Harry carefully took a sip, then stuck out his tongue, grimacing at the bitterness. Kriaker added a few sugar cubes, which finally saved him. Mr. Canopus, I'd like to ask. Harry, don't be so formal. Kano waved his hand casually. My uncle and your parents were very good friends. Your parents sacrificed themselves for a great cause. They are heroes. Harry felt a rush of blood to his head. His aunt had always told him that his parents died in a car crash. Aunt Marge always slandered his mother, saying she wasn't a good person, and Vernon said his father was a good-for-nothing. Now, this person in front of him said his parents were heroes. Harry, in a daze, raised his coffee cup and took a large gulp, but the strong bitterness couldn't calm him down. He wanted to run into the street and shout, grabbing every passerby to tell them, "My parents are heroes." Kano concealed Sirius's relationship as Harry's godfather and also the existence of magic. However, this didn't stop him from telling Harry that he should be proud of his parents and that there were people in this world who cared for and loved him. "My uncle really wants to see you, but he's currently caught up in very complicated matters, so he hasn't been able to come all these years. I only managed to come this year. Perhaps it's too late." These were Kano's true feelings. Harry's aunt and uncle's family had brought him too much pain, from confinement, beatings, verbal abuse, to starvation. Any one of these could warp a person's psyche. If Harry hadn't been inherently kind, Dumbledore's prolonged neglect would only have cultivated a serial killer. Even later, when Harry had friends and family, he would still feel sad, and even become irritable, because of others' distrustful gazes. It was simple, he suffered from an extreme lack of security. Who could say this had no relation to his childhood experiences? Harry had never imagined a day when he would be treated like a person. Yesterday, he was locked in the cupboard under the stairs without dinner, and today he had his own bedroom in this house. Here, there was a TV, a game console, wonderful food, and most importantly, friends who respected him. Harry had never been so happy, until the sun set, and his happiness seemed to be carried away with the sun. I might have to go home. Harry genuinely didn't want to return to that cramped cupboard, but he didn't have the courage to defy his aunt and uncle's family. But why hadn't Kano's mother returned yet? Kano shook his head. "My parents passed away many years ago. Everything I said just now was to trick your aunt and uncle's family. However, the identity I fabricated for my mother was a child welfare worker. Do you know about the law that's about to be enacted?" Harry shook his head blankly. He didn't have the chance to watch the news. Britain enacted the Children Act in 1989, and Harry's experience could serve as a typical example. As long as Kano remained in contact with Harry, Vernon would never dare to abuse him again. Their expressions, as if they had swallowed flies, were not fake. Harry was sent home, bewildered, and Vernon shouted questions at him. "You didn't say anything, did you, boy?" Harry shook his head blankly. Vernon seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. "Petunia, clean out one of the upstairs bedrooms." The tall, thin Penny jumped up as if electrocuted, looking at her husband in disbelief. What if young Mr. Kano wants to see Harry's room next time? How can his dog kennel be shown to anyone? Vernon's face flushed. "If his mother really finds out, we'll definitely be sued. Then we'll really lose face." Regardless of how Vernon threatened Harry to keep his mouth shut, Harry's life had indeed undergone significant changes. He now had his own room, and although Dudley still often bullied him, as long as he closed the door, Dudley found it difficult to get in. Although he still often didn't get enough to eat, as long as he walked down one street, Kano had plenty of food. Kano often took him to exercise, and Harry's height had recently shot up, with faint muscles appearing on his body. This continued until mid-July. One night, a giant flying motorcycle landed in Kano's yard. Kriaker shrieked and rushed forward. Kano reached out and hooked his finger, and vines shot out from the ground, pulling Kriaker back. "Calm down, Kriaker, it's just a somewhat reckless guest." Kriaker glared fiercely at the uninvited guest. Stepping down from the huge motorcycle was a burly figure over 2 meters tall. His face was covered in a thick beard, and he wore a somewhat tattered, heavy overcoat. "Oh, Dumbledore said I could stay here with you. Hello, Canopus, I'm Hagrid, the gamekeeper of Hogwarts." Hagrid extended a hand like a large fan. Kano reached out and shook it. "Harry hasn't had a good time these past few years." Kano gestured for him to come inside. I know all about it, but Dumbledore said these things were necessary for him to go through." Hagrid shook his head, his thick beard sweeping back and forth like a broom. "I can't understand it, so this time I'm going to give his relatives a good lesson," Hagrid said viciously, and Kano showed a strange smile. "Then let's get started quickly." At this moment, the Dursley family was on tenterhooks. This was because Kano had recently, intentionally or unintentionally, hinted that his mother intended to pay a visit. Harry knew full well, waking up with a smile in his dreams every day. But he didn't know that the truly happy things for him were yet to come. "All right, Kriaker, I don't need these things." Canopus had to stop Kriaker from trying to pack the entire house into his trunk. Kriaker was simply too excited. "Just like when I sent young Master Regulus to school, oh my, it feels like just yesterday. Kreaker reluctantly saw Canopus off at London Cross Station, tearfully watching Canopus disappear onto platform 9 3/4. As Canopus entered the platform, he was enveloped by thick steam. He pushed his trolley to the Hogwarts Express, had his ticket checked, and boarded the train with his luggage. During this time, he hadn't appeared before Harry, as he had his own matters to attend to. He applied for a visit to Azkaban, originally intending to check on Sirius's condition, give him some hope, and perhaps try to bribe the guards to deal with Bellatrix, his mother's killer. But to his surprise, his application was rejected, the reason being that Dementors would have a negative impact on little wizards who hadn't grown up yet. Canopus hadn't anticipated this situation at all. In the fanfics he'd read, Azkaban was as easy to enter as the corner store. Why was it different for him? The reason seemed quite valid. Was this the Protection of Underage Wizards Act? On second thought, the reason Sirius hadn't gone mad all these years might be precisely because he was so despondent and disheartened that Dementors didn't even want to approach him. If Canopus gave him hope for vindication, and it instead led to his death in prison, wouldn't that be a case of good intentions leading to bad outcomes? Canopus could only give up. As for Bellatrix, it would be just as good to kill her himself when Lord Voldemort resurrected and she was running rampant with her master. Speaking of which, Bellatrix was also a black before she married. He would definitely give this relative a proper welcome then. The whistle shrieked, and the red Hogwarts Express was about to depart. Canopus quickly found an empty compartment and sat down. While no one was around, he took off his double-breasted overcoat and put on his school robes. The express let out one last long whistle and slowly began to move. A round-faced, chubby boy opened the compartment door, timidly poking his head in. "Hello, are there any empty seats here? Please, come in, it's just me here." The chubby boy squeezed through the door with some difficulty, as he had quite a lot of luggage. Canopus lent a hand, and it was a while before they both sat down again. "You have a lot of luggage. It seems your family cares about you very much." The chubby boy smiled awkwardly, but this time his expression was much more relaxed. "Actually, my grandma thinks I'm always losing things, so she prepared several copies of some items for me. I almost forgot." He patted his head. "I'm Neville Longbottom, it's a pleasure to meet you." "Canopus Black, it's a pleasure to meet you too." Neville's expression immediately tensed up again, his round face taut, as if he suddenly didn't know what expression to use to face him. After a while, he nervously asked, "Is it that black?" Canopus nodded helplessly. In the wizarding world, almost everyone believed the House of Black was a family of lunatics. Think about it, Regulus was obsessed with pure-blood families, joined the Death Eaters, and then regretted it and disappeared. Pure-blood families expressed great disdain for this. Sirius loathed blood purity theory and was as close as brothers with James Potter. But in the public perception, he ultimately betrayed the Potters, leading to their untimely deaths. Almost all parents would tell their children to stay away from the crazy blacks. Neville was silent for a moment, his small round face tightening even more. Finally, he managed to blurt out, "I feel. You're not like what Grandma said. Perhaps things will be different starting with me." Canopus said with a smile, extending his hand. Neville took Canopus's outstretched hand and shook it, seemingly relaxing. Soon, the two became familiar with each other. Neville told Canopus how his grandmother usually pushed him, and Canopus complained to him about how much Kreaker the house elf wanted him to experience pure-blood glory. When the food trolley came by, the two children immediately abandoned the meals they had prepared earlier and began a happy snack time. Although Canopus was not a child at heart, the happiness of eating snacks on a train was completely different from eating one's own packed meal. Canopus was enjoying a licorice wand in one hand and a chocolate frog in the other when Neville let out a shriek. "Trevor! I forgot to take him out for air." Trevor was a toad, Neville's pet. He quickly stood up and reached into the inner pocket of the robe he had been sitting on. Canopus took another bite of his chocolate frog, rolling his eyes inwardly. If Trevor weren't quick-witted, he would have been flattened into a toad pancake by now. Neville was pacing anxiously when a girl with bushy brown hair entered the compartment. She had two large front teeth, looking a bit like a beaver, like the cartoon character from a certain toothpaste commercial, with large incisors reflecting in the sun. "I'm Hermione Granger, are you having trouble?" Her attitude wasn't exactly polite, but Neville was already in a panic. He immediately asked Hermione for help, requesting her to help him find Trevor. "Hey, Neville, why didn't you ask me for help? Canopus put down the licorice wand and the half-eaten chocolate frog in his hands, shook his arm, and his wand, stored in a sleeve holster inside his robe, slid into his hand. He raised the wand in mid-air and clearly enunciated, "Auhtor Trevor." Trevor the toad flew out of Neville's pointed hat, which was placed to the side. Canopus, currently unfamiliar with any magic other than druid spells, was almost hit in the face by Trevor. Fortunately, his reflexes were exceptional, and he caught the flying Trevor, handing him to Neville. Neville thanked him happily, then sat down again and began to eat ferociously. "I think that was auhtor, wasn't it?" Hermione talked incessantly about how she had memorized all the reference books before school started, seemingly having found a kindred spirit. However, Canopus wasn't actually very interested in pure memorization. He came to Hogwarts more to compare the differences between ancient druid power and modern wizard power, and ultimately forge his own path. So no matter what Hermione said, Canopus only responded vaguely with polite words. The poor girl thought Canopus was very interested and kept talking, while Neville across from them was already starting to doze off. Just then, a sound came from the doorway again. Canopus turned his head and saw a bright-eyed Harry and a reluctant red-haired boy. "Hey, Canopus, there are so many things you didn't tell me." "Bear with me, Harry, I also have many adult considerations." The two, who hadn't seen each other for over a month, greeted each other. Thanks to the story Canopus had fabricated, Harry had gained a considerable degree of freedom at Vernon's house. And after becoming a wizard, he had completely broken free from the constraints that family had placed on him. It was Ron Weasley, however, whose behavior was somewhat strange. The five of them sat in the small compartment and began to introduce themselves to each other. Ron looked at Connor with a strange gaze, not the scared look Neville had at first, but a curious desire to confirm something. "Connor, are you related to our Weasley family?" Harry looked at Ron in surprise. He didn't yet understand the complex family ties of the magic world and just felt it was all too coincidental. Connor was also surprised because he had never revealed his mother's identity, fearing it would bring trouble to that family in the future. But since he was asked directly, he had nothing to hide. "That's right, my mother is Vivian, Mr. Arthur's cousin." In fact, ever since Connor appeared in Diagon Alley, his distinctive pale skin and handsome face had left a deep impression on many people. The tradition of the House of Black was that non-purebloods were not considered family members, and he was now an orphan. So when he appeared as the current head of the Black family, various pureblood families began to review their female members who had died young. The most excited were fervent supporters of pureblood theory like the Parkinson and McNair families, but they searched through all their pureblood relatives and couldn't find anyone who might be even slightly related. The Weasley family was initially indifferent to these rumors until Arthur remembered his cousin, Vivian Weasley, whose body was never found. She was pregnant at the time but didn't say who the father of her child was. But Connor's father was Regulus. If he was truly an unforgivable Death Eater, internally dealt with for cowardice, then the righteous Weasley would never be associated with him. Arthur felt there must be a hidden story and then thought of Sirius, who was thrown into prison without trial. For the sake of his dwindling hair, he finally decided not to guess. He instructed Percy, the twins, and Ron that if they saw Connor, they should invite him to visit the burrow when he had time. After Connor nodded in agreement, Harry and Ron said their goodbyes and left. Hermione started chattering again about her pre-study results, and Connor felt she seemed a bit anxious. Perhaps it was the insecurity of being alone in the magical world at such a young age. The child always wanted to appear composed. In a few years, she would grow into a truly calm and capable figure, leading two useless men, Harry and Ron, through thick and thin. As they approached their stop, Neville suddenly blurted out, "Connor, which house will you go to?" "If I have a choice, I don't want to go to Slytherin." Connor spread his hands. "I admit that purebloods have a head start in magic learning, after all, there's family inheritance. But superstitions about bloodlines make me sick. Humans aren't livestock, so why should they be treated like breeding pigs or cattle?" Even in the Druid Order, there were no hereditary positions, all positions were based on knowledge. Neville laughed so hard he almost choked. He couldn't control his emotions when he imagined the usually haughty Malfoy family turning into golden-haired breeding pigs. "I don't object to being proud of one's family history, but the idea of, like father, like son, isn't absolute. What's there to be proud of in coasting on ancestral achievements and waiting to die?" Think of Malfoy, does he have outstanding magic abilities? His most practiced spell is probably, I'll tell my dad. Hermione listened, somewhat confused, as the two magical world natives discussed bloodline-related topics, feeling inexplicably that it concerned her greatly. Kano briefly explained to her the concepts of pure blood, half-blood, and the so-called mudblood. Hermione's mouth was slightly agape, her two front teeth prominent, as if she was angry enough to bite someone. That's outrageous. How can such things exist? Many people are like that. Neville shook his head. My memory is poor, and I'm not very smart, so they mock me as a squib with no spellcasting ability. They're always like that. Hermione looked at Neville's somewhat sad expression, and a fierce fighting spirit seemed to ignite within her. Then just be better than all of them. And if anyone calls you a mudblood, beat them soundly. Kano comforted Hermione, the principal and the professors will all be on your side. As night fell, the Hogwarts Express slowly came to a stop. Many older wizards poured onto the small, dark platform, leaving skillfully. First-year little wizards were vaguely drifting with the crowd when Hagrid's loud voice boomed from afar. First years over here. Hagrid's height was even more conspicuous than the lantern in his hand, and the trembling children quickly gathered around him. Are all the first years here? Let's go. Kano followed the large group down a steep, narrow path. He clearly felt this was a small opening in a huge defensive magic array. After a few steps, it opened up dramatically. Before them was a vast black lake, and an ancient castle shimmered with warm lights on the opposite bank. The lake was full of small boats, and under Hagrid's direction, Kano, Hermione, and Neville boarded one of them. The little wizards were completely captivated by the fantastical scene, while Kano felt a bit uncomfortable from passing through layer after layer of magic defenses. The boat carried them through a tunnel and docked in an underground boathouse. A group of little wizards silently disembarked, and ahead appeared a tall witch in a green cloak with a serious face. First years, Professor McGonagall. Thank you, Hagrid. Professor McGonagall nodded and pushed open the large door behind her. The little wizards followed her through a huge, torchlit entrance hall and into a small room off the Great Hall. Please tidy yourselves up, in a moment, we will have the sorting ceremony in front of all the teachers and students. She then briefly introduced the 4 houses and the rules for adding and subtracting points for the house cup. Prepare yourselves, I will come to call you in shortly. She turned and left to arrange the ceremony, and the little wizards breathed a sigh of relief, then began eagerly discussing the so-called sorting ceremony. George and Fred said we have to wrestle a dragon. Ron was trembling with nervousness, his bright red hair even more striking against his pale face. Harry, meanwhile, worried that he would be expelled if he didn't pass the sorting. Kano rolled his eyes and leaned towards Neville. Neville, do you think you might be sorted into Slytherin? Neville always felt he lacked courage and wasn't smart, so Gryffindor and Ravenclaw were out of the question. Slytherin valued bloodline, so thinking about it, it was indeed possible. Imagining a life of being bullied by those pure-blood families after entering Slytherin, Neville's face immediately lost all color. Kano hadn't expected him to be so scared. The child was truly simple-minded. He had just offered a few words of comfort when McGonagall returned to the room. A group of little wizards were herded like ducks into the center of the Great Hall. A tattered, pointed wizard hat was placed on a 4-legged stool. The Sorting Hat sang a song about the 4 great houses, introducing their core philosophies. Canopus, who already knew all this, looked up at the magical ceiling. He was wondering if some magic rituals that needed to be performed outdoors could be done under this ceiling. Hannah Abbott. Professor McGonagall picked up the long roll of parchment and read out the first name. The little girl ran forward, put the tattered sorting hat on her head, and looked a bit nervous. The sorting hat covered her eyes, and after a moment, shouted from the wide rip in its brim, Hufflepuff. Kano heard Harry and Ron next to him sigh in relief. They seemed to be glad they didn't have to fight a dragon. Canopus Black. Every child with at least one wizard parent craned their necks to look at Kano. Many faculty members frowned, as the boy bore a striking resemblance to Sirius. Kano walked forward as if oblivious, placed the sorting hat on his head, and his eyes were also covered by the brim. Oh, it's been many years, what a traditional druid. The sorting hat's exclamation echoed in Kano's mind, and Kano responded in his mind. Do you need to see my memories? If you wish. Kano never feared spells like legilimency, because as a traditional druid, he focused more on spiritual training than modern wizards. His mind was like a calm lake, with all his thoughts hidden beneath the surface. Kano's mind stirred, and all his experiences, except for his past life memories, surfaced in his mind. He felt the Sorting Hat's power gently sweep through, then return to calm. Very difficult, child, very difficult. You have passion and courage, coming to the mortal world to participate in this wave of the era. Gryffindor would like you. You have a tenacious will, training as a knight for 10 years straight. Hufflepuff would be proud of you. Your lineage is purer than most, fully meeting Slytherin's requirements. Kano asked, somewhat strangely, not Ravenclaw. Actually, yes, but your attitude towards knowledge leans more towards preservation and inheritance rather than obsession. Compared to the other 3 houses, I don't recommend Ravenclaw as much for you. Kano nodded knowingly, and the Sorting Hat fell silent in thought again. The little wizards below became a bit restless. The Slytherins watched with a mix of anticipation and disdain. Gryffindor's emotions were complex, with many thinking of the rebellious Sirius of the past. Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, one indifferent and the other calm, were less concerned. I don't think which house we go to determines what kind of people we'll become, does it? Kano, in turn, comforted the Sorting Hat. Don't be nervous, you're the authority on sorting. You rascal, why would I be nervous? Gryffindor. The final house was shouted out forcefully by the Sorting Hat. The Gryffindor table quieted for a moment, then erupted in enthusiastic applause. The Slytherin students let out a chorus of boos. Kano slightly raised the brim of his hat and swept his calm gaze across their table from end to end. This gaze contained no threat or coercion, merely a form of disregard, looking at you but not seeing you as significant. Those who had booed were awed by his gaze, unable to make a sound as if their throats had been choked. The other 3 houses burst into laughter, and the Gryffindor students cheered loudly, almost jumping onto the tables. Thank you, sir. I didn't expect Slytherin students to be so poor now. Kano took off the Sorting Hat and brushed off the dust. The Sorting Hat also pouted helplessly, a few troublemakers, and the atmosphere just went bad. Perhaps the atmosphere in Slytherin had soured ever since Lord Voldemort started recruiting Death Eaters in the school. Kano walked to the Gryffindor table and sat down. A moment later, Neville, Harry, and Ron also arrived at Gryffindor. Their faces were radiant. Neville, while saying it might be a mistake, happily looked around. Dumbledore stood up, and the bustling Great Hall immediately fell silent. Everyone looked at the Great White Wizard with reverence. Kano looked at his grey-white robes and felt a strange sense of relief. Welcome everyone to Hogwarts for a new school year. Before the feast begins, I'd like to say a few words. Kano felt this scene was strangely familiar. Nitwit, blubber, oddment, tweak. Thank you all. Dumbledore finished his opening speech with swiftness, and Kano clapped sincerely, glad he didn't have to listen to a long discourse. The tables were filled with an abundance of steaming food: roast beef, roast chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, steak, boiled potatoes, roasted potatoes, French fries. Kano's fork paused in midair. Why was it all roast meat and potatoes? The food was too heavy. The ghosts of the various houses also entered the hall. Kano quickly forked a large piece of beef, to avoid being delayed by the ghosts talking to him during his meal. Thanks to Druid traditions, Kano had no dietary restrictions. By the time Kano was about halfway full, the dishes on the table suddenly changed to various desserts. Ice cream of all flavors, exquisite baked pastries, syrup fruit tarts, and so on. Kano took 2 bites and immediately realized that British cuisine had completely messed up its skill tree. How could the desserts and pastries be so delicious, yet for main courses, they couldn't get past potatoes and meat? When he was about 70% full, Kano put down his knife and fork. The children around him were still frantically stuffing desserts into their mouths, and Kano couldn't help but feel that Hogwarts had become a pig farm at this moment. Ron stuffed the half-eaten apple pudding in his hand into his mouth, chewing as he reached for the next one. However, the next second, the plates on the table became completely empty. The entrance feast was over. Dumbledore stood up again, and if one ignored the faint burping sounds, the Great Hall became silent once more. Now that everyone has eaten and drunk their fill, let me go over some important points. First-year students, please note that the forest on the school grounds is forbidden to all students, and some older students should remember this too. Kano completely ignored these words. Most of his rituals were either by water or in woodlands. At the very least, he usually reviewed druid poetry outdoors, so this advice was just something to hear and disregard, as he would never be harmed by the forest itself. Finally, I must tell everyone, those who do not wish to encounter accidents or suffer a painful death, please do not enter the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. This was a trap Dumbledore set for Lord Voldemort, primarily to train Harry, the Savior. Kano didn't want to steal Harry's beginner tutorial, but if he ever had a real fight with Lord Voldemort, he would definitely participate. But for this year's main goal: eat more, sleep more, exercise more, study hard, and grow stronger in magic. Alright, before we go to bed, let's sing the school song. The wrinkles on Dumbledore's face seemed to lessen, and it looked like this was his favorite part. All the teachers and students stood up, and Kano noticed that the professor's expressions were not very good. Golden ribbons floated from Dumbledore's wand, forming the lyrics of the school song under his control. The entire school sang the school song in all sorts of different tunes. Kano heard Hermione choke up, singing "God Save the Queen," while Harry was led by Fred and George beside him into the tune of a funeral march. Kano himself sang a rendition of "Jasmine Flower," which went completely unnoticed in this chaotic environment. Dumbledore waved his wand, conducting the twins through the final beat, then led the applause. Ah, music, more enchanting than anything we do here. He wiped his eyes and had the prefects lead the new students back to their dormitories. Students from the 4 houses filed out, taking different paths at the Great Hall's entrance. Hufflepuff's common room was a semi-underground structure next to the kitchens. Ravenclaw and Gryffindor were in different towers, while Slytherin lived in the dungeons, where they could look up and see the Black Lake. Actually, this was not surprising. Hogwarts had been a battle fortress from the very beginning. Hufflepuff and Slytherin had very safe basements, and Kano would bet there was more than one evacuation passage in their common rooms. Gryffindor and Ravenclaw's positions were high up with a far view, making it easy to escape on a flying broomstick. The Gryffindor students, full and slightly tipsy, arrived at their common room entrance. Percy recited the password, "Dragon Dung," to the portrait of the fat lady, who then moved aside to reveal the common room entrance. "Everyone remember the password, or the fat lady won't let you in," Percy instructed. "Girls live over there, the prefects will take you up. Boys are over here. Boys cannot go into the girls' dormitories." I shouldn't need to emphasize that, should I? A group of 11-year-olds didn't understand anything, all they wanted to do was sleep. Led by Percy, they left the common room and entered the boys' dormitory. The half-grown boys changed into their pajamas, found their respective beds, and fell into a deep, drowsy sleep. Kano was not sleeping. He sat cross-legged on his bed, silently reciting the druid scriptures in his mind. "Kano, are you awake?" Harry's voice came from another bed. Kano pulled back his bed curtain and poked his head out, a little surprised. "Aren't you tired, Harry?" I want to talk to you." Kano nodded. The two tiptoed past a group of gently snoring classmates and returned to the common room. Although only the two of them were in the common room, the fire in the fireplace was still burning brightly. Harry seemed a bit conflicted, but finally spoke. "On the train, Malfoy and I had an argument. He said your father was a Death Eater, and your uncle is my godfather, but he betrayed my parents, leading to their deaths." Kano nodded. "My father was indeed a Death Eater. Although he later regretted it, withdrew, and died, that cannot erase the harm he once caused others. As for my uncle, your godfather, I told you, the situation is very complicated. Right now, I have no evidence to convince anyone, I can only wait." As Kano said this, he couldn't help but feel a little strange. Harry in the original story was never someone who was good at thinking. He often rushed into trouble when his head got hot. Why was he chatting with him so calmly now, considering this matter involved the death of his parents? Harry nodded, indicating that he understood, but then he continued, "If you, Kano, had any ill intentions, you wouldn't have helped me from the start. If my parents truly died from your uncle's betrayal, then I will personally seek justice for them. But since you say there's another hidden story, I'm still willing to believe you." Kano scratched his head. He had underestimated Harry's trust in him, and he had underestimated the boy's character. "Then use your own eyes to see, and your own mind to judge." Harry nodded vigorously. "I will look for the old records and ask the people involved from back then." It wasn't until the two returned to the dormitory and Harry's breathing became steady and deep that Connor belatedly realized he seemed to have had a significant impact on Harry. He had planned to wait for Harry to defeat Lord Voldemort later, and deal with those enemies along the way, at most giving him some information as a prophet. Will I become a subordinate general under Harry in the future? This thought lingered until Connor woke up the next morning. Speaking of which, Peter Pettigrew, that guy, had turned into a rat and was now lying next to Ron's pillow. Connor could clearly feel the aura of magic wrapped around him, but he planned to leave Peter to Sirius and Lupin. Let him be a rat for 2 more years, that would definitely not be a pleasant experience. It was only 5:30 in the morning, and it was still dark outside. Connor got up, got ready, and left the room wearing a green oak robe. He jogged all the way to the edge of the Black Lake, where a heavy mist hung in the air. However, this environment made him feel very comfortable. He did some warm-up exercises, ran 2 laps around the Black Lake, and felt like he had adjusted well enough. Seeing that no one was around, the green robe on his body wriggled, transforming into a full suit of armor with a helmet. A long sword grew from his right hand, and a large shield woven from vines formed on his left arm. Feeling the weight of the sword and shield, Connor nodded with satisfaction. A similarly fully armored knight emerged from the dense fog. He bowed to Connor and charged straight forward. Connor's magic flowed through his entire body with each breath, even enveloping his armor, sword, and shield. He stood firm, took his stance, and carefully observed the charging knight through his visor. Then he suddenly exerted force, pushing his shield forward with all his might, and with one blow, he broke his opponent's balance, sending him flying. There was no heavy thud. The next knight appeared from the dense fog. This knight chose to duel with swordsmanship. Connor's swordsmanship was inherited from the Sun Knight Gawain, emphasizing overwhelming power and direct frontal assault. However, his opponent's strength was far greater than Connor's underdeveloped one, so Connor had to rely on agility and speed to respond. Connor moved around constantly, often using his sword and shield in combination to interrupt his opponent's attacks. After about 10 rounds, his opponent lost patience and attacked rashly, resulting in Connor piercing his neck with a sword, causing him to dissipate into mist. The next knight to appear was riding a tall horse, with a lance hanging at his side. A white horse emerged from the dense fog behind Connor. Connor stroked its neck and then swung himself onto its back. The 2 riders walked their mounts a few steps, then accelerated and charged towards each other. Both lances simultaneously struck the other's waist, breaking into pieces inch by inch. Both riders were thrown from their horses by the impact. After getting up, there was another sword fight. The 2 fought until their armor was tattered and blood flowed like a spring. Finally, both collapsed to the ground from exhaustion. The knight opposite made a stop gesture, removed his mask, and revealed a face familiar to Connor. He was Morgan Le Fay's son, Sir Iwain of the Round Table Knights. Alright, Connor, not only have you not regressed, but you've actually made some progress. The wounds on Owen's body vanished like an illusion, while Connor's injuries healed at an extremely fast rate, making him grimace uncomfortably. Can't you go a little easier? I'm flesh and blood now. If you keep doing this to me every day, I'm afraid I'll die young. Owen scoffed. You, flesh and blood. You are a reborn being, nurtured in an oak tree for 12 years. No one in this world has stronger immortality than you. I even suspect if I chopped you into a human stick, buried you in the ground, and watered you, you'd be hopping around alive again in 2 days. Connor found his words disgusting and directly threw the oak sword in his hand at him. The sword passed through Owen's body, only stirring up a wisp of mist. In Celtic culture, by the water, preferably flowing water, one can perform rituals to enter Fairy. Connor didn't want to return to Fairy, but using the environment here to find sparring partners was perfectly fine. A typical druid might need to sacrifice a white ox or something, but Connor's identity simplified these procedures. Anyway, before he came out, Gawain said, "As long as you call in the mortal world, I will send someone over." In a sense, it was also a ride-hailing service for people. Alright, little brother, don't be angry. Owen waved his hands repeatedly. All 100 or so of us Round Table Knights are on standby over there. After you defeat one, we'll send a stronger one to spar with you. Keep up the good work. As the mist dissipated, Owen's figure gradually disappeared. Connor always felt something wasn't quite right. After thinking about it carefully, Morgan was Owen's biological mother, and Morgan asked him to call her sister, so he should be Owen's uncle. Was he being taken advantage of? Kano shook his head helplessly, letting the oak robe on his body soak up the blood that had flowed all over the ground. The wounds that had been gaping open were now only faint white marks. Kano ran a few more laps, then returned to the dormitory to take a shower. It was then that the little wizards began to stir, groaning, seemingly still savoring the delicious food they had eaten last night. "Kano, did you go out?" Harry, still half asleep, asked Kano, who was holding a textbook and previewing it. Kano nodded. "I just went for my morning exercise." "You shouldn't be lazy for too long either, or Hogwarts food will turn you into a little in a few months." Harry subconsciously thought of his cousin Dudley's pancake face and shivered. He made up his mind to go to bed early and wake up early from now on, maintaining a good physique. First-year students at Hogwarts need to take herbology class, history of magic class, charms class, transfiguration class, potion class, astronomy class, defense against the dark arts class, and basic flying class. It sounds like a lot, but in reality, these children live more relaxed lives than most college students. Except for Harry and Kano. Kano encountered an expected problem. The things he learned from Merlin clashed strongly with the content taught at Hogwarts. For example, in herbology class, Kano found that he couldn't find several herbs commonly used in rituals in the textbook. After asking Professor Sprout, the herbology class teacher, he learned that those herbs had already been renamed. "My dear," Professor Sprout smelled of earth and herbs, "I don't know where you learned this knowledge, but I think this book can help you." Following her instructions, Kano found a copy of Classical Medicinal Material Name in the library, a richly illustrated tome that was Professor Sprout's own work. In Transfiguration class, Professor McGonagall showed off, turning the podium into a large fat pig. The students were all very surprised, but Kano didn't find it strange. Because ancient druids could also break the boundaries between living and non-living, even turning flowers into humans to be wives for heroes. They were also adept at breaking the boundaries between living beings, often transforming humans into dogs, wolves, boars, or eagles. Kano could now turn into a pure white hunting dog, but he temporarily lacked any combat ability. But then Professor McGonagall demonstrated the transformation between substances, which made Kano unable to sit still. He had truly never learned that. Charms class was almost entirely new knowledge for Kano. The short Professor Flitwick was the Dean of Ravenclaw. He had a wealth of knowledge and was also a wizard dueling champion. Astronomy class was no challenge for him, and history of magic class was his favorite subject. Professor Binns was a ghost. One morning before class, he dozed off by the fireplace, and when he woke up and finished a class, he realized he had become a ghost. His body had been left by the fireplace. From then on, the history of magic teacher never needed to be hired externally. Professor Binns, who required no salary, devoted himself wholeheartedly to his work, day after day lulling generations of students to sleep with his hollow, dry voice. When Harry and Ron woke up, they again despairingly realized that the morning's history of magic class was almost over. Hermione was writing notes like an automatic typewriter, while Kano was nodding enthusiastically, following Professor Binns's explanation. Merlin's beard. "Kano, how do you manage not to sleep in Professor Binns's class?" At lunch, Ron, with a chicken leg stuffed in his mouth, asked Kano indistinctly. Kano smiled mysteriously, not answering. Merlin had told him many historical stories of the magic world, but as an observer and even a participant, Merlin's narration would certainly not be comprehensive and objective. After all, no one can step out of their own era to make an overall evaluation. However, the courses taught by Professor Binns were often the crystallization of the thoughts of generations of historical researchers. Comparing them with Merlin's one-sided account, Kano felt a lot of unspeakable pleasure. Harry had also been very happy recently. He found that even classmates from wizarding families weren't much stronger than him. He had always worried about not keeping up with the course progress and being expelled, but now he could finally relax. Unfortunately, his good mood was about to end. The whole class had been very much looking forward to defense against the dark arts class, but their Professor Quirrell, a man with a purple turban wrapped around his head and reeking of garlic, was truly too incompetent. He claimed to be a powerful wizard and had even helped an African prince drive away zombies. The purple turban was a thank you gift from the prince. As for the garlic smell, that was to ward off vampires. But he stammered, unable to provide details about these events, and taught with a timid demeanor. In short, Harry didn't like this teacher. Kano's performance in defense against the dark arts class was not very natural. Harry felt that in other classes, Kano could always follow the teacher's train of thought, and his expression was very relaxed. However, in defense against the dark arts class, Harry always felt Kano was frowning, seemingly uncomfortable. In fact, Kano could clearly feel that Quirrell could no longer be considered a complete living being. He was like a leaking pot, with life force continuously flowing out from the back of his head. And on the back of his head, that twisted life was Lord Voldemort. Just being in the same room with him, Kano felt an uncontrollable nausea. But fortunately, Quirrell pretended to be afraid of students, so he wouldn't ask students to answer questions, otherwise Kano truly feared he would throw up. Finally, the little lions of Gryffindor arrived at the potion class classroom located in the dungeon. Snape, in a black robe and with greasy hair, was staring at them coldly. Professor Snape's gaze swept over the students below the podium, the gloomy classroom coupled with his icy stare making many children shrink their necks. The Slytherin students were also there, led by Malfoy. They gleefully watched the uncomfortable little Gryffindors. Professor Snape coldly called out names from the roll book, pausing when he reached Canopus Black. Kano looked up and noticed that Professor Snape's expression was somewhat grim. He was probably recalling the good old days of mutual attacks with the Marauders during his school years. Kano's surname and appearance reminded him of Sirius. But Professor Snape said nothing and continued calling names until he softly uttered Harry Potter's name and stopped. The Slytherins could no longer contain their excitement, craning their necks to watch the spectacle. "Harry Potter, our new, famous person," he sneered, beginning his opening speech. "I can teach you how to bewitch the mind and ensnare the senses, brew glory, and even stopper death, provided you are not the usual dunderheads I have to teach." He paused, immediately pointing his finger at Harry Potter. Professor Snape suddenly said, "What would I get if I added powdered root of asphodel to an infusion of wormwood?" Harry's expression was as blank as his mind. Hermione raised her hand to answer, but Professor Snape ignored her. "Let's try again. Potter, if I asked you to find me a Bezoar, where would you look?" Hermione's hand went up even higher, yet Professor Snape still ignored her. Kano stared at the dead, unblinking eyes of the toad in the cupboard, unable to bear watching any longer. This was entirely an adult bullying a child. Whether from the perspective of teaching ethics or general morality, Professor Snape's behavior was absolutely wrong. There was a specific term to describe his actions: displaced anger. Due to Potter's insolence towards the professor, Gryffindor loses 1 point. Kano thought to himself at this moment, if it weren't for Potter, he would probably be the one being targeted like this today. "Good brother, you've worked hard." Similar to herbology, Kano's potion knowledge also needed updating. Furthermore, during the several centuries since Merlin left the mortal world, methods for processing various raw materials had made significant progress. And Kano, with his background as an adult graduated from a chemistry-related major, processed raw materials steadily, precisely, and quickly. This meant Professor Snape couldn't find fault with him for the time being. Thus, the Potter brand lightning rod continued to function, and Professor Snape's venomous tongue crackled like lightning, striking Potter and making him dizzy. If it weren't for Kano, who sat at the next desk, stopping him from time to time, Harry would have blown up his cauldron long ago. It wasn't until potion class ended and the Gryffindor students scrambled, pulling and pushing, out of the dungeon classroom that Harry finally came to his senses. It was a nightmare. "I don't know why Professor Snape hates me so much." Harry took a few breaths of the warm air above ground, complaining with some annoyance. "You should call him Professor Snape, Harry, at least show him basic respect." Hermione spoke up from the side, and Harry's brows immediately furrowed. "They say honest advice is harsh to the ear but beneficial to action. Beneficial to action it may be, but it's still truly unpleasant to hear." He didn't respond and walked away directly with Ron. Hermione turned to Kano in confusion, and Kano could only shake his head wordlessly. Not all honest advice is accepted. Hermione would have to understand this truth on her own. Although Kano was also not favored by Professor Snape, he would not give up studying potion just because he was ridiculed a couple of times. One day after potion class, Kano walked up to Professor Snape. Although Professor Snape would recall past events whenever he saw Kano's face, Kano hadn't been too much of a troublemaker during this period. Most importantly, Harry had attracted most of the animosity, so Professor Snape would grudgingly look at Kano directly. "What is it?" "Professor Snape, I'd like to understand the history of ancient potion recipe evolution. Which book should I consult?" Professor Snape's eyes narrowed, staring at Kano from behind his greasy fringe. "You are only a first-year student, there's no need to understand such things. Or are you finally unable to resist, wanting to show off at school like your uncle?" "I have my reasons, Professor. Principal Dumbledore is aware." Kano looked directly into Professor Snape's eyes. "I have no intention of showing off, but acquiring knowledge is also my right. Isn't that right, Professor?" Kano originally didn't want to bring Dumbledore into it, but Professor Snape's mouth was truly foul, and Kano couldn't help but remind him of his identity as a professor. "Professor, I believe you are here to teach and educate, aren't you?" Professor Snape's face stiffened, as if he saw the proud and handsome Sirius standing before him again. His mouth twitched, and he squeezed out a book title. Kano gracefully bowed, then turned and left the dungeon classroom. Professor Snape's feelings for Harry were complex, and Kano had no ability to change them. But if Professor Snape tried to shift his hostility to him, he would immediately remind him to mind his identity. He had no obligation to be a living target for Professor Snape to reminisce about the past. A few weeks later, basic flying class began under Madame Hooch's guidance. This was the last course for first-year students this semester. After this, the timetable wouldn't change much. Place your hands above your broomsticks and say, "Up." Looking at the bare broomstick handle, Kano felt a faint sense of melancholy for some reason. Although flying broomsticks had invisible cushions, looking at this broom, which had been passed down through who knows how many generations at Hogwarts, Kano genuinely doubted if the invisible cushion was still there. What if the invisible cushion fell off? Who would confidently sit on it? Some pureblood families have always had low birth rates, haven't they? Malfoy felt a gaze of pity, scanning around but not finding who was looking at him. Never mind all that, he had ridden a mini flying broom when he was a child, so he would definitely be better than Potter, who grew up in a Muggle family. Malfoy harbored ill intentions, determined to make Potter look bad later. Everyone followed Madame Hooch's instructions, ordering their brooms to jump into their hands, but only a few managed to make their brooms move. Harry's and Kano's brooms flew directly into their hands. Harry seemed very pleased, while Kano was indifferent. His biological father, Regulus, was also a Quidditch player, but that didn't mean he would also enjoy the sport. If he wanted to fly, once his abilities grew later, he could directly transform into a hawk, which offered much more freedom than riding a flying broom. Everyone straddled their brooms, and Kano also carefully sat down, just like getting a wizard driving license. As he was muttering, he saw Neville push off with his legs and shoot into the sky. Kano watched Neville float higher and higher, then fall. He sighed, straddled his broomstick, pushed off with his legs, and shot out like an arrow from a bow. He accurately judged Neville's falling trajectory, grabbed him by the shoulder mid-air, and flung him away. This move utilized a technique Gawain had taught him, how to lift an enemy off their horse. Poor Neville went from falling to tumbling, acquiring several scrapes, but at least no broken bones. Kano's arm was also slightly strained, but it healed itself in less than a breath. Madame Hooch anxiously came forward to ask questions. She wanted to send both Kano and Neville to the school hospital for examination. "I'm taking these two children to the hospital. All of you put down your brooms. If anyone flies up before I return, I will have them expelled." Malfoy smiled brightly and loudly told his cronies, "Kano is such a fool, getting himself into such a mess for another fool." His cronies, Crabbe and Goyle, let out clunky, idiotic laughs. Kano patted his slightly wrinkled robes and turned to Malfoy. "Go ahead and laugh, Malfoy. If you ever find yourself in danger, I will elegantly stand by and watch. It's a pity about your fine head, it's about to go splat, red and white. TSK TSK. Kano shook his head and left with Madame Hooch and the others. Malfoy's face turned pale, as if he had seen his own miserable state crashing to the ground. Kano and Madame Hooch helped Neville to the medical ward. From a window in the corridor, they saw Harry performing a high-difficulty flying save. Madame Hooch could barely stand. She handed Kano and Neville over to Madame Pomfrey, the school nurse, briefly explained their injuries, and then hurried away. "I think Quidditch should be abolished. Every year, students are severely injured because of it." Madame Pomfrey took out a bottle of Dittany essence and applied it to Neville's scrapes. New skin immediately grew. She took out her wand and cast several diagnostic spells, found that Neville had no other injuries, and nodded with satisfaction. Then she turned to Kano, waved her wand, found he was not injured at all, and immediately began to unceremoniously usher him out. "You're as healthy as a young ox. Hurry to the great hall for dinner." She paused. "Also, helping a classmate is good, but next time, pay attention to how you do it. It would be very troublesome if both of you broke your necks together." Kano naturally nodded his thanks and left the school hospital with the still shaken Neville. Harry was happily eating, and Kano knew it was because he had turned misfortune into a blessing, having been exceptionally admitted to Gryffindor's Quidditch team by Professor McGonagall. Malfoy came forward to provoke him, proposing a magic duel with Potter that night. Ron, without thinking, accepted on Harry's behalf, while Harry, as the person involved, was bewildered. So he chose to consult Kano. "You don't even know what a magic duel is, and you dared to accept." Kano leisurely ate his beef pie, looking at him with an expression that questioned his intelligence. Harry couldn't stand the look and turned to Ron. "Hey, not like that, Harry. No one can cast any powerful spells right now, at most it's just dancing." Ron defended, "If worst comes to worst, just punch him. Besides, don't you want to beat him up?" Harry imagined Malfoy with a broken nose and blood streaming after being punched, and couldn't help but excitedly clench his fists. Kano shook his head, thinking these two children were still a bit too naive. Hermione, who had been eavesdropping for a while, came over and sternly chastised the two for planning to disregard school rules and wander around at night. "We'll lose points. You might even be expelled." Hermione was so anxious her front teeth seemed to glow, looking like she might bite Ron at any moment. "Are you being too nosy? My brothers always sneak out at night and have never been caught." Ron was nonchalant, and Harry finally cast a pleading look at Kano. Kano wiped his mouth and asked, "Harry, think about it, why would Malfoy challenge you to a duel late at night? Couldn't he have done it by the Black Lake in the afternoon? And, if I'm not mistaken, Slytherin still has class tomorrow morning." Harry was only a bit reckless, but not stupid. "You mean, he doesn't intend to go at all? If it's Malfoy, he might even tip off Filch," Hermione also realized. Filch was the school caretaker, who loved catching students out after hours. "But, Harry," Kano cast his gaze towards Malfoy, who was loudly conversing with his two foolish cronies, "do you really want to beat him up?" Harry nodded without hesitation. Kano smiled and turned to speak to Parvati Patil, one of the Indian twin sisters. "Parvati, do you know about wizard dueling?" Parvati and Kano were only casually acquainted. She paused, then nodded. "I know, they say it's about staking a wizard's honor and life. I heard Draco Malfoy is having a wizard duel tonight. But don't spread it around." Half of Kano's face was hidden in the shadows cast by his hands, and Harry seemed to hear him stifling a laugh. "Don't worry, I won't spread it. But is it true?" Kano shook his head, indicating he had only heard rumors and had no accurate information. Parvati looked at Malfoy in confusion, but as a Gryffindor student, it was not appropriate for her to directly question Malfoy. Her choice was natural. She revealed the matter to her twin sister, Padma Patil, who was in Ravenclaw House. Harry watched the sisters chat for a few moments, and then Padma ran to the small circle of Ravenclaw girls. A beautiful girl named Cho Chang was among them, and Harry couldn't help but take an extra look. Then that circle of Ravenclaw girls let out a gasp of surprise, and each went their separate ways to seek confirmation from the Slytherin girls. The Ravenclaw people truly were indifferent to many things, but that didn't mean the girls didn't enjoy spreading various gossip. The Hufflepuff people also got involved, with the Ravenclaw eaglets educating them on the sacredness of wizard duels and Malfoy's duel invitation. Malfoy was still basking in the flattery of his cronies, and just as he was feeling elated, Pansy Parkinson approached him admiringly. "Oh my goodness, Draco. I heard you're going to stake your family's honor, your dignity, and your life tonight in a fight-to-the-death magic duel with your opponent. You're so handsome, so brave." Hogwarts had a fair number of students, but not too many. Lunch wasn't even over, and such an exciting event quickly spread through all four houses, with the stakes Malfoy had on the line seemingly growing with each retelling. The children, eager for chaos, left Malfoy in a difficult position. Harry and the others witnessed the birth of the rumor and couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Especially that phrase, "don't spread it around," which seemed like some kind of magic spell. "Kano, you really are a black." The twins also witnessed the entire process, leaving this comment. Kano smiled elegantly, just like an innocent and blameless person. "Now, Malfoy has to go." Kano patted Harry's shoulder. "Ron is right, if the wand doesn't work, use your fists." The magic duel incident ended quietly. Kano didn't go along, knowing Malfoy was a weakling. Ron, as Harry's assistant, followed, and Hermione, worried they'd be caught by Filch and lose points, reluctantly went along too. When they returned, Harry's pajamas had flecks of blood on the front, but he was in high spirits. Kano hadn't woken up at all, and Harry, not wanting to disturb him, stayed awake all night to tell him the good news. By the time Kano woke up for his morning exercise, Harry was already asleep. It wasn't until noon that Harry, yawning, tired but unable to hide his excitement, told Kano about last night's events at the dining table. Malfoy looked terribly pale when he appeared, Harry said excitedly. He seemed very reluctant to fight. "It seems our guess was correct." Kano nodded, motioning for Harry to continue. "He raised his wand, ready to cast a spell on me. It sounded like it might have been Densagio. But I didn't even wait for him to chant the spell, I took a few steps forward and punched him in the nose." Ron also leaned in. Malfoy's nose started bleeding immediately, and tears flowed. "What else did he say?" "I'm going to tell my father." Hermione interjected, and the Gryffindors nearby, who had been listening, burst into laughter. "The best part is he forgot to surrender," Ron continued. Harry, seeing he wouldn't surrender, used every spell he knew on him. Kano turned to Harry, who sheepishly held up 3 fingers. "Tarant Legra, Densagio, and finally, Petrificus Totalis." Kano immediately imagined Malfoy with a bloody nose, long front teeth, dancing uncontrollably, and then, with a thud, falling stiffly to the ground, limbs pressed tightly to his body. Everyone spontaneously looked towards the Slytherin long table. Malfoy, seeing Harry, instinctively covered his nose. At this, all the long tables except Slytherin's erupted in laughter. Malfoy was truly unpopular. After telling the happy story, Harry informed Kano that they had almost been caught by Filch. Because Malfoy's sidekick, Crabbe, had knocked over a suit of armor while carrying the stiff Malfoy, alerting the constantly patrolling Filch. The 3 of them were forced into the forbidden area that Dumbledore had said could lead to a most painful death. There was a giant Cerberus inside, and beneath it was a trapdoor, Harry said with great excitement. Hermione immediately sternly warned Harry and Ron to forget about it, but Harry's expression showed he hadn't taken it in at all. Ron again called Hermione a busybody, and Hermione left angrily. Kano smiled, no longer dwelling on the matter. These were all Dumbledore's clever fishing tactics. During his morning exercise, he had again fought Owen to a draw. Owen told him to go to the Black Lake for a ritual on the night of Samhain. Merlin had made some progress in his research on Hell and needed to speak with him in person. Samhain is one of the 4 seasonal festivals of the ancient Celtic people. Imbolc, celebrating spring, Beltane, marking the arrival of summer, Lug Nassid, celebrating the harvest, and Samhain, marking the end of the year. On Samhain, the barrier between fairy and the mortal world becomes thin, and countless spirits wander the mortal world. It is a day when order collapses and common sense fails, and many druid rituals are related to it. Halloween has absorbed some of Samhain's traditions, and even the date is the same. For Kano, Samhain was the day his mother conceived him, making it even more significant. One could say his soul came into this world on that topsy-turvy day. Days passed like this, with Kano either exercising, attending classes, or frequenting the library. He was gradually integrating the ancient druid knowledge he was learning with modern magic to design a unique fighting style. On Halloween Eve, the entire castle was filled with the smell of roasted pumpkin. Kano couldn't help but miss the fried foods of his past life's New Year. Pumpkin pancakes were an annual staple. Even as an adult mentally, he had to admit he was homesick. Not just for the small rented room of his past life, but also for his own small wooden house in Fairy in this life. With a touch of inexplicable emotion, the Halloween feast began. Yes, the main courses were still various roasts and potatoes. Kano vaguely remembered that Quirrell would cause trouble today, and the golden trio of Harry, Ron, and Hermione would officially form. He had no intention of getting involved, only wanting to fill his stomach quickly so he could go see Merlin soon. As Kano was eating his 3rd piece of roast meat, Quirrell burst into the great hall, his face filled with terror. "Troll, in the dungeons, thought you ought to know." After saying that, he fainted. The younger student screamed in terror, and Kano unhurriedly swallowed his last bite of meat. Silence. Dumbledore's wand shot out several bursts of purple fireworks, and the agitated great hall quieted down. "Prefects, lead the students back to your common rooms." Percy immediately sprang into action, leading the Gryffindor students towards their common room. Harry suddenly remembered that Hermione hadn't attended the feast. She was still crying in the girls' bathroom. "Ron, there's a troll wandering the castle right now. Hermione didn't come to the feast, and she doesn't know anything." Ron pouted. "All right, just don't let Percy see us." Harry looked around, wanting to pull Kano along. But Kano had already slipped out of the great hall amidst the chaos and was slowly walking towards the Black Lake. He took off his Hogwarts robes, revealing the close-fitting garment made from his oak robe underneath. Then, the oak robe turned pure white under the moonlight. Kano took out a small piece of bread containing mistletoe seeds, which he had asked the Hogwarts house elf to make, and then pulled out a bottle of potion brewed from morning dew and herbs, stuffing both into his mouth. After swallowing what was in his mouth, he found an oak tree by the Black Lake and simply lay back. Countless flexible branches immediately hung down from the oak tree, forming a hammock that cradled Kano. Kano had by now fallen into a deep sleep, his spirit body leaving his physical form. At this moment, Kano entered the space between fairy and the mortal world. Unlike the simple rituals in the mist by the lake, this place was closer to fairy and could contain more power. Without doing this, given Merlin's immense power, he simply couldn't appear before Kano. In the grey mist, a figure with a long beard and wearing a striped robe appeared before Kano. "Teacher Merlin, you've arrived." "I have, Kano. Happy festival." Merlin smiled, walked forward, and patted Kano's head. "You seem to have grown quite a bit. Just a child, changing every day." The teacher and student exchanged a few pleasantries, then Merlin's expression grew serious. "Let's get to business. I've found a way to defeat Mordred without entering hell." What exactly is hell? This is a question with an ever-changing answer. In traditional Celtic culture, there were only two parts, fairy and the mortal world. One part of fairy leaned towards darkness and death, a world without light, while the other was full of light, with never-ending feasts and hunts. However, after Christianity was introduced to Western Europe, fairy was artificially divided into two, namely, heaven and hell, and the Celtic world became three parts. But there is no clear boundary between heaven and hell, we merely forced names upon them. Merlin's wand tapped the ground, and a complex model of the world appeared. To make it easier for you to understand, we will call those worlds of darkness and death, hell. Then why did Morgan say that once you go to hell, you can't come back? Merlin shook his head. Because there is no light in hell, and all souls blindly attack each other within it. Souls that typically fall into hell are those who have committed heinous crimes or are cruelly bloodthirsty. After being defeated a few times in their soul state, their resentment is cleansed, allowing them to be reborn and reincarnated. Powerful knights or druids, after death, remain in fairy and are not reincarnated. But once they fall into hell, they will fight forever, never finding a way out. You, a reborn person, and Mordred, both possess powerful souls. So, once you go to hell to find Mordred, you will also be trapped within it. Kano seemed to grasp the crux of the matter. If I go to hell to find Mordred, I will be trapped within it. Then can I make him come to me? Merlin nodded. That's right, we can use a certain method to make Mordred himself emerge from hell and fight you. But what exactly do I need to do? In response to Kano's question, Merlin took out a small bottle containing a drop of crimson blood. This is King Arthur's blood. Now, smear it on your sword. Kano summoned his oak sword and, as instructed, smeared King Arthur's blood on its spine. The blood was immediately absorbed by the oak sword, imprinting faint, dark red patterns on the blade. What you need to do is travel through various secret realms and use this sword to defeat the lingering resentments left by famous warriors. Merlin made a collecting gesture. Those resentments will gather on your sword. So, when I hold a sword stained with King Arthur's blood and filled with resentment, Mordred will appear before me. Kano knew that Mordred's sword was Clarent, also forged by the Lady of the Lake. During the Battle of Camlan, Mordred used Clarent to inflict a fatal wound on King Arthur. That sword was stained with King Arthur's blood. Finally, that sword was left at the place of his death, and its whereabouts are now unknown. Perhaps. I can only say perhaps. Merlin stroked his long beard. Mordred, driven by pure instinct, will frantically seek his weapon and try to snatch this sword. Because it is not only his weapon but also proof of his status as the heir to the kingdom. His deep obsession will not allow him to ignore it. Kano nodded, understanding Merlin's plan. He thought about it and said, like a game, first defeat small monsters to level up, and then fight Mordred. Merlin was taken aback by the comparison and nodded. It is somewhat similar to chess. Kano was actually referring to the minions and final boss in video games, which Merlin, of course, did not understand. As for where to find the resentments of frenzied warriors, that was not an issue. This land had witnessed too many tragic battles, not to mention the knightly duels of King Arthur's era, the great war between Ulster and Connaught, and the internal strife and battles within the Fianna Knights, each time leaving corpses strewn across the fields and rivers of blood. Even if their souls had entered Faerie, the resentments from those battles remained on the battlefields. I suggest you embark on your travels during next year's holiday, as being a druid is your primary calling after all. Merlin did not forget to remind Kano of his foundation. Can I use magic to fight Mordred or the warrior's resentments? Powerful knights can directly deflect spells, and by the time an ordinary wizard finishes chanting, a knight of the same level might already be in front of him. But your situation is special. You can directly manipulate plants without incantations, which will give you an advantage in knightly combat. Merlin smiled, stroking his beard. And Mordred's situation is even more special. At your current growth rate, you'll probably understand why by next year. Kano nodded. It seemed he could only use plants and his spear and sword to reason with them. Are wizards inferior to knights, then? Of course not. When wizards are protected in the center of a military formation, they can cast spells freely, which is how we maximize our abilities. Moreover, wizards also have more diverse abilities than knights. Knights are pure killing machines. Of course, at Dumbledore's level, whether one is a knight or a wizard becomes irrelevant. Merlin was quite satisfied with Kano's growth rate. The master and apprentice chatted for a long time under the moonlight until the moon reached its zenith and the ritual's effects were about to fade, then they bid each other farewell. Professor, you said, after I defeat Mordred, will I be able to bring him back to Faerie? Merlin shook his head gravely. I don't know either. These pieces of information today were found by Morgan and me together. She even sustained some injuries because of it, which is why I came to you today. Kano secretly resolved to find a way to bring Mordred out of hell. As for Mordred's own opinion, that was not important. He had been languishing in hell for over 1,000 years, any resentment should have been let go by now. Even Merlin and Morgan had reconciled. What else was impossible? In the hammock woven from oak branches, Kano suddenly woke up with a start. His soul had returned from the gap between the two worlds, and he was covered in night dew. His oak robe instantly became dry. Kano put on his school robe and stood up, and the hammock beneath him retracted into the tree. The school gates opened silently, and Kano knew this was Dumbledore's way of leaving the door open for him. When he returned to the Gryffindor common room, everyone was still continuing the Halloween festivities, with Harry, Ron, and Hermione sitting in silence. Kano, you don't know what just happened. Harry stood up excitedly, and Ron interjected. Miss Granger, who always follows the rules, actually lied to a professor to protect us. Kano, of course, knew what had happened. The three children had worked together to knock out a troll, refreshing their impressions of each other and forging an unbreakable friendship. They eagerly shared the story with Kano, then curiously asked him where he had just been. I just went out for a walk during Halloween. This festival holds special meaning for me. After simply sending the children off, Kano lay in bed, beginning to think about where he should travel during the holidays. To Lancelot's Joyous Guard, the old site of the Camelot Night Tournament, or the place of C.U. Culane's Six-Circle Massacre. It seemed a bit too aggressive. What if he directly encountered Lancelot, the ignominiously deceased Lamorak, or C.U. Chulain in a frenzied state? 3 Kanos tied together wouldn't be enough for them to kill. He'd better find a few ancient battlefields to practice first, Kano thought as he slowly drifted off to sleep. Oh my god, Kano, are you trying to freeze yourself to death in the lake? Harry, spurred on by Kano, didn't stop his physical training, but considering Harry's capacity, Kano and his morning exercise times were staggered. After all, Having Harry watch Kano and the muscular men covered in blood fighting in the mist every day would be too much for his nerves. After November, Kano added swimming to his training. Every day, while Harry shiveringly ran, Kano swam freely in the water like a salmon. It's not even below zero, the lake surface isn't frozen yet. Kano leisurely treaded water, his head popping out to chat with Harry. Speaking of which, how's your Quidditch training going? The fact that Harry had become Gryffindor's seeker was supposed to be a secret, but every time the team trained, Harry would sneak out with a broom-shaped package, and everyone could tell something was up. What's more, the Nimbus 2000 Professor McGonagall gave Harry was indeed a bit too conspicuous. Fortunately, Gryffindor was so desperate to win the Quidditch Cup that everyone united to keep this secret. The entire team, from top to bottom, exuded a do-or-die, determined aura. The team captain, Wood, was about to graduate and desperately wanted to win once. The supervising Professor McGonagall, due to Slytherin's malicious foul play years ago, could no longer play, and had the Quidditch Cup flaunted in her face by Slytherin's Dean Snape for several consecutive years, pushing her to the brink of explosion. If one had to describe the players' current morale, it was like hungry lions with wide-open mouths, just waiting to see who would be unlucky enough to fall in. Kano, tomorrow I'm going to play against Slytherin. Do you need me to give you a few words of encouragement? Kano thought for a moment. Your physical fitness is stronger than most students, and you don't need to hold back against Slytherin. Harry didn't understand, so Kano had to explain. You've been reading Quidditch Through the Ages for days, you should have learned all those foul moves by now. We're not bad people, but if Slytherin acts shamelessly, play a little dirty. Harry, feeling a bit dazed, returned to the common room and opened Quidditch Through the Ages again, as if opening the door to a new world. The next day, the Quidditch pitch was filled with gongs and drums, firecrackers, red flags waving, and a sea of people. The young men and women who usually ate and slept and ate, finally had an opportunity to unleash their passion. Some transformed into football pundits, incessantly praising and criticizing, while others painted their faces with their house colors, becoming proper fans. Kano watched the Gryffindor section turn into a sea of gold and red, and he couldn't help but hear the passionate shouts of "Give me back my money" in his ears. He quickly shook his head to dispel the auditory hallucination. Kano then heard the pundit next to him saying something like, "A draw is a victory." Fortunately, that carried-away pundit was quickly suppressed by the united efforts of the Gryffindor students. The rules of Quidditch are as follows: 3 chasers compete with the opposing team for the quaffle, throwing it through the opponent's goal hoops to score 10 points per goal. 2 beaters hit the bludgers flying around towards the opposing players and protect their own team from bludger attacks. Harry, as the Seeker, is responsible for finding the Golden Snitch. Catching the Golden Snitch earns 150 points, and then the game ends. With a whistle, the match quickly began. Gryffindor, in bright red uniforms, and Slytherin, in green uniforms, entered the pitch, shook hands, and then took to the air. Ron, Dean, and Seamus made a banner that read, "Potter for the win," and unfurled it. Hermione cast a spell to make the banner shine even brighter. Kano thought for a moment, pointed his wand at his throat, and cast a sonorous charm to amplify his voice. The twins' friend, Lee Jordan, was in the commentary box, providing live commentary under Professor McGonagall's supervision. "The quaffle has been taken by Gryffindor's Angelina. What a charming girl." Jordan. Professor McGonagall's warning could be faintly heard, so Jordan had to skip the praise for Angelina. The game was intense, with the quaffle constantly being passed, intercepted, and finally, Angelina dodged a bludger hit by Slytherin and threw the quaffle into the goal guarded by Slytherin. "Fantastic. Good girl, Gryffindor scores." Jordan gushed with praise in the commentary box, and Gryffindor erupted in cheers. Slytherin let out a chorus of boos, but then a lion's roar suddenly echoed from the Gryffindor section. Slytherin's boos died down, and Gryffindor cheered again. Ron, who had been wondering why Kano wasn't speaking, suddenly put an arm around Kano's shoulder. "Dude, do it again, that was awesome." Every time Gryffindor scored, Kano would let out a loud roar, and Gryffindor's advantage was gradually increasing, both in score and in momentum. Harry, as the Seeker, was constantly moving around the pitch. Slytherin's big, clumsy captain, Flint, kept an eye on him, but his speed couldn't keep up with Harry, so he could only eat his dust. Harry was distracted several times by flashes of debris, until the last time he saw the golden snitch. Harry immediately prepared to dive, but his broomstick suddenly became disobedient, shaking violently in the air. Kano directed his gaze towards Snape and Quirrell. Both of them, one in front and one behind, were staring at Harry and muttering. Now, all the spectators knew that Harry's broom was having problems. They tensely watched Harry fighting with his broom in mid-air. If anyone from the Nimbus Company were present, they would probably have collapsed on the ground, twitching like that broom. Hermione looked through her binoculars in Snape's direction. She thought Snape was casting a spell at Harry and was about to push her way through to stop him. Kano wasn't going to let Snape be suspected. Although he was truly annoying, at least for now he was preventing Quirrell from harming Harry. Kano again pointed his wand at his throat, narrowing the range of his voice. He took a deep breath and let out a full-force lion's roar. Quirrell, within his attack range, immediately bent over and covered his ears. Harry's broom immediately returned to normal. He swiftly dived down, leveled the broom close to the ground, and finally fell off the broom, rolling several times on the dirt. The entire stadium waited silently for him to raise his hand, but he gagged twice and spat out the golden snitch from his mouth. The Gryffindor children erupted in cheers, and various hats, scarves, and textbooks thrown in the chaos flew into the air. Jordan, in the commentary box, sarcastically said something about Slytherin running out of time, and for the first time, Kano heard that phrase and felt overjoyed. Hermione, covering her ears, shouted loudly into Ron and Kano's ears. "In a bit, we need to talk. I don't think Harry will have time until tonight." Ron yelled back at the top of his lungs. The enthusiastic Gryffindor fans had already rushed onto the field, tossing their own team members into the air with many hands. Harry was tossed high by the enthusiastic fans, and his joyful mood made him feel like he was floating on clouds. Finally, Hagrid grabbed Harry, who was flailing his arms in the air, and took him back to his hut. Kano, Hermione, and Ron were waiting for him in the hut, and seeing Harry enter, they raised their hot tea in welcome. Harry also felt a biting cold at this moment, so he quickly huddled by Hagrid's small fireplace and held a cup of hot tea. "Congratulations, Harry," Ron offered his felicitations, "your match today will become legendary." Harry was still feeling a bit lightheaded, but Hermione's words immediately sobered him up. "Your broom wasn't malfunctioning, it was cursed by someone," Hermione said seriously. "I saw Snape staring intently at you just now, constantly muttering a spell. But Kano stunned Professor Quirrell behind him, and then your broom returned to normal." Hermione showed a distressed expression. "Now it seems that Quirrell was casting a curse on you, while Snape was counter-cursing you." Harry found it hard to imagine that Snape, who made things difficult for him in every potion class and often made up various excuses to deduct his points, would help him. But Snape has always disliked me, and Professor Quirrell's appearance makes it hard for me to imagine him harming anyone. However, he suddenly thought of something, and Ron seemed to have thought of it too. "Kano, that book, Quidditch Through the Ages, was confiscated by Snape yesterday morning, and this morning I went to his office to get it back." Harry slapped his thigh. "I saw that one of his legs was bitten, and Filch was applying medicine to him. That means Snape tried to enter the trapdoor guarded by Cerberus on Halloween to get what was inside, and he ended up being bitten by Cerberus." Hagrid interrupted Harry's deduction. "You mean Fluffy?" "Fluffy. Ah, I bought it from a Greek fellow in a bar last year, and this year I lent it to Dumbledore to guard." "What?" "Nothing." Hagrid realized he had let something slip. "Forget about that dog, that's Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel's business." "Who is Nicholas Flamel again, and is that thing Nicholas Flamel's?" Harry once again caught the key information. Kano kept his mouth shut, not saying a word. He had initially thought Hagrid was acting on Dumbledore's orders to reveal some information to Harry. However, after his careful observation, Hagrid genuinely had a loose tongue. Hagrid himself realized this and quickly sent the little masters out. "All right, kids. Snape won't harm students, I guarantee it. Go back and rest quickly." The several people walked towards the castle, and Kano couldn't help but remind them, "Harry, the prime suspect for your attack is still Quirrell, don't always focus on Snape." Harry was a bit annoyed. "It's not me focusing on Snape, it's Snape always targeting me. And even if Snape helped me this time, how do you explain Snape's leg injury? If he hadn't provoked Fluffy, he wouldn't have been bitten. Snape did at least one of these two things, and possibly even both." Harry came to his own conclusion, and Kano had no intention of defending Snape. As the saying goes, don't tie your shoes in a melon patch, nor adjust your hat under a plum tree. Snape's image in the students' minds was already very poor, so it was no wonder Harry firmly suspected him. Hermione stepped in to mediate, suggesting they focus their energy on finding out Nicholas Flamel's identity. Next, we will go to the library during our free time to find out Nicholas Flamel's identity. Hermione paused, and we cannot ask the teachers, otherwise Snape might become alert. As Hermione's mouth opened and closed, a string of book titles was rattled off. Harry and Ron seemed to be suffocating. They transformed all their inner helplessness into complaints about Snape. Watching as serious deduction became mixed with a large amount of personal emotion, the search for the truth ultimately turned into a personal critique of Snape. Kano shook his head, no longer trying to correct their thoughts, nor did he intend to directly reveal Nicholas Flamel's identity. Let these children pursue it themselves. Their boundless energy also needs a challenging activity. At least they will read books for it, which is always a good thing. 2 weeks passed quickly, and Kano watched as the three youngsters' enthusiasm slowly wore off. Harry resumed Quidditch training, Ron started daydreaming as soon as he opened a book, and Hermione, although still working diligently, clearly began to lose hope. Christmas was approaching, and Kano planned to return to the house on Privet Drive to celebrate the holiday with Kreaker. Harry, of course, did not want to return to number 4 Privet Drive to face the Dursley family. He chose to stay at Hogwarts. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley were going to Romania to visit their eldest son, Charlie, so Ron and his brothers also stayed at the school. Don't forget to look up Nicholas Flamel. Hermione was also going home to be with her parents, and before leaving, she reminded Harry and Ron without much hope. The two also agreed with a rather unenthusiastic attitude. Kano, dressed in a wool coat and a thick felt hat, bid them a calm farewell. Have a good holiday, you can look forward to the Christmas presents I'm getting you. With that, he followed the main group out of the castle and disappeared into the snowstorm. Little Master, welcome home. Kreaker, dressed in clean white cloth, ran over from afar. Long time no see, Kreaker. The master and servant met in Hogsmeade, then used the fireplace at the Three Broomsticks bar, and returned to the Privet Drive residence using Flipowder. When Kano woke up on Christmas morning, he was surprised to find a thick fir tree's top piercing through his room's floor. Kreaker. Little Master, do you have any commands? Kreaker appeared before him, dressed as Santa Claus, with his two pointed ears sticking out from under his hat, looking very comical. Kano couldn't help but laugh. Nothing, I was just worried if this house would collapse due to the renovations. But looking at your outfit, you're all prepared, aren't you? Kreaker bowed, his long nose touching the floor. Little Master, everything is arranged. Kano walked out of the room. The corridor was filled with golden translucent bubbles and silver pom-poms. In the center of the living room downstairs stood a thick fir tree, wrapped with a large amount of gold and red ribbons and fairy lights. Under the tree was a small pile of colorful gifts, and Kano, with great interest, sat down under the tree and began to unwrap them. Kano used to be an ordinary Chinese person and had never seriously celebrated so-called Western holidays. But now he was a Briton, and this holiday was to be celebrated like the spring festival of his previous life. Kano carefully selected gifts for his friends. He bought Ron a new set of wizard chess, hoping he would enjoy playing it. For Neville, he got a magic quill that could write down things the holder had forgotten. This product was Kano's own modification, disassembled from a Remembrall and a Quick Quotes quill. He extracted the core spells of both, the retrieval of the Remembrall and the output of the Quick Quotes quill, and by combining them, he created this magic quill. Hermione was the least troublesome. Kano bought her a set of The Tales of Beedle the Bard. As a wizard from an ordinary background, there was nothing wrong with supplementing her knowledge with wizard fairy tales. As for Harry, Kano really wanted to buy him a copy of How to Deal with Idiots to help him with his annoying relatives. However, considering that Harry was already sick of reading, Kano let him off the hook. A Honeyduke's gift card should allow him to have a sweet Christmas. Professors customarily did not accept gifts from students, but Kano and Dumbledore's relationship was considered equal, so he gave Dumbledore a constantly flashing, color-changing pointy wizard hat. If he dared to wear it out on the street, enthusiastic people would turn old Dumbledore into the most dazzling guy in the pub. Kano sat under the Christmas tree, unwrapping gifts and putting snacks into his mouth as he did so. Most of the gifts from his classmates were snacks, but Kriaker picked out quite a few chocolates mixed with love potions. Kano helplessly checked the senders, finding them spread across all 4 houses, from lower grades to upper grades. Valentine's Day is still far away. Kriaker, were Regulus and Sirius also this popular before? Little Master, Kriaker said tremblingly, the pureblood young ladies were very fond of Little Master Regulus. As for that vulgar fellow who shamed the family. Kriaker, it's Christmas today, at least call him by his name, Kano reminded him helplessly. Kriaker bowed. Sirius always attracted some unsavory characters. Thank goodness, he left home after graduation. Kano thoughtfully touched his face. It seems the Black family's genes are really good. Perhaps this family background also attracted many people. The Black family is forever noble and pure. Kriaker immediately shrieked, as long as Little Master wishes, many young ladies from pure-blood families will be willing to associate with you. At this moment, Kriaker was not fighting alone. Kano's great-grandmother and the ancestors of the Black family from generation to generation stood behind him. They delivered a soul-searching question through Kriaker's mouth. When does Little Master plan to marry and have children to continue the Black family's bloodline? Let's discuss this question after I come of age. Kano calmly held down the excited Kriaker, otherwise, it seemed he was about to go distribute flyers to various pure-blood families the next second. What Kano didn't expect was that a gift came from Mr. and Mrs. Weasley. Mrs. Weasley had knitted him a blue pullover sweater with a large letter C on it. Arthur Weasley sent him a photo and a letter. The photo showed a red-haired girl heartily drinking butterbeer, with a Christmas hat askew on her head, and a turkey on a table in the background. Canopus, this is a photo of your mother, Vivian, taken 2 years before her passing, at our family's Christmas dinner. All these years, I never thought I would see her son appear before me again. I hope you can visit the burrow during the summer holiday. I very much want to see you with my own eyes. Your uncle, Arthur Weasley. Kano looked at the young girl heartily drinking in the photo and, smiling, handed it to Kriaker. Help me frame it, and put it by my bedside in my bedroom. In Kano's impression, Vivian was brave and strong, exchanging her life for his chance to survive. But in her brother's eyes, she was always that little girl who hadn't grown up, suddenly disappearing from their lives. Speaking of which, Kriaker, Kano suddenly remembered, how did my parents end up together back then? Didn't the Black family and the Weasley family always dislike each other? Kriaker seemed disinclined to share Regulus's privacy, but the questioner was his biological son. Kriaker subconsciously wiped his hands with a towel and organized his words. Little Master, this story might be long. Please go stroll around Diagon Alley first, and when you return tonight, old Kriaker will have both the story and dinner ready. Kano had no objections. He also wanted to experience Christmas in Britain. Walking on the streets, people's faces were filled with festive joy. Every shop was decorated with gold and red ribbons, and some shops even lavishly placed a Christmas tree at their entrance. Kano strolled to the Leaky Cauldron. Tom was still behind the bar, but he too was wearing a Christmas hat, looking somewhat similar to the house elf Kriaker's attire. Even on Christmas, the Leaky Cauldron's lobby was still dirty. However, this was a characteristic of this old hotel, as their guest rooms were actually clean and tidy. Little Master of the Black family, Tom greeted. What brings you here today? Just call me Kano. Hogwarts is on holiday, so I'm just wandering around. Would you like a fire whiskey? Tom's tone was a little strange, as if he was anticipating something. No, thanks, I'm still a child. Kano waved his hands repeatedly, and the nearby patrons burst into laughter. Kano, this old guy has been an owner for so many years and has never sold alcoholic beverages to children, a slightly tipsy fellow explained. If you really asked for a so-called fire whiskey, he would mix you one with butterbeer and chili powder, and it would really make you breathe fire. Another patron added, and no matter whose young master you are, your parents would applaud and definitely wouldn't cause Tom any trouble. Kano also laughed, tossing down a few nuts for a coffee, and walked into Diagon Alley with his cup. Diagon Alley was also in a festive mood, with street vendors selling snacks bustling back and forth. Shops had all launched Christmas promotional activities, and the numerous discount signs made people feel a strong urge to pull out their wallets. Kano saw Neville being pulled along the street by a very stern old lady. Upon seeing Kano, Neville's eyes lit up, and he walked towards him. Merry Christmas, Kano. Neville's round face was a little red from the cold. You're also out shopping today. As you can see, my house elf said he needed some space to be creative. Kano spread his hands, and Neville laughed. Aren't you going to introduce me, my dear? The old lady reached out a withered hand and pressed it on Neville's shoulder, making him shiver involuntarily. Of course, Kano, this is my grandmother. Grandma, this is my classmate, Canopus Black. He usually takes good care of me. Neville was as reserved as he had been when he first met Kano, and the old lady's gaze showed dissatisfaction. Just call me Madam Longbottom. Merry Christmas, dear. The old lady elegantly extended her hand, and Kano hastily took it and shook it. Merry Christmas, madam. I think Neville just doesn't have much experience introducing classmates to you. Kano smiled and patted Neville's shoulder. Don't be nervous. I don't think my appearance will scare Madam Longbottom. He made a funny face. Neville relaxed, and Madam Longbottom's furrowed brow smoothed out. Neville's parents were once famous aurors who had thwarted Lord Voldemort 3 times, but were eventually captured by Bellatrix Lestrange and tortured into insanity with the Crucio. Madam Longbottom raised Neville alone, so she naturally had to present a stern image, but her love for her grandson was unparalleled. Kano also held her in great respect. Kano and Neville walked ahead, shopping, while Madam Longbottom followed half a step behind, carrying her handbag. That pen you gave me is so useful, Kano. Neville kept expressing his fondness for the gift. Kano was naturally happy that his work was appreciated. I've always thought the design of a remembrall was simply anti-human. It turns red when you forget something, but I've already forgotten about it, so even if you remind me, I won't remember. Neville couldn't help but interrupt, full of resentment. This was definitely Neville's heartfelt sentiment. The remembrall had become his #1 enemy in his forgetfulness. The group walked past Madame Malkin's Robes for All Occasions, which was selling Christmas outfits, Zonko's Joke Shop, which was holding a Christmas special, and finally saw the House of Malfoy at the entrance of Honeyduke's Sweet Shop. Draco, the young master of the House of Malfoy, was wielding a licorice wand and a bloody lollipop with both hands. Narcissa Malfoy affectionately patted Draco's head, while Lucius Malfoy walked ahead expressionlessly, occasionally glancing at his son, a faint smile appearing on his face. At this moment, Draco was not the annoying and weak young master, but a child deeply loved by his parents. No matter how much trouble this family caused outside, or how they constantly shifted their allegiances, they genuinely valued their family. Perhaps he had been a bit too harsh on Draco lately. He's just a child, he should have a chance to improve. Oh, no, Neville muttered softly. I really don't want to run into them on Christmas. Kano asked curiously, what's wrong? Are they going to beat you up in the street? Of course not, just watch. Neville sighed, and then Kano saw Lucius and Madame Longbottom approach each other like two fighting cocks poised for battle. Madame Longbottom, it's a pleasure to see you. Lucius's chin was held high, as if he were greeting Madame Longbottom with his nostrils. Seeing you on Christmas, Mr. Lucius, is truly a mixed feeling. The vulture ornament on Madame Longbottom's hat shook, fully expressing her foul mood. Isn't this Neville? Draco tells me you've made significant progress this year, at least learning a few magic spells. Lucius's high nose turned to Neville, praising him with an odd tone. Neville showed magic abilities very late, almost being considered a squib. Squibs are highly discriminated against in the magic world, just like Hogwarts caretaker Filch. No one ever appreciated his work. Lucius used to mock Neville almost every time, infuriating the old Madame Longbottom, who had raised an excellent Auror son, to the point of trembling. Even though Neville had made great progress now, he still couldn't handle such veiled sarcasm and could only wait for the old lady to retort. It's very thoughtful of your Draco, this child always remembers others' performances so clearly, one might think he's going to report these to some important figure, Madame Longbottom said in an operatic aria. I suppose it's a family tradition. This time, it was Lucius whose face turned ugly. The House of Malfoy were fanatical pure-blood supremacists, and Lucius was a core Death Eater back then. He often used his family's influence to gather information and report it to his master, Lord Voldemort. After Lord Voldemort's sudden downfall, Lucius immediately claimed he had been under the Imperio. By bribing officials in the Ministry of Magic and because he didn't directly participate much in the hunt for opponents, Lucius escaped imprisonment. Madame Longbottom's counterattack was precise and ruthless, striking directly at Lucius's sore spot. Lucius snorted through his nose, not intending to continue the verbal sparring with the grandmother and grandson. When he turned around, he saw his wife, Narcissa Malfoy, looking at Canopus with a complex expression. "Hello, Canopus." She placed her hands on her son's shoulders, seemingly weighing her words. "I never knew of your existence. How have you been these years?" Narcissa's father and Regulus's father were brothers, meaning Narcissa was Cano's aunt. However, Cano's other aunt, Bellatrix Lestrange, was the direct culprit who forced his mother, Vivian, to her death. Cano found it truly difficult to show this woman any goodwill. Although she wasn't a Death Eater, she was actually very close to Bellatrix. "If it weren't for Miss Bellatrix, my mother would still be able to chat with you right now, Madame Narcissa." Narcissa's face turned pale. Lucius glanced at Cano, took his wife's arm, and left with Draco. Neville sensed Cano was in a bad mood, and soon after, he also bid farewell with the old Madame Longbottom. Cano wanted to say that he wasn't affected, but when he looked into a shop's glass display, he found his expression had already turned indifferent. He was still too far from the state of not showing emotions. Cano rubbed his cheeks, once again attracting the attention of many young girls. He quickly walked away, heading towards home. Perhaps once Bellatrix is killed someday, his thoughts will finally be clear. When Cano returned home, Creaker was standing by the living room door, setting off a magical party popper. Cano immediately flicked his wand from his sleeve into his hand, almost sending a gust of wind through the room. But fortunately, he saw that it was just colorful paper strips and glitter, and silently tucked his wand back into his sleeve. "Dinner is about to begin, little master, please follow me." It was only 4 in the afternoon, but Creaker had already prepared over a dozen dishes, laid out in abundance on the long table. Only one master's chair was placed at the table. Creaker guided Cano to sit down, while he stood to one side, a white towel draped over his long, thin arm, ready to serve Cano at any moment. Cano had once wanted Creaker to sit and eat with him, but Creaker was full of ideas about hierarchy and viewed the rules of pure-blood families as his life. Even when ordered by Cano to sit, he looked as if he would spring up to obey at any second. Finally, Cano, using Creaker's many years of guarding the Black family's old house as a reason, bestowed upon him the honor of sitting down during daily meals when there were no guests. Only then did Creaker tremblingly accept. However, today was the Christmas dinner, and Creaker stood quietly to one side. To be honest, Cano was utterly fed up. When Hermione's Society for the Promotion of Elfish Welfare gets going, he'll donate some money to her. Wait, at least he should first figure out the source of house elves' subservience. Cano ate while thinking. Today's menu was still centered around a British Christmas dinner, including various roasts, potatoes, and desserts. Today's main course was not roast turkey, because Cano had eaten turkey once in his previous life, and its fibrous texture made it difficult for him to swallow. Although Creaker repeatedly guaranteed he could roast the turkey deliciously, Cano still insisted on changing the main course to roast leg of lamb. After eating the last calorie bomb pudding, Cano signaled to Creaker that he could clear the table. The house elf efficiently removed all the dishes, wiped the long table clean, and stood beside Cano with his head bowed. "Creaker, have you thought about how you're going to tell me about my parents?" Cano took a sip of grape juice, looking at the bowed Creaker. "Little master, I am ready." Creaker took a deep breath, his frail body swelling slightly. "No self-punishment allowed. Begin." Cano pulled a chair over for Creaker, who scrambled onto it and sat down, looking startled. Master Regulus and that vulgar, he was different from his brother, he was always an obedient, good boy. Creaker seemed to choke when mentioning Sirius, but he didn't forget Cano's instructions for today. He was elegant from a young age, always holding himself to the standards of a pure-blood family scion. He was proud of Black, and the old mistress was proud of him too. When Master Regulus entered Hogwarts, unlike his good-for-nothing brother, he was sorted into Slytherin House. A smile of shared pride appeared on Creaker's face. But when Creaker came to his senses, he immediately explained in a panic, "I am not accusing Little Master of not being in Slytherin. It's just that noble and pure Black. Slytherin is still the best." Cano shook his head, indicating he didn't mind. Creaker took a breath and continued his story. Master Regulus didn't have many close friends at school, but because he strongly believed in the idea that pure blood meant nobility, he never lacked companions. However, there was an older student who always publicly opposed his views. That older student was Miss Vivian, your mother, little master. Master Regulus always told old Kriaker how detestable Vivian was. They always argued on various occasions. Kano felt a little sour. It turned out his parents in this life had a romance novel kind of start. Kriaker continued, after a few years, Master Regulus was gradually drawn to the Dark Lord's ideology. Because of this, he had a huge argument with Miss Vivian. Wait, Kano interrupted Kriaker, didn't they dislike each other? From what you're saying, it sounds like their relationship was quite good. Kriaker actually nodded. Master Regulus once said that although Miss Vivian had some problems in her head as a Weasley, she was a respectable opponent. Perhaps Miss Vivian thought the same, so although they always competed, their relationship was actually quite alright. Kano nodded. It seemed both of them wanted to change the other's mind, but they still had a good impression of the person themselves. After their argument, Master Regulus joined the Dark Lord's ranks. Master Regulus was very happy. He wanted to contribute to the future of the magic world controlled by pure-blood families, as described by the Dark Lord. But Miss Vivian completely distanced herself from him, and he was left only with the Dark Lord supporters. Kano could understand Regulus's thoughts. At first, Lord Voldemort was still that handsome, talented Hogwarts graduate. Although his ideas were radical, they perfectly suited the tastes of pure-blood families. Before he revealed his cruel and greedy side, he actually represented a certain ideology. Many people supported him, and most of the rest remained neutral. But after Lord Voldemort began to gather strength and openly hunt down wizards of common birth and his opponents, he degenerated into a low-level terrorist. And Regulus, probably misled by Lord Voldemort's initial demeanor, joined the Death Eaters and became a mascot to garner pure-blood family support. Later, the Dark Lord's power grew stronger and stronger, but Master Regulus began to become silent. Kriaker continued to recount. This was probably because Regulus discovered that Lord Voldemort was fundamentally not on the same path as him and became fearful of the things he was asked to do. But he only had Lord Voldemort's supporters around him. He had no one to confide in, so he re-established communication with Vivian, right? Kano seemed to understand. Yes, but old Kriaker doesn't know what Master was thinking. Kriaker nodded. Master seemed less depressed after that. Master told Kriaker that he wanted to leave the Death Eaters and live in seclusion with Miss Vivian. He said that the Dark Lord would not make trouble for the Black family because his foundation of rule was pure-blood families. But suddenly one day, Master returned home distraught. Kano nodded. It seemed that at that time, his mother had already suffered a terrible fate. Master Regulus was like a lost soul, not knowing what he was doing every day, until one day, the Dark Lord needed a house elf. Kriaker trembled violently, as if recalling something very terrifying. Kriaker couldn't continue. The rest of the story involved a great secret. Kano had no intention of forcing Kriaker, and he already knew the events that followed. Kano made a stopping gesture and placed his hand on Kriaker's frail shoulder. I know the rest of the story, Kano said, looking at the uneasy Kriaker. Let me complete the task Regulus entrusted to you. After all, I am his son. Kriaker nodded vigorously, tears dripping onto the towel he was wearing. The Christmas holidays were coming to an end, and Kano chose to return to school on the last day of the break. He tidied his appearance in front of the dressing mirror, then took the Hogwarts robe from Kriaker and put it on. However, he immediately noticed something was amiss. The hem of the robe, which had reached his ankles before the holidays, now only reached the end of his calves. When he first started school, this robe dragged on the ground. In just 2 months, Kano had grown over 10 centimeters. Little master, perhaps you're just growing faster. After all, children change every day. Kriaker comforted Kano, but Kano himself frowned. Heroes in Celtic culture generally shared one characteristic: extremely rapid growth. While one couldn't say they grew like weeds, their growth was typically extraordinary. Once they were strong, robust, and skilled in martial arts, destiny would bring them challenges. Perhaps my challenges will come soon, Kano muttered to himself, boarding the Hogwarts Express. The journey was uneventful. When he saw the warm lights of the castle in the night once more, Kano couldn't help but pull out his wand and set off a golden-red firework. Several heads seemed to appear at the windows of the Gryffindor Tower, and they also released a few fireworks in response. When Kano returned to the common room, Harry and Ron immediately came forward to greet him. The Christmas presents were fantastic, Kano. Ron clapped him on the shoulder. I'm absolutely dominating with that chess set. Honeyduke's is truly a magical shop. I never knew there were so many delicious magic candies. Harry also expressed his gratitude. You'll understand more later. There are quite a lot of interesting things in the magic world. After some small talk, Harry mysteriously pulled out a robe that looked like flowing silver and placed it in Kano's hands. I don't know who sent it to me, but they say it was my father's relic. Harry patted the robe. Ron says it's an invisibility cloak. Kano held the invisibility cloak, a deathly hallow passed down by the Paviral family, and slowly permeated it with his magic. Druids didn't just protect nature. The original purpose of this profession was to establish a connection between humans and nature, making it easier for humans to survive in this harsh world. Therefore, Druids also made magic items, using materials like sacred trees, mistletoe, and special rocks. However, any magic item that was made would inevitably bear traces of human craftsmanship, even if made by a Druid. Yet, the invisibility cloak in Kano's hand felt completely natural to him. He was unable to analyze its materials, let alone understand its working principle. Legend says this garment was the cloak of death, and perhaps it truly was related to deities. But the era of deities had long passed. Even if Druids could still borrow their power, they had long since vanished without a trace. This is truly a wondrous treasure, Harry. You must take good care of it. Kano returned the invisibility cloak to Harry, who carefully put it away. Of course I'll take good care of it. After all, it's my father's relic. Kano and Ron exchanged glances, shaking their heads with a smile. Harry, who grew up in the Muggle world, couldn't understand the preciousness of this invisibility cloak, but he would cherish everything his parents left him. Soon after, Hermione also returned to school. The three little ones were talking about something secret, but Kano was busy tidying his bed and wasn't interested in joining them. If he remembered correctly, was it about the Mirror of Arist? That mirror could reflect one's deepest desires, and many people starved and thirsted to death in front of it. But all of it was ultimately an illusion, and getting lost in it wouldn't bring any change to reality. What would Kano see in the mirror? He didn't know. Perhaps it was the smiling face of the little girl saved in his previous life, or his parents whom he had never met in this life, or perhaps those who had carefully raised him in fairy. Kano didn't know what his most desired image was. He only wanted to fulfill his destiny as soon as possible and bring some comfort to his deceased parents. A few mornings later, by the Black Lake, shrouded in thick fog, two fully armored knights, riding warhorses, once again leveled their lances and charged at each other. The smaller knight, just as his opponent's lance was about to strike him, managed to twist his waist. The powerful lance grazed his side, and the tall knight opposite couldn't stop his momentum, leaning forward slightly. The small knight's lance directly struck his opponent's abdomen, knocking him off his horse. He pointed his lance down at his fallen opponent and lifted his visor. "Owen, did you go easy on me?" The fallen knight struggled to his feet, lifted his visor, and spat. "Kano, your strength has increased. The last time we sparred, although you dodged my charge, you didn't have enough power to knock me off my horse." Owen drew his sword, braced his shield, and motioned for Kano to dismount and fight on foot. Owen adopted a conservative combat strategy. He kept his body hidden behind his shield, striking with his sword in the gaps of Kano's attacks, slowly accumulating wounds on Kano. But Kano was eager to test the growth of his strength, wielding a heavy oak sword and repeatedly hacking at Owen's shield, tearing the family crest on it to shreds. Finally, before Kano became weak from blood loss, Owen was struck by a powerful sword blow that made him kneel, creating a flaw in his tight defense. Kano took the opportunity to thrust his longsword, which was resting on the edge of Owen's shield, forward. The longsword followed Owen's neck into his body, piercing through his entire chest. Owen's body transformed back into thick fog, and soon after, he re-emerged from the fog, dressed in his regular clothes. "Good lad, you defeated me." Kano was currently linked to the earth through vines. Fine tendrils extended deep into his internal organs, while the other end connected to the ground. His pale face, due to blood loss, gradually recovered, and the sickly, drowsy feeling disappeared. Kano then stood up and shook his head at the delighted Owen. "I only benefited from my increased strength. My horsemanship and swordsmanship haven't surpassed yours yet." Owen laughed and clapped Kano on the shoulder. "What are you thinking? Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses. Except for Lancelot, who can claim to be omnipotent. Besides, after I'm defeated, more formidable round table knights will spar with you. You'll learn from their experience and continue to improve. So when can I be promoted to a true knight? Kano asked. At your growth rate, next year. It'll definitely happen next year. Owen still chose to be evasive, some things everyone tacitly agreed not to tell Kano. You'll understand when you grow up. JPG. At least tell me who will be sparring with me tomorrow. Kano asked helplessly. It won't be someone too different from my strength. We don't want to give you any trauma, Owen reassured Kano. But that's for the day after tomorrow. As for tomorrow, how's your magic coming along? My mother seems to have said that she's sending someone tomorrow to give you a magic exam. You'd best prepare, as she never knows what moderation is. Kano's face turned pale again. Morgan's love was not something an ordinary person could endure. The holidays had just ended, and even the professors were still a bit disoriented. After a full day of study, the little wizards gradually returned to their usual state. Only Kano, he was nervously waving his wand, constantly flipping through textbooks like Standard Book of Spells. What's wrong with him? Harry had never seen Kano so flustered, and Hermione and Ron, whom he asked, also shook their heads. He looks like he has an exam tomorrow. Ron turned to Hermione. Hermione shook her head firmly. Impossible, exams are always announced in advance, and besides, the holidays just ended. No one could figure it out, and no one dared to ask Kano. So, at midnight the next day, Kano opened his eyes, dodged Filch and his cat, and walked towards the Black Lake. A thick fog swirled, and a druid in green robes emerged from it. He had a youthful face and also held a wand. Son of the trees, Canopus Black, he bowed, I am here on Lady Morgan's orders to assess your magic studies. Kano also bowed. May I ask your name? The other party paused, then smiled and said, I am just an unworthy apprentice, otherwise Lady Morgan would not have sent me. You can just call me Ovade. Ovade is the lowest rank among the 3 druid levels, a designation for newcomers. Anyone willing to study diligently can become an Ovade. They often wear green robes and were the logistics personnel and entertainment troupe members of the ancient Celtic people. Strictly speaking, Kano, who had not yet been assessed, was also an Ovade. However, Kano did not dare to underestimate the Ovade in front of him. His youthful appearance was likely due to an early death. If he was truly weak, he wouldn't even know Morgan, let alone enter Fairy after death. The 2 wizards took their stances and simultaneously waved their wands. Kano erected a wall woven from vines in front of him, blocking Ovade's view. At the same time, his eyes began to glow with a green light. This was Kano's innate ability, life vision, which allowed him to see living beings directly through obstacles. Ovade waved his wand left and right, and 2 branches fell from the trees by the lake, transforming into wooden spears that flew towards Kano's position, only to be entangled by the flexible vines. At this moment, Kano was stirring his magic, which surged back and forth in his chest as he began to chant a spell. Moonbeam. After a few incantations, Kano waved his wand, and moonlight gathered into a beam above Ovade's head and plummeted down. Ovade also waved his wand, and water from the Black Lake immediately flew out, condensing into a shield that absorbed Kano's moonlight. Very good, Mr. Canopus. Not every apprentice can master Moonbeam. I can't cast it instantly yet, and you still blocked it. Kano's voice came from behind the vines. Ovade immediately fired 3 wooden spears in quick succession, piercing Kano's defense, but Kano was not at the location from which the voice came. Ventriloquism charm. I can do more than just druid spells now. Accompanying Kano's voice, the ground beneath Ovade's feet turned into a mire, surging like a tide. Ovade immediately transformed into a white owl, breaking free from Kano's restraint. You can turn into a bird. What kind of Ovade are you? This is also my talent. You can't stop me from using it, can you? The owl spoke in human language, its head rotating wildly as it searched for Kano's position. Kano secretly pouted. He could only transform into a white hound or a small wild boar. The next stage of druid transfiguration was to become a bird, such as an eagle or an owl. Druids in animal form cannot cast spells. Kano continuously tapped his wand on the ground, and wave after wave of wooden needles flew from various trees, striking Ovade, who was in owl form. The snowy white owl transformed back into human form in mid-air, waving his wand to create a defensive barrier around him. The wooden needles clattered against the air wall, and Ovid finally landed safely. Kano, hiding behind a tree, suddenly felt his leg tighten. Two thick thorny vines fiercely wrapped around his calves, embedding their thorns into his flesh. Owls in Celtic culture can traverse between life and death, their eyes can naturally pinpoint living people. The thorns moved swiftly, dragging the discovered Kano from his hiding place. Ovid continuously created wooden spears and threw them at Kano. Kano could only repeatedly use Diffindo to shatter the wooden spears and protect himself, having no time to break the thorns. Soon, he was dragged in front of Ovid, who pointed his wand at him. "You lose, Mr. Canopus." "I don't think so." Ovid suddenly felt a dizzy spell and fell to the ground. Kano broke the two thorny vines wrapped around his legs, stood up, and took Ovid's wand. "Very good, how did you do that?" The next second, Ovid's figure flickered, and the wand in Kano's hand also vanished into a mist. Kano first grimaced as he pulled out the several thorn spikes embedded in his flesh, then retrieved two metal needles from the ground behind Ovid, their tips glowing with a faint green light. Ovid took them with interest and sniffed them under his nose. "It has a strong sleep-inducing effect, but I've never seen this potion. Did you invent it?" "How could I?" Kano shook his head. "It's tipped with a few drops of water of life and death, a powerful sedative invented in the last few centuries. And these two needles were transformed on the spot from wooden needles using transfiguration." Kano tapped his wand, and the two metal needles changed back into wooden needles. "You mixed these two needles with the wooden needles in your attack, and if I'm not mistaken, you also used a knight's armor-piercing technique." Ovid patted Kano's shoulder admiringly. "I used a little trick. We are both druids, very sensitive to wood, water, and wind, but we don't usually interact much with metals other than gold and silver. So when these two iron needles, using a knight's armor-piercing arrow technique, penetrated the shield and hit you, you didn't even notice." Kano sat back, and the vines on the ground formed a chair. Ovid did the same, sitting beside him. "Lady Morgan will be very pleased," Ovid said, looking at Kano, who was somewhat fatigued from excessive use of magic. "This is exactly the direction she wants you to grow in. Absorbing cutting-edge knowledge of modern magic, constantly improving on ancient druid abilities, and facing different opponents, always using methods they don't understand to achieve victory. Won't that be too underhanded?" Kano was a bit confused. He had thought that even if he won today, it wouldn't be recognized. "Lady Morgan only wants you to win every battle, fulfill your destiny, and return to Fairy." Ovid's figure slowly faded. "She doesn't care about the means to achieve the end. Go back and rest. I will come back to test you again before your holidays begin." Kano quietly basked in the moonlight for a while, then smiled. "That's truly your style, Sister Morgan." Wood's mouth opened and closed, and the Gryffindor Quidditch team members looked dazed. What did Wood say?" George nudged Fred with his arm. "He said Snape is the referee for the Quidditch final," Fred replied instinctively. Harry didn't know how he got back to the common room. He felt like everything was over. "You shouldn't play. How about faking an illness? Just say your leg is broken. Really break your leg." Hermione and Ron learned about the situation from Harry, offering suggestions one after another. Harry shook his head. "Gryffindor doesn't have a backup seeker. If I don't play, the Gryffindor team can't even participate in the match." Kano comforted him. "It's okay. I don't think Snape would target you in front of the entire school. Our opponent in the final is Hufflepuff. Having Snape, the Slytherin dean, as the referee actually limits him. Headmaster Dumbledore must have his own arrangements." Harry nodded. He had no choice but to brace himself and play. At this moment, Neville hopped into the portrait hole, his round face flushed red. Everyone in the common room laughed, but Hermione didn't. She stepped forward to undo the leglocker curse on him, and Kano pulled over an armchair for him to sit down. "Malfoy, that guy ambushed me outside the library, saying he wanted to try out a new spell he learned." Neville's clothes still had bloodstains. Harry, Ron, and Hermione stood up with grim faces, preparing to find Professor McGonagall. Kano, however, looked closely at Neville. "This blood isn't yours." "Of course not." Neville laughed. "Malfoy had Crabbe and Goyle hold me, and he cast a leglocker curse on me. As soon as he finished the spell, I head-butted him right on the nose." "Harry, Malfoy was covered in blood when his cronies carried him away." Neville excitedly waved his fist. Harry remembered Malfoy, with a bloody nose, yelling for his father on the night of the duel, and burst out laughing. The Gryffindors in the common room became boisterous, pulling out snacks to celebrate Malfoy's unlucky nose. Did Neville seem to show courage in resisting oppressors earlier because he was facing a Malfoy who repeatedly suffered setbacks? Kano couldn't say for sure, but it was a good thing overall. At this moment, Harry let out a frustrated growl. In his hand was a chocolate frog card, and the bearded Dumbledore was looking at him curiously. Nicholas Flamel, I found him. He flipped the card over and pointed a line of small text to Kano and the others. Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel discovered the 12 uses of dragon's blood. Kano calmly watched Hermione run back to her dormitory, pull out a thick book, open it to a page, and point it out to them. The book read, Ancient alchemy involves the creation of the Philosopher's Stone, a magical substance with astonishing powers. The Philosopher's Stone can turn any metal into pure gold and can also produce the elixir of life, which makes the drinker immortal. For many centuries, there have been reports of the Philosopher's Stone, but the only one currently in existence belongs to Mr. Nicholas Flamel, the renowned alchemist and opera lover. He celebrated his 665th birthday last year and now lives in seclusion in Devon with his wife Perinell, 658 years old. He has the only Philosopher's Stone in this world, whether you call it the Philosopher's Stone, the Sorcerer's Stone, or whatever. Hermione lowered her voice. Hagrid's big dog must be guarding it. That thing is in Hogwarts. Snape definitely wants it. As long as he gets the Philosopher's Stone, he can turn lead into gold and live forever. Harry continued, excited by solving the puzzle. Anyone would be tempted, wouldn't they? Ron also chimed in. This person is over 600 years old. No wonder we couldn't find him among famous modern wizards. Kano listened to the youngsters discuss, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and interrupted them. I have a question. Why would Nicholas Flamel place the Philosopher's Stone, which is practically his life and fortune, in Hogwarts? The three looked at each other, unable to answer for a moment. Hogwarts is the safest place in the wizarding world, Harry said, not entirely sure. Harry, Gringotts is very safe. Would you store your invisibility cloak there? Of course not, Harry said reflexively. How could such an important item be out of my possession? Exactly. Such an important item as the Philosopher's Stone. No matter where you put it, it's not as reassuring as keeping it on you. Kano shook his head. I'll just say it directly, I'm afraid this thing is bait. Bait. Hermione seemed to realize something. Who does Dumbledore want to catch with it? Maybe Snape, or someone else. Kano feigned ignorance. The three hot-headed youngsters had cold water splashed on them and slowly calmed down. It seems this matter is still very complicated. Harry's mood was also very complex, feeling as if he had done something useless. There must be more to this story, but Harry, that doesn't stop us from enjoying the show, does it? Kano patted Harry's shoulder, stretched, and went back to sleep. Why did Kano, who had always been aloof, suddenly intervene? It's simple. Dumbledore had an entire Brave Harry training plan, and this plan was very flexible, with its implementation entirely dependent on Dumbledore's micromanagement. Dumbledore's micromanagement skills were very high, roughly equivalent to a dozen perfect strategists. But his plan had a characteristic: it assigned specific roles to the Golden Trio. Harry was responsible for confronting Lord Voldemort directly and didn't need to think. Ron, from a pure-blood background, was very knowledgeable about the intricacies of the wizarding world. Hermione was brilliant, the brains and logistics of the Golden Trio. However, throughout the entire process of defeating Lord Voldemort, Harry often made misjudgments due to his dislike of Snape, thereby leading his friends into trouble. Not to mention his impulsiveness, which directly led to the death of his godfather, Sirius. So Kano planned to add a line to Dumbledore's plan, to give Harry some brains, so that perhaps in the future he would cause less trouble due to impulsiveness. He couldn't just stand by and watch Harry inadvertently cause someone around him to die in the future. Kano lay in bed, pondering the trap Dumbledore had set for Lord Voldemort this year. It seemed Harry still trusted him, but if he were to act with Harry, those obstacles could be easily overcome. The difficulty of putting in effort but not fully trying was higher. After all, Hermione was very clear about his strength during classes. Should he find an excuse to disappear for a while, like Dumbledore? Or, should he take this opportunity to have a preliminary confrontation with Lord Voldemort and see what state he was truly in now? At my current level, fighting Quirrell should be no problem, right? Harry was very nervous, feeling like a piece of sausage hanging from a rafter in winter. The cold wind howled as he stood in the players' tunnel, thinking of Snape, who would soon appear before him as the referee. When he steeled himself and walked out, he was greeted by the enthusiastic cheers of Gryffindor. He saw the old wizard, very conspicuous, standing on the main platform. Dumbledore had arrived. Harry excitedly ran around, knowing he was safe. Snape would never dare to cause trouble in front of Dumbledore. Snape's face looked so bad, I wish I could have watched longer, Ron laughed, putting his arms around Connor and Neville's shoulders. Connor heard Hermione let out a long sigh of relief. Ouch! Ron's back of the head was poked, and he immediately turned around to find Malfoy and his two cronies. My apologies, Weasley, I didn't see you. Malfoy, with Crabbe and Goyle, sat behind the group. Connor looked at them with pity. Neville, do you know what kind of person is the most pathetic? Neville shook his head in confusion. Connor gestured backward with his chin. You'll understand in a moment. When Snape inexplicably awarded Hufflepuff a penalty shot, Malfoy's voice came from behind. How long do you think Potter can stay on his broom today? Want to bet, Weasley? No one paid attention to him. Malfoy laughed as if he had won, and his two cronies echoed with laughter like a creaking bellows. A few minutes later, Snape called a foul on Gryffindor, and Malfoy spoke again. Do you know how Gryffindor picks its players? Whoever's most miserable gets chosen. Potter has no parents, Weasley has no money. Why aren't you on the team? Neville Longbottom, you clearly have no brains. Neville clenched his fists and turned around, while Ron, with his eyes fixed on Harry, threatened Malfoy. Malfoy, if you dare say one more word. Connor patted Neville, telling him to calm down. Neville, those who can't see the situation clearly are the most pathetic. Connor raised his hands and shouted loudly, Students, let's cheer for Gryffindor, throw your scarves. The hot-blooded Gryffindor immediately responded, and a shower of red and gold scarves was thrown into the air. Connor extended his magic wand and pointed it at the seats. Malfoy, Crabbe, and Goyle's chairs suddenly grew. The three were caught off guard and lifted into mid-air, screaming in terror, but their figures and shouts were completely drowned out by the thrown scarves and the deafening cheers. Connor briefly recited a few magic spells, and the scarves in mid-air were blown together by the wind, tightly wrapping around the three, forming a roaring lion's head sculpture. Ron and Hermione couldn't help but look up. From their angle, they could see three people, wrapped like caterpillars, wriggling inside the lion's head. Connor, that was great, Neville said happily. Malfoy's mouth really stinks. They came to cause trouble, that's one thing, but didn't they notice that almost everyone here is a Gryffindor student? Connor shook his head. He had used a lot of magic and sat down, feeling a bit tired. Connor had also deliberately left a view for the three in the sculpture, allowing them to see the situation on the field while constrained. Free brain treatment, I'm truly a good person. As Connor was thinking, Harry on the field suddenly dived down. Before Snape could again favor Hufflepuff, he saw Harry raise his arm high. We won. Harry caught the snitch. Gryffindor erupted in cheers, and Professor McGonagall happily set off fireworks with her magic wand. Perhaps, this year she wouldn't have to watch Snape wander around in front of her every day, like a fetishist, hugging the Quidditch cup. Dumbledore smiled at Harry, and Harry confirmed it was a smile of relief. Wood excitedly dove down, dismounting his broom not far from the ground, rushing to Harry's side and lifting him up. We're leading in total points. No one has ever ended a game so quickly, Harry, you've made history. Harry happily held up the golden snitch, and the twins circled around him on their brooms, blowing sharp whistles. Let's congratulate Gryffindor. Gryffindor is aiming for the championship this year. Jordan jumped onto the commentator's table, waving his hands wildly. Professor McGonagall no longer had time to pay attention to him. Connor looked at the golden red sea before him with emotion, thinking about the football career in his hometown that he didn't know when it would rise. Should I make some money in the future and go back to my hometown to start a team? But starting a team is too expensive. I'll create another white striped chicken brand, and we can cross-promote each other to recover some funds. Shaking his head to stop his wild thoughts, Connor waved his magic wand, and the three people entangled inside the lion's head fell down with a thud. Malfoy was crushed under his two cronies, howling heartbreakingly. Did I hear wrong? Someone was shouting something about a nose. Hermione seemed to have heard something, but Neville firmly shook his head. Nothing at all, let's go find Harry. An hour later, Harry left the changing room. He planned to store his Nimbus 2000 in the broom shed and then return to the common room to enjoy everyone's cheers. But at the entrance of the broom shed, he saw Snape, wearing a hood, stealthily walking towards the Forbidden Forest. That gait was simply too distinctive, always making one think of bouncing spiders or similar creatures. Harry remounted his broom and silently followed. As he paused in the canopy of a beech tree, he heard Snape and Quirrell's conversation below. I don't know why you chose to meet here, Severus. You know, Quirrell. The matter of the Philosopher's Stone should not be known to students, Snape replied coldly. He took a few steps forward, forcing Quirrell against a large tree. Have you figured out how to get past that dog? Never mind, I don't care about your little secrets. I don't understand. You understand everything, Quirrell. Snape still looked expressionless. It won't be long. Once you've decided who you serve, we will talk again. With that, he pulled up his hood and walked towards the castle. Quirrell seemed paralyzed with fear, not moving for a long time. Harry deftly flew back to the castle. He pulled Ron and Hermione from the celebrating crowd, found an empty classroom, and relayed everything he had heard to them. Our analysis was correct, that thing really is the Philosopher's Stone, and Snape really wants it, Harry concluded definitively. If Snape has already found a way to deal with Cerberus, why would he still threaten Quirrell? Ron asked. Perhaps as a dark arts defense expert, Quirrell was also involved in the protection of the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione guessed, perhaps Snape is trying to find a way to extract those magic spells from Quirrell's mouth. Then the Philosopher's Stone might not be safe for long. As Ron mentioned this, the three thought of Quirrell's timid appearance and shook their heads with a sigh. Oh, right, where's Kano? Harry remembered his earliest friend. At this moment, Kano was sitting in the principal's office, holding a teacup, looking troubled at a plate of wiggling cockroaches in front of him. I thought you young people would be more open to new things. These candies are really delicious. Dumbledore smacked his lips regretfully, picked up a wiggling cockroach, threw it into his thick white beard, and crunched away. Principal, people's hobbies are free, but sometimes I would advise others to see a therapist. Kano sighed and quickly took a sip of black tea to suppress the discomfort of witnessing such a bizarre scene. Do you need me for something? Dumbledore knew when to stop and pushed the plate of cockroaches aside. Nothing much, just some thoughts on Harry's training plan. I know, but I didn't expect you to be so eager to discuss this with me. Dumbledore interlaced his long fingers. You can speak freely. You should be aware of my strength, Principal. Once I participate in this year's trial, Harry won't have a chance to train, Kano said directly. So I want to act alone first and fight Quirrell at the final checkpoint. It's also a good opportunity to see what state Lord Voldemort is in right now. I hope you give me a heads up before launching the plan, Principal, so I can prepare early. Dumbledore pondered for a while. He occasionally watched Kano's morning exercises by the lake. Based on the strength he displayed, not to mention the little tricks he prepared for Harry and his two friends, even directly facing Quirrell wouldn't pose any risk. All right. Dumbledore nodded. Then it's settled. I'll notify you in advance before the plan begins. Kano turned and left the headmaster's office. The portraits on the walls, which had been feigning sleep, all woke up. Oh, the new generation of the Black family, it truly moves me. Phineas Nigellus, from within his portrait, exclaimed loudly, occasionally wiping the corner of his eye. He was a direct descendant of the House of Black and also the most unpopular principal in Hogwarts history. But he's a Gryffindor, the same house as those good-for-nothing people you talk about, isn't he? Principal Delise Derwent seemed to be suppressing a laugh, her long silver curls swaying slightly. It must be the Sorting Hat acting up, that muddled old thing. Phineas immediately shouted, his goatee almost sticking straight up. Even if his mother is a Weasley, he is of noble pureblood. His heart is full of secrets, and his actions are well measured. How is he like a foolish Gryffindor? The Gryffindor principals from other frames roared, and walking sticks, shoes, and false teeth flew into Phineas's painting, making him cower and run around. Dumbledore paused and then spoke, that child holds a destiny. The room suddenly fell silent, as if fearing to disturb something. Dumbledore, you said that child has a destiny? Does he know it himself? Phineas asked eagerly, and Dumbledore nodded affirmatively. Armando Dippet sighed. He knew the dangers of destiny, yet still chose to return to the mortal world from Fairy. The bravest person could do no more. The successive principals lost interest in discussing and all fell asleep. At this time, Kano returned to the common room. Harry told him about Snape threatening Quirrell. Kano knew the truth but didn't expose it. He merely told Harry to pay attention to Quirrell and Snape's movements during this period. In the following weeks, Quirrell became increasingly gaunt and pale, while Snape remained as gloomy as ever. But there was no sign of the Philosopher's Stone, guarded by Fluffy, being stolen, which made Harry and his friends look at Quirrell in a new light. Kano knew that Quirrell's changes were entirely due to Lord Voldemort, who was on the back of his head, absorbing his life force. Now, even without activating life vision, Kano could feel Lord Voldemort's twisted soul growing stronger day by day. But it didn't matter. The current Lord Voldemort had no physical body and couldn't interfere with the real world, otherwise, Harry would have died long ago. The Easter holiday was approaching, and exams were imminent. Harry had already freed himself from the cautious mindset he had when he first started school, fearing that if he didn't do well, he would be sent back to the Dursleys. Influenced by Ron, he swung to the other extreme idleness. There are still 10 weeks until the exam, Hermione. I'll study after one more game of wizard chess. Yeah, Hermione. There are still hundreds of years until the exam. The two chess addicts ignored Hermione's reminders, while Hermione had already entered her pre-exam sprint. A writing sprint, which was actually a marathon. Kano continued to study diligently and hone his physique. During this period, his opponents were mostly knights who were not very famous in history, but they each had their strengths and ranked higher than Owen in the Round Table. In recent days, his opponent was a knight wearing light armor. He looked quite down and out, not even having a lance. In contrast, his archery completely suppressed Kano. This knight specialized in rapid fire, carrying 2 full quivers of arrows on his back, with arrowheads designed as 3-sided pyramids specifically for piercing armor. Not to mention how tricky his shooting angles were. In his storm-like offense, several arrows would always use magic armor-piercing techniques. Although Kano also mastered it, he was not as proficient as this knight. Moreover, since he couldn't determine which of his arrows used magic, he could only use his shield to block every arrow as if facing a formidable enemy. This also put a lot of pressure on his mind. Kano held his shield in his left hand, strenuously blocking the arrows shot by his opponent, trying to get closer to him. But after a while, the horse beneath him was shot through the abdomen by an arrow, and it painfully threw Kano off its back. Kano rolled on the ground to dissipate the force. Just as he was about to get up, his shield-holding arm was pinned to the ground by a magic armor-piercing arrow. The next arrow grazed his neck, drawing a trail of blood. Kano sighed helplessly and removed his armor. According to the experience of the past few days, the opponent should have just disappeared. But this time, the opponent took off his face mask, revealing a somewhat weathered face. Canopus, do you only defend? Kano wanted to get close to the opponent and knock him off his horse with a lance or a sword. But each time, he died on the way to the charge. Why don't you try to disrupt my offensive rhythm? You're not afraid of pain, are you? The opponent gave Kano a gentle hint, reined in his horse, and repositioned himself. Kano suddenly understood, summoned a fully armored warhorse from the mist again, and redonned his armor. This time, he didn't pick up his shield, but instead gripped the hard bow hanging by the saddle. Both of them simultaneously took their bows in hand, drew their arrows, and aimed at each other. Kano's opponent was more skilled than Kano. His arrow shot straight for Kano's throat. Kano tilted his head, maintaining his stance, and aimed with his drawn bow. The opponent's arrow grazed Kano's shoulder armor, cutting a gash. Kano released his grip, and the arrow flew, heading straight for the eye of the opponent's warhorse. The opponent originally thought the arrow would be aimed at himself and didn't have time to turn his horse around in a hurry. The opponent's warhorse fell to the ground, and Kano immediately advanced, pressing his lance against the opponent's chest. Very good, Canopus, that's enough for today. The opponent's figure shattered, blending into the thick fog. But don't neglect your archery practice. You'll have to face Tristan later. He can use intercepting arrows. At night, Kano stood under an oak tree in the Forbidden Forest, dressed in white robes. Weeks after the dragon Norbert left, Malfoy found his occasional strange smiles were suddenly useless. Harry and Ron looked at him with the same pitying gaze they usually reserved for Crabbe and Goyle. It took Malfoy several days to realize, belatedly, that the dragon had vanished, leaving no trace except for 3 empty crates of brandy bottles at Hagrid's. He was furious and immediately went to Snape to report the incident. But Snape, seeing no evidence, took no action. This greatly disappointed Malfoy, so he began to harass Cano. Potter doesn't understand dragons at all, Granger is a mudblood, and Weasley and Longbottom together can't even make up a complete brain. You helped that oaf send the dragon away, didn't you, Black? Malfoy said firmly. Cano raised his eyebrows. I don't like the word mudblood, and I like you even less. I advise you to stay away from me, Malfoy, and don't make trouble for yourself. What isn't yours won't become yours no matter how much you throw a tantrum. Only your father will always indulge you, I won't. Cano's contemptuous warning had no effect, and Malfoy continued to annoy Cano with childish methods. So, Cano didn't hesitate to take action. For the next week, whenever Malfoy dared to step out of the castle, a bird of some kind would fly over his head and drop its payload. As he scurried away, clutching his head in a panic, 1 or 2 vines would always coincidentally appear under his feet, tripping him to the ground. The most infuriating thing was that when he stood up, covered in white stains, he would often see Crabbe and Goyle, completely unharmed, running over in a fluster. That's right, Cano only targeted Malfoy. After several repetitions, even a fool would know something was wrong. Malfoy finally had to give in. Canopus Black, you win, I won't harass you anymore. Malfoy came to submit his ceasefire request to Cano, his eyes filled with resentment. Oh, did I do something? Cano nodded innocently, but it's good that you won't harass me anymore, I can also rest for a while. Malfoy was so angry he nearly ground his teeth, deeply regretting that he had picked the wrong target and hit a brick wall. Cano, however, wasn't planning to let him off so easily, as Malfoy had provoked him several times. Cano decided to give him a strong dose of medicine. Recently, Cano's druid potion formula improvements had achieved phased results, the ancient formula's missing ingredients had largely found substitutes. Now Cano needed to produce a batch of finished products to test their efficacy. Among them was a progeny potion that could increase the chances of animal conception. Cano's thought was, if old Lucius got this potion and Malfoy had a younger brother, would Malfoy still be so favored? It's important to know that while Western noble titles are inherited by the eldest son, property is not. This means that if Lucius had a son in middle age and loved him dearly, the inheritance Malfoy would receive would be significantly reduced. Moreover, the inheritance of magic family lines isn't so rigid. After all, the eldest son might be a squib. So, if a second son was exceptionally outstanding, even the family business might be passed to him. The family business here refers to years of accumulated connections and ancestral magic, which cannot be compared to mere gold and silver. Cano, with mischief in his heart, performed a druid ritual in the Forbidden Forest on the night of the full moon. A golden druid accessory, representing the sun, hung from his chest. He held a golden scimitar, representing the crescent moon. He nimbly climbed the oak tree, and when the moon was at its zenith, he used the scythe in his hand to cut down several sprigs of mistletoe. A magic-infused white cloth floated in the air beneath the tree, steadily catching them. The cut mistletoe could not touch the ground, the white cloth caught it to signify its purity. Cano jumped down from the tree, used the scythe to cut his fingertip, and shook off 2 drops of blood, serving as an offering. Originally, a white ox was required as a sacrifice, but Cano's status was special, so a symbolic gesture was sufficient. Moonlight immediately gathered in the mistletoe on the white cloth, causing it to emit a faint glow. Cano picked up the mistletoe and placed it in an oak box. Mistletoe is a parasitic plant that often appears on the sacred tree in Druid culture, the oak. Therefore, mistletoe itself became a sacred object, and because its sap is milky white, it also gained the function of promoting animal reproduction. Cano would use it as the main ingredient to formulate the progeny potion. He hoped Malfoy could still happily be the young master in the future. Cano himself wasn't planning to personally incur hatred, he intended to entrust the agency and distribution of this potion to the Weasley family. After all, their family was famous for having many children, which was practically a living advertisement. Then, a few dozen bottles would be put up for auction, and Lucius couldn't help but be tempted. Cano patted the small box into his pocket, yawned, and prepared to return to the castle to sleep. After a few steps, he saw a tall, dark figure approaching, letting out a low growl. Who's there? It's me, Hagrid. Kano extended his hands, moonlight spilling onto his white robes, paired with his handsome, pale face, making him look like an exiled immortal under the moon. Kano, what are you doing here? Hagrid let out a long breath and lowered the crossbow he had been holding level. Headmaster Dumbledore should have told you that I've been in the Forbidden Forest for some things recently, Kano said as he walked over to Hagrid. Kano, you don't understand. Hagrid scanned around, as if something was lurking in the darkness. Recently, the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest have been attacked, and I still haven't figured out what's doing it. Is it starting now? Kano knew that Quirrell's vitality was already very weak. Lord Voldemort was forcing him to attack unicorns to replenish his life force by drinking unicorn blood. But those who extend their lives this way would be cursed, they would gain a half-dead life. Yet, what did that matter to Quirrell? What curse could be more terrifying than Lord Voldemort? A panicked whinny sounded in the distance, and Hagrid immediately recognized it as a unicorn's voice. Kano, you stay here for now. Before Hagrid could finish his sentence, Kano pulled a tall horse from the mist, mounted it, and galloped away. The tangled tree roots in the Forbidden Forest all moved, clearing a flat path for him. Hagrid, I'm going first, follow as quickly as you can. Kano squeezed the horse's flank, and the steed immediately carried him far away. When he arrived at the injured unicorn's location, the poor little creature was already on its last breath. This unicorn looked like it hadn't reached adulthood yet. Its body was soaked in its own flowing silver-white blood, and it was breathing weakly. Kano reluctantly cut his wrist with the golden scythe and began to draw a magic circle on the spot. Belleranus, please grant it life and vitality. A trace of golden blood flowed from Kano's wrist, outlining Ogham runes on the ground. Arianrod, please heal the wounds of the Pure One. The little unicorn's breathing became increasingly difficult. Kano sprinkled his blood around it, gradually forming a circle. Cernunnos, please watch over your kin. Kano's blood drew a magic circle on the ground, filled with densely packed Ogham runes forming a prayer. Symbols representing the sun and moon were arranged at both ends, and the divine emblem of the horned god appeared beneath the little unicorn. Kano suppressed the dizziness from the massive blood loss, wiped his wrist, and stopped the bleeding. He drew his wand and began to recite a poem in Druidic. Tender leaves grow, cattle bellow. Torrents rush through the valley. A current yearning for the ocean. The life-filled poem echoed in the Forbidden Forest, and the magic circle carved into the ground began to glow faintly. Black mist was continuously expelled from the unicorn's wounds, and even the viscous silver blood slowly flowed back into its body. Hagrid finally arrived at the clearing. He knew Kano was trying to help the injured unicorn, so he held up his crossbow and stood guard. Hagrid, don't be impulsive. Two figures emerged from the darkness. They were centaurs. They had the bodies of horses and the upper bodies of humans, like Chiron, the hero teacher from Greek legend. These two centaurs were Bane and Ronan. They had black fur, and Bane's skin was a bit darker. Strange, the stars did not show this. Bane watched Kano, who was continuously casting magic and reciting prayers, with a wary gaze, his forehooves pacing on the ground, making a clicking sound. These things can be discussed later, he is now trying to save that holy life. Ronan sighed with a melancholic voice, I hope he succeeds. Hey, I don't care what the stars told you, but can't you help Kano? Hagrid said indignantly. We can try. Another centaur with a silver mane and blue eyes walked out of the forest, followed by a large group of centaurs, all looking at Kano with keen interest. You shouldn't bring your tribe here, Firenze. Bane seemed very displeased. The elder said that since Oak's son has visited, we should show centaur courtesy. Firenze responded neither obsequiously nor arrogantly. Hearing that it was the elder's wish, Bane also stopped speaking. The centaurs gathered around the magic circle, carefully avoiding the glowing red patterns on the ground. They took out the longbows from their backs and readjusted the tension of the bowstrings. After a brief adjustment, the centaurs' hands continuously plucked, playing simple melodies with their bowstrings, while simultaneously raising their hooves to beat out soothing rhythms. Firenze, Ronan, and Bane each led a portion of their tribe, simultaneously singing ancient songs. Firenze led the singing, praising the truths of nature. His voice brought peace, but it contained an unshakable, firm will. Ronan's voice was magnetic and sorrowful. The songs he led depicted separation and death, as well as a longing for new life. Bane's voice was rough and unrestrained. His songs described hunting, courtship, and feasting, filled with endless vitality and passion. The centaurs shook their manes and tails. 3 different melodies and rhythms merged, and the magic in the atmosphere also began to resonate. Invisible and intangible magic converged into a transparent stream, flowing into the magic circle at Kano's feet. The sun and moon emblems shifted, forming a triangle with the newly appeared star emblem. The 3 divine emblems shone together. Kano struggled to guide the power within them, injecting it into the divine emblem of the horned god at the center of the magic circle. A burst of black mist suddenly erupted from the little unicorn's body, then was shredded by the light. Kano's mind relaxed, and he sat on the ground. Before losing consciousness, he saw the little unicorn stand up again, playfully running towards him. The little unicorn ran to the unconscious Kano, affectionately nuzzling his cheek, but the already unconscious Kano showed no reaction. "Let me." Firenze stepped forward, put his longbow back on his back, and picked up Kano with both hands. "Firenze, how is Kano? What are you going to do?" Hagrid stepped forward nervously, but Firenze just shook his head. "Hagrid, my friend, don't be nervous." He extended a finger to Kano's forehead to check, and responded with a smile. "Oak's son is just a bit overexerted. Our elder previously instructed us to take him back to the tribe to rest. Dumbledore has agreed, he will receive thorough hospitality." "All right, Firenze, I trust the elder and Dumbledore. But when he comes out of the Forbidden Forest, I want to be the first to know." Hagrid still looked at the unconscious Kano with unease, but the situation didn't allow him to do anything. Firenze nodded silently. Bane snorted, seemingly displeased with Hagrid's caution. The centaurs quickly left the clearing, not forgetting to bury the magic circle on the ground before they left. The little unicorn snorted twice and followed far behind the centaur group, disappearing into the forest. Hagrid sighed, then fiercely raised his crossbow again, ready to find whatever had harmed the unicorn that night. The next morning, it was still the usual time to wake up. His biological clock awakened Kano from deep sleep. Opening his eyes, he saw the little unicorn staring at him intently. "You're recovering well, little one." Kano reached out and scratched the little unicorn's neck. The little one shook its head and dodged aside. Kano surveyed his surroundings. This was a house made of wood and mud, and beneath him was a bed similar to a rural Kong. Just then, the door opened from the outside, and a young centaur girl walked in, carrying a small pot of porridge. "You're awake. Are you feeling all right?" The young centaur placed the porridge on the table, curiously observing Kano. The little unicorn hid behind Kano, looking at the girl with him. "I'm fine. What's your name?" "My name is Abby. Hurry and eat. After you eat, I'll take you to see the elder." Abby shook her brown fur, still staring intently at Kano. Kano got out of bed, stood by the table, and finished the porridge. He could taste some invigorating and blood-replenishing herbs in it. "Let's go, take me over." Kano wiped his mouth and gestured to the little unicorn. The little one immediately came closer and walked out of the house with Kano, following Abby. The centaurs in the tribe were each doing their work, but whether they were weaving, drying, or even preparing to go hunting, they all turned their gaze towards Kano. Kano felt a bit strange, but there was nothing to fear. Abby led him towards the center of the settlement, where there was a somewhat dilapidated small house. "Please come in, Oak's son." An old voice came from inside, "Let the little ones wait outside." Kano entered, seeing an old centaur with a silver mane and brown eyes. His face was aged, but his eyes were deep, and he wore a simple linen robe with a few blue stripes dyed with unknown plants. "Welcome, Oak's son." The old centaur extended his hand, and Kano also reached out to grasp it. "Hello, elder. My name is Canopus Black, and thank you for your help last night," Kano said. "No need to thank me. Last night's stars changed because of your arrival, and I received an omen from it," the elder said, pointing upwards. "Your name is very interesting. It is closely related to the stars, isn't it?" The elder pulled over a chair, and Kano could tell it was specifically prepared for humans. "That's right, my name follows family tradition. The star Canopus belongs to the constellation Argo Navis," Kano explained. "Your life is closely linked to the oak, and Argo Navis was formed when the Argo ship ascended to the sky in Greek mythology." The old centaur showed an interested smile. "The only thing on the Argo related to oak was its talking plank made from a branch of the Dodona sacred oak." There are also theories that it was made into a figurehead that could speak to guide the direction and foresee the future. Kano nodded. I prefer that theory. After all, a plank on the bow is far less majestic than a figurehead. But Argo Navies has no bow. The old centaur's smile remained, because Jason was crushed to death in his later years by the figurehead that fell from the decaying Argo, so it did not ascend to the sky with the Argo to become a constellation. Very interesting, isn't it? It is indeed very interesting. With a subtle sense of dislocation, Kano nodded, but unless one understands constellations like you, one wouldn't notice these things. You're not planning to talk about myths with me today, are you? Elder, why did you call me here? Is there something you need? Kano stopped beating around the bush, but the old centaur seemed to still want to talk. No rush. I've spoken with Dumbledore. You'll rest here for a day, then return to the castle tomorrow. Later tonight, we'll discuss the main matter. For now, go explore the settlement. You are our honored guest. The elder smiled as he saw Kano out the door, instructing Abby to show him around properly. Understood, elder. Abby bounced once and pulled Kano to run, and Little Unicorn quickly followed. Kano's steps were still a bit unsteady, as he had undergone a ritual last night and then lost a large amount of blood. After only a few steps, Abby stopped, shaking her head in confusion. What's wrong, Abby? Kano asked. I'm thinking about where to take you to play, but there are no flowers or fruits this season. I can't just take you to fish by the river, Abby said, a little distressed. Actually, I don't mind. What have you all been doing lately? Kano asked. Recently, the elder started having everyone store food and make weapons. Abby scratched her long hair. He said Mars is shining, and war might not be far off. Kano understood. The centaur's predictions of major events had always been accurate. But tonight is when we centaurs hold our council, and after the council, we can have a big feast. Abby showed a look of longing. In the end, Abby still took Kano and Little Unicorn fishing in the river. Kano casually made a wooden spear, rolled up his trousers, and speared fish. Abby, meanwhile, kept trying to feed Little Unicorn various dried fruits. In the evening, Kano returned to the centaur camp, carrying 7 or 8 large fish skewered on a branch. A huge bonfire had already been set up in an open space, and centaurs were coming and going, carrying dried fruits, fresh water, and the game hunted that day. The elder sat on a platform, eyes half closed, dozing. Seeing Kano return, he beckoned him to sit beside him. As night fell, the centaurs emerged from their respective dwellings. This time, even the children participated, and Kano made an appearance before all the centaurs. This is Canopus Black, Oak's son. Yesterday, he rescued a dying unicorn in the Forbidden Forest. The elder introduced Kano. Today's meeting is about the impending wizard war. Canopus will observe, so please speak freely, everyone. As the elder announced the start of the meeting, the adult centaurs quickly divided into 3 teams. Standing at the head of the 3 teams were Bane, Ronan, and Forenza. They represent 3 different opinions. Whoever supports them, stand behind them. Abby whispered to Kano, the centaurs were truly voting with their feet. Fellow centaurs. Our bows are practiced to protect our homes, not to be human shields for wizards. I am against intervening in the wizard war, let them fight it out themselves. Behind Bane were mostly strong young centaurs, but they were unwilling to get involved in the wizard war, preferring to fortify themselves for self-preservation. At the same time, they also had many grievances against wizards. After all, few wizards communicated with centaurs as equals, they generally regarded centaurs as a type of magical creature. After Bane's speech, Forenza stepped forward. Behind him were many older centaurs, who, though quiet, exuded an undeniable presence. I believe we should intervene in the wizard war to a limited extent. Forenza first put forward his view. This wizard war is very likely to be initiated by you-know-who again. Everyone is well aware of his attitude towards non-human races. Once he wins, it will be impossible for us to remain in peace. But our people cannot withstand the attrition of the battlefield. Therefore, I propose sending a small team of centaurs to participate in the war alongside Dumbledore's side. These centaurs might all sacrifice themselves. To show my determination, I am willing to lead this team. Although Forenza looked ethereal, his proposal was very realistic. He saw this dispatched centaur team, including himself, as a sacrifice. He believed Dumbledore's side would win, and their sacrifice could secure a more comfortable environment for the centaurs after the war. His speech caused some commotion, and a few centaurs moved from Bane's team to his. Ronan was the last to speak. Fellow centaurs, I am usually responsible for the internal affairs of the tribe. I wonder if anyone has noticed that the game in the Forbidden Forest is decreasing. Many centaurs in Bane's team showed thoughtful expressions. Everyone knows why this is. The number of acromantulas has been rapidly increasing in recent years. Rabbits, deer, foxes, and even wolves are on their menu. Because we couldn't find the spider's lair for a while, this year, we exchanged our surplus herbs and fruits with Dumbledore for some food reserves. But once the wizards start fighting amongst themselves, what will we do? This isn't a matter of skipping a few meals. Ronan concluded, food is the most important resource for the tribe. Considering this, I believe we should find a way to accelerate the end of the wizard war. The centaurs discussed animatedly, because this was not a matter of attitude, but one concerning the survival of the tribe. Alright, that's enough. The elder spoke, and the centaurs quieted down. Kano, what are your thoughts? All the centaurs instantly focused their gaze on Kano. Kano was stunned, unsure why he had the right to speak. Isn't this centaur internal affairs? I shouldn't say anything, should I? The elder smiled and shook his head. You are a druid, and yesterday you showed your power and spirit. According to tradition, you can also speak. Kano secretly grumbled to himself. Centaurs naturally looked like druid creations, and now, seeing this, he almost believed it. Can those shape-shifting guys control their lower halves and not cause trouble for the world? Then I'll say a few words. Wait, the elder said, patting his head, I almost forgot, you have to transform first. Kano still looked at the elder in confusion. The elder placed his hand on Kano's shoulder, and a wisp of magic flowed into his body. Use druid transfiguration. Kano did as he was told. Originally, he could only transform into a dog or a pig, but guided by this magic, he actually transformed into a white centaur. Kano looked at his new form in confusion, flicking his large black tail, and the centaurs erupted in cheers. The young man is so handsome. Elder, let him stay in the tribe as a leader. He's still a little unicorn, come here to big sister. Kid, I need a son-in-law. Kano looked at the one jumping high to recruit a son-in-law. It was Bane, who had always disliked humans. Next time I come, I will definitely give you a bridle to shut that mouth of yours. The elder waited until everyone had their fun, then signaled Kano that he could begin. Kano cleared his throat and faced the centaurs. The next wizarding war is a war between the Death Eaters led by Lord Voldemort and the British magical world. In essence, it is a continuation of the last wizarding war. This is destined to be a brutal war. Centaurs cannot remain aloof, but you do not have enough power to intervene. So I support Firenze's idea that the centaurs need to send an elite force. But I suggest that the centaurs do not participate in direct combat, but instead form patrol teams to patrol the Forbidden Forest and protect the outskirts of Hogwarts. Kano actually didn't think much of the centaurs' combat effectiveness. Even if they could shoot through wizard shields with arrows, they had almost no magic resistance. Bringing the centaurs to the front lines would not be enough for them to last 10 minutes. It was only in their home ground, the Forbidden Forest, that centaurs could maximize their archery skills, both protecting themselves and striking the enemy. Kano's suggestion was to turn the centaurs into observation posts and rangers, and the centaurs began to discuss in low voices. After a while, most of the centaurs stood behind Firenze. The elder waved his hand, and the discussion ceased. Firenze stepped forward and threw a bundle of herbs he was holding into the bonfire. A cloud of smoke immediately rose from the bonfire, enveloping the entire area. The centaurs looked up at the starry sky, observing the constellations. Kano was now transformed into a centaur, and the smoke from the burning herbs also enveloped him. He, like the other centaurs, looked up, gazing at the night sky with hope, but as expected, the centaur method of divination still had no effect on him. He was just stimulated by the thick smoke, tears streaming down, unable to see anything. Haha, Kano, aren't you a druid? How come you don't get revelations from the stars? Abby laughed until she coughed, and the elder reached out and patted her head. Kano's situation is special. You're still laughing at him, but you can't divine either. That's so hard, just memorizing the herb recipes needed for divination gives me a headache. Abby stuck out her tongue and stopped laughing. All the centaurs saw Forenza's divination results. Mars was bright, representing war, which was expected. Another shining star was Jupiter, representing opportunity and wisdom. And those stars that represented obstacles or bad prospects, such as Saturn, showed no activity. This gave the centaurs, who firmly believed in the guidance of the stars, strong confidence. With the elders' approval, they decided to act according to the suggestions of Forenza and Kano. Oh, and about the acromantula problem, I will find time to solve it next year. Kano added to the elder, after all, druids must maintain the balance of species in the forest, and acromantula are a purely invasive species. Their place of origin is Borneo, within Indonesia and Brunei. They are genuine tropical creatures. It's truly a mystery how they survived in cold, rainy Britain. Thank you so much. But you're so dedicated, do you really want to be Bane's son-in-law? Ronan, hearing that Kano could solve the acromantula problem, also laughed and teased him. Kano waved his hands repeatedly, and the centaurs burst into laughter. After the meeting, the centaurs brought out brewed wine, stored fruits, and slices of meat were laid on the tables. Adult centaurs gathered around the bonfire, couples embraced, young men invited the girls they fancied, and soon pairs of centaurs were happily dancing together. The young centaurs gathered by the tables, stuffing delicious food into their mouths while watching their older brothers and sisters dance. Kano maintained his centaur transformation and learned some dance steps from Abby. But unfortunately, he had no dancing talent. His 4 legs almost tied themselves in knots. The next day, Kano was led by Bane and a few young men out of the tribe and walked towards the Black Lake. The little unicorn had gorged itself on fruit last night, and this morning it gently bit Kano, leaving a slobber mark, then turned and ran off. Kano could feel that as soon as he entered the forbidden forest, he could signal the little unicorn. "Alright, we'll see you off here." Bane's attitude had improved a lot. He patted Kano's shoulder and turned to walk deeper into the forbidden forest. "Goodbye, Bane." Kano waved goodbye. To his surprise, Bane turned back, a mischievous smile reappearing on his dark face. "Abby is my daughter, you can come anytime if you want to marry in. My centaur curse, Bane, you sly old fox." The black-maned centaur let out a burst of laughter, and with several other centaurs who were also laughing uncontrollably, they galloped away, disappearing from sight. Kano reported his safety to Hagrid in the hut and returned to the castle. Harry ran over, pale-faced, grabbed Kano, and pulled him into an empty classroom. Hey, what's wrong?" "Kano, my scar has started hurting." Harry clutched his forehead in panic. "Tell me, is this related to Lord Voldemort?" "Why would you think that?" Kano looked at Harry with some surprise. "You weren't here these past 2 days, and my scar suddenly started hurting at night, so I asked Ron and Hermione to help me look through books in the library. One book said that dark arts contain the caster's strong malice, so when the caster's emotions fluctuate strongly, the scar left on the victim will burn. Has Lord Voldemort returned?" Harry gripped Kano's shoulder tightly. "Has Lord Voldemort, who killed my parents, returned?" "I'm afraid so, Harry. According to you, Lord Voldemort might really be back," Kano replied seriously. "Where is he? I'm going to find him, I'm going to get revenge." Harry let go of Kano's shoulder and started pacing around the empty classroom. "Calm down, Harry. You're just a little wizard right now, and your parents wouldn't want you consumed by hatred. One step at a time. Lord Voldemort won't recover that quickly, you nearly killed him back then." Under Kano's soothing words, Harry gradually calmed down, but a new determination flickered in his eyes. "After the exams, I want to talk to Headmaster Dumbledore," Harry said in a low voice. "I support you, buddy." Kano said this, but in his heart, he thought, it's more likely that old Dumbledore will come to see you. Actually, Harry's scar suddenly hurt entirely because Lord Voldemort, through Quirrell, drank unicorn blood. The life force from the unicorn blood allowed Lord Voldemort to recover somewhat, though, of course, poor Quirrell's life was already on a countdown. He was already squeezed dry and still being squeezed. In the end, there might not even be dregs left. The exams quickly began, and with Kano's memory, the written portion was no problem at all. After all, they were just a bunch of 11-year-old kids. The difficulty of the exam was predictable. The practical exam venue was bustling. Each student was called into the classroom individually, and cracking and popping sounds constantly came from inside. It seemed Seamus had just gone in. That kid could make anything explode with any magic spell. When Kano walked into the classroom, Professor Flitwick was using a mending charm on the long table in front of him. "Oh, Kano, finally I can relax a bit." Professor Flitwick put down his wand, rubbed his hands, and sat back on the high stool with relief. "Professor, what's my task?" "It's simple," Professor Flitwick pointed to a pair on the long table. "Make it tap dance across the table." Kano waved his wand, and the pair grew 2 arms and 2 legs. Professor Flitwick nodded with satisfaction, and then he watched the pair with 4 limbs wiggle twice and trip itself to the ground. Don't be nervous, kid." Professor Flitwick comforted Kano, who showed an awkward smile. "Professor, I'm not very good at dancing." Finally, Kano commanded the pair with legs to do somersaults from one end of the table to the other, even ending with an aerial split. Professor Flitwick nodded with satisfaction, and the Charms class practical exam concluded like that. The subsequent Transfiguration practical exam went smoothly. Kano transformed a mouse into a snuff box, a standard transformation with no extra tails or whiskers left. After the last subject, History of Magic, was over, Kano quickly walked out of the exam room. Dumbledore had sent Fawkes with a message that morning, asking him to meet in the headmaster's office. Password. The stone gargoyle at the entrance to the headmaster's office lifted its eyelids and glanced at Kano. "This is no fun, old man. Dumbledore called me." Kano knew very well that the headmaster's office password was just a pretense. If Dumbledore didn't want to see you, the gargoyle wouldn't let you in even with the password. "Just say one quickly, so I can make it difficult for the next person." The stone gargoyle jumped aside, and the spiral staircase descended. "How about plum drops?" Kano walked up the stairs, turned his head, and said, "Dumbledore will like that. That's the one." When Kano entered the headmaster's office, Dumbledore was packing some things. "Principal, I'm here. Are you eager to go on vacation already?" "Just a short trip. I need to rest before Professor McGonagall urgently calls me back." Dumbledore waved his wand, and a cup of hot tea and a plate of sweets appeared before Kano. "Thank goodness, this time it wasn't cockroach clusters. I imagine you've left enough clues for Harry." Dumbledore sat opposite Kano. "I can confirm Quirrell will make his move tonight. Because if he doesn't act now, he won't have a chance. Because I had Snape temporarily relax his surveillance on him." Dumbledore's expression was calm, truly a master of subtle manipulation. Everything was under his control. "All right, once Quirrell enters the trapdoor, I'll go in too and wait for Harry before the final challenge." Kano picked up the clear tea and took a sip. The remaining time was just waiting. "Kano, have you seen Kano?" The trio were searching for Kano like headless chickens in the castle, while Kano was happily eating lunch in the headmaster's office. Harry suddenly realized that Hagrid, after drinking, had told the hidden traitor how to get past Cerberus. He believed this person was either Snape or Lord Voldemort. When he frantically searched for Kano, his classmates all said they hadn't seen him since the exams ended. How could he disappear? He's so smart, could it be? Harry suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility. He wasn't killed by Snape, was he? Hermione covered her mouth in horror. "What are you talking about?" A cold voice came from behind. Snape, wearing his voluminous black robes, glided along the floor like a bat. "You'd best behave yourselves and not cause trouble at the end of the term." The trio held their breath. Snape's cold gaze swept around, then he left the corridor. Harry and his friends had already imagined Snape killing Kano, dragging him out of the castle, and throwing him into a deep pit. Kano's handsome face gradually covered by dirt, his lifeless eyes staring at the sky. No, that shouldn't be it." Ron shook his head. "Besides, Kano isn't one to act recklessly. He would definitely leave a note or something." The three quickly ran back to the boys' dormitory. Kano's bed was clean and tidy, with only a book on his pillow. Hermione picked up the book and shook it. A note fell out. "Wait until I get back, then we'll talk." The three looked at each other, not knowing what to say. "Hermione, you stay here and read this book. Maybe Kano left a clue." After Harry finished speaking, he and Ron ran to find Professor McGonagall, preparing to report Snape to her. "Snape wants to steal the Philosopher's Stone, and might have even harmed Kano." Professor McGonagall pushed up her glasses, looking at Harry with a helpless expression. "That's impossible, Harry. Snape has been grading papers all day today, and that's 7 whole years' worth of papers. Is Principal Dumbledore at the school then? We want to talk to him, Harry asked anxiously. Professor Dumbledore went to London. The Ministry of Magic needed him. He just left and won't be back until tomorrow. That night, Harry, Hermione, and Ron were on pins and needles in the common room. Hermione held the note Connell left, at a loss. At midnight, Hermione shrieked. Look! The words on the note had changed to Philosopher's Stone. After an intense internal struggle, the trio decided to act alone, cross the trapdoor, and take the Philosopher's Stone before Snape could steal it. Meanwhile, Connell was standing behind the trapdoor, amusingly patting the large middle head of Cerberus. Cerberus, Fluffy, is very obedient, not fierce at all, really. His master, Hagrid, tied him in the trapdoor and told him to bite adults he saw, but not to kill them, and only to scare children without biting them. I'll listen to you, who told you to be the boss? Besides, the guy who came in last time had greasy black hair, and I didn't even want to open my mouth. Connell smiled and patted Fluffy's head. After patting all three heads, Fluffy told him that a big head had just passed by. That wasn't a big head, that was a head wrapped in a turban. Fluffy's three heads shook together, indicating that he couldn't understand at all. Connell walked behind Fluffy, lifted the trapdoor, waved at him, and jumped down. He waved his wand in the air, and a gentle breeze swirled around him, carrying him slowly downwards. Below was a dense layer of Devil's Snare, forming the second line of defense, clearly the work of Professor Sprout. Lemos. Devil's Snare is naturally afraid of light. The tip of Connell's wand lit up, causing the Devil's Snare to recede. Landing steadily on the ground, Connell stepped forward. Walking through a dark and damp stone corridor, Connell entered a stone chamber. At the top of the stone chamber was a bright light source, under which winged keys were slowly flying. Several broken flying brooms were placed on the ground. This challenge required the challenger to fly into the air, chase a suitable key, and use it to open the locked door ahead. It was clearly prepared for Harry. Connell complained in his heart, straddled a broken broom, pushed off with his legs, and flew into the air. The keys in the sky suddenly accelerated, spinning under the light, forming a shimmering vortex. Connell observed carefully for a while. One key was flying a bit slower, its feathers disheveled, as if it had just been grabbed. A slender vine grew from Connell's robe and tied itself into a knot. Connell, seizing the opportunity, swung the knot like a cowboy and lassoed the key. How boring. Isn't there a speed run for this game? Connell complained in his heart and opened the door in front of him with the key. A giant wizard's chessboard appeared before his eyes, seemingly set up jointly by McGonagall and Flitwick. The board had a full set of pieces, each taller than a person, and one could only pass by leading their side to victory. This was under normal circumstances. Connell didn't play chess, nor did he feel like destroying the board. He simply suppressed his aura and casually walked across the board. When Connell suppressed his aura, his presence was even lower than that of a tree. Even the sound of his breathing and heartbeat became as faint as the wind. This chessboard couldn't stop Quirrell, nor could it stop him. Speaking of which, according to the timeline, in a few years, will the Japanese magic world develop a wizard version of Yu-Gi-Oh? Will this world have screaming dragon-obsessed players, or starfish-headed people who clearly look like they're good at cards? Connell's mind wandered as he opened the door on the other side of the wizard's chess room. A foul stench assailed him. A troll was sitting on the ground, scratching his head and holding a large club. Seeing Connell appear, the troll mumbled something and charged at him with large strides. It stinks. Connell first cast a bubble head charm on himself. This spell could maintain a bubble around the head, providing a supply of clean oxygen. It could also be used for underwater breathing, but casting spells underwater was more difficult, and Connell couldn't do it yet. The troll's large club swung towards Connell with a foul wind, which Connell deftly dodged. There's another tough battle later, so this will do. Connell muttered to himself, deciding something. He stretched out his hand, took out a seed, and placed it in his palm. He tapped the seed with his wand and chanted. As the incantation was recited, the seed grew rapidly, transforming into a vine as thick as an adult's waist. The vine grew wildly, climbing up the troll's legs and body. It passed under the troll's armpits and neck, firmly restricting his movements. The troll spewed out bursts of foul odor, and his muscles tensed, but the vine, drawing energy from Connell's body, remained unmoved, still binding him tightly. Be quiet for a while. Kano frowned at the dim-wit troll and made a gesture. The vine tied a knot around the troll's neck and rapidly tightened. No matter how strong the troll's vitality, he needed to breathe. Soon after, with a final twitch, the troll stopped moving, having been choked unconscious. Kano dodged the troll lying sprawled on the ground and entered the final challenge. Magical flames suddenly blocked the paths forward and backward. The challenger had to solve a logic puzzle and drink the correct potion from a row of them to pass through the flames and reach the end. If they drank the wrong one, according to the warning, they would be poisoned to death. This was clearly a trap set by Snape. Kano read the riddle once and, without hesitation, drank one of the potions. As the potion entered his mouth, the flames in front of him seemed to turn into cold flowing water, and Kano walked directly into the final area. Harry and the others, cloaked in the invisibility cloak, also reached the trapdoor at this time. Meanwhile, Quirrell, the one truly dispatched by Lord Voldemort to steal the Philosopher's Stone, was now in a fit of impotent rage. How can it not be here? The Philosopher's Stone must be here. Quirrell frantically ran around the final room, constantly waving his wand as if to find the Philosopher's Stone. Fool, the Philosopher's Stone is in that mirror. A muffled voice came from under the turban. Quirrell shivered and looked at the mirror of Arist, which stood quietly in the center of the room. Defindo. Quirrell cast a spell, but the mirror showed no reaction. Idiot. That's a powerful magical item, and if you break it and lose the Philosopher's Stone, you know the consequences. I know, Master, I know. Quirrell agreed repeatedly, sweating profusely. He walked to the front of the mirror of Arist and looked into it. In the mirror, Quirrell was wearing luxurious robes, sitting on a high throne. Countless masked figures knelt at his feet, subservient to him. And at his feet, kneeling and kissing the hem of his gold-embroidered robe, was the dark. I can see everything, Quirrell. The voice under the scarf seemed much calmer, but this time Quirrell completely lost his footing. He collapsed to the ground, constantly begging his master for mercy. Dark Lord, everything in this mirror is fake. I am your most loyal servant. I know, Quirrell, I know everything. The voice softened. You want status, you want wealth. As long as you get me the Philosopher's Stone, all of this is yours. Stand up, Quirrell. Do everything you can to get it. Smooth footsteps came from the corridor behind, and Quirrell stood up and looked there. Kano appeared in the final area. Quirrell, you and your master really are birds of a feather. Kano raised his wand. Should I say, surrender or die? Quirrell was completely bewildered now. Kano, just an inconspicuous little wizards. He didn't even look up much in class, didn't play Quidditch, and seemed like an unsociable loner. How could he be here? Canopus, what are you saying? It's curfew time now. If you go back to your dormitory now, I won't deduct your points, you know. Quirrell squeezed out a smile on his pale face, his wand slowly rising. Kano's eyes widened. Wake up, Quirrell, you and your master on the back of your head are in for trouble. Avada Kedavra. Kano's answer was a flash of green light in his face. Kano swung his wand fiercely, and a wall of thorns rose from the ground, blocking the death curse. Quirrell, I didn't expect you to be quite decisive. Kano stomped his foot, and more thorn bushes grew from the ground, with thorns shooting towards Quirrell. Protego. An invisible armor condensed around Quirrell, deflecting the flying thorns. He waved his wand again, muttering incantations, and a jet of dark flames shot out from the tip of his wand. The thorns on the ground were swept away, and the thorn wall in front of Kano also began to burn. Fiendfire curse? You really are full of surprises. Kano could smell the ominous scent from the flames from afar. He almost immediately confirmed that fiendfire was a specialty of some hell. Canopus, I, your teacher, am also very surprised. Quirrell's hands didn't stop, and the room, except for behind the wall, was already covered in fiendfire. Kano took out 2 acorns from his pocket, infused them with magic, and tossed them into the air. These 2 acorns were prepared by Kano beforehand, with Ogham runes drawn on them with his own blood. The 2 acorns exploded in mid-air, and a powerful surge of positive energy swept through the entire room. The fiendfire was extinguished as if it had met its natural enemy, revealing the scorched and pitted floor beneath. Quirrell let out a wail, and thick black smoke rose from his body. But he didn't fall. Instead, he violently waved his wand, and a silver blade of light was flung out, directly splitting the thorn wall. A wail came from behind the wall, followed by the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Quirrell panted as he went forward to check, and as soon as he poked his head out, a wooden sword swept across. In his haste, Quirrell used his hand to block, and the sword's edge sliced through his elbow like a hot knife through butter. His wand-holding hand clattered to the ground. The fully armed Kano, with magic surging, broke through the already burning and crumbling thorn wall, piercing Quirrell's abdomen, who was still wailing, with a single sword thrust. "Knight Squire!" Quirrell howled in pain. Kano didn't hesitate. With a full-speed charge, Quirrell, impaled on the sword, was directly pinned to the wall. Black smoke curled from the wound in Quirrell's abdomen and the cut surface of his severed hand. He himself opened his mouth wide, twitching silently. Kano originally wanted to keep Quirrell for Harry to see, but Harry hadn't arrived after a long fight. Kano didn't wait any longer, intending to pull out the wooden sword and decapitate Quirrell. However, Quirrell suddenly went still, and a twisted smile appeared on his mouth, which was wide open in pain. Kano immediately abandoned the sword and retreated. Quirrell's severed hand had already turned to ash, but the dropped wand now flew back into Quirrell's hand with a whoosh. If Quirrell was a boss, then Lord Voldemort was his second form transformation. Now the battle had entered a new stage. In the first stage, Quirrell's vitality and magic were severely weakened. Only a few dark arts spells he learned from Lord Voldemort posed a threat. Kano had been using harassing attacks and defenses, giving Quirrell a false impression. And the 2 acorns he later used to dispel the Fiendfire curse made Quirrell even more convinced that Kano was not powerful. After all, the young master of a magical family should always have a few treasures on him, but that didn't mean he himself was strong. Then he got unlucky. But would this second stage be even stronger? A big question mark hung in Kano's mind. "Canopus Black, I am the Dark Lord. Your father once served me." At this moment, Quirrell was rolling his eyes, his face covered in black mist, slowly pulling himself out of the wall. "Chat. Ha." Kano answered him with a diffindo, but Quirrell deflected it with a wave of his wand. "Your father was a pure man, he contributed a lot to our ideals. Come, Kano, come to my side. You are of noble pure blood, we can share this world together." Lord Voldemort, occupying Quirrell's body, tempted Kano with words, his wand held steadily. "Oh, then, esteemed Dark Lord, if I join your ranks, what can I gain?" Kano asked, seemingly sincerely, his wand also pointing at the other party. "Everything, as long as you help me resurrect. Treasures, power, eternal life, anything you choose." Quirrell's face gradually shriveled, and the vitality of his whole person became weaker and weaker. Lord Voldemort's tone also grew urgent. "Haha, Lord Voldemort, I think Quirrell is about to die, you're just eager to find your next host." Kano again used a crushing charm, but this time Quirrell did not use Protego to defend, but rather awkwardly rolled on the ground, dodging the spell. He was weakening, the wounds Kano left on him were burning his filthy soul. He couldn't defeat Kano now, nor dared to. Quirrell couldn't hold on any longer. If he killed Kano, the only living person present, Lord Voldemort would once again become a wandering ghost. At this moment, Harry walked out of the passage and was greatly surprised by the scene in the room. He had thought Snape was here, but he didn't expect it to be Quirrell. The passage entrance was very close to Lord Voldemort, and Kano didn't have time to protect Harry. Lord Voldemort was overjoyed. He immediately waved his wand and conjured a rope to tie Harry, dragging Harry towards him like a dead dog. "Canopus, don't move, or I'll curse him to death instantly. Harry is your friend, right? You both learned a lot of filthy things in the Muggle world." Lord Voldemort shielded himself with Harry between him and Kano. "You have a choice, Potter," he whispered, like a snake hissing, "go get me the Philosopher's Stone, it's in the mirror, or make Canopus give up resisting. I will never help you. Lord Voldemort, you killed my parents." Harry struggled, trying to break free from the ropes. At this moment, he saw Quirrell slowly remove his turban, revealing the melted features on the back of his head. Those ugly features quickly crawled onto Quirrell's front face, a process both bizarre and disgusting. "Your mother, she didn't have to die. Don't let her death be in vain. Hee hee. Harry, why don't you talk to him a bit more? This is your first meeting with Lord Voldemort, how memorable it is." Kano teased in a sarcastic tone. In a little while, Quirrell might drop dead on the spot, let alone fight another round. "Damn it, now, Harry Potter, go get the Philosopher's Stone now, or I'll kill you." Harry, are you afraid of the killing curse? Kano's voice was still so innocent. Shut up, Canopus. I seem to be the only wizard not killed by the killing curse. Harry also seemed to realize something. Quirrell looked like he was at his last gasp. He tacitly chatted with Kano, and Lord Voldemort could no longer endure it. Come here. Get me the Philosopher's Stone. Quirrell waved his wand, and Harry flew towards him. But when he touched Harry, the intense burning sensation made him howl. Like hot water on snow, Quirrell's last hand also turned to ash, and the wand dropped to the ground. Harry instinctively reached out and pressed Quirrell's face. His face became full of cracks like a burnt clay pot, and finally, his whole body exploded into fragments with a bang, scattering everywhere. Kano's eyes widened, watching the thing flying out of Quirrell's remains. A of Hell rushed forward. Harry fainted, and a golden red flash of fire lit up the room. Dumbledore appeared from the fire, accompanied by a beautiful large phoenix. He nodded at Kano, then bent down and picked up the unconscious Harry. Well, Kano, did you see clearly? As expected, Principal. Let's take Harry back first. The principal, with Kano, used the Phoenix Fox's power to return to the school hospital. Madame Pomfrey, seeing a somewhat disheveled Kano and the unconscious Harry, quickly stepped forward. Quickly, put him down, on this bed. Madame Pomfrey checked Harry's condition, then checked Kano. After confirming that both were fine, she drew the curtains, prohibiting anyone from visiting. Kano stared blankly at the white ceiling. Just now, he had seen Lord Voldemort's soul fly away from nothing, and he could somewhat discern its current state. Lord Voldemort's soul was fragmented, there was no denying that. In Kano's vision of life, Lord Voldemort's soul was now disemboweled, and his skull was also open. His internal organs and brain were gone, and the entire soul was enveloped by the aura of hell, yet it had not fallen into hell just like that. Was it because of the Horcrux? If the Horcrux is indestructible, the soul is immortal? Kano felt it was necessary to search for information related to Horcruxes, to find the connection between this magic item and hell. A day passed, and the heroic deeds of Harry and his two friends suddenly spread throughout Hogwarts. However, in this version of the story, Lord Voldemort's existence was omitted. Harry and the others learned the secret of the Philosopher's Stone, and the ill-intentioned defense against the dark arts class Professor Quirrell wanted to steal it. The trio overcame the numerous blockades set by the professors, and finally, Harry stopped Quirrell's attempt to steal it. Honestly, this isn't fair. Ron said, his mouth stuffed with 2 chicken legs. Clearly, Kano, you were the one who. Sure. Kano motioned for Ron not to say such things at the dinner table, and slowly cut his steak. Kano's involvement was also completely omitted. This was a mutual decision between Kano and Dumbledore. Lord Voldemort was still very weak at the moment and dared not summon his former servants in such a state, so Kano still had time to develop. He wanted to keep himself out of the Death Eater's sight, let Harry handle the public matters. What are your plans for the holidays? Kano changed the subject. I'm still going home, to be with my grandmother. Neville took 2 more bites of beef. As always, very boring. Maybe our family will travel abroad? Who knows? Hermione's parents were both dentists, standard upper-class people in Britain. You know our family's situation, Kano. Ron held a chicken leg and nudged Kano with his elbow. If you visit early, I might still get a good meal at home. Kano nodded, pondering when he should visit his relatives. On the 3rd day, Harry finally woke up. The news swept through the school like a whirlwind, and Harry's admirers crowded the corridors. Then they were all chased away by Madame Pomfrey. You children. If you make noise in the school hospital again, every potion you drink at school from now on will be so bitter it will make you cry. The students scattered, fearing that Madame Pomfrey would remember them. Only Kano, Hermione, and Ron were allowed to visit. 5 minutes. Madame Pomfrey held up one hand and let the 3 of them in. Harry, you're awake. Hermione and Ron eagerly clasped Harry's hands, while Kano smiled, standing to the side. Thank you, we did it. Harry also happily squeezed his dear friend's hands. Then he turned to Kano. Lord Voldemort, he's not dead. He's not dead, I saw him. Kano nodded. Do I still have a chance to avenge my parents with my own hands? Of course you do, grow up strong, Harry. Kano encouraged him. In the last few days of the school year, Kano met Dumbledore again. In the headmaster's office, Dumbledore had a plate of preserved plums in front of him, popping them into his mouth one by one. "Kano, this is the candy you recommended, try some." Kano took a piece and put it in his mouth. It tasted pretty good. Dumbledore stroked his beard and said, "I've looked into Lord Voldemort's state, as you told me. I suspect he created Horcruxes." Dumbledore's blue eyes looked at Kano from behind his spectacles, and Kano nodded. "My prophecy also shows the same." Kano had no intention of hiding it. Such information was better said sooner rather than later. As for why he didn't tell Dumbledore everything from the beginning, it was because Kano himself was worried that the information he knew might deviate from reality. Only when he saw it with his own eyes and Dumbledore confirmed it would he be sure that the information was reliable. "Principal, are there any books about Horcruxes? I'd like to learn more." Kano made his request, and Dumbledore frowned. "It's too early, you're still a child." Dumbledore shook his head. "In 2 more years, I will teach you this knowledge." Kano nodded. He indeed needed time. He clearly remembered how many Horcruxes there were in total, but he couldn't recall the locations of some of them. After all, he was once a pure Chinese person and knew nothing about British geography. This county, that county, who knew where they were? What he remembered more clearly were the locations of the diary, locket, diadem, and goblet. But that didn't matter. In the original book, Harry could destroy the Horcruxes. There was no reason why they couldn't be found this time under Dumbledore's orchestration. "All right, Kano. We might need many years to find the Horcruxes. There's no need to rush now." Dumbledore ate another piece of candy. "What are your plans for the holidays?" "I'm planning to go sightseeing, a trip to Cornwall in the summer, and then visit the Weasley family when the term is about to start." Kano spread his hands. During his morning exercise today, the knight who was his opponent brought him a message. Merlin said that during the holidays, he should go to Cornwall. Someone was waiting for him there. Kano naturally wouldn't object. Perhaps the lingering grievances of ancient warriors were there. The situation with Lord Voldemort was not yet urgent, and he certainly couldn't put Mordred's matter aside. Dumbledore suddenly spoke. "Nicholas Flamel has heard of your existence, and he wants to meet you." Isn't Mr. Nicholas Flamel about to die?" Kano asked curiously. Nicholas Flamel and his wife had lived too long and felt physically and mentally exhausted. They had lent the Philosopher's Stone to Dumbledore as bait, and this year they were planning to destroy it to achieve a peaceful death. They had feigned death many times, but this time they seemed serious. "Nicholas is indeed going to die. The Philosopher's Stone has been destroyed, and all his knowledge has been passed on to his apprentices." Dumbledore nodded. "But, they heard that you are a druid, now extinct, and they want to invite you to their funeral. Probably next term, you'll need to take a few days off. This means we'll be making a few small changes to the decorations here." Dumbledore waved his wand, and the silver and green banners and pennants in the Great Hall transformed into scarlet and gold, with majestic lions replacing the coiled serpents. The Gryffindor students cheered, and Snape, with a stiff expression, offered his congratulations to Professor McGonagall. Canopus had been sitting calmly in his chair, but Neville and Ron hoisted him up and started dancing. This time, the scores between Gryffindor and Slytherin were very close, and Harry and the others' brave actions in protecting the Philosopher's Stone were certainly worth extra points. So, even Slytherin had to concede Gryffindor's victory this year. Exam results were quickly distributed, and Canopus proudly stood at the top of his year, with Hermione reluctantly coming in second. "Canopus, I'll definitely surpass you next year." That stubborn girl's last words before getting off the train were exactly that. Harry and Ron laughed heartily, while Canopus scratched his head helplessly. Creaker, disguised as an old butler, waited at the station entrance. The Dursleys' expressions were as if they had seen a ghost when they saw him. "Mr. Creaker, how could you be here?" Vernon's face was flushed as he cautiously inquired. "My little master is on holiday today, so of course I came to pick him up. My little master and Harry Potter are classmates in the same house," Creaker replied flatly. He had no desire to speak with a muggle. When Harry and Canopus got off the train, Harry saw Vernon's face turn an alarming shade of green. "Mr. Dursley, are you feeling unwell?" "No, little Master Canopus Black." Vernon forced a smile onto his large face and hurried away with Harry. No matter how slow he was, he should have realized that the so-called mother being a child welfare worker was a complete lie. A child welfare worker might get Vernon into legal trouble, but a wizard could blast him directly into the sky. Vernon felt the collar around his neck tighten. He wanted to take his anger out on Harry but didn't dare, so he could only furiously stomp on the accelerator. Canopus rested at home for 2 days, then took a train for his journey to Cornwall. Cornwall, located on the westernmost tip of Britain, is a boot-shaped peninsula. 200 years ago, it was a world-renowned tin mining region, but in recent years, due to labor costs and depleted loads, its mining industry has gradually declined. Currently, it is vigorously developing tourism, but that's not so easy. After Canopus got off the train, he walked with Creaker towards a pub. The pub owner was an old wizard, and the entrance to the Cornwall magical world was in the cellar of his backyard. This time, Merlin instructed Canopus to go to Cornwall Magical Academy to find someone, a person who could take Canopus to seek out the warrior's resentment. Britain is actually a fragmented country that gradually formed the basic layout of the British Isles today after a long period of wars and intermarriages. The magical world is the same. Even today, Hogwarts is only a choice for some. Many wizards receive their early education from their families. When they reach school age, several nearby large families pool money to hire renowned wizards to teach their children. Over time, many local schools emerged in the magical world. Both their curriculum and academic system differed greatly from Hogwarts. The Ministry of Magic retained supervisory power over these schools, but generally did not directly intervene. Cornwall Magical Academy was one of the best among them. At the entrance to the Cornwall magical world, a black-haired middle-aged man was looking around with a magical photograph. "Hey, hello, are you here to pick me up? Is that Mr. Canopus Black? Hello, my name is Thomas Shader, and the principal sent me to pick you up to go to Cornwall Magical Academy." The black-haired middle-aged man warmly shook hands with Canopus and led him towards a carriage rental service. "Boss, we're going to Cornwall Magical Academy," Thomas shouted loudly. The boss lifted his head from the counter and gestured for his apprentice to harness the carriage. Like Hogwarts, the location of Cornwall Magical Academy is also a secret, Thomas explained. "Without a carriage from this rental service, even if I'm a teacher at the school, I can't get there." Canopus and Thomas got into the carriage together. After Creaker settled the luggage, he sat in the driver's seat. The carriage began to gallop, pulled by 2 horses clearly of magical creature lineage. The carriage windows were sealed, and the scenery outside rushed past. After passing a series of pitted and bumpy mines, the carriage turned onto a smooth yellow brick road. On both sides were neatly trimmed plants, adorned with beautiful flowers. Soon, the carriage slowed down and finally stopped at the entrance of a beautiful valley. A castle was nestled in the center of the valley, with a large fountain quietly spraying mist. "Welcome to Cornwall Magical Academy," Thomas said with a smile, opening the carriage door for Canopus. "What a beautiful place," Canopus genuinely praised. "Indeed, although it's not as grand as Hogwarts, it has its own unique charm in the valley," a voice came from outside. At the entrance, an elderly-looking man stood there. Canopus had seen the information Dumbledore provided. This was the current principal, Carlos Rosso. "Principal Carlos, hello." "Hello, Canopus Black." He smiled and opened the door, inviting Canopus in. Thomas bowed to him and left in the carriage. "When Dumbledore contacted me, I thought he was going to introduce a student to me," Carlos laughed. "I didn't expect him to say you were coming here to find someone." "Yes, I imagine that student also received a revelation, didn't he?" Canopus inquired. "Of course, that child suddenly told me this morning that his ancestor instructed him to receive a distinguished guest." Carlos led Canopus through the foyer past the fountain and settled him in a reception room. "The rest of the matters, you 2 children can discuss. I'll go notify him." Principal Carlos left the reception room, and Canopus waited alone in the room. 10 minutes later, an arrow suddenly shot in through the window. Canopus instinctively dodged, casually snatching the arrow in his hand. A training arrow without a tip. "I wanted to see the level of the guest recommended by my ancestor, but using a real arrow would be too rude, wouldn't it?" A red-haired young man walked in, smiling and shaking hands with Canopus. "Actually, using a training arrow is still rude. Who greets someone with a bow and arrow?" Canopus joked. "My bad, don't mind it. Anyway, my family all says I have no noble temperament at all," the red-haired youth responded, winking. The 2 laughed heartily and introduced themselves. "Sean McCall, a descendant of ancestor Tristan. Canopus Black, here for experience." Sean was indeed a fellow with no aristocratic demeanor, but Kano was also a fake Briton. The two young men got along very well, and Sean planned to take him back to Macall Manor tomorrow. Last night, my ancestor appeared to me in a dream, and honestly, it almost scared me awake, Sean said while eating. He told me that you are facing King Mark's resentment. The ancestor said you can find him through a ritual, by the stream. Sean and Kano each carried a paper bag filled with freshly baked Cornwall pasties. They were sitting on the fence of the Magic Academy's fish pond, eating and chatting. King Mark, isn't that Mr. Tristan's uncle? Kano finished the pasty in his hand, then took another one from the bag. The one who always plays the villain in stories. That story has quite a few problems. When we get home, I'll tell you the real version. Speaking of which, why didn't you just let me wait at your house? Kano asked. All my family's adults are overseas. Right now, it's just me and the old butler living at home. Without the Macall family's permission, no one can enter my family's manor. After they finished lunch, Sean casually washed his hands in the fish pond. A strange-looking fish poked its head out of the water and spoke in human language. You brat, you never leave any food when you pass by, you just know how to make do with the grease on your hands. Oh come on, a little grease is better than nothing. Sean and the fish in the water exchanged a few insults in Cornwall slang, then the fish started spraying water at them, and they quickly ran away. That just now, was that a talking salmon? Kano looked a bit dumbfounded at the guy still grumbling in the water. Don't misunderstand, it should have some mythical creature bloodline. It lives long and can speak human language. But as you saw, this guy has a foul mouth, Sean explained. Kano, however, thought that the fish was probably only rude to Sean. The campus of Cornwall Magic Academy was not large. Upon entering, there was the entrance hall, and further in was the courtyard, where the fish pond was located. Behind that was the school's main building, 5 towers, 1 tall and 4 short. The lower floor of the tallest tower was the Great Hall, and the upper floor was the library. 2 shorter towers stood on either side, which were classrooms. The 2 shorter towers behind them were the students' dormitories. Behind the dormitories were the large sports field and gardens. This place is divided into knightry and wizardry, but we all learn some basic magic and knight combat skills, Sean introduced. This afternoon I happen to have a practical combat class, so let's go to the sports field to practice. I will not refuse a challenge. Kano didn't mind Sean's challenge, treating it as a warm-up for his battle with King Mark. He was also curious how strong Tristan's descendant was now. At 2 o'clock, the children of the knightry were brought to the large sports field. Actually, many of these people are descendants of the knights of the Duchy of Cornwall, Sean said while doing warm-up exercises. Becoming a knight requires a lot of hard training and financial support, which is too difficult for Muggle students. And now it's peacetime. Wizards are much stronger than knights in abilities outside of combat, so Muggle children are basically all in the wizardry. The instructor walked forward to add, and this person was Thomas, who had picked up Kano. Are you going to spar with these children today? He invited. Sean invited me to spar. But as a knight, I have no reason to refuse a challenge, Kano nodded in agreement. Although it's unlikely, don't get hurt, Sean cautioned. You still have a match with me. The robes on Kano's body instantly transformed into knight armor. He raised his hand, and an oak sword appeared in his hand. Mount up. Mount up. One young man had already grown impatient. He flipped onto his horse, waiting for Kano to prepare. Kano took a warhorse from Sean, one kept by the school, rode it for a couple of steps, then pulled down his visor, indicating he was ready. A friendly spar, stop before anyone gets hurt. Thomas stepped aside, holding his magic wand, ready to stop the fight at any moment. Kano's opponent charged straight at him, but Kano took down the bow and arrow hanging on the saddle side and shot an arrow at his helmet. Although this arrow had no arrowhead, it still dented the opponent's helmet. The opponent was so scared that he immediately lay flat on his horse, and a murmur of discussion rose among the students. I couldn't dodge that arrow, it was too fast. His archery accuracy is also very high. The landing point of that arrow just now was enough to scare the opponent but not injure him. Kano's opponent charged forward, trying to unseat him with a lance. Kano slightly pulled the reins, his warhorse shifted a step sideways, dodging the impact. Then he swung his lance, sweeping it across the opponent's waist, knocking him down. Do you still want to spar with swordsmanship? Kano pointed his lance at the opponent from his horse. No need, I surrender. The opponent readily conceded, taking off his helmet and placing it on the ground. Then, next. Soon, another student stepped out and engaged Kano in battle. This battle also ended quickly. The opponent dodged Kano's lance but was struck in the waist by a shield and fell off his horse. The battle on the sports field quickly attracted the students' attention. After all, there were shouts and whinnying horses, and deep furrows were plowed into the lawn, making it hard not to notice. The Nitri consisted of 7 grades in total. Currently, Kano's opponents were a group of 5th grade students, who were traditionally considered night squires. A few 6th and 7th grade Nitri students also wanted to try, but Sean blocked them all. I'm going to challenge him in a bit. You guys aren't as good as me, so just watch for now. No sooner had Sean finished speaking than Kano once again unseated an opponent. This was already the 6th person he had defeated. For a moment, no one else wanted to step into the arena. Kano dismounted, took off his helmet, shook the sweat from his head, and turned his gaze to Sean. I'm pretty much warmed up. Aren't you going to rest for a bit? Sean asked. No need, my stamina, come on. Kano put his helmet back on, mounted his horse, and took down his bow and arrow. So far, Kano's stamina had never run out. Or rather, his current physique was similar to the Titans in mythology. As long as he stood on the earth, his stamina was limitless. Sean put on a magnificent armor, held a longbow, and had a sword at his waist. Thomas led a chestnut-colored steed to him. Sean flipped onto the horse and stood opposite Kano from a distance. If I defeat you, how about I go fight King Mark's resentment tomorrow? Is that what you're thinking? Haha, if you win, I'll listen to you. Kano nodded in agreement. King Mark was Tristan's uncle, and in Sean's view, also his ancestor. He felt a bit embarrassed that ancestor Tristan had entrusted the matter of resolving the resentment to an outsider. The warhorses stood on either side, and the two looked at each other through the observation slits of their helmets, simultaneously drawing their bows and nocking arrows. Both released their fingers and turned their bodies at the same time. 2 arrows grazed different parts of their bodies and stuck into the ground behind them. As expected. Sean seemed to be laughing excitedly behind his visor. You are truly strong. Then again. Kano nocked another arrow. Sean's firing speed was slightly slower than his, but their accuracy was on par. It was this slight slowness that allowed Kano's advantage to gradually widen. Initially, both Kano and Sean had to shoot and dodge, but slowly, Kano no longer needed to make significant movements to maintain his attack, while Sean had started twisting back and forth on his horse like an acrobat. After Sean, hanging from the side of his warhorse, shot an arrow, he flipped back onto the horse's back. Pause for a moment, Kano. He lifted his visor. I concede this round. I didn't expect you to be so strong even without activating your special ability. Kano looked at Sean in confusion. What special ability? You don't know yet. Never mind, I'm going to activate my special ability, even if it's only for a short while. Sean pulled down his visor, and the magic in his body began to surge. The students watching the battle all retreated, excitedly discussing among themselves. Sean is going to use his trump card. He has no rivals in the 5th grade. After activating his special ability, he can even exchange a few blows with a true knight. I wonder if Kano can hold on. Sean only has 5 minutes of strength. Kano, maybe he can also activate his special ability. At this moment, Sean's magic had taken on a faint red hue. His gaze swept over Kano, and Kano felt a sharp aura. It's starting. Sean drew his bow and nocked an arrow, and Kano did the same. Both their arrows were released simultaneously, and this time Kano used his full strength. However, Sean's arrow this time was entwined with red magic, and it directly broke the shaft of Kano's arrow in midair, flying straight towards Kano's chest. Kano quickly lay flat on his horse's back, and Sean's arrow grazed past him, kicking up a shower of sparks. The firing speed was faster, and the force was stronger. Kano assessed Sean's ability in his mind, continuously exchanging shots with him. During the first semester, that nameless knight from the Round Table Knights once told him that one of Tristan's unique skills was intercepting arrows, using the same arrow to break an opponent's incoming arrow while simultaneously shooting at the opponent. It was a combination of offense and defense, defeating the enemy. Kano once thought it was because his cultivation was insufficient that he couldn't use this technique. But now, he realized that this technique seemed to be related to Sean's current state. After a few breaths, Kano had no choice but to abandon his bow and raise his shield. He no longer had time to shoot arrows offensively. Sean's arrows did not have the same force as that nameless knight's, and they could not penetrate Kano's magic-infused shield. So Kano was able to advance towards Sean with his shield raised, his longsword in his right hand constantly deflecting arrows coming from tricky angles. Sean doesn't seem to be able to defeat Kano quickly. Is that so? Then he's going to lose. The students chatted as they watched the battle. As they spoke, Kano galloped forward, his shield a blur of motion. Sean's arrows hit the shield with thudding impacts, and a few even directly embedded themselves into the shield. Kano felt the distance between himself and Sean, preparing to go all out. Suddenly, Sean's rain of arrows stopped. "I surrender." Kano lowered his shield in surprise. Sean in front of him was now sweating profusely, looking completely exhausted. Everyone swarmed forward, helping Sean remove his heavy armor. Kano also disarmed himself and curiously approached. Sean mumbled something, but Kano couldn't hear him clearly. Then he tilted his head and completely passed out. What happened to Sean? Is he okay? Kano grabbed a nearby student and asked. "It's nothing, we're all used to it. After all, he's not a true knight yet. Activating his special ability now will definitely exhaust him," the student casually told Kano. Kano couldn't help but begin to doubt his life. Why had no one ever told him about such a thing? He had been fighting with the Round Table Knights for almost a year, defeating more than 30 knights. Although they weren't highly ranked, they were all strong. Why had no one activated their special ability to show him? Kano watched the students and teachers of Cornwall Magical Academy rub Sean's chest and pat his back. Thomas used his magic wand to cast quick recovery one after another, and the female doctor from the school hospital skillfully took out a row of potions and poured them down Sean's throat one by one. They seemed very skilled, and except for Sean's pained expression when he was being force-fed, no one else even bothered to change their expression. At night, Sean suddenly sprang up from his bed, rubbed his stomach, and saw Kano sitting nearby. "Hey, it's that time again." He calmly looked out the window. "It's time for dinner. Can you not act like nothing happened?" Kano helplessly put down the book he had borrowed from the library. "What exactly is going on? Explain to me what a special ability is." Sean stretched his limbs a few times, then led Kano out of the dormitory and directly to the dining hall. The knight's dining hall was open 24 hours. The two ordered a stargazy pie and a large piece of fried steak each. Actually, not everyone has a special ability. Sean finished his steak in one go, wiped his mouth, and said, "We are all just knight squires now. Have you ever wondered when we will become true knights? When we are knighted by a higher-ranking noble, we will naturally be knights." Kano responded strangely. Gawain had wanted to knight him a long time ago, but Morgan had always been unwilling. No, that's knight status. Status and strength are two different things," Sean said, cutting the stargazy pie in half. "Just like two pieces of pie, two different things." He forked a piece onto his plate. Only by activating one's own special ability can one truly have knight-level strength. Then what's wrong with you? Prototype, early access version, call it what you will. Sean said casually, "I'm a natural talent. I've activated my special ability even though I don't have the strength of a knight yet. But I can only last 5 minutes, and then I'll be overdrawn. For a true knight, that state is permanent." Kano thought of Sean's stormy archery at the end, and couldn't help but exclaim, "That's really impressive. Of course, my special ability, like my ancestor Tristan's, is Eagle Eye. Sean said proudly. The book Kano had just read explained the effects of knight's special abilities. The so-called Eagle Eye was not only useful for archery. This special ability allowed a person's entire body muscles to be incredibly coordinated. As long as they practiced diligently, they could hit whatever they aimed at. This included, but was not limited to, archery, swordsmanship, spearfighting, etc. So how does one activate a special ability? Kano asked eagerly. "That, I don't know either." Sean pouted. "I gained my characteristic early, without going through the normal process, so my parents never told me how a normal knight squire should acquire a characteristic," Sean said, scratching his head awkwardly. They said that once my strength reached a certain level, I would naturally understand how to break through. Kano sighed helplessly. Whether it was Gawain or Sean's parents, they were all so cryptic. Adults are always so mysterious, Sean said, stuffing the stargazy pie into his mouth and chewing. Kano sighed. His arrival in Cornwall today was guided by Merlin. Did he think that telling him about the characteristic directly wouldn't be impactful enough, and that seeing it here would leave a deeper impression? Well, his goal was achieved. Kano was now looking forward to his own characteristic. His strength was slightly greater than Sean's, so if Sean was about to break through and become an official knight, then he should be close too. Speaking of which, are the characteristics of those powerful knights in history all recorded? Kano suddenly thought, like the Round Table Knights. Not all of them are. Some people revealed their own characteristics, while others' characteristics were inferred by later generations based on historical records. For example, my ancestor's known characteristic was Eagle Eye. Gawain's is Sun. His power grows stronger as the sun rises, reaching 3 times his normal state at noon, and gradually receding as the sun sets. Galahad's is Purity, meaning the more focused his mind, the stronger his power. What about Mordred? Kano quickly pressed. Unexpectedly, Sean showed a very troubled expression. Mordred's strength was only in the lower middle ranks among the Round Table Knights, but during the rebellion, his strength suddenly soared. He even managed to perish with King Arthur in the end. You know, King Arthur's characteristic is Lion King, meaning the more knights who pledge allegiance to him, the stronger he becomes, and the stronger they become. No one knows how Mordred suddenly became so strong. Historians suspect it's related to his characteristic. Kano was not in a hurry. After all, the people involved in these matters would surely know, so he could just ask them directly later. Early the next morning, the 2 children bid farewell to the principal and left Cornwall Magical Academy. Kriaker went ahead with the luggage. The journey was uneventful, and the 2 successfully arrived at McCall Manor, where an old butler with white hair and a straight back was waiting for them at the gate. "Young master, you've returned," he said, stepping forward to take the reins of Sean's and Kano's horses, bowing slightly. "I'm back, Robert. Don't bother with all that formality. My friend here has a tough battle tonight," Sean said, jumping directly off his horse and instructing Robert to quickly prepare food. Kano accompanied him to the manor's study. Sean cleared his throat, ready to tell him the story of Tristan, Isolde, and King Mark. "I've heard it since I was little, I've heard it every day. Every guest who comes, I tell it once. I can't help but be familiar with it," Sean said, patting Kano's shoulder. Tristan's father was the king of Lyonesse, and when he was born, his mother suffered greatly. His mother later passed away, naming the child Tristan on her deathbed, meaning, born in sorrow. Later, Tristan's father also died, and the throne was passed to the son born to his stepmother. Tristan then came to his uncle, King Mark's Duchy of Cornwall, where he helped him repel the powerful Irish knight, Morholt, who had come to collect tribute. However, he was also wounded by Morholt's poisoned spear and was on the verge of death. King Mark secretly sent him to Ireland, disguised, to seek medical treatment. Finally, the Irish princess Isolde cured him, and the 2 young people gradually developed feelings for each other. But Morholt was Isolde's uncle, and he had died because of Tristan. After Tristan's identity was exposed, he had no choice but to leave Ireland and return to Cornwall. Later, King Mark's mistress became infatuated with Tristan, neglecting King Mark. At the same time, Tristan's prestige in the Duchy of Cornwall grew day by day. King Mark therefore grew increasingly wary of Tristan. Afterwards, King Mark thought of marrying into the Irish royal family to consolidate his position, and he sent Tristan to Ireland to propose on his behalf. He had no idea that the Irish princess was Isolde, who was in love with Tristan. Thus, the fates of the 3 became intertwined. Tristan had no choice but to obey his liege, King Mark's, command and bring his beloved back to Cornwall. And Isolde deeply loved Tristan, and even becoming the queen of the Duchy of Cornwall did not change that. King Mark's jealousy and hatred for Tristan grew daily, and he repeatedly tried to put him to death. Although Tristan overcame many difficulties, he eventually fell victim to King Mark's schemes, and Isolde also died by suicide. Under pressure, King Mark buried the 2 together. The story of Tristan and Isolde has been passed down forever. Kano finished listening to the story, his expression like he was wearing a mask of pain. According to his moral standards, everyone in this story should learn about public order and good customs. But in the social environment of that time, every part of this story seemed quite reasonable. The story of Tristan and Isolde is truly a bit of a test of one's acceptance, Kano carefully commented, wiping the sweat from his forehead. It's okay, brother. Actually, there's a simpler version. Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet is based on our ancestors' story, but it's easier to accept, Sean said, patting Kano's shoulder with great understanding. Kano followed Sean to admire several ancient paintings hanging in his family's study, as well as the handwritten script of Romeo and Juliet that they had specially acquired back then. Night soon fell, and the butler Robert prepared an easily digestible and nutritious combat meal. Kano, I wish you a resounding victory, Sean said, raising his grape juice. I'll also be there to support you later. Thanks, Sean, Kano replied, raising his glass. Oh, by the way, what's King Mark's characteristic? Kano suddenly remembered, this was also important information. Sean shook his head. King Mark was one of the few kings at the time who was unwilling to go to battle. Due to his cunning and cautious nature, he never revealed his characteristic. But it doesn't matter. Such an overly cautious knight would not acquire any powerful characteristics. Characteristics are closely related to heredity, personality, and an individual's physical fitness. Kano nodded, feeling no fear in his heart. After all, before he knew about the existence of characteristics, he had defeated so many round table knights one by one. A King Mark who was skilled in schemes and tricks should not be a problem. Kano walked by the small river on the estate, a thick mist enveloping him and the fully armored stand behind him. When the mist cleared, a knight on horseback, wreathed in black mist, appeared before him. His features were indistinct, but the intense resentment was impossible to ignore. Is this King Mark's resentment? Stan asked curiously. Kano nodded silently and pulled a magnificent horse from the mist. His clothes instantly transformed into heavy armor, and a wooden sword, bow and arrows, and a lance all grew from the ground. King Mark's resentment stood silently by the river, and Kano took up the ready stance for a knight's duel. Try, Tristan. The resentful entity roared, charging at Kano on horseback. Kano drew his bow and shot an arrow at King Mark's helmet. King Mark nimbly dodged the arrow, swinging his lance to stab Kano. Kano parried the lance with his shield, returning with his wooden sword in his right hand, which was also blocked by King Mark's shield. His strength and speed are both very high. Kano, be careful, Stan said, already mounted, watching the battle nervously. Before he finished speaking, the black mist around King Mark intensified, and violent magic gathered into his body, bringing an eerie silence to the scene. Be careful. He's activated his ability, it should be a self-enhancement type, similar to Gawain. Stan immediately warned. Activated his ability? Kano tentatively shot an arrow, and King Mark casually swatted it away like an insect. King Mark charged with even greater ferocity, swinging his lance and engaging Kano in battle. King Mark's strength and speed suddenly increased by about twofold, and several consecutive thrusts made half of Kano's body go numb. But it didn't matter. What Kano lacked least was experience fighting uphill battles. Just as his shield was about to shatter, Kano abandoned his lance and drew his sword, risking being knocked off his horse by King Mark's lance to plunge his wooden sword into the neck of his opponent's mount. Both fell from their horses simultaneously, the cumbersome lance discarded. Kano no longer had a shield, he gripped his sword with both hands, continuing to face King Mark, who wielded both sword and shield. The two began another round of attacks, leaving shallow and deep wounds on each other. Kano's wounds were wreathed in faint black mist, and their healing speed was noticeably slower, while King Mark, though also injured, seemed to feel no pain. The situation was greatly disadvantageous for Kano. King Mark continued his relentless assault, while Kano, with numerous wounds, began to show signs of faltering in his movements. Stan wanted to help, but interrupting a knight's duel was a severe insult, so he could only stand by, fretting. At this moment, Kano jumped out of the battle circle, taking a breath. King Mark immediately closed in, giving him no chance to rest. Unexpectedly, Kano pulled out his magic wand from his embrace and cast Diffindo at the ground. King Mark leaped backward, still staggering from the scattered stones that struck his body. Sorry, I'm not just a knight. However, where knights surpassed mages was in combat. Before Kano could even utter a second spell, King Mark charged again like a bull. Kano frantically waved his magic wand, and vines shot continuously from the ground, entangling King Mark's feet. Kano switched to holding his sword with one hand, while simultaneously casting spells to impede King Mark's movements and constantly circling him. If he were an ordinary mage, his head would have already rolled, but Kano, due to his druid identity, could directly manipulate plants without incantations, which allowed him to stabilize the situation. King Mark, pulled by the vines, fought Kano, and in a short while, the tide of the battle turned. Kano's hands moved ceaselessly, constantly circling King Mark, who began to emit more black mist, his form slowly disintegrating. Finally, before Kano's magic was completely depleted, King Mark's resentment knelt on the ground, shattering into a black mist that merged into Kano's oak sword. The patterns on the oak sword, drawn with Arthur's blood, became somewhat darker, and correspondingly, the blade seemed even sharper. At the same time, Kano felt a warm current infuse his body. All his muscles relaxed, as if he were soaking in a hot spring. Phew, that was close. Kano plopped down on the ground. The thick mist suddenly dispersed, and he and Stan returned to the real world. Kano, your magic was so fast. Stan stepped forward and helped him up. If you hadn't used the vines to trap King Mark later, it would have been dangerous today. Yeah, why was King Mark so strong? Kano had just tried to stand up when a wave of dizziness knocked him back down. Kano. Stan quickly shook him twice, but Kano let out a faint snore. Stan chuckled twice, hoisted Kano onto his horse, and slowly walked towards the manor. Robert quickly came out to greet them. At this time, Kano was in a daze, dreaming, his consciousness once again leaving his body. He felt himself floating in the air, seeing Tristan and Isolde meeting secretly in Cornwall's palace, while King Mark watched them with intense jealousy. Compared to the youthful Tristan and Isolde, King Mark was already grey at the temples, a veritable old man. If I were still young, Tristan would be no match for me. The jealous King Mark thought this, knowing he was no match for Tristan, but he attributed it all to the merciless passage of time. If I were still young, my queen Isolde wouldn't have fallen in love with Tristan. He didn't know that Tristan and Isolde had long been in love, he was the one who had come between them in this story. If I were still young, why am I no longer young? King Mark's face twisted in resentment. In Kano's vision, black mist rose from King Mark, swirling in the air, finally coalescing into a younger knight with slender limbs and gloomy eyes. This was King Mark in his youth, his strongest self in his own mind. Then, Kano, from an observer's perspective, watched his battle with King Mark's resentment. Finally, the resentful entity, its power exhausted, flowed into Kano's wooden sword, and everything became calm. Canopus, thank you. A handsome red-haired knight appeared on horseback beside Kano. Kano knew he was Tristan. My liege's soul has long since entered the cycle of reincarnation, but his resentment still lingered near my bloodline, Tristan said with emotion. Thank you for bringing him peace. His resentment has dissipated. What about you and Isolde? Kano couldn't help but ask. Haha, what resentment do Isolde and I have? We were both people bound by fate. Even my liege, he just couldn't see past it for a time. We both struggled, we both suffered, but now the past has faded into the wind. Let this story come to an end. Tristan took out his harp, gently plucked its strings, and sang an ancient song. Kano opened his eyes, feeling an inexhaustible strength within him. After defeating King Mark's resentment, his magic and strength had both increased. Yesterday, he thought it was a delusion after a sudden relaxation, but when he woke up today, he found that it was all real. Upon reflection, perhaps the oak sword had exercised its arboreal instinct, absorbing the defiled resentment and, after processing it into pure energy, fed it back to its master. Kriaker immediately appeared before him, carefully examining Kano's body. Little master, you are perfectly healthy. Kano walked out of the guest room and into the living room. Sean was sitting in the main seat, yawning. Oh, Kano, you're awake. Sean stood up, carefully scrutinizing Kano from head to toe. How are you? Is your body all right? Sean asked with concern. Yesterday, when I tried to treat your wounds, I found they were already almost healed. It's fine, my recovery ability is very strong. Sean looked at the lively Kano and nodded in agreement. The two ate breakfast together, and Kano was invited to the manor's basement, where there were several hot spring pools. This was a McCall tradition. Injured knights were all to soak in these hot springs, which were said to have the effect of promoting blood circulation and dispelling stasis. Lying in the warm spring water, Kano recalled the conversation from his dream last night. Yesterday, Tristan's song in Kano's dream had him completely enchanted. His mastery of singing and playing the harp was simply divine. But even while enchanted by Tristan's performance, Kano didn't forget to inquire about Mordred's characteristics. "Well, I actually haven't had much contact with Mordred," Tristan said with an embarrassed smile. "I had already passed away by the time he raised his banner of rebellion. However, there is one person who definitely knows his characteristics." "Who is it?" "His elder brother, Gawain," Tristan said with certainty. "He hasn't mentioned this to you, perhaps he sees it as a kind of proof." Kano looked at Tristan, puzzled. "Gawain is a very emotional person. In Faerie, I heard that when Mordred, as Gawain's youngest brother, openly rebelled against King Arthur, it almost broke his heart. And later, after Mordred died and fell into hell, never to see Gawain again, it pained him even more." Tristan instinctively plucked a few sad notes. "As his disciple, you now bear the destiny of defeating Mordred. Gawain will not hide anything from you. Once you possess the strength to defeat Gawain, he might tell you about Mordred's characteristics. This would be a testament to entrusting Mordred's affairs to you." "Defeat my teacher. I still need to work hard." Kano unconsciously stirred the pool water, muttering softly. In the adjacent pool, Sean was swimming in the scorching hot spring, relying on his strong physique. "Phew, Kano. Once you become an official knight, how about we have another match?" Sean's fair skin was now as red as a cooked lobster. He draped a towel over his shoulder and sincerely challenged Kano. "Of course, no problem, but I will only get stronger." Kano nodded in agreement. "Next time, I can activate my characteristics and fight you." Kano finished resting at McCall Manor and bid farewell to Sean. Sean saw him off at the nearby train station, where Kriaker was already waiting with the luggage. "Kano, thank you for helping our ancestor free himself from King Mark's resentment." Sean looked at Kano earnestly. "It's nothing, this kind of experience isn't something just anyone can have," Kano replied with a smile. "Perhaps you don't care, but the McCall family does owe you a favor." Sean patted Kano's shoulder. "So, in the future, when you need help, please don't forget to contact me." Kano laughed. "Where did that guy with no noble demeanor go? So serious, it's not like your style." "Don't worry, Sean. It has nothing to do with favors, we are friends, so when I have difficulties, I will definitely not forget to call on you for help." "Yes, we are friends," Sean also laughed, and the two high-fived as a pledge. Just like that, Kano and Kriaker boarded the train back to London. As Kano and Kriaker walked past the Desley house with their suitcases, Harry was watering the garden with a hose. "Kano, you're back." Harry happily dropped the hose and greeted Kano from behind the fence. "Yes, I'm back. How was your vacation?" Kano motioned for Kriaker to take the luggage inside first, and stood there chatting with Harry. "They don't allow me to take out anything I brought back from school, and they forbid me from doing homework. But their attitude towards me has improved a lot," Harry added in a whisper. "Perhaps it's because they don't know I can't use magic during the holidays." Kano chuckled silently. For the Desley family, Harry was now a ticking time bomb, who might use those devilish tricks at any moment. In fact, all underage wizards' wands have a trace placed on them by the Ministry of Magic. This item can monitor whether someone has used magic within a relatively small area. That is to say, if there is only one little wizard in a house, then as soon as he uses magic, the Ministry of Magic will immediately know and issue a warning. But if it is a wizarding family, then the Ministry of Magic cannot distinguish who used the magic. For example, Kriaker uses magic to clean the house every day, and the Ministry of Magic has never sent Kano a warning letter. In Kano's view, the Ministry of Magic was merely bullying the weak and fearing the strong. They simply couldn't afford to offend the pure-blood families, so they simply gave up supervising their children, while wizards from ordinary backgrounds, with no one to rely on, were tightly monitored. "It's all right, Harry, if you want to practice magic, just come to my house." Kano explained the principle of the trace to Harry in detail, and Harry's eyes lit up as he listened. The rest of the vacation was very pleasant. Kano continued his daily night training, and also did not neglect his research into magic. Now he felt he had about a fourth-year student's magic level, but his spellcasting level was still at a relatively low stage. As for druid magic, Kano could control plants and communicate with animals by virtue of his inherent talent. What truly represented his druid magic level was actually druid transfiguration. Currently, Kano could transform into large hounds, wild boars, and brown bears. And now he could already summon animal spirits to attach to his body without transforming, enhancing his speed and strength. Soon, he would be able to transform into birds. At that time, it would also mean that he had officially moved beyond the auhtor level and become a member of the bard class. In mid-July, Kano was invited to the Weasleys' house, the burrow, located in the village of Ottery St. Catchpole, Devon. Kano surveyed the crooked house before him. It looked like building blocks haphazardly stacked by a mischievous child, as if a gentle touch would send them crashing down. However, magic held it firmly in place, and a somewhat gaunt, balding middle-aged man opened the door to greet him. "Hello, Canopus," he said, waving to Kano, dressed in a slightly frayed robe. Kano walked forward, pulling his luggage, and shook hands with Arthur Weasley. "Hello, Mr. Weasley." Then Kano saw a swarm of red-haired boys and girls pour out of the house. They were Percy, the third eldest, the twins, Ron, Kano's classmate, and a shy little girl, Ginny. He was familiar with everyone except Ginny. "Hello, everyone." Kano had just raised his hand to greet them when the plump Mrs. Weasley emerged from behind the children and gave Kano a solid hug. "Good boy, you're finally here," Mrs. Weasley said, pulling Kano by the hand into the house, continuously muttering, "After Arthur told me about you, I've been wanting to meet you. Have you eaten? I'm making a feast." The space inside the burrow was quite cramped, there was no living room, and the kitchen held a large table where everyone could eat together, while a stove at the other end hissed with warmth. Kano was unceremoniously pulled by Mrs. Weasley to a table laden with snacks and sat down, as the Weasley children gathered around, asking Kano about his holiday. "So, you went to Cornwall and even had a fight with the knights there?" Ron asked, his mouth full of cake, eyes wide with surprise. "Yes, Sean is indeed an interesting person," Kano said, watching Mr. Weasley and Mrs. Weasley busy in the kitchen, wondering if he should call Creaker to help. "Your holiday was truly colorful, unlike ours. We just stayed at home," said either Fred or George, and the other nodded in agreement. "We just had to try and catch some fleeting ideas, so we can use them to bring joy to Filch after school starts." As the two spoke in unison, Percy's face turned green. "I say, next time you discuss feeding Filch's scrawny cat laxatives, can you please not let me hear it?" Percy covered his forehead, feeling his hairline was about to follow in Mr. Weasley's footsteps. Mr. Canopus," Ginny whispered, and her brothers instantly fell silent. How is Harry Potter doing lately?" "Don't worry, Ginny. Although he suffered a lot when he was young, he's been doing quite well these past 2 years," Kano replied earnestly. "Ginny is a fan of Harry," Ron whispered to Kano. "I mean a real fan, the kind who wants Harry's autograph. I really can't imagine, good heavens, it's like my mum's obsession with Lockhart." Kano chuckled inwardly, thinking that Harry and Ginny would eventually marry anyway, so this was just the beginning. Soon, Mrs. Weasley brought out steaming dishes one after another. The dishes were typical British home cooking, very tasty, and generously portioned to ensure everyone was full. As the saying goes, a half-grown boy eats his father out of house and home. Kano watched the table full of red-haired lads, forking food onto their plates like a robbery, devouring it like a whirlwind. But they all doted on Ginny. The little girl's plate was piled high with meat and vegetables from her brothers, her small face drawn and plump. After eating and drinking their fill, darkness fell. The children were sent back to their rooms by Mrs. Weasley. Kano and Mr. Weasley sat at the long table, drinking butterbeer and reminiscing. "I'd heard about Vivian and Regulus, but I truly didn't know they reconnected later," Mr. Weasley sighed. "Vivian never told me who your father was in the end. According to my house elf's description, my father wanted to leave the Death Eaters back then and live in seclusion with my mother. Unexpectedly, death came so suddenly." Kano recounted the events of that year with some reservations, and Mr. Weasley could only sigh. "Kano, don't be too sad, we are all your family," Mrs. Weasley comforted Kano, though her own tears flowed endlessly. Kano had to turn around and comfort Mrs. Weasley, and it was a while before she calmed down. "Kano, do you have any difficulties in your life right now?" Mr. Weasley asked. "I know you're not short on money, I mean issues beyond that." In Mr. Weasley's perception, Kano was just a child. Even if he had money, he might encounter various situations where it would be inconvenient for him to act directly. Kano actually did have such a matter. He took out his small satchel and pulled out 2 bottles of milky white potion from inside. "Mr. Weasley, I actually do have something I'd like your help with." Mr. Weasley picked up the 2 bottles of potion, looking at Kano in confusion. "What kind of potion is this? I've never seen it before." Mr. Weasley worked at the Ministry of Magic and was considered well informed in the magic world, but how could he recognize a druid potion that had been lost for many years? This was the progeny potion Kano had brewed from collected mistletoe, a secret druid potion. If a couple each drank half a bottle, pregnancy was guaranteed within a month. For magical families with few offspring, the value of this potion was immeasurable. Crabbe and Goyle were like 2 imbeciles. Did their parents never think of having another child, of re-rolling the dice? The Malfoy family had been single-child for generations. A slight accident could mean the end of their line. Did Lucius never think of putting in more effort to have a few more? Leaving aside Sirius, who had been disowned, the House of Black currently only had Kano as a male member. When Kano had made the progeny potion and said he wanted to sell it, Kreaker almost threatened to die. When Kano explained the potion's effects to Mr. Weasley's hands trembled, and he quickly put the 2 small bottles down. "Kano, this potion is too valuable," Mr. Weasley said seriously. "I suggest you keep it. Few families would sell such a crucial potion." Kano smiled and shook his head. "I made this potion myself, and the ingredients aren't particularly expensive. Besides, I'm not just selling this to make money. Anyway, I've already decided, Uncle, so please don't try to persuade me." With Kano saying that, Mr. Weasley couldn't say anything more, but what followed left him unable to remain calm. "I need you to get this potion appraised, and then, would you be interested in being an endorser for this potion?" Kano asked. Kano stayed at the burrow for a day, finalizing the discussion about the progeny potion. Kano was responsible for making the potion, with the first batch consisting of 20 bottles for sale. Mr. Weasley, acting as a living advertisement and distributor, was in charge of sales. Kreaker was responsible for checking the accounts. "I said 60-40, and that's what it is." "I don't agree, it must be a fixed remuneration." "Don't misunderstand, the one talking about a 60-40 split was Kano, and the one insisting on a fixed remuneration was Mr. Weasley." Kano thought that he wasn't short on money, so letting the Weasley family have a bit more to improve their lives would be good. But Mr. Weasley felt this was taking advantage of Kano, and he absolutely could not agree. So, he set his own remuneration at the equivalent of 1 year's salary from his regular job. Finally, Mrs. Weasley made the decisive call, siding with her husband. "Kano, I know you mean well. But our lives aren't that impoverished. Surely you're not looking down on us, are you?" As soon as Mrs. Weasley said this, Kano could only raise his hands in surrender, indicating he had no such intention. "Don't worry, Kano. I'll sell these 20 bottles in 2 batches. I'll retail 5 bottles first, and once their effects become apparent, I'll hold an auction. I won't let you suffer any losses." Mr. Weasley chewed on his quill, grinning as he listed a long string of names, all of them magic families struggling with progeny. Kano took a quick look and found that, apart from the Weasley family, almost all the well-known families in the magic world were on the list. "Don't make the selling price too outrageous, or I'm afraid you might get ambushed one day, Uncle," Kano warned. "That's not up to me, Kano. For such an important potion, I can't imagine how popular it will be." Kano gave a dry laugh. Given the pureblood family's emphasis on progeny, even if the potion required their flesh in exchange, they would still hum and thank you while the knife was cutting. "Thank you." Old Parkinson's eyes welled up when he received the first bottle of progeny potion. He clutched the potion tightly, insisting on dragging Mr. Weasley to his home for a drink. The main Parkinson family had only given birth to 1 girl in this generation, Pansy Parkinson, who was in the same year as Kano. But she and Draco were childhood sweethearts, and everyone expected them to marry in the future. Lucius certainly wouldn't object, but old Parkinson was heartbroken. After he died, he feared he would have to adopt a child from a collateral branch to inherit the Parkinson family's estate. How could the old man accept that? Mr. Weasley struggled greatly to break free from Parkinson's iron grip. He wiped the sweat from his bald head and returned home to wait quietly. Soon, the Parkinson family held a celebration banquet, inviting many pure-blood families. At the banquet, the men surrounded old Parkinson, and the noblewomen surrounded Mrs. Parkinson, all eagerly asking about the secret to pregnancy. "The one the Weasley family sold me, it really works." As soon as Mrs. Parkinson said this, everyone immediately made sounds of realization. After all, the Weasley family had always had many children, earning them various sarcastic nicknames. For example, pure-blood goblins, or pure-blood beggars, were all meant to mock them for having many children but earning little. But honestly, if they couldn't have children, who would willingly risk it all with a single heir? Among the pure-blood wizard families, a storm quietly began to brew. The topic of wizards' greetings shifted from galleons, estates, and dragons to "Did you buy it? Did you drink it? Did you get pregnant?" When Mr. Weasley was finally cornered at his doorstep by a crowd of pure-blood wizards, he reluctantly announced that the auction would be held the day after tomorrow. On the day of the auction, Diagon Alley. Old Parkinson stood at the entrance with a joyful expression. This was an unused property of his family. Hearing that Mr. Weasley was holding an auction, he immediately lent it out and had it decorated as a venue. One luxurious carriage after another, pulled by either thestrals or hippogriffs, stopped at the entrance. Pair after pair of well-dressed pure-blood wizards descended from the carriages and entered the venue. Mr. Weasley observed the entrance from behind a curtain, noting that almost everyone on his list was present. House elves moved through the crowd, offering drinks to the esteemed guests, and little fairies performed beautiful dances as an opening act, but no one was in the mood to taste or appreciate them. Finally, the plump Mrs. Weasley appeared on stage carrying a tray, 15 bottles of progeny potion emitting a soft white glow under the lights. Mrs. Weasley placed the tray on a small square table, much like she would usually put down a pot of stew in the kitchen. A collective gasp came from below. Some almost couldn't help but want to remind her to be gentler. "I'm not good at this either. I don't know why Arthur made me come up here to sell this stuff." Mrs. Weasley started with this sentence, making many in the audience feel a pang of jealousy. "Because you can give birth, Mrs. Weasley. All right, I'll name a price. The starting bid is 5,000 galleons." This price was certainly not low, roughly equivalent to 5 years' salary for a middle-level manager at the Ministry of Magic. But the wizards below showed no surprise. Instead, they silently began to raise their bidding paddles. Crabbe, 5,600, Pruitt, 7,000, Mrs. Weasley said languidly from the stage. The wizards cursed inwardly, thinking, "Who doesn't know your maiden name is Pruitt? You don't need to remind us so obviously that we're bidding too slowly." The bidding immediately entered a feverish stage. One high price after another was called out. Everyone gradually increased their bids from 100 to 500 each time, and finally, 150,000 galleons. Borgin, hunched over with greasy hair, threw down his bidding paddle, jumped onto a chair, and howled, waving his wand. 120,000. Lucius stood up, gritting his teeth, holding 2 land deeds in his other hand, plus 2 storefronts in Diagon Alley. "I'm sorry, this round of bidding only accepts galleon transactions." Mrs. Weasley shook her head. 150,000, any higher bids? Borgin was the owner of Borgin and Burke's, a dark arts shop, and his liquid assets were among the highest in the room. "Third call, no more bids. Then this bottle of progeny potion goes to Mr. Borgin." Borgin immediately jumped onto the stage, exchanging money for goods. He drank half the bottle on the spot and fed the remaining half to his wife. For a moment, the individuals in the audience who were contemplating murder and robbery later secretly gritted their teeth. It was already in their stomachs. What could be done now? Another 4 bottles of potion were sold at high prices, all acquired by wizard families with large amounts of liquid assets. Considering that everyone genuinely lacks cash, the creator of the progeny potion has temporarily decided that, starting from the next bottle, property deeds can be used as collateral. Mrs. Weasley took the note handed to her from behind and read it unhurriedly. A goblin in a suit walked out from backstage, clearly a professional vampire from Gringotts. The auction paused for half an hour. The goblin sat below the stage, constantly appraising the property deeds handed to him by the wizards. Kano, hidden in the shadows, watched with satisfaction as the old wizards, their eyes red with greed, competed fiercely. "What a great harvest, Kano." The Weasleys happily left with their share of the commission, thinking about what delicious food to buy for their children when they got home. Kano looked at the large pile of property deeds and the thick stack of Gringotts receipts with some worry. His original intention was not to make money, but to drain the pure-blood family's liquid funds and easily convertible assets. After all, in relatively stable times, capital was what these pure-blood families used to stir up trouble. If they were all tight on money for the next few years, they would be much more honest. Even if Lord Voldemort made a comeback in the future, raising an army of Death Eaters would still require money. Big promises alone couldn't solve the practical problems of people and animals needing to eat, and property deeds couldn't directly be exchanged for food or used to reward subordinates. Kano wanted to use this method to cut off Lord Voldemort's potential foreign dark wizard reinforcements. But the current effect seemed a bit too good. Kano had just briefly flipped through them, and the deeds even included some families' herb plantations and magic ore mines. These were all high-quality industries that could continuously provide blood to the families. Now Kano was worried that some families might become desperate and blindly follow Lord Voldemort in rebellion because they had nothing left. He couldn't just give them back, could he? Forget it, he would keep an eye on these families for now and observe them more closely in the future. Deeply feeling that he had underestimated Wizard's desire for offspring, Kano handed all these properties to Kreaker to store. At least until Lord Voldemort was thoroughly dead, these property deeds should not see the light of day again. After concluding this potentially far-reaching operation, Kano secretly planned for the upcoming school year. The Chamber of Secrets? Kano did not intend to let any of that happen. On a larger scale, a basilisk was not some cat or dog. If something went wrong, students could suffer heavy casualties. On a smaller scale, the person controlled by the diary was Ginny, a very cute little girl who was also Kano's relative. Kano wasn't going to watch her fall into a pit. It's fine to admire Harry, I'll play matchmaker for you. Harry is young and rich, if you marry him, you won't even have to deal with mother-in-law issues. What a great future husband. No, thinking like this is too unethical. Kano sincerely corrected his thoughts, bringing his mind back on track, which left Harry, who had run to his house for refuge, looking confused. Kano, what are you thinking about? Why aren't you speaking? Harry asked, putting down the dumbbell in his hand. Nothing, what did you just say? Kano quickly covered it up. I just said that Hermione and Ron haven't written to me at all this holiday. If I couldn't come here to catch my breath, I'd start to wonder if Hogwarts was just a dream. Kano frowned, seemingly remembering something, and called Kreaker over. Have any owls delivered letters to Harry recently? Yes, little master. Kreaker's attitude was as submissive as ever, and their letters were all delivered. But I haven't received any. Did Uncle Vernon hide the letters again? Harry asked, puzzled. Impossible, owls only deliver letters to people with magic. Kreaker denied, just yesterday, I saw 2 owls deliver letters to you. Say no more, I know what's going on. Kano pouted. He remembered that this time it was Dobby constantly causing trouble behind the scenes. Dobby knew his master, Lucius, was going to cause trouble at Hogwarts this year and wanted to prevent Harry from getting hurt by stopping him from attending school. Cutting off communication was his doing, but Kano hadn't thought of it at the moment. Someone must have intercepted your letters. Kreaker. Little master, please give your command. Keep an eye out these 2 days and catch the fellow who's intercepting letters. Kano commanded. Alive, little master? Kreaker asked seriously. Kano rolled his eyes, choked. He really didn't know what kind of dirty work the Black family used to make Kreaker watch. Of course, alive. Under the premise of your own safety, try to bring him back in one piece. At night, Harry suddenly heard shouting and fighting from the window. However, the sounds quickly stopped, and Harry, puzzled, fell back asleep. The next morning, when Kano went downstairs for his morning exercise, he saw Dobby, beaten beyond recognition as a house elf, tightly bound in the living room. Kreaker was placing breakfast on the table. Good morning, little master. Kreaker bowed. I have found the letter thief and conducted a preliminary interrogation, but he said nothing. You even tortured him. It was necessary. The Black family has a very good book on the subject. Unfortunately, master, you wanted him kept intact, so many methods could not be used. Kreaker reported with regret. Kano slapped his forehead. He was ostensibly correcting Kreaker, but in reality, he was fighting against the Black family's distorted values of many years. Dobby, right. The house elf, bruised and bloody, froze, then wildly started banging his head on the floor. Bad Dobby, exposed his identity, Harry Potter will be in danger. Petrificus totalis. Kano had no choice but to give him a Petrificus totalis. I know you won't talk to me. Listen carefully, in a moment I'll call Harry to my house, and you can talk to him face to face. When Kano finished his morning exercise and breakfast, Harry indeed came to his house again. Go see that house elf, he's the one who intercepted all the letters. Kano, holding a teacup, left the living room to get some fresh air, leaving the space to the atypical elf and Harry. Dobby had completely messed things up with good intentions. According to the original plot, this fellow would also seal the magical wall of platform 9 3/4 this year, and even enchant a bludger to knock Harry off his broom. What kind of nonsense was this? With a slight mishap, Harry wouldn't even need to fight the basilisk, he'd just get his head bashed in and lie safely in a graveyard. Let them talk it out. Kano considered himself an ordinary person and couldn't connect with Dobby's thought process. Just then, a strange breaking sound came from the sky. An old Ford screeched to a halt in front of Kano's house, then automatically opened its doors. One of the twins, George and Fred, was sitting in the driver's seat. Kano couldn't tell which one. Ron and the other twin peeked out from the back window. Ron, stunned, called out, "Kano, where's your house?" "Right here, Ron." Kano quickly ran to open the gate. The flying old Ford obediently drove in this time, leaving deep tire tracks on Kriaker's meticulously maintained lawn. Kano seemed to see Kriaker gritting his teeth and washing dishes through the window. "Hey, Harry never wrote back to us, so we came to check." The twins put their arms around Kano's shoulders from both sides. "This place of yours is nice, at least there are no gnomes in the garden." Harry saw them too and excitedly ran out of the house. "So, this is the guy who intercepted our letters." Ron glared at Dobby with a grim expression, looking as if he wanted to kick him a few times. Dobby was bound tightly by Kriaker and couldn't move an inch. "Not just yours, Hermione's, Hagrid's, he didn't miss a single one. Too bad house elves can't play Quidditch. Otherwise, he'd definitely be a world-class keeper." The twins examined the envelopes, bantering back and forth. "He said something terrible would happen at Hogwarts this year, but he couldn't tell me what it was. I just asked him who wanted to hurt me, and he couldn't say." Harry shook his head helplessly. "I asked him how that person planned to hurt me, and he still couldn't say." "Don't worry, Harry." Kano shook his head. "You should trust Dumbledore." "Oh, no," Dobby began to say, "even if he is a white wizard whose magic can rival you-know-who, there are some things he cannot do, because he is not that." Bad Dobby, almost spoke ill of his little master. Dobby started banging his head against the wall again, and Harry had to hold him down. "I think what he's trying to say is that his little master has no bottom line," Ron pouted. "But I'll just say this, ancient families with house elves generally have no bottom line in their conduct." Harry finally managed to hold Dobby down, or perhaps Dobby had knocked himself out. "Who can tell me what to do with him?" Harry panted as he got up from the floor. "I'm really afraid I'll say the wrong thing and he'll self-mutilate himself to death." "Let me." Kano stepped forward and shook the dazed Dobby awake. Dobby's eyes refocused, and Kano leaned close to his ear and whispered a single word, "Malfoy." Dobby twisted backward in horror, and Kano straightened up, adding, "Dumbledore is already prepared, so don't worry and don't do anything unnecessary." After speaking, he gestured for Kriaker to untie Dobby. Kriaker regretfully wiggled his fingers, and the complex knots on Dobby's body automatically unraveled. Dobby bowed to Harry and Kano, sniffed, snapped his fingers, and vanished into thin air. "All right, it's getting late." One of the twins looked at the clock in the room, while the other went out to start the car. "We snuck out under the pretense of clearing gnomes from the garden, and this car was also secretly driven out," Ron explained. "Mate, we took a big risk to pick you up." Harry nodded, touched. "If a muggle saw you, you'd be punished, right?" "It has nothing to do with muggles, Harry. Our dear mum, she's overly protective," Fred probably said. "If we don't hurry, you'll see how angry she gets." "Kano, are you coming with us?" Ron invited. "No, I just came back from your house a few days ago. Plus, with 2 more people and a pile of luggage, your old Ford would be as packed as a sardine can." Kano shook his head, declining the Weasley family's invitation. He wasn't keen on interrupting Harry's first meeting with his in-laws. This car has been magically expanded on the inside, so it won't be crowded. But you have a point. Mum has been talking about how gentle and polite you are these past few days since you left. Ron shrugged. It's good to give us some time to breathe too. Harry ran back to the Dursleys' house and quickly packed his luggage amidst Uncle Vernon's. Wizards have terrible taste. Vernon roared. It's a shabby old Ford. Harry shoved his luggage into the car and jumped into the back seat. The old Ford, which had been sitting steadily, immediately shot upwards and disappeared into the sky. Vernon stared blankly at the sky, his mouth wide open. Harry was gone for good. Connor stood in the yard, waved, and continued his peaceful holiday. Almost forgot, I need to arrange to go to Diagon Alley with the Weasleys to buy books. Connor muttered to himself as he wrote a letter and handed it to Creaker, telling him to deliver it later. After all, on that day, Lucius would throw the Horcrux diary into Ginny's cauldron, and Connor needed to seize the opportunity to intercept it. A few days later, Ron's family's half-dead owl Errol brought a reply, and at the same time, the owl sent by Hogwarts also delivered the new term's book list. This year's defense against the dark arts class teacher was Gilderoy Lockhart, a scoundrel who used memory charms to erase others' memories and then claimed their heroic deeds as his own. Of course, besides being proficient in memory charms, he had other strengths. He was very skilled at fan circle operations, packaging himself as a handsome and talented charming wizard. In addition, his writing was also good. He vividly described the deeds of others in his books. After all, he was a Ravenclaw graduate. Even if his magic wasn't great, he was still smart enough. But now, Connor frowned as he looked at the book list, which featured a row of non-fiction books written by him and used as textbooks. Was it not too much to so blatantly make students boost his sales? It was important to know that his books were not cheap, and at this point in time, his reputation was soaring, making even second-hand copies hard to find. Creaker, how many wizards do you know who do dirty work? Connor pursed his lips, deciding to trip up this narcissistic fellow. Little master, it depends on your needs, Creaker inquired. Is it murder, or masked robbery? No, not that extreme. Connor pinched the bridge of his nose. Just get me a small-time character who isn't too clean-handed but doesn't have the guts to kill or steal. And go buy me a set of Gilderoy Lockhart's books listed on the book list, plus 2 self-inking quills. Creaker left to carry out the order. Connor dug out a thick phone book from his house and found a printing factory. Dialing the rotary phone with some unfamiliarity, Connor got through to the printing factory. Yes, a few fantasy books, not for publication. Only print 100 copies of each volume, just for family and friends to read. Price to be discussed in person. Okay, I'll bring you the manuscript, and we can discuss it then. Connor hung up the phone. Creaker happened to return with a stack of Lockhart's books. Connor cast a spell on the self-inking quills, making them rapidly copy Lockhart's books. After all, those moving photos couldn't be given to the printing factory. Little master, there's a fellow named Mundungus Fletcher who should meet your requirements. Connor also remembered this person. Mundungus was a low-level figure in wizard society. While not evil enough to be in Azkaban, he was certainly not a good person upon closer inspection. But he had once served the Order of the Phoenix and often managed to dig up secret information that couldn't be heard through normal channels. It should be said that he was a fellow with minor flaws but still a bit of a sense of justice in his heart. He's the one. Tell him I have a small business to discuss with him. Harry, oh my goodness, you're here. Harry was rescued from Knockturn Alley by Hagrid, and Mrs. Weasley happily pulled Harry from Hagrid's hands, taking a large brush from her bag to dust the soot off him. You mispronounced the address when you used Flo powder just now, but thankfully you didn't go too far astray, Mr. Weasley asked. Where did you go? I just went to Knockturn Alley. I saw the Malfoys and Borgin, the hunched, greasy old shop owner from Borgin and Burke's, arguing, Harry quickly said. Perhaps he was trying to dispose of some dark arts items. Humph, sooner or later I'll catch him red-handed, Mr. Weasley said. Connor listened quietly from the side. If he remembered correctly, Lucius was trying to sell off some unsavory items from his home to Borgin this time. However, Borgin had almost drained his cash flow 2 days ago to buy a potion for offspring. Borgin was short on money now, so it was likely the two were arguing over the selling price. But Lucius's goal wasn't to make money, but to get rid of the items, so he probably took quite a loss. Let's go, children, we're going to Gringotts to get some money. Mr. Weasley patted each family member, straightened his back, and walked towards Gringotts. Hermione's family was in the Gringotts main hall, asking how to exchange pounds for galleons. Her parents seemed a bit awkward, but Hermione looked calm. "Hi, I'm over here." Hermione saw the Weasleys and her friends and waved happily. Mr. Weasley was very interested in Muggles and insisted on taking the Grangers to the Leaky Cauldron for a drink. The Grangers also wanted to learn about the magic world through Mr. Weasley, so they agreed to go together after the Weasleys finished withdrawing money. Connor didn't need to withdraw money, so he stayed in the Gringotts Hall and sat down to chat with the Grangers. "Young Mr. Canopus, Hermione has been well looked after by you at school," Mrs. Granger said. "Just call me Cano, madam," Cano replied with a smile. "Hermione is a very strong girl and a clever witch." The Grangers both smiled, they were proud of their daughter. "I hear you're from a magic family, Cano?" Mr. Granger asked. "That's right, why?" "I'm very curious, for a girl like Hermione, what kind of work can she do after graduating from Hogwarts?" Cano felt that the Grangers seemed overly worried because they didn't understand the magic world well enough. So he briefly outlined a few employment directions in the current magic world for the Grangers. Cano counted on his fingers. The first is to join the Ministry of Magic, just like Mr. Weasley. The second is to join let's call it a company, like here. Cano pointed to the human tellers in the corner of the Gringotts Hall. And another is to rely on one's own intelligence to invent special magic items and become one's own boss. That sounds similar to our side. Mrs. Granger breathed a sigh of relief. "Indeed, they're all people, how different can they be?" Cano said with a smile. "Besides, with Hermione's intelligence, no matter which path she chooses in the future, it won't be a problem." What Cano didn't say was that these paths were all controlled by prominent families, and wizards from ordinary backgrounds almost had no chance to rise. Lord Voldemort, under the guise of pureblood supremacy, fooled countless pureblood wizards into dying for him. If it weren't for the two great wars, past and upcoming, that decimated the pureblood wizard lineage, Hermione probably wouldn't have become Minister of Magic in the original book. After a brief chat with the Grangers, Harry and the others returned to the hall. Mrs. Weasley's small bag was bulging, seemingly filled with galleons. "Honestly, thank you, Cano," Mr. Weasley whispered. "This year, every child will be able to wear new robes and use new textbooks." Cano shook his head. "This is your hard-earned money, Uncle. There's no need for thanks." "All right, this is the last time," Mr. Weasley winked. Cano didn't want this matter to become a burden on Mr. Weasley's mind. There was no need to be so precise between relatives. "All right." Mr. Weasley raised his voice. "Go shopping, children. We'll meet at Flourish and Blots in an hour." A large group of children, having received double their usual pocket money from Mrs. Weasley, cheered and merged into the crowd. The Weasleys pulled the Grangers towards the Leaky Cauldron, while Cano and the trio leisurely strolled through the streets. "Did everyone see this year's book list? Who is that Gilderoy Lockhart?" Hermione asked. "He wrote so many books." "Don't know, my mum really likes him," Ron mumbled. "Maybe he's a famous wizard." Harry was also curious. "Hermione, how long does it take you to write a 14-inch essay?" Cano suddenly asked. "A few hours, if I have reference books," Hermione immediately replied. "Professor Lockhart has so many published works, I really don't know how he manages to be so prolific while also going on adventures." Cano subtly gave Hermione a heads-up. Hermione frowned. She wasn't entirely convinced by Cano's words. But she didn't rush to defend Lockhart either, as they would be spending the next year together, and what kind of person he was would soon become clear. An hour later, the Weasleys and Cano, among others, reassembled at the entrance of Flourish and Blots. Standing at the entrance was a large photo of a blonde, curly-haired wizard, none other than Gilderoy Lockhart. He was holding a book signing inside Flourish and Blots, and the store was full of middle-aged women. It seemed he was truly a housewife killer. As a few of them were about to squeeze in, a somewhat sleazy voice rang out beside them. "Are you Hogwarts students?" Everyone turned their gaze to the speaker. The man was scruffy-bearded, short and stout, wearing dirty robes and smelling of smoke. "Oh, Mundungus, you're out so soon." Mr. Weasley stepped forward, shielding the children behind him. "You're not trying to curse me from behind again, are you?" "How could I? Arthur, I was just confused for a moment," just confused, Mundungus said with a dry laugh. I have legitimate business today, look. Mundungus dramatically pulled open his robes, revealing dozens of Lockhart's books tucked into pockets on the inside of his robe. Very cheap, just covering my labor. Kano tried his best not to laugh. He had sent Kriaker to arrange for Mundungus to sell pirated copies of Lockhart's books. Mundungus had wanted to play speculative tricks, but Kriaker told him that many hungry people were willing to do this job, and it wasn't strictly necessary for him to do it. So he was forced to sign a mandatory magic contract, allowing him to sell the pirated books personally to Hogwarts students at a price slightly higher than Kano's printing cost, with a maximum of 1 set per person, and no deviation from any condition was allowed. That small markup was Mundungus's payment for his efforts. The more he sold, the more he earned. Oh, Mundungus, you are truly despicable. Mrs. Weasley, as a fan of Lockhart's books, widened her eyes. Kano thought, this is bad. Mrs. Weasley was probably going to boycott pirated copies. Give me 5 sets. Mrs. Weasley waved her hand grandly. Soon, all the Hogwarts students present had a pirated copy of Lockhart's book. Although I like Lockhart very much, his books are too expensive, Mrs. Weasley said with conviction. I will buy a genuine set for my collection. Mundungus had already approached another family like a ghost, once again pulling open his robe like a pervert. Seeing the surprised look on that family's faces, Kano knew Mundungus was about to sell another one. He wasn't worried that Mundungus would follow suit in the future and harm the interests of other authors. This was because only Lockhart's books were overpriced, other textbooks were sold almost at cost, leaving no profit margin for piracy. Why not just scam Lockhart? Besides, Kano had contacted a printing factory in the Muggle world, so wizards couldn't trace the source of the pirated copies. Kano and Harry squeezed through the queue of witches waiting for autographs and finally got all of this year's reference books. Before Harry could even sigh in relief, a man holding a camera and constantly taking pictures of Lockhart stepped on his foot. Get out of the way, he barked at Harry. Lockhart looked over, and after a moment, a brilliant smile spread across his face as if he'd been electrified. Harry Potter. He rushed over, grabbed Harry's arm, and flashed a perfect set of white teeth at the camera. Smile brightly, Harry, we'll be on the front page. The photographer, who had just been so rude, scurried around taking photos of the two. Harry was finally released by Lockhart, only to be handed a stack of books. You'll love them, my complete works, Lockhart winked, and the witches let out uncontrollable squeals. When Lockhart announced that he would be the defense against the dark arts class teacher at Hogwarts, the crowd erupted. Someone pulled out their wand and started setting off fireworks, but they were quickly suppressed by the staff of Flourish and Blots. Kano looked at the chaotic scene, hearing the phantom sounds of Gni Tai Mei and Gidge in his ears, and couldn't help but shiver. He quickly shook his head, trying to get rid of the terrible background noise. Harry pushed his way out of the crowd and ran into the Malfoy father and son. Oh, it's the famous Potter. It must feel good to be the center of attention, doesn't it? Do you like it? Draco's face wore an irritating smirk. Shut up, he doesn't like it. Ginny, carrying a cauldron, retorted from the side. Kano noticed that fans' combat power when defending their idol was truly strong. Oh, Potter, you've found a girlfriend. Draco drawled, and Ginny blushed and retreated. Ron, Hermione, and the twins had all squeezed over by this point, and Mr. Weasley was slowly approaching from a distance. Malfoy, how was your holiday? Did you practice your magic? Kano asked calmly. Hermione looked at Draco with pure, innocent eyes. Draco felt a deep malice emanating from both the top and second-ranked students in their year. His father's hand on his shoulder seemed to tighten slightly. Heh, thanks for your concern, Black. Draco forced a smile. I hope you make some progress this year, Malfoy, Kano said, shaking his head with an expression of disappointment. We are both the sole heirs of pure-blood families. We must strive to work hard. Oh, by the way, are you going to have a younger brother? Ron suddenly interjected. My dad said your family also bought a bottle of that potion. Nice, brother. As the saying goes, if you survive a great disaster, there will be a follow-up attack. Ron's jab went straight into Draco's windpipe, making his breathing difficult. But he couldn't say anything, because he had no standing. Even if Draco was a fool, he knew that the family fortune he would inherit would likely be halved. The Weasley family was always short on money because they had too many children, so coming from them, the insult was doubled. Lucius couldn't listen anymore, and just then, Mr. Weasley walked over. "Well, isn't it, Arthur? You've made quite a bit of money selling potions lately, haven't you?" "Yes, especially with your patronage, old chap," Mr. Weasley retorted with a forced smile. "Too bad you're just a middleman and didn't get the big share." Lucius shook his head with feigned regret. "With so many children, you must not be able to save any money. You're all flashy this year, but next year you'll probably be tightening your belts. Being a pure-blood scoundrel doesn't seem to have any benefits, does it?" "Don't trouble yourself, Malfoy." Arthur's face seemed to redden. "You should mind your own family." "Oh, dear," Lucius looked at the Granger couple nearby. "Look at the friends you keep. I thought the Weasley family had already fallen to their lowest point." With a clatter, Ginny's cauldron dropped to the floor, spilling books everywhere. Mr. Weasley and Mr. Granger both lunged forward simultaneously. They had just had a drink and were feeling a bit tipsy. How could they tolerate such disgusting words? Kano watched as the two men each grabbed one of Lucius's hands to prevent him from using his wand. Their other hands were clenched into fists, raining blows on Lucius. Mr. Weasley specifically aimed for the stomach, while Mr. Granger, perhaps due to an occupational habit, aimed for Lucius's cheeks. Hagrid pushed through the crowd to pull them apart. Kano was certain he had slowed down when he saw the fight unfold. "That's enough," Hagrid advised in what he thought was a very low voice. Indeed, half of Lucius's face was swollen, and he clutched his stomach, unable to get up for a moment. Weasley and Granger were still fuming, the alcohol not yet worn off. A group of children, with many hands, led their two fathers out of the bookstore. Kano watched Ginny put the scattered books back into her cauldron, among which was an additional black-covered book. Kano followed everyone out of Flourish and Blots without a trace, swiftly reaching into Ginny's cauldron and taking out the black-covered diary. "You're welcome, little girl." Tom Riddle's first Horcrux was now in his possession. As soon as he touched the Horcrux, Kano felt a chilling aura constantly invading his body. But it was useless. Kano's special constitution made him almost immune to all dark arts erosion. Everyone parted ways at the exit of Diagon Alley. Kano used the fireplace at the leaky cauldron to quickly return home with Flo powder. "Kriaker, do not touch this diary. It is similar to my father's locket," Kano warned the house elf gravely. "Once I figure it out, your mission will have hope." "Little Master said it, old Kriaker will remember." Kriaker swore with an elaborate gesture. Kano found a pre-prepared oak box and tossed the diary inside. Closing the lid, Kano bit his fingertip and drew dense Ogham runes on the surface until he completely isolated its cold aura. "I don't covet the magic in your mind, and you shouldn't think of escaping from my grasp." It was Kano's second time taking the Hogwarts Express for the start of the school year, and he started yawning as soon as he got on. The diary, as a Horcrux, was truly eerie. The firmly sealed diary seemed to have realized its predicament last night and had been bouncing around in the oak box all night. Kano had no choice but to run out into the yard in the middle of the night, draw another moonlight array, and offer blood again as a sacrifice, adding another layer of Moon God's seal to the box. Now he was a bit sleep-deprived and weakened from blood loss, wishing only to get to school quickly and have Dumbledore deal with this thing. This time, Neville was still sitting across from him. Although his face was still round, he seemed to have lost a bit of weight this year. "Kano, did you not sleep well last night?" Neville asked curiously. "Yeah, trouble I brought on myself," Kano yawned. "No need for details, just wake me up when we're about to get off." Kano quickly stuffed the beef sandwich Kriaker made into his mouth, gulped down half a bottle of grape juice, and lay down on the train bench, falling asleep. When he woke up again, the Hogwarts Express was almost at the station. Kano quickly put on his newly made school robes and got off the train with his classmates. Kano helplessly realized that he was already a head taller than his classmates, looking like a repeat student. And judging by the girls' reactions, he seemed to have become even more handsome. "What can I do? I'm quite troubled by it myself." Second-year students began taking carriages into the castle, pulled by Thestrals, which only those who have witnessed and truly understood death can see. In Kano's life vision, he could see the gaunt outlines of the Thestrals, but he couldn't see them in his normal vision. His mother wasn't truly dead, and he hadn't looked in a mirror when he drowned in his previous life, so he couldn't really claim to have witnessed death. But this was a good thing. Seeing Thestrals was not something to boast about. Kano, Neville, and the Indian twins sat in a carriage, which slowly began to move. "How was your holiday, Kano?" Parvati greeted him. "Not bad, quite exciting." Kano recalled his holiday spent running all over Britain and gave this assessment. "We were exhausted," Padma said. "We were waitressing at our family restaurant all the time, smelling of curry every day." Kano wanted to say he could tell, but it would have been a bit impolite. Soon, Neville also joined in. His holiday consisted of facing his grandmother every day and dealing with a large group of relatives who wanted to see if Neville had really learned magic. Soon, the carriage began to go uphill and finally stopped at the castle gates. Kano was the first to jump off the carriage. He couldn't wait to hand the diary over to Dumbledore for safekeeping. The great doors opened, and the hungry little wizards streamed into the great hall, each taking a seat at the long tables representing their respective houses. Kano found a spot close to the sorting hat. From this angle, the sorting ceremony indeed felt very ceremonial. The professors also entered one after another, and Dumbledore sat at the highest principal's seat. Kano winked at him, indicating he had something to discuss later. Dumbledore was momentarily stunned and then winked back at Kano vigorously. Kano was sure the old man was confused and didn't understand what he was trying to convey. Never mind, he would just go find him directly later. The sorting hat was placed on a chair, and Professor McGonagall left the great hall to bring in the little wizards. The nervous little wizards lined up in the center of the great hall, and Professor McGonagall began calling names by surname. "Were we that nervous last year?" Kano heard Harry ask in a low voice. "I'm not sure. Last year I was so nervous that everything around me felt like a white blur," Ron replied, and a suppressed laugh echoed from the Gryffindor table. The sorting hat sang a song with a different melody than last year, but the general content remained the same. Afterwards, the sorting began. "Colin Creevey." "Gryffindor," the sorting hat shouted as soon as it touched his hair. Gryffindor applauded warmly to welcome him. The boy, with a camera hanging from his chest, excitedly ran to the long table and sat down. "Ginny Weasley." "Gryffindor." Without a doubt, Ginny, blushing, glanced at Harry and ran over. Jordan seemed to be telling the twins a joke about the Gryffindor red-haired army, and the twins thought it was a good idea and vowed to have more children in the future. Dumbledore once again upheld last year's excellent tradition, saying 2 sentences, literally just 2 sentences, before announcing dinner. "Welcome everyone, I am delighted that we are gathered once again at Hogwarts this year. Dinner." The tables were immediately laden with food, and Kano unceremoniously grabbed roasted meat and stuffed it into his mouth. After finishing this meal, the blood he lost yesterday should be replenished. It was still a combination of high-calorie foods like main courses and desserts. This year, Dumbledore had no special instructions other than re-emphasizing not to go into the Forbidden Forest and not to cast magic in the corridors. The little wizards then left the Great Hall, yawning, and headed to their respective house common rooms. Kano turned halfway towards the headmaster's office, pressed the wooden box in his arms, and looked up at the stone gargoyle guarding the headmaster's office entrance. The usual. The stone gargoyle tilted its stone head. Durian candy. How about that? Strong taste. Go on up." The stone gargoyle jumped aside, and Kano followed the stairs into the headmaster's office. Dumbledore was putting away the sorting hat. Kano directly pulled out the oak box and placed it on the desk. "Horcrux, found it." Dumbledore and the portraits of past principals looked at the box in astonishment. Kano brought 2 fingers together and made a sweeping gesture in front of his eyes, and Dumbledore immediately understood this was the effect of a prophecy. He carefully drew out a long, gnarled wand. Kano knew it was the legendary Elder Wand. Opening the lid, the diary lay quietly inside, as demure as an innocent young book. Kano snorted and slapped the lid shut, closing the oak box. The diary immediately stopped pretending and began to struggle madly again. Dumbledore lifted the lid, and the tip of the Elder Wand emitted a wisp of silver light, suppressing the diary's agitation. Kano felt that it might be expecto patronum. In any case, it was a highly compressed ball of positive energy that violently suppressed the diary. "I can feel it, this is a dark arts object protected by powerful magic," Dumbledore said gravely. "If your prophecy is correct, then this is Tom's Horcrux. Then I'll trouble you, Principal, to keep this Horcrux. This year, I plan to analyze it using druidic methods." "What methods?" Dumbledore asked, puzzled. "I want to try to strip away its thorny shell through positive energy infusion, and see the fragment of Tom's soul residing within. Kano tossed the diary to Dumbledore and casually turned to leave. He had a conjecture about Lord Voldemort's Horcruxes. The matter of stripping the Horcrux was not urgent. Since this year's Chamber of Secrets incident would not occur, Kano had a whole year to figure out how to slowly chip away at the Horcrux. Second-year classes held no new surprises. Every professor diligently taught and answered questions, except for Lockhart. He was like a peacock displaying its feathers, constantly emphasizing his past glorious deeds. I, Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin, 3rd class, honorary member of the Dark Arts Defense League, 5-time winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award, but I don't flaunt that. I don't drive away banshees with my smile. I see you've all bought my complete works. Let's have a little quiz to see how much you've absorbed. Kano opened Lockhart's quiz paper, which was entirely filled with questions about him personally, such as his ideal and his favorite color, spanning 3 whole pages. It felt just like the entry questions for some celebrity fan group. Lockhart strode briskly down from the podium, watching the little wizards scratch their heads as they wrote the test. Although most students had covered their books, obscuring his dashing magical photograph on the cover, Lockhart was still pleased to see that every student in the class had purchased his books. What he didn't know was that behind him, all the little wizards with covered books were exchanging knowing glances. Kano's pirated books had completely blank covers. When would Lockhart realize he'd been scammed? Perhaps when the publisher sent him a letter? Half an hour later, Lockhart collected the papers and began reviewing them in front of the students. Oh, very few students know my favorite color is lilac. Lockhart quickly flipped through the papers. And my ideal birthday gift is. The little wizards who were not fond of Lockhart made silent grimaces. Ron whispered to Kano beside him. I don't really like this person. I don't either. It's all right, watch me. Kano said softly to Ron, his face showing a feigned, expectant joy. Oh, 2 students answered all the questions so excellently, an unquestionable 100 points. Lockhart wiped a tear from his eye, moved, Miss Hermione Granger and Mr. Canopus Black. Kano and Hermione raised their hands. Hermione seemed to be trembling with excitement, but Kano couldn't quite act that way, so he just maintained a stiff smile. Excellent, Gryffindor gets 20 points. The little wizards looked at Kano in surprise. He was usually the most mature among them, never showing overly strong emotions. Neville, sitting further away, looked at Kano's expression as if he had just seen Snape washing his hair. Oh, esteemed Professor Lockhart, Kano began with an exaggeratedly respectful tone, and the little wizards immediately returned to normal. They knew that when Kano used that tone, he was probably up to no good. Lockhart felt completely comfortable being addressed this way. He didn't understand Kano's personality and didn't sense anything amiss. Yes, Mr. Canopus Black. I am a loyal fan of yours, Professor. I'm very eager to learn about the patroness charm you used during your duel with the Banshee. Kano looked at Lockhart with an adoring gaze. Heh, that truly was a thrilling experience. Read my book a couple more times, I've put all the secrets in there. Lockhart seemed to pause, but still responded with full enthusiasm. I heard that's a very difficult spell, but it must be no problem for a great wizard like you. Kano continued to praise him, and Lockhart shifted uncomfortably. You flatter me, you flatter me. Could you perform it? That advanced magic where you instantly summon your corporeal patroness, a peacock? I imagine it must be quite simple for you. Lockhart's eyes narrowed for a moment, but immediately returned to a smile. He looked at his other fan, Hermione, but Hermione was looking at him with expectant eyes, hoping he would prove his abilities. Lockhart tugged at his tie uncomfortably. This magic is still too advanced for you. I will certainly teach it to you in the future. All right. He was afraid Kano would speak again. I'm going to teach you how to fight the most evil magical creatures in this classroom, but as long as I'm here, you won't be harmed. I only ask that you remain calm. The little wizard stirred, looking half expectant and half frightened at the huge cage he pulled out from under the desk. Please don't scream. Lockhart's eyes widened as he scanned the uneasy little wizards. They'll get agitated. As he spoke, he suddenly ripped off the cloth covering the cage. Yes, freshly caught Cornwall pixies. Hermione seemed to sway a little, and the little wizards let out suppressed snickers. You think they're not dangerous, do you? They can be cunning, devilish destroyers. Lockhart poked the little creatures in the cage with his wand. Kano watched the bluish-gray little creatures in the cage with interest. They were jumping up and down in the cage, screaming. "Alright, let's see how you deal with them." Lockhart angrily opened the cage door. A swarm of Cornwall pixies flew out of the cage. Kano drew his oak sword, holding it horizontally like a baseball bat and fiercely batting away the attacking pixies. As for where they landed, did it even need to be said? Kano accidentally sent all the pixies flying right in front of Lockhart. Lockhart drew his wand and recited a spell with a dashing posture, but nothing happened. He then scrambled to dodge, but Kano still managed to swat a pixie onto his face. They used their sharp, long claws to scratch Lockhart's handsome face and mess up his carefully styled golden curly hair. Lockhart shrieked and ran out of the classroom, closing the door behind him. Now, the classroom was in complete chaos. Several pixies broke through the glass windows and flew away, while the remaining ones continued to wreak havoc in the classroom, throwing students' books and pens into the air. Most of the little wizards hid under their desks. Hermione tried hard to cast freezing charms, but there were simply too many opponents. Kano slyly extended his wand towards the broken window. The wooden window frame quickly sprouted new growth, and tender branches blocked all the windows, trapping the pixies inside. A few pixies, not knowing any better, attacked him. He knocked them out one by one with a punch and lined them up on the desk. Even the dumbest pixie knew he was not to be trifled with. The bell finally rang, and the little wizards haphazardly grabbed their books and rushed out of the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. Harry and Ron pulled away Hermione, who still wanted to help. Kano grinned and was the last to leave, locking the door. He left Lockhart with a room full of energetic pixies. Lockhart's authority was shaken. Kano thoughtfully left Lockhart a room full of happy pixies, so Lockhart unhesitatingly switched to a different classroom for Defense Against the Dark Arts class. Then the whole story spread, and the girls and boys who admired Lockhart were doused with cold water, causing a split within his fan club. Professor Lockhart just disdained to act. Whenever they heard doubts about Lockhart's abilities, the girls, led by Lavender, would pull out one of his books from their robes, excitedly flip to a certain chapter and page, and press it against the speaker's face. "Our dear brother Lockhart is so excellent, you're just jealous of him." "I think he's just giving us a chance to practice," Hermione said with a frown. "Yes, that must be it." She represented the more rational fans. Of course, there were also some girls who appeared rational but were actually crazier than the most fanatical ones. Why didn't the pixies scratch Lockhart's pretty face? Ron whispered in front of Harry and Kano, "Maybe we could discover their artistic talent." Undoubtedly, Ron represented those who disliked Lockhart. Kano was a fun seeker. In this peaceful year ahead, Lockhart was his source of fun, and if there was no fun, he would create it. "Professor Lockhart, you are truly a great wizard. Could you demonstrate the XX spell you described in your XX book?" He would put Lockhart on the spot with sparkling, expectant eyes, leaving him awkwardly unable to back down. So later, during class, Lockhart didn't even dare to make eye contact with Kano. Of course, important matters couldn't be delayed for the sake of fun. On the first weekend after school started, Kano once again entered the Forbidden Forest. The Centaur tribe had sent someone to him yesterday, asking him to come to the tribe as soon as possible, as there was an important matter to discuss. Kano raised his magic wand in the Forbidden Forest, and his magic power subtly spread out. Soon, a small, silver-white head appeared in his sight. The little unicorn recognized Kano and immediately galloped over playfully, constantly rubbing its head against him. All right, I need to go to the Centaur tribe," Kano whispered to the little unicorn. The little unicorn shook its head uneasily, pressing its horn into Kano's palm. "Ah, a monster has appeared in the Centaur tribe." Kano felt the little unicorn's thoughts and frowned. "It's all right, that's why I'm going there." Kano patted the little unicorn's head and swung himself onto its back. The little unicorn ran swiftly through the forest, nimbly avoiding one dangerous spot after another. In less than half an hour, Kano arrived at the Centaur tribe. "Who's there?" The Centaur tribe's gate was tightly shut, and a voice came from inside. "It's me, Kano." The little unicorn had already left, and Kano called from outside the gate. "Wait, I'll open the door right away." Kano recognized Bane's voice. Soon, the two heavy gates opened, and Bane, accompanied by two young centaurs, walked out to welcome Kano inside. "Are you in trouble? Is it a Chromanchulas?" Kano asked, puzzled. "No, we don't know what it is either." Bane flicked his tail irritably, leading Kano to an open space. The acromantulas have been agitated lately, but I'm certain they don't have this kind of ability. Firenze and Ronan were also in the clearing, frowning as they looked at the 2 dead acromantulas and 1 dead centaur on the ground. These were our scouts sent out last night to monitor the movements of the acromantulas. We found him and 2 acromantulas dead together. There were no external injuries on their bodies, Firenze said. Can you tell what happened? Kano opened his life vision and found that all the bodies were entwined with the same infernal aura as Lord Voldemort's. Infernal aura, how could that be? Kano wasn't entirely sure. He drew his oak sword and stepped forward, pouring his yang-filled magic into it. Everyone, stand back a bit. Kano watched as the centaurs cleared the area, then activated his magic shield and gently rested the sword on the acromantula's corpse. The acromantula immediately exploded into fragments, its carapace and flesh splattering everywhere, and the ground sizzled as it was corroded. That's disgusting. What happened? Bane cautiously stepped forward to examine it, but Kano shook his head. I poured positive energy into it, which detonated the infernal aura within its body. Kano took out his magic wand and waved it twice. The ground slightly cracked open, swallowing the remnants of the acromantula's corpse. I'm going to talk to the acromantulas, Kano said. They must know what happened. We'll go with you, Bane immediately offered, but Kano shook his head. If you come along, it will be a declaration of war. Although I'd like to eliminate these invasive species as soon as possible, we should always try diplomacy first. I'll go by myself. During this time, the centaur tribe should maintain minimal patrols. Kano summoned a small bird and sent it to Dumbledore with a message. He himself dragged away another acromantula corpse with a vine, and the little unicorn carried him towards the edge of the forbidden forest. The little unicorn seemed to dislike the scent from the corpse, and Kano stroked its head, a guess forming in his mind. According to the original story, only a basilisk would possess such immense power, capable of instantly killing someone. And while acromantulas, as an invasive species, had severely threatened the smaller creatures in the forbidden forest, they hadn't been agitated on such a large scale as they had recently. Only a basilisk, with its bloodline suppression, would cause them such fear and unease. But the diary had clearly been sealed away, and no one had awakened the basilisk, so how could it have come out on its own? And what was with that strong infernal aura? It was one thing for Lord Voldemort to have an infernal aura, but did a basilisk have one too? Kano had originally thought he wouldn't need to go on a Chamber of Secrets adventure this year, as he wasn't someone who enjoyed risks. But now it seemed he had to go down and kill that basilisk, and while he was at it, see what on earth Slytherin had left down there. Leaving the forbidden forest, Dumbledore was waiting for him in Hagrid's field. Kano, let me see that corpse. Dumbledore waved his magic wand, and a thin blue veil sprayed from its tip, covering the acromantula's corpse. Instantly, the blue veil turned black, then dissolved into a wisp of smoke. It is indeed a powerful instant death curse, accompanied by an infernal aura. Dumbledore stroked his beard. Are you going to the acromantulas with Hagrid tonight? Dumbledore said. Hagrid still has some influence with them. Kano shook his head. I'm not going to appeal to their influence. If it weren't for this incident, I would have eliminated the acromantulas before the end of the semester. Besides, I'm a druid, and in the forest, they should be afraid of me. Dumbledore nodded. Then I'll leave it to you. Oh, and the herbs you need should be ready before the full moon. Kano held the map given by the centaur and walked towards the depths of the forbidden forest. Under his fully open perception, Kano quickly discovered many acromantula young the size of fingernails. Following their direction, the spiders grew larger and larger. Kano fully released his aura, and the acromantulas, who still had some sense, chattered among themselves, crawling out from dark corners and standing on both sides of the path, watching Kano advance. Where did he come from? A strange human, doesn't smell like a wizard. Aragog, Aragog, someone's here. Kano walked without hesitation into a dark, damp hollow, where a massive gray spider web lay before him. Numerous giant acromantulas, as large as carriages, wove the web together, and an old spider the size of a small elephant crawled out from the darkness. Human. It had white filamentous matter on its eyes, looking rather unwell. Why aren't you killing him? I still need to sleep. Aragog, I am Hagrid's friend, Kano said. Oh, Hagrid never sends people into our territory, Aragog's Caliceri waved. And your scent seems strange. I am a druid, a guardian of balance, Kano said. I came today to inquire about the basilisk. Recently, has it become active again? Kano had no mind to beat around the bush with this old creature and directly stated his purpose. The spiders, large and small, on the web seemed to quiet down, and even the sound of calicary rubbing disappeared. No, don't speak his name. Aragog excitedly rubbed his 2 legs. Many years ago, when I was a small spider, I felt its presence in the castle. Even remembering it today still makes me tremble with fear. Of course, the basilisk could practically be called the natural enemy of the acromantula. I am not Hagrid, I don't care about your mental health, Aragog, Kano said patiently, seeing several skulls beneath the web. You only need to answer yes or no. Has the basilisk become active recently? The spiders gradually gathered around, but Kano paid them no mind. Aragog paused, then nodded his large head. Yes, just in the last week or so. It ate many of our kin, then went back to sleep. Alright, so it was indeed the diary causing trouble. Thinking carefully, in Hogwarts, the diary only showed a slight reaction when the box was opened. Perhaps that momentary surge of activity woke the basilisk. Kano got his answer, turned around, and a dense, dark swarm of acromantulas was already impatiently sharpening their calicary before him. Out of respect for Hagrid, I have never harmed humans, but I cannot control my children from enjoying fresh meat delivered to their doorstep. Aragog said casually, slowly retreating into the shadows of the large spider web. I will tell Hagrid that you unfortunately died under that creature's gaze. Anyway, it used to occasionally sneak out and devour my kin. Aragog spoke one last time, and the spiders surrounding Kano seemed to receive an order, slowly closing in on Kano. You're truly considerate, Aragog. Kano's voice came from within the encirclement. I'll tell Hagrid that. Kano tapped his body with his wand and suddenly transformed into a white owl, flying out of the encirclement. The reason he dared to come today was because he had broken through to the bard stage after the start of the school year, enabling him to transform into a bird. The snowy white owl flew to a sturdy tree that had not been harmed by the acromantulas and transformed back into Kano. Kano, with a serious expression, began to chant a prayer in Druidic. I am the guardian of balance, please, dark forest, listen. Just like a gear train clicking into motion, or a dewdrop falling into a calm lake, the forbidden forest began to change. The spiders stirred uneasily, and Aragog also strained to open his eyes. Kano was awakening the collective consciousness of the forbidden forest, requesting that the forbidden forest pass judgment on the acromantula clan on the grounds that they threatened the survival of other species. Soon, the vague consciousness of the forbidden forest responded. The earth silently cracked, the webs woven by the large spiders sank underground, and the acromantula eggs were dug out and eaten by various small animals, after which a vast amount of magic gathered on Kano. I thought it wouldn't harm future generations. Kano shook his head and jumped down. It seems you truly severely threatened the ecosystem of the forbidden forest. Aragog let out a shriek, and countless large spiders rushed towards Kano from the sunken pits. Incendio. Kano continuously spewed flames, powered by the magic provided by the forbidden forest. The spiders in front of him crackled as they burned, unable to approach him. At the same time, Kano waved his hand, and magical trees pulled out their roots, rushing from all directions, embedding themselves along the edges of the pit to form a solid wall. Some trees even sprayed oily sap and strange fruits into the pit, which ignited and exploded violently upon contact with the flames. This is so useful, but unfortunately, my magic is usually limited, so I can't mobilize so many trees. No, Hagrid's friend, spare us. Aragog's voice seemed to come from the pit. Kano paused the fire-making spell and saw the spiders huddled together, with Aragog in the very center. Summon lightning. This was a lightning strike spell, one of Bard's spells. Kano pointed to the sky, and the dust particles rising due to the great fire acted as condensation nuclei, creating large patches of black clouds in the sky. Kano's magic shot into them, and immediately, a sound like grinding millstones turning began to rumble. No. More than 10 lightning bolts, as thick as buckets, struck the pit, and no sound was heard again. The large spiders, struck dead by lightning, trembled with their 8 thick legs, their black hairs standing on end. Vines extended into the pit, dragging away layers of spider corpses. Aragog was at the bottom of the pit, with faint wisps of smoke rising from his body. Rain began to fall from the sky, but it was filled with unpleasant ashes. Kano used a leaf as a makeshift umbrella and slowly walked to Aragog's side. Moonbeam. Aragog was playing dead, but it was meaningless. In Kano's vision, he still had signs of life. So Kano unleashed the full-power version of Moonbeam. The moonlight condensed into a beam that pierced through the rain clouds, directly shooting through Aragog's body. Ah! I curse. The beam sharply slashed forward, splitting Aragog in two, and a strange aroma emanated from The. No roasted meat today. Kano mumbled to himself, lightly walked out of the large pit, bowed to the ancient trees that had come to assist, and they each dispersed. Then the giant pit was swallowed by the earth, and the acromantula corpses were shallowly buried in the ground. Alright, now start cursing me, Aragog. Kano scoffed contemptuously at the silent earth. I forgot, you're thoroughly dead. When the time comes, heaven and earth work together. The Forbidden Forest fully supported Kano's judgment, or rather, extermination, of the acromantula. This is the power of a druid. They can communicate with nature and regulate the relationship between humans and nature. Of course, generally speaking, druids only receive gentle advice from nature, such as, kill more wild boars recently, they are breeding too much, or don't fish too much, they are breeding. But this time, the Forbidden Forest directly issued an extermination order against the acromantula, an invasive species. Although Kano's push was involved, the true wrath of nature also played a part. As the judgment ended, the abundant magic left Kano's body and flowed back into the earth. Kano swayed, and the little unicorn ran over to steady him. Didn't I tell you not to come? The little unicorn purred twice, not even looking Kano in the eye. Alright, thank you, is that enough? Kano helplessly praised the little unicorn a couple of times, then shoved 2 acorns into its mouth. The little unicorn happily nudged Kano onto its back, ready to run out with him. Wait. Kano took another acorn from his bag and threw it on the ground, watching it sink into the soil. This acorn contained a drop of Kano's blood, allowing him to monitor its location. If the basilisk came out to eat recently, it would surely be attracted by the acromantula's corpses. As long as it swallowed the acorn, Kano would be able to find the passage it used to leave the castle. Kano wanted to cut off the basilisk's escape route before going in to trouble it. The little unicorn carried Kano to the centaur tribe, where he wearily informed the elder of the acromantula's extermination. The acromantula are all dead? Ronan asked, somewhat skeptically. Yes, not a single one left. Kano yawned. The mysteriously dying scouts were the basilisk's doing, but I left all the acromantula corpses where they were, which should be enough for it to eat for a while. The centaurs shouldn't patrol that area for now, we'll talk after I deal with the basilisk. Thank you, Oak's son. The elder said earnestly, you've helped us solve a big problem. But I must warn you, do not rush to confront the basilisk, it is very dangerous. It's best to let Dumbledore handle it. I understand, elder. Kano nodded. Let's talk about anything else tomorrow, I need to rest. Kano, guided by a centaur, left the elder's hut, leaving Bane, Firenze, and Ronan looking at the white-haired elder. Elder, it's too dangerous to let Kano confront the basilisk. As soon as Kano left, Bane said anxiously, perhaps he himself has forgotten, but he is still a colt. Firenze, what is your opinion? The elder did not answer, but instead asked this. Bane, Kano is indeed a colt, but his spirit is incredibly firm. Firenze said, I think he has thought it through carefully. And with Dumbledore around, there won't be any problems. There's also one more thing. The elder added, he is both a druid and a knight. I can see that his path as a knight is about to officially begin. According to tradition, he must complete a great feat. Perhaps, that basilisk is his destined goal. Kano had already fallen into a deep sleep in the guest room by this time. Then he found himself in a hazy space. Someone had clearly pulled him into between the mortal world and fairy while he was sleeping. You've grown into a fine young man, Kano. Kano quickly stood up. It was Gawain who had appeared behind him. He was not wearing armor, but a white hunting suit with gold trim, and his whole being exuded an aura of sunshine. Big brother Gawain. Kano happily ran to his side. Long time no see. What do you mean, long time? Gawain laughed. My brothers used to go 5 or 6 years without seeing me, as everyone had to go on adventures separately. Even if you add my age from my previous life, I'm only in my early 30s this year. Kano said, don't expect me to have your 40 or 50-year-old mindset. Kano was very relaxed when facing Gawain. After a few pleasantries, Gawain got to the point. I hear you did something big today. Ahem, just a small achievement, merely borrowing a tiger's prestige. Kano said, embarrassed. Compared to that, big brother Gawain, shouldn't you tell me how to obtain a knight's trait? Otherwise, what do you think I'm talking about? Gawain laughed. Doing something big. Kano frowned. That's also correct. Your strength has now reached a bottleneck. To break through to an official knight and acquire a trait, you must complete a great feat. This great feat doesn't need to be universally praised, but it must exceed your current level of ability. Gawain added. In other words, pushing myself. Kano asked uncertainly. Yes. Gawain nodded in confirmation. Indeed, there was such a thing right now, dealing with the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets. How do I feel that the concept of this great feat is so similar to a druid's destiny? Indeed, destiny is the mission you must complete as a druid, while a great feat is a summary of your many years of hard training. One represents the future, the other represents the past. But they are both forms of destiny's manifestation. Gawain said. You definitely didn't say that. Kano stated with certainty, and Gawain seemed to choke a bit. Ahem, Merlin did tell me that, after all, I don't understand druid matters. Gawain, somewhat annoyed, patted Kano's head. All right, in short, as long as you seize the opportunity and complete a great feat, you can acquire your trait and become a true knight. At that time, I will preside over the ceremony for you. Gawain kicked Kano in the backside. Go back, don't sleep in. Wait, I still don't know Mordred's trait. Either defeat me, or hurry up and become an official knight. Gawain didn't answer him, and Kano was kicked back into the mortal world. Gawain reappeared under the clear night sky of Fairy, and Merlin put down his wand, ending the ritual. I'm becoming more and more unsure if sending Kano back to the mortal world was the right thing to do. Gawain sighed. If I had known it would be so perilous, I would have tied him up and kept him in Fairy. Merlin shook his head. How can that be for us to decide? Your brother wouldn't completely listen to you, would he? Gawain immediately thought of his two brothers, Gareth and Gaheris, who were accidentally killed by Lancelot when he rescued them from execution, because he insisted on not carrying weapons. He shook his head irritably. Speaking of which, Merlin spoke again. What kind of trait do you hope that child, Kano, will acquire? I don't know, preferably something like Lancelot's. Gawain replied. After all, Mordred's trait is too special. Harry had some celebrity woes recently. Ron's younger sister, Ginny, seemed to be very infatuated with him, and the new Gryffindor student, Colin Creevey, was the same. Ginny would blush or knock something over whenever she saw Harry. Colin, on the other hand, constantly took pictures of Harry with his camera, documenting his every move. Oh, you're enjoying this, aren't you? But if you ask me, it's too early for you, Lockhart said, pulling him aside one day. You should collaborate with me, publish a book or something, that's how you solidify your fame. To be honest, Harry did feel a little secretly pleased. After all, who doesn't like being admired? But Lockhart's words suddenly sobered him up. He didn't want to become a hateful person like Lockhart. Kano told me that peacocks are indeed beautiful when they display their feathers, but their butts also show, Harry said to Ron in the common room, and Ron almost choked with laughter. Ahem, that's just a motivational quote, Harry, just get the gist of it, Kano interjected, a little embarrassed. Harry nodded. The next morning, a groggy Harry was woken up by Wood for the New Year's Quidditch training. Actually, the dormitory itself wasn't big. Even though Wood kept his voice down, he still woke up almost everyone, except for Kano, who had already gone out for his morning run. When Kano finished his morning run and was walking back, he saw Ron and Hermione carrying simple breakfasts and heading towards the Quidditch pitch. Hi, Kano. We're going to watch Harry train, do you want to come? Hermione waved at him. Did you bring me breakfast? Don't worry, you can eat Harry's share, Ron said. Harry is probably rolling around on his broomstick right now, anything he eats will just come right back up. The three walked towards the pitch together, and the Gryffindor Quidditch team just happened to be coming out of the changing room. Everyone looked disheveled and tired. Wood really works women like men and men like beasts, Kano sighed. It seems not winning the Quidditch Cup last year really annoyed him. Of course. We were leading in total points, Ron said, his mouth full of buttered bread. It's a shame Harry ended up in the hospital and couldn't play, otherwise we definitely would have won the Quidditch Cup last year. But at least we saved the Philosopher's Stone, Hermione interrupted Ron's complaining. Ron swallowed his bread and made a zipping motion over his mouth. Colin Creevey enthusiastically held up his camera, taking pictures of Harry flying. According to him, his father was a common farmer who didn't believe in the existence of magic, so he needed to send back some photos. Oh, why are they here? Ron's face showed an expression as if he had seen something dirty. Connor looked towards the entrance, and the Slytherin Quidditch team, dressed in silver-green uniforms, walked in. Wood angrily went to meet them, and soon the two teams gathered, exchanging insults. Let's go over quickly. Hermione stood up, and Connor and Ron followed behind her. When they got closer, they saw the Slytherin team holding 7 brand new Firebolt 2001s. How about it, jealous, Weasley? My dad bought these for us. Malfoy seemed a bit carried away. He held the new broom under Ron's nose. I think if Gryffindor's brooms were sold to a museum, they might still fetch a few coins, he happily mocked, and the Slytherin team burst into laughter. At least we Gryffindors don't have team members who got in only because of money, Hermione said. That's none of your business, you stinky little mudblood, Malfoy retorted. Connor let out a long sigh. Malfoy, he never learns. The Gryffindors immediately pounced, fists raining down on Flint, the captain of the Slytherin team. Malfoy, who was protected behind him, saw Connor shaking his head helplessly, and his face instantly turned pale. Under Connor's influence, Harry had never given up training, and with some techniques Connor taught him, he quickly knocked down half of the gorilla-like Slytherin team members. As long as no wands were drawn, it wasn't a big deal at Hogwarts. Hermione had long known the insulting meaning of the word mudblood from Connor, and of course, she hadn't forgotten the way Connor told her to deal with it. She seized the opportunity and punched Malfoy on the bridge of his nose. With a crack, Malfoy again covered his nose, his face covered in blood. I'm going to tell my dad. Eat slugs. Ron pulled out his wand and pointed it at Malfoy from under Flint's arm. After a loud bang, Malfoy flew directly away. Oh, Ron, that green light. Harry looked at Ron in surprise, but Ron shook his head. It's just a jinx, you'll see. Malfoy twitched twice on the ground and began to vomit violently. He threw up a large, shiny, slimy slug. Connor snapped his fingers, and a dozen crows flew out of the forbidden forest. They gracefully landed beside Malfoy, pecking at the slugs he had vomited. Oh, that's really disgusting, the twins, Fred and George, one covering his stomach, the other his mouth. Our good brother, you're so naughty, you've finally got a bit of our style. The one covering his mouth gave a thumbs up, then quickly covered his mouth again. That wasn't all. The full crows began to bomb the Slytherin team members. They swarmed back to the castle, leaving Malfoy, whom no one wanted to approach, there to vomit slugs. Ron knew he couldn't escape and wasn't planning to leave. All the Gryffindors stayed there, ready to testify for Ron. Colin Creevey tirelessly took photos, saying it was called Pictures for Proof. Soon, Snape, the Dean of Slytherin, ran out, the wind carrying his wide black robe, making him look like a bat. Who hurt Malfoy? He rushed forward aggressively, chasing away the crows that were circling, waiting for food, and glared, gritting his teeth, at the smiling Gryffindors. It was me. Ron said indifferently. Snape helped Malfoy up, checked him, and then turned angrily, saying, Gryffindor will lose. Malfoy said Hermione is a mudblood. Connor spoke calmly, and Snape paused. Malfoy, whose shoulder he was holding, suddenly felt a strong pinch, cried out in pain, and vomited another slug. Gryffindor, and Slytherin, 20 points deducted. You two, Potter and Weasley, detention tonight. Go ask Professor McGonagall. He turned away angrily, Malfoy dangling in his hand like a chick, retching as they left. The Gryffindors looked at each other, feeling like they had seen a ghost today. You'll understand later, Harry. Connor patted Harry's shoulder and whispered to him. Connor, I heard whispers that night when I was in detention with Lockhart. Early the next morning, Harry spoke to Connor nervously. Is there something wrong with me? Connor, who was processing herbs, paused his hands. What did you hear? Hiss, hiss. Harry tried to recall, but snake-like language came out of his mouth. You weren't speaking human language just now, Kano interrupted him helplessly. Harry suddenly realized his mistake and became even more panicked. But Kano patted his shoulder, telling him not to repeat it, but to say it again in his own words. He said, to find someone, to kill someone. It seems that after the basilisk was awakened by the diary, no one opened the Chamber of Secrets for it, so it couldn't get out. Harry, this will be resolved very soon. Kano patted his shoulder. Don't overthink it. Harry left with a heavy heart, and a little later, Kano saw Ron and Hermione rushing out of the common room. It's fine for the kids to play detective games on their own. Judging by the direction, they must have gone to the library again. Does this count as cultivating a good habit for Harry? James and Lily really should thank him. Kano smiled, put away his thoughts, and turned on the heating device under the golden cauldron. The cauldron was full of morning dew collected before sunrise. Kano cut the dried Roman chamomile into pieces and, after the temperature was right, put them into the pot, slowly stirring 9 times clockwise with a acacia wood stick. When the contents were completely dissolved, Kano added 5 ounces of fresh purple verbena juice. The color of the potion gradually deepened, finally stabilizing at a deep blue. Kano tapped some wolfsbane powder into the pot and poured in an ounce of traditional green absinthe. The potion turned a murky grayish-brown, looking unappetizing. Finally, Kano bit his fingertip, flicked in a drop of blood, and stirred vigorously. Soon, a large amount of grayish-brown sediment adhered to the acacia wood stick, while the potion itself turned into a clear silver, emitting a faint glow in the dark. Fanning the scent, it was a fresh, invigorating aroma. Kano nodded in satisfaction and poured the potion into a brown glass bottle. This was a potion Kano specially made to dismantle the dark arts on the Horcrux diary. Its ingredients combined various herbs related to the moon attribute, but they themselves contained no magic. Finally, the drop of blood Kano flicked in activated the mysterious properties of the semi-finished product, while also making the potion more suitable for Celtic rituals. Kano named this potion Arian Rod, the Irish moon goddess. The original potion with the same efficacy and name had ingredients that were already extinct in the mortal world, otherwise, Kano wouldn't have had to go to such lengths. In the middle of the night, Kano returned to the Acromantula burial ground. He held the wooden box containing the Horcrux diary in one hand and carved a magic circle on the ground with his wand in the other. After the carving was finished, Kano opened the glass bottle, and under the moonlight, Arian Rod glowed with a mercury-like luster. He poured the potion into the grooves of the magic circle, and soon the entire magic circle was completed, echoing the full moon in the sky. Kano stepped back 2 paces, opened the wooden box, took out the diary, and threw it into the center of the magic circle. The diary immediately let out a sharp howl, but the magic circle on the ground emitted a strong glow. The power representing purity and goodness permeated the evil dark arts defenses on the diary. After just a few seconds, the magic circle lost its glow, and at the same time, the diary in the center of the magic circle also quieted down. Kano stepped forward, picked up the diary, and found that the hellish aura on it had faded, but it was still intact. Kano sealed the diary back into the box, mounted his little unicorn, and galloped away. When he ran out of the forbidden forest, he felt the acorn he had dropped last time begin to move rapidly. The basilisk was indeed attracted by the Horcrux and had eaten the acorn. Sure enough, dealing with the Horcrux outside the school was the right thing to do. Although the diary had no physical form and couldn't open the Chamber of Secrets, he could completely summon the basilisk in that state. If Hogwarts Castle itself didn't have countless defensive magic, it wouldn't be impossible for the basilisk to be ordered by the diary to attack from outside one day. Kano quickly returned to the castle and entered the headmaster's office. Dumbledore immediately waved his wand, using superb magic to isolate the aura of the entire headmaster's office, and once again took the Horcrux out of the wooden box. The diary lay quietly on the table, and Dumbledore carefully probed it with his wand. Ah, this is what it looks like after stripping off the outer shell. Dumbledore waved his wand, and the diary immediately floated up, enveloped by a blue sphere. How can this be? The dark arts should have all been overcome by the power of the moonlight. Kano looked confusedly at the diary's still intact defense system. Because he didn't just use dark arts. Tom should have used every protective spell he could cast at the time. Dumbledore gently poked the translucent sphere. What's left inside are all neutral protective charms, many of which are his own creations. I'll need some time to decipher them. Alright, Kano breathed a sigh of relief. When you've made good progress with your research, Principal, be sure to call me over. I need to verify some theories. Dumbledore nodded and put the diary back in the box. What do you plan to do about the basilisk? He asked. Dumbledore and Kano's relationship was almost equal. He needed to understand his ally's thoughts. Originally, I thought if it kept sleeping, I wouldn't bother with it. But now it seems it has completely awakened and is looking for the diary, so we can only deal with it, Kano said. Once we understand the diary, I'll go deal with the basilisk. Please help me out, Principal, when the time comes. No problem, Kano, Dumbledore readily agreed. Alright, for the past 2 years, you've always been getting up in the middle of the night to work to fight Lord Voldemort, and that's not good. He waved his hand, signaling Kano to go back and rest. Children need sleep. Kano understood his intention to dismiss him, nodded, and turned to leave the headmaster's office. Dumbledore. As soon as Kano left, Phineas stopped pretending to sleep. You're allowing him to deal with the basilisk himself, what are you thinking? He is a knight, adventure is his calling. Dumbledore was not very nervous, he knew Kano's strength. Then you must help me look after him well, there aren't many of us left in the Black family, Phineas kept muttering repeatedly, and eventually, another principal cast a spell to seal his mouth. Dumbledore smiled and shook his head. There were many people looking after Kano, so it probably wouldn't even be his turn to act. Harry had been sleeping restlessly lately, always hearing intermittent whispers in various places. The whispers were always about finding something or tearing something apart, and Harry was so tormented that he had to ask his friends for help finding the cause. Harry, you might have Slytherin blood, Ron said seriously after hearing Harry's hissing sounds. This is called Parseltongue, a talent only a small number of wizards can master. You can communicate with snakes using Parseltongue. I chatted with a python at the zoo a few times when I was little. Harry suddenly realized that this was unusual even in the magic world. In the magic world, only powerful dark wizards possess Parseltongue, Hermione said, pulling out a thick book and pointing to it for Harry. The most famous Parseltongue user was Salazar Slytherin. This ability has also been passed down through his descendants for generations. Harry looked at Ron with a pleading gaze, but Ron couldn't be sure either. Harry, you know the magic world is too small, almost every pureblood family is related, Ron explained. For example, our Weasley family has been at odds with the Black family for hundreds of years, but Kano still has half Weasley blood. Ron gave a real-life example. To figure out if you're truly related to Slytherin, we need to study the family lineage. But after Lord Voldemort blew up my home, nothing was left, Harry said, completely deflated. It's okay, Harry. There are many wizards in the magic world who research family lineages. We can find out by looking through a few more books. Ron decided to go home and help Harry search through the cracks in his own family's walls. While Harry and his friends were busy trying to figure out his lineage, Kano felt he had reached a bottleneck. Halloween morning, by the Black Lake. Kano's oak sword was wreathed in magic, and in just 3 strikes, he disrupted the opposing knight's stance. Then Kano cut off his thigh with one sword, completely destroying his balance, and after dodging his final attack, he thrust his sword, pinning him to the ground. The knight struggled twice, then turned into white mist and disappeared. Afterward, over 50 unarmored Round Table knights emerged from the thick fog, all of them Kano's defeated opponents. Well done, Kano. You are already invincible among us knights without special characteristics. Owen stepped forward again, and the others loudly agreed. Kano looked at them a little embarrassed. Aren't there still nearly 100 knights with special characteristics? Isn't everyone being a bit too ceremonious? Kano, we didn't fail to gain special characteristics because we were incompetent, but because we died too early. Owen squeezed Kano's shoulder hard. We pretty much represent the highest level of strength for a knight before gaining special characteristics, so don't look down on us. A scruffy, burly knight stepped forward, insisting on wrestling Kano to celebrate. The somewhat disheveled but strong archer knight believed Kano should find a woman and become a true man before becoming a knight. A bunch of old folks who had been dead for 1,000 years were bickering, but in the end, Gawain's voice carried over. Stop bickering, Kano is about to accomplish a great deed. It's not too late to celebrate once he becomes a true knight. The knights grumbled and transformed back into mist, and Kano patted his own cheeks, then turned and left the Black Lake. The full moon ritual attracted the basilisk, and it swallowed the acorn that could be used for tracking. Now Kano had figured out its route back to the Chamber of Secrets. Kano planned to first blow up its escape route. After the Halloween feast in the evening, he would take Dumbledore with him into the Chamber of Secrets and deal with the basilisk there. Kano walked into the Forbidden Forest, and the little unicorn ran over as usual. Without needing to communicate, Kano rode the little unicorn along the explored snake path. After a while, Kano felt as if he had run far from the school. Finally, they arrived at a deep, secluded cave clearly reinforced with magic. A strong, pungent smell drifted from the cave entrance. It was clear the basilisk usually resided inside. Kano gently dispersed his magic, sensing the magic cast on the cave entrance. He surprisingly found that the magic on this cave entrance had very obvious nodes. Not to mention Kano, even a first-year student could disarm the magic by touching the spell nodes. Once the magic was disarmed, the cave would immediately collapse. If this was purely an entrance and exit set up for the basilisk, then it shouldn't have this kind of design. Kano couldn't suppress his curiosity and rode the little unicorn into the cave. The cave reeked, and there was dried acromantula blood on the ground. But Kano saw relatively intact steps on the ground, extending down into the darkness, which certainly wasn't prepared for the basilisk. Kano didn't go any further, lest he deliver himself into the basilisk's mouth. But in the end, he didn't blow up this exit. Instead, he quickly returned to the castle. Dumbledore frowned upon hearing Kano's report. He turned his gaze to the portrait of the principal hanging on the wall. The oldest principal portrait on the wall pondered for a moment, then spoke. My predecessor did not leave a portrait, there was no such magic back then. But he told me that if Hogwarts was invaded by an outside enemy and all escape routes were blocked, all students should go to the girls' lavatory on the 3rd floor, the old principal said, stroking his beard. Kano seemed to understand something and quickly pressed, did he say anything else? No, then he passed away. The old principal shook his head, and in my lifetime, Hogwarts was never invaded. Later, the witch hunts gradually stopped, and we wizards completely separated from muggles. This information seems to have been passed down for a few more generations, but it stopped being mentioned at some point. Another principal raised his hand. I oversaw the construction of 2 more secret passages, which were sufficient. The information my predecessor passed to me felt more like a legend, so I didn't pass it down. Kano nodded. It seemed the Chamber of Secrets was not merely a basilisk breeding ground, nor was the basilisk solely a weapon used to eliminate wizards of common birth. As for Salazar Slytherin's original intention, perhaps no one would ever know. Perhaps the reasons for his actions were all left within the Chamber of Secrets. All right, Kano, Dumbledore steepled his fingers, awakening from his contemplation. Are you still insistent on confronting the basilisk yourself? Yes, Principal, Kano nodded. Perhaps this time, we can not only eliminate the basilisk, but also gain a completely new understanding of Salazar Slytherin. The Halloween feast proceeded as scheduled, with students happily enjoying various delicacies. Hagrid had grown enormous pumpkins and carved them into jack-o'-lanterns, each large enough to fit 3 people inside. The scooped-out pulp was juiced into pumpkin juice, and Kano tried some. It tasted pretty good. Harry, Ron, and Hermione weren't here. They had gone to a ghost's death day party. But there was nothing edible for humans there. Everything was rotten or inherently foul-smelling food. The ghosts believed this made the food's flavor richer, perhaps giving them a sense of being alive, while Harry and his 2 companions felt they might be dying. The joyful feast concluded, and Dumbledore quietly appeared at the entrance to the girls' lavatory on the 3rd floor. Soon after, Kano and Little Unicorn also arrived. Oh, is he the little fellow you treated last time? Dumbledore reached out to pet him, but Little Unicorn ungraciously dodged his hand. Yes, I originally planned to fight the basilisk on foot today. But this little guy seemed to guess, and he kept signaling me from the Forbidden Forest all evening, afraid I wouldn't take him, Kano said helplessly. I'm telling you again, this is very dangerous, and it also smells awful. Before Kano could finish, Little Unicorn snorted and nudged him into the lavatory, and Dumbledore followed, smiling. This lavatory was rarely used because it was home to the ghost of a female student, whom everyone called Moaning Myrtle. She had died there after being ridiculed and crying in the toilet. Young Lord Voldemort had opened the Chamber of Secrets there to summon the basilisk, and when she tried to warn that it was a girl's toilet, she saw the basilisk's eyes. Poor Myrtle died that way and later became a ghost, guarding the place. She was always crying and often made the place soaking wet, so no one wanted to use the toilet there. However, Myrtle wasn't there at the moment. She had also gone to the Death Day party. Sometimes I wonder if I had shown more care for poor Myrtle back then, she might not have died here. Dumbledore sighed. Hogwarts has produced all kinds of people. Some became aurors, some joined the Death Eaters, but many more lived peaceful lives. Myrtle should have been one of them. Kano didn't reply, just shook his head. After a couple of sighs, Dumbledore refocused his attention. Parseltongue, it is indeed very difficult to learn, Dumbledore said, then made a hissing sound with his mouth. That's right, Dumbledore had self-taught many languages, and Parseltongue was one of them. Kano watched as the lavatory's sink slowly sank, revealing a dark, black hole beneath. Dumbledore raised his hand, and the golden bird fox landed on his shoulder. Let's go, Kano. He placed a hand on Kano's shoulder, and the two, man and bird, transformed into a flash of fire and entered the passage. Passing through the dark pipe, the two stood again on a slimy floor. Dumbledore lit his wand, illuminating the vast space. Kano threw down a handful of seeds, and the magic stored within them quickly made them grow into vines, absorbing all the slime from the floor and walls, revealing ancient carvings. It's a muggle-repelling charm, Dumbledore squinted, discerning it by the light of his wand, but it has failed. It seems this really is the escape route Salazar Slytherin prepared for Hogwarts students. Kano stepped forward. Let's see what else there is. Ahead, a coiled shed snakeskin appeared, approximately 20 feet long, glowing with a faint green light under Dumbledore's wand. But Kano had his life vision on constantly, so he wasn't startled at all. Dumbledore examined the snakeskin with interest, even tapping it with his hand. Severus would like this. Speaking of which, does this basilisk count as school property? Kano suddenly remembered this point, and Dumbledore chuckled softly. As the current principal, I support you in dealing with it. The two continued forward, and after a few turns, they came to a massive door. Carved on the door were two intertwined snakes, their eyes huge emeralds. Kano used his life vision to confirm that the basilisk wasn't behind the door, so there would be no surprise attack upon opening it. Dumbledore used Parseltongue again to open the door. The door opened, revealing a long plaza behind it. Dozens of pillars carved with giant snakes stood in the plaza, supporting this underground chamber. At the other end of the room was a huge statue. The statue was of a gaunt old man with a sparse beard and sunken cheeks. Kano and Dumbledore walked up to it, and at the feet of the old man's statue lay a huge stone slab covered in writing. The same content was written on it in Ogham runes, ancient runes, runic script, ancient Greek, ancient Latin, and Old English. I am Salazar Slytherin. If you can read this, then it proves that Hogwarts has ultimately fallen. Gryffindor's courage, Ravenclaw's wisdom, and Hufflepuff's loyalty have all failed to protect this ideal city we built. It seems Slytherin held grudges. Even looking like an old man on the verge of death, he was still preoccupied with who was right and who was wrong. Hogwarts is the crystallization of the lifelong efforts of us four. If it were to fall, the only possibility is that it was breached from within. And the enemies of wizards are only muggles. Mad muggles are not to be trusted, and muggle-born wizards are also not to be trusted. Behind the statue, a basilisk is kept. As long as my descendant speaks the incantation in Parseltongue, the basilisk will obey his commands. Do not look into the basilisk's eyes, it can help you reclaim the castle. If the enemy is too strong, then let the basilisk cover your retreat. You enter the hole from which the basilisk emerged, leave the school, then blow up the path and completely seal the Chamber of Secrets. The method to open the Chamber of Secrets is divided into two parts. By bloodline possesses Parseltongue, and successive principals possess knowledge of the so-called escape passage. I hope I am merely being overly anxious, and I hope all of this remains forever asleep in history. Dumbledore and Kano silently bowed to the statue, paying their respects to this highly capable pessimist. It seems he always believed muggles and muggle-born wizards were untrustworthy, but he didn't say to purge muggle-born wizards from the school. Kano sighed. That's right, one glance from a basilisk kills a large number, how could it only kill muggle-born wizards? It seems not only us, but even Slytherin's descendants have misinterpreted his meaning. Dumbledore shook his head regretfully. Lord Voldemort? I think he pretended not to understand, Kano scoffed. He would only interpret Slytherin's message according to his own ideas. Are you ready, Kano. Dumbledore said no more, asking Kano. Kano nodded, and Dumbledore immediately used Parseltongue to recite the incantation. Speak to me, Slytherin, greatest of the Hogwarts Four. Slytherin's statue revealed a sorrowful expression, its mouth opened extremely wide, its jaw dropping to the ground, revealing a black hole. A familiar, strong, unpleasant smell wafted over. Kano activated his life vision, mounted Little Unicorn, and stood ready. Dumbledore leaned behind a stone pillar, and Fawkes guarded nearby, eager to spring into action. A whooshing sound began. Kano tightly shut his eyes, his life vision fully activated, as a massive figure shrouded in hellish aura rapidly swam towards him. His robe transformed into armor, covering even the Little Unicorn beneath him. Kano took his bow and arrows, knocking 2 arrows, and powerful magic began to swirl around them. His aura merged with the environment. Dumbledore had already extinguished his wand. Kano intended to ambush the basilisk and first disable its eyes. The basilisk's head emerged from the statue's opening, its large, triangular head laboriously squeezing through the gap. Just then, 2 magic-piercing arrows shot out simultaneously, heading straight for the basilisk's eyes. Before the basilisk could react, the 2 arrows directly cut into its eyeballs, exploding into fragments within them. Kano, having succeeded with 1 strike, immediately retreated. The basilisk, stimulated by the intense pain, burst out from the statue's opening, violently twisting its body and creating chaos in the square. But soon, the basilisk broke free from the pain and began to madly wander the square, constantly flicking its tongue to search for Kano, who had harmed it. Snakes have poor eyesight and hearing, but they can detect scent molecules with their tongues and sense infrared radiation emitted by living beings. There must be differences between a basilisk and a snake. For example, their eyesight must be good. But in other aspects, perhaps the two are not very different. Information on basilisks was extremely scarce, so Kano could only infer its characteristics from the habits of snakes. Just as Kano shot a 3rd arrow straight for the basilisk's half-open mouth, the basilisk sharply tilted its head, and the arrow struck the side of its face, sending up a shower of sparks. The basilisk grimly bared its fangs and charged directly towards Kano. Kano knew his position had been exposed. The Little Unicorn beneath him, in sync with his mind, immediately began to run swiftly. Kano tirelessly drew and shot arrows, continuously attacking the basilisk's many vital points. However, the basilisk's thick hide was impenetrable, and it was trying to encircle Kano and the Little Unicorn with its massive body. With no other choice, Kano drew his oak sword and charged towards the middle section of the basilisk. The oak sword was incredibly sharp, instantly cutting through the basilisk's thick hide. The basilisk painfully writhed, simultaneously reaching its head over to bite fiercely. Kano directly threw his lance, embedding it in the basilisk's face. Although the basilisk was not seriously wounded, it still fearfully hit its head. The Little Unicorn deftly leaped, landing directly on the basilisk's body. Kano activated the armor on the Little Unicorn, and wooden spikes grew directly from its 4 hooves, embedding themselves in the basilisk's flesh. 1 person and 1 horse began to run on the basilisk's body. No matter how the basilisk rolled, the Little Unicorn could stand steadily on its body, never being crushed underneath. Kano leaned his body, and the oak sword directly pierced the basilisk's flesh, continuously cutting its body as the Little Unicorn ran. Foul-smelling blood gushed out, and the basilisk painfully opened its mouth wide. After struggling for a long while in the mid-front section of the snake, the foul-smelling snake blood had formed a small puddle, yet the basilisk was still struggling vigorously. It seemed Kano would not find its heart anytime soon. Move forward along its body. Kano, riding the Little Unicorn, went directly to the top of the basilisk's head, raised his oak sword high, and plunged it into the basilisk's neck. The basilisk let out a roar, its strength surged, throwing the Little Unicorn off. Thick black mist began to erupt from all its wounds, causing even Dumbledore, who was observing the battle, to frown. Such a strong hellish aura. Kano vigilantly moved away from the basilisk. He noticed the basilisk's body rapidly shriveling, as if it had been hollowed out from within. The black mist suddenly dispersed, leaving behind a strange creature over 3 meters tall, with a snake's head, a human body, and holding a spear. There was no light of wisdom in his eyes, and he still flicked his snake tongue, charging directly at Kano. Kano picked up the lance from the ground and fought him without fear. Kano noticed that the spear in the hands of this snake-headed, human-bodied creature was condensed from the basilisk's spine. "Kano, be careful, he might be Mai-Han." Dumbledore's voice rang in Kano's ears. Kano's heart tightened, and the force in his hands increased a few more points. Mai-Han was one of the ancient Egyptian gods, the guardian of the sun god Ra. This one in front of him was clearly not a god, but his appearance was exactly like Mai-Han in Egyptian mythology. As Kano was pondering, Mai-Han struck down with his spear. Kano quickly raised his lance to block. However, an eye-shaped rune suddenly appeared on Mai-Han's spear shaft, and a strong hellish aura gushed out from it, spraying all over Kano's face. Kano was caught off guard, his vision instantly stripped away, and even his life vision was plunged into darkness. The little unicorn immediately carried Kano away, but Mai-Han pursued relentlessly from behind. This move was comparable to the basilisk's gaze. If Kano had not possessed superhuman resistance, he would have already turned into a mummy. But the current situation was not much better. Kano could feel Mai-Han's spear constantly brushing past his body, relying entirely on the little unicorn's dodging and weaving to avoid attacks. Dumbledore, standing in the shadows, had already raised his wand, ready to cast a spell at any moment. However, Kano did not give up. He took out a handful of seeds from his pocket and scattered them on the ground. This time, what grew were lavender plants with a faint fragrance. Soon, Kano stopped and resumed fighting Mai-Han. The lavender scent was delicate, while Mai-Han carried the foul smell of the basilisk's blood. By relying on the strong contrast in his perception of the wind, Kano could roughly determine his opponent's movements. After several rounds, Kano felt that the opponent was preparing to repeat his old trick. He had no intelligence and seemed to believe that not killing Kano directly just now was due to insufficient power. But Kano would not die from the hellish aura's curse. At most, he would be temporarily blind. Kano secretly prepared himself. The spear struck down again, and Kano parried it with his lance. The eye-shaped rune reappeared. At this moment, Kano extended his right hand, picked up the oak sword, and stood up directly on the little unicorn's back. A faint silver light entwined around the blade. Kano gripped the sword tightly, exerting force from bottom to top, and the long sword thus pierced into Mai-Han's chest and abdomen, leaving only the hilt exposed. Mai-Han stumbled back a few steps, fell to the ground, twitching, and blood flowed from his 7 orifices. Kano sighed in relief and also collapsed to the ground. Even the little unicorn was utterly exhausted, lying in the lavender patch, its head tilted, breathing heavily. The oak sword silently absorbed the hellish aura from Mai-Han's body, and the patterns drawn by Author's blood on the blade constantly flickered. Kano felt a sense of fullness in his body. Something was gradually blossoming. Forcing himself to watch Mai-Han's body disintegrate little by little, turning into dust, Kano could no longer hold on. He lay weakly on the ground, seeing Dumbledore walk towards him. "Principal, take me to the Black Lake." Dumbledore nodded, and Kano closed his eyes, falling into a deep sleep. When Kano opened his eyes, he was already in between the mortal world and fairy. How can that basilisk still transform? And into the image of a deity from Egypt. Kano climbed up, still a bit scared, as the gray mist around him slowly dispersed. "Don't think about that for now, come over quickly." A voice came from the mist, sounding very familiar to Kano. "Morgan. Do you think I would miss your knighting ceremony?" the voice said, annoyed. "Hurry up, everyone is waiting for you." Kano stepped forward, his armor stained with basilisk blood transforming back into soft robes. The white robes, marked with red blood, outlined the tragic atmosphere of a battlefield. Under his feet was a crimson carpet, and on either side were long tables. The Round Table Knights, whom Kano had defeated, sat behind the tables with relieved expressions, their gazes urging Kano forward. Further ahead, the knights in their seats were obscured by gray mist, with only Tristan, whom Kano had met before, sitting in the second seat on the right. And in the chief seat on the right sat Gawain. Morgan, dressed in elegant court attire, sat gracefully on the central throne. Her eyes, looking at Kano, were full of joy, but in this solemn occasion, she could not speak casually. A small goblin, wearing luxurious clothing, flew over. Kano recognized it as one of the goblins serving Morgan. The little one, with a serious little face and transparent wings, reached out its hand to Kano. Kano smiled, unbuckled his oak sword, and handed it to the little goblin. The goblin, with some effort, held the sword horizontally and presented it to Gawain, who immediately began to loudly proclaim Kano's past deeds. Canopus Black, of noble lineage. Though he unfortunately suffered misfortune before his birth, he later received the mercy of heaven, and was raised by Queen Yulian and Morgan Le Fay. Kano could see Morgan's eyebrows twitch, seemingly quite displeased with that title. Brave and skilled in battle, moreover courageous and of gentle disposition. Now that his great deeds are accomplished, he shall be granted a seat at the round table and be knighted. After Gawain finished proclaiming Kano's life story, Merlin emerged from the grey mist nearby. A goblin held a golden tray, on which lay a crown of thorns, a cup of water, and a pair of golden spurs. Merlin took the crown of thorns and placed it on Kano's head. On behalf of King Arthur, Pendragon, I bestow upon you the crown of thorns. May your thoughts be pure, otherwise, you shall surely be wounded by the thorns. Merlin then dipped his hand into the cup of water and wiped it over Kano's eyes. May your vision be far-reaching, and not fall into confusion. Finally, the goblin attached the golden spurs to the heels of Kano's shoes. May your path be long, and your direction clear. Merlin stepped aside, and Morgan stood up, taking the oak sword from Gawain's hand and placing the flat of the blade on Kano's shoulder. Repeat after me. I swear to be kind to the weak. I swear to bravely resist tyranny. I swear to fight all wrongs. I swear to fight for the unarmed. I swear to help anyone who asks me for help. I swear not to harm any woman. I swear to help my brother knights. I swear to be sincere to my friends. I swear to be true to my beloved until death. When Kano finished reciting these vows with Morgan, Morgan handed the oak sword back to Kano. The ceremony is complete. Gawain shouted loudly, and the round table knights in attendance cheered in unison. Kano immediately felt what had sprouted in his heart become clear. His magic gradually turned into pure silver, uncontrollably emanating from his body, forming a wild storm that enveloped him. A moment later, the storm ceased, and Kano's eyes were a silvery white, having become a true knight. The long tables on either side instantly disappeared, and the round table knights noisily lifted Kano up. One pulled an arm, another a leg. A group of men heavily tossed Kano onto a giant round table. Everyone scrambled for seats, with Gawain and Owen sitting on either side of Kano. Thank you, brother Gawain. Kano sincerely thanked him, and Gawain clapped him on the shoulder. I don't care what the age of adulthood is in the mortal world now, becoming a knight means you're no longer a child, Gawain laughed. Raise your cup. Kano raised his wine glass, and over 150 round table knights also raised their glasses. They all toasted an empty seat and drank the wine together, symbolizing a bond even closer than brothers from then on. The round table knights came from different countries, some harbored animosity towards each other, even engaging in mutual warfare. But at this round table, under the witness of King Arthur, everyone had to abandon all prejudices and fight for a common goal. Now, Camelot was a thing of the past. Except for Kano, all the round table knights had shed their physical bodies. But their spirits were more united than ever. Even though King Arthur was still asleep, everyone was still willing to let go of past grievances and drink together. The feast continued, with delicacies filling the round table, and the knights shouting wildly. Kano, however, quietly left with Gawain. Brother Gawain, it's time to tell me about Mordred's characteristic, isn't it? That's right, Kano. Gawain looked at the smiling Kano and sighed. Can you tell me what characteristic you've gained first? Kano held out his hand, and silver magic rose. He gently waved his arm, and 2 blades of magic flew out. Magic released from the body. We can all do that. Gawain looked at Kano, puzzled. Just then, a muffled grunt came from afar. Merlin suddenly appeared from a seemingly empty spot, looking strangely at Kano. How did you do that? My shield isn't fragile at all. Merlin curiously leaned closer. Morgan also materialized from nothingness, stepping forward and vigorously rubbing Kano's face. Quickly, don't keep us in suspense. Gawain sighed, looking at the 2 sneaky druids. Kano broke free from Morgan's grip, rubbed his cheeks, and began to explain. When facing the basilisk, due to a lack of information, Kano's mind kept recalling the characteristics and weaknesses of real snakes. When the basilisk transformed into Mahans, he was filled with confusion, and perhaps some anger. This wasn't in the original story. Why does this boss have a second transformation when it gets to me? It was this line of thought that influenced Kano's characteristic. His subconscious resisted such things beyond common sense, so the characteristic he ultimately gained was spellbreaking. So, I was greatly influenced by the knowledge I gained in my previous life, Kano said, spreading his hands helplessly. Morgan covered her forehead. When you were little, I struggled so much to teach you how to channel magic. Was it because of this? She was a bit distraught, having thought back then that she simply wasn't good at teaching children. I think so. My previous life had no tales of the supernatural, so a firm cognitive barrier formed in my consciousness. If my memories hadn't fully recovered when I was little, and if I hadn't been able to feel magic truly flowing through my body, I might really not have been able to learn how to use magic. As Kano spoke, silver flames ignited in his hand again. So, my characteristic allows my externalized magic to penetrate magic shields proportionally, and also directly eliminate night characteristics that I cannot comprehend. The three adults exchanged glances, and Gawain excitedly pressed on. All night characteristics, can they all be eliminated? Quick, attack me. Gawain eagerly put on his armor, and a magic shield formed on his body. Kano, puzzled, swung his hand blade, and a silver light hit Gawain. Gawain stumbled after being hit, a look of ecstasy on his face. No problem, you can definitely defeat Mordred. Gawain happily grabbed Kano's shoulder, because his characteristic is rebellion. Back then, Mordred had never activated his characteristic. He became a member of the Round Table Knights purely by his decent strength and noble status. Gawain would even often comfort his youngest brother, telling him not to be sad because he couldn't activate his characteristic. But what Gawain didn't expect was that when Mordred was driven mad by ambition and despair, he actually activated his characteristic. At that time, he had not yet raised the banner of rebellion, and Gawain therefore learned the detailed information about his characteristic. The so-called rebellion is a rare characteristic that acts on others rather than oneself. This characteristic can only act on one person at a time, completely reversing the opponent's characteristic. For example, I would become weak in the sunlight, at most reduced to 1/3 of my original strength. Tristan's eagle eye would turn into weak limbs and inaccurate attacks, Gawain explained. So, King Arthur, who possesses the Lion King characteristic, becomes weaker the more knights he has loyal to him. Kano suddenly understood. Exactly. At the end of the Battle of Camlan, there were still 2 knights accompanying the king. That's why the king perished with Mordred. It wasn't that Mordred became stronger, but that the king became weaker. Gawain nodded affirmatively. Almost all knights are countered by Mordred's characteristic. Gawain sighed. Even if we all know Mordred's characteristic now, we can't guarantee that we can adapt to such a tricky situation in a real battle. My characteristic also acts on the opponent, and its characteristic nullification. Kano stroked his chin thoughtfully. Exactly, so you will be Mordred's bane. Or rather, at least you two can decide the victor in the same state. Morgan stepped forward, letting out a long sigh of relief. Time is running out, Kano, it's almost dawn. She stroked Kano's head, smiling as she spoke. It turns out your destiny isn't so harsh, perhaps fate is still favoring you. Kano returned a smile. To live another life is already a stroke of luck I couldn't ask for. I believe fate will be on my side. Don't slack off on your magic studies. The several potions you've recently created and improved are quite good. Merlin raised his eyebrows and stepped forward to instruct. I will, after all, a knight's sword can't solve all problems. Kano's figure gradually faded, finally disappearing into the grey mist. Morgan left without a word, leaving only Merlin and Gawain standing there. What more can we do for him? Gawain murmured. No rush for now, let me think about it. Merlin seemed to have caught something, frowning as he left. Gawain also turned and left, rejoining the lively banquet. This was the first time in 1,000 years that the Round Table Knights had a new member, and everyone silently prayed for Kano in their hearts, wishing him success and a life well lived. Kano woke up by the Black Lake, the dawn already appearing in the east. Dumbledore, with his eyes half closed, swayed leisurely in a hammock nearby, a bit of white frost on his beard. You're awake, how do you feel? Dumbledore opened his eyes, scrutinizing Kano. I feel great. Kano clenched his fist, finding that his strength had once again surged. The little unicorn called out twice beside him, saying that he had just erupted with a powerful magic storm, startling it. Kano patted the little unicorn's neck, whispering his thanks to him. The little unicorn at first proudly raised his head and snorted twice, but later, embarrassed by the praise, he darted away. Go back and get some rest, Kano. Dumbledore suggested. In a few days, we'll go back to the Chamber of Secrets to see if Salazar left anything else. Kano nodded and returned to the castle with Dumbledore separately. Harry hadn't slept all night, piercing wails constantly echoed in his ears. When Kano entered the dormitory, he saw Harry with dark circles under his eyes, staring intently at the door. Kano, of course, knew what was going on. The basilisk's wails during his battle with it were probably heard by Harry. How was it, Harry? Was yesterday's Death Day party fun? Kano asked knowingly, sitting on his bed with a somewhat mischievous smile. Don't even mention it. I still feel a putrid smell of sheep tripe on me, Harry replied mechanically. Heh heh, Eskimos even stuff hundreds of puffins into a seal's belly, and then take them out to eat after they've fermented. Hearing this, Harry couldn't help but gag. Also, did you hear whispers again last night? Kano decided to explain things clearly to Harry. Yes. Do you know what's going on? Harry immediately perked up. Kano began to carefully recount the story of the Chamber of Secrets and the basilisk to him. When Harry heard the legend that Salazar placed the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets to eliminate Muggle wizards, he angrily clenched his fists. However, when Kano told him about the slab inscriptions he saw in the Chamber of Secrets last night, he fell into confusion again. So, what kind of person was Salazar Slytherin really? I can't say, and even the pureblood families can't say. Kano shook his head. He is no longer himself, but a justification that the pureblood families found for all their sordid actions. Even if the inscriptions in the Chamber of Secrets were to spread, the pureblood families would not admit it. Harry let out a long sigh. Suddenly, he thought of the crucial question. Then, do I have any blood relation to Slytherin? Ron told me that wizards attach great importance to bloodlines. Unless it's an illegitimate child, there can be no ambiguity in blood relations. Harry thought of the moldy old book Ron brought from home, used to prop up a table leg. The information recorded in it showed that the Potter family had no blood relation to Slytherin. Well, have you ever considered that your ability to understand Parseltongue is related to Lord Voldemort? Kano decided to reveal the subtle connection between Harry and Lord Voldemort right now. Last year, when Harry's scar hurt, Harry already had a vague suspicion. But it wasn't until today, when Kano brought up Parseltongue, that Harry understood just how close his connection to Lord Voldemort was. Your destinies are intertwined. Sooner or later, you will have a fight to the death. Kano patted Harry's shoulder. Work hard, young man. Also, the basilisk has been eliminated by me, so you can finally get a good night's sleep. Harry recently started researching Lord Voldemort. Since he would have to fight him to the death sooner or later, he needed to understand his life story. Anyway, he had been researching genealogies recently, and Lord Voldemort was a descendant of Salazar, so he couldn't have just popped out of a rock. Even if he used an alias, the search scope was greatly narrowed. After a few days of rest, Kano, along with Dumbledore, returned to the Chamber of Secrets. This time, the two walked from the exit of the Chamber of Secrets towards the interior of the castle. They entered the magically reinforced cave, stepping down the somewhat dilapidated stone steps. Both the old and the young held their wands to maintain light, searching both sides with their eyes. There were no creatures in the cave, presumably all eaten as snacks by the basilisk. Soon, the two arrived at the source of the stench, which was a spherical mass of bones and feathers that the basilisk couldn't digest and had regurgitated. Kano waved his wand, and the residual substances on these remains were absorbed by growing plants, leaving behind stark white bones deeply buried underground. Continuing forward, a huge platform appeared underground, covered with traces of the basilisk coiling, looking as if the basilisk could easily fit even if it grew twice as large. Further down was the passage the basilisk used to crawl to the Chamber of Secrets. The two walked down the stone steps until they reached the head of Salazar's statue. The passage opened a few days ago had not yet closed, and the Chamber of Secrets was filled with thief basilisk blood. Kano looked around curiously. He could feel a faint magic flowing here. Principal, can you feel it? Dumbledore, who had been silent, showed a satisfied smile and pointed his wand at the adjacent wall. Very good, Kano. Seeing that the principal still had the intention of testing him in the Chamber of Secrets, Kano couldn't help but roll his eyes inwardly. The wall opened to both sides with the input of Dumbledore's magic, revealing a stone slab. If the basilisk suffers a fatal injury, it will immediately transform into Maihon to continue fighting the enemy. If the basilisk loses control and harms wizards, killing it with Godric Gryffindor's sword will prevent the Maihon form from appearing, the stone slab read. Kano raised his eyebrows. So, it was the wrong weapon I used. Everything became clear, yet Dumbledore seemed to have no intention of leaving. He lightly waved his wand, and the text on the stone slab suddenly changed. If my bloodline descendant manipulates the basilisk to indiscriminately kill Hogwarts students while the Hogwarts castle is not breached, the basilisk will be forced into a deep sleep until that bloodline descendant dies. This is a contract magic signed with Hogwarts castle during the basilisk's hatching, and it cannot be dispelled. Kano stared dumbfounded at the hidden second part of the content, momentarily unable to recover. Salazar Slytherin used magic to obscure the second part of the content. His bloodline descendants cannot see this section. Dumbledore analyzed the magical composition, stroking his beard with interest. It seems he didn't completely trust even his own bloodline descendants and kept a trick up his sleeve, Kano said with a smile. That doesn't sound right. He completely trusted Godric Gryffindor and his descendants, firmly believing they could stop the basilisk from doing evil. Perhaps. Salazar and Godric were lifelong rivals, but even more so, lifelong friends. No one understood each other better, and no one trusted each other more. Dumbledore waved his hand, making the text disappear. It seems that after Lord Voldemort commanded the basilisk to kill Myrtle back then, the basilisk lost its supernatural abilities and was forcibly returned to the Chamber of Secrets to sleep. Only after Lord Voldemort's death was the basilisk seal lifted. But Salazar didn't anticipate that his descendant would create Horcruxes, remaining half-dead and existing in this world, thereby indirectly circumventing his restrictions, Kano concluded. Exactly. The death of the descendant, as Salazar Slytherin stated, and the unsealing of the basilisk. The death here should refer to physical death. However, the current Lord Voldemort, due to his non-living, non-dead state of existence, can instead allow the basilisk to kill indiscriminately. Dumbledore sighed, thinking of the once charming head boy who had now become a conscious wisp of smoke. The two re-entered the Chamber of Secrets, where the spear, made from the basilisk's spine and wielded by Maihon, still lay on the ground. Kano picked up the spear and examined it carefully, discovering it was intricately carved with Egyptian hieroglyphs. This is the Book of the Dead, which records the afterlife in Egyptian mythology in poetic form, Dumbledore said, taking the bone spear and gently stroking the magically imbued hieroglyphic carvings. This section tells the story of Ra's guardian, the cobra god Maihon, battling the god of darkness, Apep, to protect Ra's sun boat as it passes through the darkness, bringing light to the human world. Suddenly, Dumbledore's expression became strange. He carefully examined a section in the front part of the bone spear, frowning. There are missing hieroglyphs here, erased by someone. This position should correspond to the basilisk's heart. Heart. Kano seemed to think of something. To the Egyptians, the heart was the symbol of all wisdom. Because the hieroglyphs here were destroyed, the basilisk, when it turned into Maihon, had no wisdom. The old and the young exchanged glances. There was no need to consider further. It must have been Lord Voldemort who erased the runes from the basilisk's heart section. He didn't have this level of magic when he was at school, Dumbledore said with certainty. It must have been after he became an adult that he secretly entered the Chamber of Secrets from outside the castle and modified the basilisk. Kano seemed to see a blurry-faced man, as if burned by flames, dressed in a black robe, sneaking into the Chamber of Secrets. He raised his wand, casting magic at the sleeping basilisk, little by little erasing the wisdom of this guardian left by Salazar. What a truly unworthy descendant. But why would he do this? Was he trying to remove the restrictions Salazar set and reawaken the basilisk? Dumbledore didn't know either. Kano took the bone spear back from him, and Dumbledore summoned the Phoenix Fox, who brought them directly back to the headmaster's office. Coming from the gloomy Chamber of Secrets to the warm and bright headmaster's office, Kano couldn't help but let out a long breath. Kano placed the bone spear on the table, while Dumbledore took out a silver-sealed vessel. I've been using a clumsy method to wear down the neutral defensive magic on the diary. This container ensures the soul fragment remains intact. Now that the basilisk is also dead, I think we can open the box and see the progress. Kano watched intently as Dumbledore opened the lid, and a plume of blue smoke rolled out from within. Kano didn't feel any dark arts power within it, so it seemed Lord Voldemort had indeed used purely protective charms for the final defense. The diary lay quietly at the bottom of the box. Kano carefully touched it with his wand. Under their gaze, the diary slowly disintegrated into fragments, and a colorless orb of light floated up from inside. At its center was a fragment of Lord Voldemort's soul, the brain. Indeed, Tom made more than one Horcrux. Dumbledore narrowed his eyes. Kano, meanwhile, looked at the last layer of magic runes on the colorless orb of light that hadn't been worn away, and raised an eyebrow. They were ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs. Lord Voldemort couldn't bypass the restrictions Slytherin placed on the basilisk while he was alive, so he set his sights on Mahon's. The last layer of magic runes on this diary could help Lord Voldemort's soul fragment directly control Mahon's, whose intelligence he had erased. It was precisely because Lord Voldemort modified the basilisk to adapt it into a Horcrux that it carried the aura of hell. Dumbledore nodded in agreement. That is the most probable conjecture. It's a good thing you stopped all of this. If Kano had truly let the basilisk run wild, once something went wrong with Harry, Lord Voldemort's soul fragment would emerge with the basilisk and go on a rampage. At that time, besides wizards as powerful as Dumbledore, even the professors, caught off guard, would likely not escape death. Anyway, the matters of the Chamber of Secrets and the basilisk are now concluded, Kano said, leaning back in his chair, relaxing. Next, it's time for the instigator of this incident to face misfortune. I will be very busy recently as I begin searching for Tom's other Horcruxes, Dumbledore said with a smile, taking a sip of tea. Kano had already spoken with Dumbledore, letting him know that Lucius Malfoy was behind the trouble this time. Dumbledore was not going to ask Kano how he planned to deal with the Malfoy family. He trusted Kano to know what was appropriate. With his tacit approval, rumors of the basilisk and the Chamber of Secrets suddenly began to circulate among the little wizards. Within a few days, the bored little wizards had spread the story with such detail that it seemed the Chamber of Secrets would open tomorrow. Draco had long received a warning from his father, and after waiting for half a semester, he saw no sign of the Chamber of Secrets opening or the Mudbloods being killed. Now he finally heard the news and began to prepare for the show with a cruel sense of excitement, while not forgetting to inform Lucius. Meanwhile, Kano borrowed an owl from the school's owlery and sent a letter to Mr. Weasley, telling him the full story. Mr. Weasley quickly sent a reply, stating that he fully supported Kano's plan. So, Kano began to set his trap according to the plan. The first step of the plan required Kano to borrow Professor Lockhart. Hermione, are you willing to participate in this plan? Kano asked Hermione, who looked conflicted, while Harry and Ron beside him looked incredibly excited. If Professor Lockhart was really that amazing, he wouldn't be afraid, would he? Ron's words, though not pleasant, solidified Hermione's resolve. All right, I'll participate. But if Professor Lockhart is a truly powerful wizard, you all must apologize to him, Hermione said sternly. The three boys immediately nodded in assurance, already laughing inwardly. What was Professor Lockhart's level? Besides Hermione, who saw him through thick fan-colored glasses, who couldn't tell. I really hope this is over soon. Wood has been constantly pushing us to practice Quidditch lately. In the corridor, Harry quietly chatted with Kano. I promise it will be quick. Professor Lockhart is like a balloon, he just needs a small prick. Kano hadn't even finished speaking when Hermione turned back to give him a displeased look. Ron pouted, then put his arm around Kano's shoulder, expressing his support through action. Hermione took the lead and knocked on Professor Lockhart's office door. Come in, my dears, Professor Lockhart's voice came from inside. Hello, Professor Lockhart. Hermione walked in first, followed closely by Kano and the others. Professor Lockhart still had his meticulously curled hair and wore a sky-blue robe. But Kano noticed several small boxes in the corner of Professor Lockhart's room and couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. He was ready to bolt at any moment, it seemed the time was ripe. Professor, regarding the Chamber of Secrets, we've found some clues, Hermione said. Professor Lockhart's smile seemed to freeze, but instantly returned to normal. He was in a very bad mood because his publisher had told him that, for some reason, his books were severely underselling. He was someone who loved to package himself, and packaging himself cost money. Now that his main book sales income had sharply decreased, he found himself in a rare financial predicament. It didn't matter, at the end of this year, he would release Teaching the Savior at Hogwarts, which was sure to be a bestseller. But for now, he had to deal with these naive children. "Oh, Miss Granger," he said, feigning ease, "I know you are a clever witch, but I don't think this is something you can handle right now." "Professor, we've already found the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets," Harry stepped forward and said, "I am a Parselmouth." Everyone in the magic world knew the connection between Parseltongue and Slytherin, and Professor Lockhart's expression began to become unnatural. There's a terrible monster in the Chamber of Secrets. You should tell me the location of the Chamber of Secrets first, and I'll handle it. That would be better. Without a Parselmouth, Professor, you can't enter the Chamber of Secrets." Harry stepped forward and took Professor Lockhart's hand. "Let's go deal with it quickly, or the basilisk will escape and harm people." Professor Lockhart snatched his hand back as if he had received an electric shock, leaping up from his chair. "A basilisk? How could there be such a thing?" Myrtle died instantly because she saw the basilisk's eyes back then. "With your extensive knowledge, you must know the truth of the matter." Kano and Ron unceremoniously pulled Professor Lockhart out the door, and the group headed directly to the girls' bathroom on the 3rd floor. Professor Lockhart, his face pale, pulled out his wand and walked hesitantly. Hermione watched him from behind with a look of disappointment. The group quickly reached the bathroom. Harry hissed in Parseltongue to open the Chamber of Secrets, and Professor Lockhart's face turned as white as a ghost. "Let's go, Professor." Ron tried hard to keep a straight face, looking as if he was ready to face death. "Does Dumbledore know about this?" Professor Lockhart subtly shuffled backward. "We thought you were the most amazing professor, and Dumbledore hasn't been at Hogwarts lately." Hermione recited her lines expressionlessly. Professor Lockhart was too weak to argue. He forced a smile. Kano gave everyone a look, and Harry, Hermione, and Ron jumped into the passage without hesitation. Kano stood beside Professor Lockhart, his eyes fixed on him. I really don't think this is a good idea, but who made me the most amazing?" "Obliviate. Protego." Professor Lockhart suddenly attacked. Kano immediately used a shield charm, which he had just mastered this year. The memory charm was deflected, the shield charm shattered, and Professor Lockhart frantically waved his wand again. "Stupefy." Kano activated his night trait. Professor Lockhart's weak stupefy hit the silver magic swirling around him, failing to even create a ripple. Kano stepped forward and delivered a heavy punch to Professor Lockhart's face. Professor Lockhart's face swelled up, and Kano knocked him out directly. "Is it over?" Hermione poked her head out of the Chamber of Secrets passage to observe, and soon all three emerged from the Chamber of Secrets entrance. Kano had laid a layer of plants in the passage, so the three hadn't fallen down. "He probably thought he was doomed if he went down, so he planned to knock me out." Kano extended his wand and cast a Petrificus Totalis on Professor Lockhart, then pretend nothing happened and escape overnight. He used a memory charm. Perhaps after we died, he could still announce the location of the Chamber of Secrets and gain more glory. Hermione looked at the unconscious Professor Lockhart with a cold gaze, as if she were looking at something dirty. "I'm starting to doubt the source of his book experiences." "All right." Kano waved his wand, and Professor Lockhart floated up. "The second phase of my plan is about to begin. Everyone, go back and enjoy the show." Professor Lockhart was attacked by the monster in the Chamber of Secrets and fell into a serious coma. This news spread through Hogwarts like wildfire, and many of Lockhart's fans rushed to the school hospital, wanting to visit him. Professor Lockhart has been Petrificus Totalis, so it's not convenient for too many people to visit him right now. Madame Pomfrey only allowed a few students in, and their faces turned pale with fright after they came out. The professor really was Petrificus Totalis. "It's so scary, his face is still swollen. What kind of monster is in the Chamber of Secrets?" The students chattered excitedly, and Draco eagerly wrote to his father. When Lucius saw the news, he immediately perked up. This year, he had placed the diary in Ginny's cauldron, intending for her to open the Chamber of Secrets. Lucius didn't believe the monster in the Chamber of Secrets could cause any trouble in front of Dumbledore, but as long as it killed a few students, he could use the opportunity to call a Board of Governors meeting and sign a vote of no confidence against Dumbledore. As long as Dumbledore was driven out of Hogwarts, he was confident he could install his own puppet as principal and control Hogwarts. He had been waiting since the first day of school, and after such a long time, there was finally the first attack, and the victim was the famous Gilderoy Lockhart. At his instigation, the Daily Prophet reported Lockhart's past glorious deeds extensively, highlighting the terror of the monster in the Slytherin Chamber of Secrets. In just a few days, Hogwarts became a place of widespread panic. It's still not enough, Kano said at breakfast, looking at the article in the Daily Prophet, trying hard to suppress his laughter. What else do we need to do? Harry asked excitedly. Now, I need Hermione to cooperate. Soon, another piece of information arrived. The Muggle wizard Hermione Granger was sent to the school hospital, and Madame Pomfrey insisted she only had a severe cold. Who would believe that? Granger must have died at the hands of the Chamber of Secrets monster. It's her own fault for being a mudblood. The monster in the Chamber of Secrets will cleanse them. Of course, it was the Slytherin students who said such things, they discussed excitedly, while the other houses were filled with gloom. The Daily Prophet sent reporters to interview, but this time Madame Pomfrey firmly guarded the door, not letting anyone in to visit. It's just a severe cold. There's nothing to see, and it has nothing to do with the Chamber of Secrets. Madame Pomfrey stood with her hands on her hips, blocking all the prying people and unceremoniously kicking them out of the school hospital. Even Harry and Ron, who were pleading outside the door, were forbidden from visiting. Now everyone believed even more that Granger had been killed by the monster, and Madame Pomfrey was just putting on a brave face at Dumbledore's command. I died just like that. Hermione, sitting on the hospital bed, angrily bit off the head of a chocolate frog, and Madame Pomfrey was also helpless. Dumbledore gave me direct instructions, but I really only said you had a severe cold. Heaven knows why those children decided you were dead. Yes, I think it's just that everyone's school life is too dull, and too little homework is assigned. Kano kept nodding beside her. This was all your idea. If it weren't to thank you for exposing Lockhart, I wouldn't be pretending to be sick. Hermione looked at Kano, who seemed unconcerned, and was furious. Kano smiled and dodged the half-eaten chocolate frog Hermione threw at him, then pulled back the curtain of the next bed and used his magic wand to cast another Petrificus totalis on Lockhart. How long will he have to lie like this? Madame Pomfrey asked. She wasn't particularly fond of Lockhart to begin with, and after Kano told her what happened that day, she found even looking at Lockhart repulsive. Now she was eager to kick Lockhart out of the school hospital. Before Christmas, he'll be off to Azkaban to serve his time, Kano replied. Dumbledore was already collecting evidence of Lockhart's scams, and once the plan was over, it would be submitted to the Ministry of Magic. A whole box of fan letters was piled at Lockhart's bedside, but Kano saw several official letters from publishers and Gringotts among them. Presumably, Lockhart, who loved grand gestures but had recently seen a sharp decline in book sales, was likely in financial crisis. When he woke up, everything he had built on lies would collapse, and he would truly become a pauper. Perhaps some of his wealthy female fans would still support him with some galleons? Someone must desire him, right? His life after leaving Azkaban should be quite colorful. Lucius, of course, also received news of Hermione's hospitalization, but he still suppressed his excitement, waiting for the most crucial signal. Finally, Draco sent a letter by owl. Ron Weasley ran to the entrance of the Slytherin common room, frantically asking if anyone had seen his sister Ginny. After Malfoy's investigation, Ginny was indeed not at Hogwarts. Even the twins and Percy couldn't find her and were going crazy with worry. Lucius slammed his hand on the table, unable to suppress the excitement in his eyes any longer. He immediately requested an emergency meeting of the Hogwarts Board of Governors. The Hogwarts Board of Governors consisted of 12 governors, all backed by ancient families, who had to donate a large sum of money to Hogwarts each year. Lucius was one of them, and he had recently, through threats and inducements, brought 7 others into his camp. Now he was ambitious, wanting to kick Dumbledore off the principal's throne. I believe Dumbledore is unable to protect the safety of Hogwarts. A professor and students have already been harmed by the Chamber of Secrets monster. Lucius stood by the round table, speaking righteously, while most of the governors looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. For the safety of Muggle wizards, I believe Hogwarts should be immediately closed, Dumbledore dismissed, and a new principal elected. He pulled out the documents he had prepared, and the governors who had not been bribed suspected it was April Fool's Day. Malfoy, the professor you mentioned, he merely suffered a Petrificus totalis, and Miss Granger is truly only hospitalized due to a severe cold. An old gentleman with thick glasses looked at Lucius over the top of his lenses. The monster in the Chamber of Secrets is nonsense. No, it has appeared and harmed people. Lucius said emphatically, Ginny Weasley is the pureblood who opened the Chamber of Secrets, and she has already disappeared. How can you be so sure? That's because he orchestrated all of this. A voice rang out as Kano, dressed in formal wizard robes for a social occasion, entered the room. He placed a dark arts object capable of manipulating minds into Ginny Weasley's luggage, thereby manipulating her to open the Chamber of Secrets. Kano looked at the grim-faced Lucius, so when he heard Ginny was missing, he assumed the chamber had already been opened by her. Nonsense. Lucius sneered, why don't you explain what happened with Lockhart and Granger? Lockhart attacked me, I was forced to defend myself and took him down. The Ministry of Magic will investigate later. Granger really just has a severe cold. Kano pulled out a two-way mirror, and the governors, seeing Granger reading in the hospital room, all nodded. Madame Pomfrey would never violate her professional ethics, they whispered to each other. Then what about Ginny Weasley? Lucius asked through gritted teeth. He realized he had fallen into a trap. She's a first-year little wizard, a bit homesick. Dumbledore's voice chimed in, I granted her leave. Would you like to go see her at the Weasley home? The Board of Governors erupted in an uproar. Everyone could see that Lucius had been tricked by Dumbledore and Kano together. No need. Lucius slammed the table, refusing the humiliation once again. So, the Chamber of Secrets incident is true. The old Board of Governors member looked at Dumbledore in surprise. It's true, but I've already dealt with the basilisk in the Chamber of Secrets, and its shed skin has already been transported here, Dumbledore replied. Kano clapped his hands, and Kriaker apparat to the doorway with the glowing green snakeskin, making the Board of Governors members gasp. Merlin's beard. Only Dumbledore could fight this thing. What a terrifying thing. Mr. Malfoy, what was your intention in releasing it? He's truly ruthless, even trying to pin the blame on his rival's young daughter. The Board of Governors members discussed animatedly, and even those he had threatened and bribed dared not speak. You have no evidence. Lucius was still trying to hold on. Isn't this evidence? Kano threw a black leather diary over, and Lucius, as if it were a hot potato, threw it to Dobby, who was attending nearby. This isn't mine, and I didn't put anything in the Weasley's luggage. Of course, this isn't yours, I just bought it outside, Kano said with a smile, and the Board of Governors members all looked at him. Master, you gave Dobby a sock. Dobby's trembling voice came from beside him, holding up the sock in the notebook, tears streaming from his big eyes. I'm free, Dobby is a free house elf. Dobby held the sock as if it were a priceless treasure. So, Dobby, as a house elf, can you tell us what Lucius was planning this year? Kano spoke kindly, but to Lucius's ears, it was like the tolling of a death knell. It was Lucius Malfoy who wanted to open the Chamber of Secrets, it was he who wanted to frame the Weasley. Enough. Lucius slammed the table, standing up abruptly. You have no evidence, no one will believe the ramblings of a house elf. Yes, so congratulations, you've once again escaped imprisonment, Kano clapped his hands lightly. Now, not only the few Board of Governors members who were already dissatisfied with him, but even those he had threatened and bribed looked at him differently. Today he could frame Weasley, and who knows, someday he might frame them too. Today he wanted to kick Dumbledore out, but who would be in charge at Hogwarts in the future? So, gentlemen, Kano suppressed a laugh, reminding them. Let's vote now on the motion to remove Lucius Malfoy from the Board of Governors. The old man angrily raised his hand first. A moment later, all 11 Board of Governors members raised their hands. Good, very good, Lucius said through gritted teeth, I'll remember you, Canopus Black. You'd better remember clearly, Mr. Malfoy, we have a long time to deal with each other in the future, Kano said softly, Draco and I will deal with each other even longer. Lucius's expression froze, and after a long while, he began to breathe heavily, then turned and left the room. Our House of Black is small in number, but we have a lot of money and would like to support the construction of Hogwarts. I wonder if the Board of Governors would be willing to consider it. We need to go through procedures, it will take a few days, a younger Board of Governors member coughed, saying with a straight face. After he finished speaking, the other Board of Governors members all laughed. Malfoy had been driven away, and they indeed needed to bring in new people. Since the new rich person was so direct, why couldn't they agree? A few days later, Gryffindor Common Room. You became a member of the Board of Governors just like that? Ron asked incredulously. Money makes things easy, it's that simple. Kano casually flipped through a French textbook. Hermione had been discharged from the hospital, and Ginny had returned from home. The basilisk's shed skin was displayed in the Great Hall, and all rumors had subsided. Lockhart's reputation and his wallet collapsed together. When he woke up, the Daily Prophet was filled with all the bad things he had done. He used memory charm to steal others' adventures to publish books and even attacked Kano, regardless of the students' lives. The Ministry of Magic sent auhors, and a single drop of veritaserum destroyed all of Lockhart's psychological defenses. Kano, as one of the victims, was present and felt a wave of nausea listening to him, even in that state, still rambling on about his twisted success theories. They're too ugly. How can an ugly old wizard from the United States be famous? Do you know how hard it is to figure out their adventures and then cast a memory charm on them when they're not looking? Do you know how tiring it is to reply to fan mail every day? Do you know how hard I worked to create a charming image? Lockhart was tied to a chair, incessantly spouting true confessions. The auhors took him directly to Azkaban. His sentence would only be a few years, but even if he was released, Gringotts goblins, debt collectors and angry publishers would be waiting for him. It was rumored that a rich woman had expressed willingness to pay off his debts, but his life after release might involve whips, candles, and steel wool. A fitting end for a clown, Ron said, his eyes glancing at Hermione. Don't look at me, I was indeed out of my mind back then. Hermione yelled, angry and embarrassed. The entire Gryffindor common room was filled with a joyful atmosphere. Christmas was approaching, and everyone was lazy, except for Kano, who was preparing for exams. Nicholas told me his time is running out and hopes you can leave before Christmas. Dumbledore found Kano, bringing both the Board of Governors' decision and Nicholas's invitation at the same time. Okay, shall we go together? Kano took the Board of Governors' appointment letter and asked. Of course, after all, Nicholas's current residence is a secret, Dumbledore said. How's your French coming along? Basic communication is fine, but why do I need to learn French? Nicholas Flamel has lived for so many years, he should speak English, right? We should meet some figures from the French magic world, and it might be useful in the future, Dumbledore winked. Kano seemed to understand what the principal wanted to do. The Order of the Phoenix back then was a worldwide network of wizard contacts. Many years later, this network needed updating and repairing. Dumbledore probably wanted to entrust this task to Kano. After all, Harry's reputation was only useful in Britain. It seems that the Board of Governors' identity isn't entirely just for show. Kano looked at the appointment letter in his hand with interest. Why would you think that? The Hogwarts Board of Governors has real power. Indeed, this title is more presentable internationally than the head of the House of Black. It's just that when facing the most powerful white wizard of the era, the world-renowned peacekeeper Dumbledore, the Board of Governors' power is as good as non-existent. When do we leave? Tomorrow morning. France, Paris. Kano and Dumbledore got off the plane, an air hostess assisting the white-haired old Dumbledore. Gentlemen, I'll see you this far. The air hostess politely said goodbye. Kano also smiled and bid her farewell, and Dumbledore nodded. Principal, do you want to go all out with the act? Should I get you a wheelchair? Kano teased. No, I think my good grandson would be happy to carry me, Dumbledore retorted. The two walked out of the airport, and Kano hailed a taxi. Passenger, where are you going? The driver asked in French. Dumbledore immediately gave an address in French, and the taxi quickly departed with the old man and the young one. In an inconspicuous corner, a person in a long trench coat summoned an owl and handed it a letter. Kano and Dumbledore soon arrived in front of a dry fountain, and Dumbledore stepped into the railing first. Let's go, we're going to register at the French Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore motioned for Kano to follow. Kano likewise stepped into the fountain, which transformed into an enclosed elevator, taking the two underground. The French Ministry of Magic was revealed before them, with a dome made of steel and glass, and enchanted glass reflecting the sky. A large group of people in long trench coats were waiting for them. Oh, I really don't want to see this, Dumbledore mumbled, a smile on his face, as he embraced the middle-aged man who walked up to him. Dumbledore, long time no see. Why didn't you come by FLA network? The middle-aged man greeted. It's been a while, Dominique. I wanted to experience the charm of France again, Dumbledore casually lied. In truth, He wanted to try Muggle transportation, which wizards generally didn't understand. This time, with Kano, he finally got his wish. This is Canopus Black, now also one of the Hogwarts school governors. He's here with me to attend, you know. The bearded Dominique showed a wry expression. No need to be discreet, the aurors here all know about Nicholas Flamel's upcoming funeral. My predecessor's predecessor attended his funeral, my predecessor also attended, and now they are all dead, and Nicholas Flamel has invited me to attend his funeral again. Dominique shook his head, and even a few of the aurors behind him couldn't help but laugh. Dumbledore didn't laugh. This time, it might be real. Dominique's smile froze. He immediately led Kano and Dumbledore away from the entrance and took them to a reception room. What's real? Dumbledore, is it what I think it is? Yes, Dominique. Nicholas Flamel is tired, and he probably has less than a month left to live. Dumbledore spoke calmly, while Dominique scurried around like an ant on a hot pan. How can that be? He's a living history book, our national treasure. There's a new opera being rehearsed for next month, how can he bear to die? No matter how much Dominique, the Minister for Magic of France, refused to believe it, things were unchangeable. At 9 o'clock the next morning, a silver-glowing portkey appeared before Kano and Dumbledore. It was an old teapot. Nicholas Flamel's invitation has arrived. I'll go get Dominique, Dumbledore messaged Dominique, who immediately came to the hotel where the two were staying. The three placed their hands on the portkey, and Kano felt a hook sharply tugging at his body. The three instantly vanished from the room. They arrived at the entrance of an antique French-style courtyard, presumably Nicholas Flamel's secluded residence. Dominique, with a long face and two dark circles under his eyes, knocked on the door. Darling, someone's knocking. You get it. The door opened with a click from the inside, and Dominique, Dumbledore, and Kano entered the house together. The very frail, white-haired Nicholas Flamel was glaring at his wife, Perinelle, who had been with him for over 600 years. My bones are so loose, I'm afraid I'd break them if I stood up now. I'm not much better, dear. Perinelle put away her wand. It seemed she had just used a spell to open the door. Nicholas Flamel, Perinelle, we're here, Dumbledore greeted his oldest friends. Albus, long time no see. Nicholas Flamel took out his wand and pointed it at the liquor cabinet. What would you like to drink? Just juice, strawberry juice made by Perinelle herself would be best. I'll have whiskey, Dominique said without ceremony. Dominique, don't be so hot-headed, Nicholas Flamel said calmly. This must be young Master Canopus Black. What would you like to drink? The same as the principal, thank you. Nicholas Flamel waved his wand, and three upholstered armchairs appeared behind the three. 3 drinks flew directly from the liquor cabinet and landed in front of them. Please sit, everyone. Dominique picked up his glass, took a sip, and couldn't help but ask, Mr. Flamel. Call me Nicholas Flamel, we've known each other for how many years? Nicholas Flamel, have you really made up your mind? The old man nodded forcefully, and Kano heard something snap. Nicholas Flamel emotionlessly adjusted his neck and drank the beverage in his cup. Kano recognized the smell. It was a powerful Skelgro. As you can see, Dominique. 40 years ago, when you first came to my house as a child, I could still carry you, Nicholas Flamel chuckled self-deprecatingly. Now, I'm so fragile that I'd break a bone just by sneezing. It's been too long, I've lingered in the human world for too long. But you're Nicholas Flamel. With your intelligence, you could totally create alchemical items to live more comfortably, couldn't you? Dominique grew anxious, standing up again. Indeed, if I wanted to, I could solve this problem tonight. Nicholas Flamel nodded again. But the decay of the flesh isn't the problem, it merely reminds me that it's truly time to rest. My heart is weary. Perinelle reached out and took her husband's hand. The two lovers, who had spent centuries together, smiled at each other. Death is not the end, but the beginning of another journey, Nicholas Flamel said, smiling at Dominique. My dear will accompany me, no matter where we go. Dominique sighed and sat back down in his chair. As the saying goes, an old person in the family is like a treasure, and Nicholas Flamel's status in the French magic world was transcendent. Now that the old patriarch said he was tired of living, no one could stop him. How much time is left, approximately? Let me think, I have about 15 days worth of my elixir of life, Nicholas Flamel said. Enough time for me to arrange my affairs. My will is already written, I'll trouble you to help me execute it. As for the funeral, I've asked Albus to preside over it. Dumbledore smiled and nodded, and Dominique also sighed deeply, then stood up to take his leave. I'll go prepare for the funeral. Try to invite as many people as possible, so they all see that I'm truly dead. I don't want people opening my grave to examine my corpse again, Nicholas Flamel instructed. After Dominique left, Nicholas Flamel looked at Canopus Black, who had remained silent. Canopus Black, hello. Hello, Nicholas Flamel. Just call me Nicholas. If everyone is so polite, my age will make everyone speechless, Nicholas joked with a smile. Alright, Mr. Nicholas. You can just call me Kano. Kano gently shook Nicholas Flamel's outstretched hand. Albus, let's go see what we're having for dinner. Perinel stood up, and Dumbledore gallantly offered his arm to support her. After they left, Nicholas got down to business. Kano, you're from Fairy, aren't you? Nicholas's eyes were deep and calm, as if he saw through Kano's origins. Kano wasn't surprised, this alchemist had lived too long, and Fairy was no secret to him. That's right, Mr. Nicholas. If you are truly determined to embrace death, you will soon be able to go to Fairy. But to Kano's surprise, Nicholas slowly and firmly shook his head. What I said to Dominique earlier was sincere. My wife and I are truly tired, we just want eternal peace. That's one of the reasons I asked you to come. Do we have the right to choose not to enter Fairy and simply die? Kano thoughtfully twirled the water glass in his hand, considering carefully. A moment later, he nodded. I think it's possible. Many powerful knights, wizards, or druids choose not to remain in Fairy and reincarnate directly. Nicholas Flamel seemed to let out a huge sigh of relief. It appeared he was truly intent on seeking death. I have some questions. Kano looked up at the old man. Since you created the Philosopher's Stone and drank the elixir of life to live until now, it proves that you still cherished the mortal world. Until just now, I thought you had simply had enough of the mundane world and wanted a change of scenery. But now you tell me you only wish for eternal sleep. Nicholas chuckled helplessly. He tapped his temple with his wand and explained. It's simple, this world holds no more secrets for me. Kano couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. I know what you're thinking, but I'm telling the truth. Nicholas Flamel sighed. My current power has reached the realm of ancient deities. As long as you give me time and materials, I am omnipotent. And what truly makes me weary is that I've even seen through people. Nicholas Flamel took a sip of the Skelegro and stretched his neck a few times. The reason I love watching operas is because of the intense emotional conflicts, the unfathomable love and hate within them. Those famous playwrights are more brilliant than I am when it comes to studying people. But now, my life experiences have allowed me to discern what others are thinking without the aid of any magic or potions. The most complex thing in this world is people. It is the fleeting sparks of thought and the vast collective will that forge a rich, colorful, yet subtly ordered human society. Nicholas Flamel had seen through humanity, and thus, he had seen through everything humanity created. No wonder he felt life held no more interest. I understand, then. Kano raised his water glass. To peace. Nicholas Flamel grinned, showing 2 rows of white teeth, and likewise raised his glass. To peace. Both took a sip of the drink in their glasses, simultaneously making grimacing faces. Did Peely forget to put sugar in the strawberry juice? Nicholas Flamel asked, knowing the answer. Why didn't you think of improving the taste of Skelegro? Kano retorted, not to be outdone. The old man and the young man laughed again, feeling a bit closer than before. There's another reason you called me here, isn't there? The other one is related to the Philosopher's Stone. Nicholas Flamel casually took the Philosopher's Stone from his pocket and placed it in Kano's palm. Kano looked at the dark red, translucent stone in his hand, unsure of Nicholas's meaning. Do you understand alchemy? A little. Alchemy is a method of killing and then resurrecting metals to elevate their essence, transforming base metals into noble metals. Kano looked at the Philosopher's Stone in his hand. And the Philosopher's Stone is the substance that truly works in the resurrection process but is never consumed. Yes, death and resurrection, gaining an elevation of essence in this process. Doesn't that sound familiar? Nicholas reminded with a smile. Are you referring to the Druid initiation ritual? Kano frowned. Did you use more than just the Book of Abraham the Jew when you created the Philosopher's Stone? Haha, let's talk about the book first. Nicholas laughed and shook his head, then stood up with some effort, walking towards the study with Kano's support. The study was empty, all the books had been donated to Bosbaton's School of Magic, with only a thick notebook spread open on the table. That book doesn't exist at all, or rather, this notebook is part of that book. Nicholas calmly handed the notebook to Kano. Kano carefully flipped through it, finding it filled with Nicholas's recent whimsical ideas, with no particular logic, highlighting a wild imagination. The so-called Philosopher's Stone, also called the Philosopher's Stone or the Sage's Stone. They are not essentially manufactured, but rather, they arise naturally in alchemical experiments after one's knowledge reaches a certain level and transcends the limitations of predecessors. Perhaps it was an experimental accident, or perhaps a byproduct of an alchemy process. In short, those who single-mindedly pursue the Philosopher's Stone will never create their own. Only by continuously pursuing the pinnacle of alchemy is the right path. The Philosopher's Stone is the jewel in the crown of alchemy, but have you ever seen a craftsman who wants to embed the jewel before the crown is even made? Nicholas spoke quite a bit in one breath, then panted slightly. I understand. The so-called Sage's Stone is actually a stone that only a sage can obtain, rather than a stone that turns an alchemist into a sage. Kano summarized, and Nicholas nodded in agreement. So, all my thoughts combined are what is called, the Book of Abraham the Jew. In fact, even the name of that book is just a popular misconception. Nicholas caught his breath and continued, back then, after I rethought alchemy using the Druid mindset, I obtained the Philosopher's Stone. Therefore, this Philosopher's Stone will be affected by Druid power. What does that have to do with me? Kano asked, puzzled. Because the Philosopher's Stone is too difficult to destroy. Nicholas pouted. Even Dumbledore would have to chip away at it slowly. But as a druid, you can use your unique power to interfere with the Philosopher's Stone's process. Destroy it in the shortest possible time. Why destroy it as soon as possible? Has someone set their sights on the Philosopher's Stone? Kano was about to speak when he realized it was a foolish question. The Philosopher's Stone has always been coveted, countless people want it for various reasons. Recently, after word got out that I intend to die, those Immortality Party members have become active again, Nicholas Flamel said. The so-called Immortality Party members are a group of individuals who desire the Philosopher's Stone to achieve eternal life. They have formed a loose organization, calling themselves the Immortality Party. Aren't they just a disorganized bunch who only parade around, using various far-fetched excuses to pressure you? Kano asked, puzzled. The Immortality Party has existed for over 300 years. All sorts of people have come and gone from this organization, and their daily activity is to shout slogans in the streets. Things like, the Philosopher's Stone belongs to all wizards, Nicholas Flamel is selfish, or, more directly, let's share eternal life. Kano had heard of this organization before he came to France, and his assessment of them was that they had too much time on their hands. That was the situation before. Now, the Immortality Party has been consolidated by someone and has become a more violent organization, Nicholas Flamel sighed. My former apprentice, Pottergel, is now their leader. After studying with me for over 10 years, he believes I hid the method for making the Philosopher's Stone. Since he can't make it himself, he set his sights on the one I possess. Kano shook his head, another ungrateful disciple who betrayed his master. I am old, and I don't want to wake up one day to find my house blown up. Even more, I don't want my grave dug up and my body desecrated after I die. So it's best to destroy the Philosopher's Stone quickly to prevent them from causing more trouble. Nicholas Flamel impatiently waved his hand. He was busy designing his grave and funeral ceremony. He had no time to deal with these useless people. Then why don't you ask Minister of Magic Dominique to investigate? Kano asked, puzzled. Because the Immortality Party has become synonymous with incompetence in France, Nicholas Flamel said helplessly. For example, parents will tell their children, if you don't study hard, you'll end up joining the Immortality Party when you grow up. When people are self-deprecating, they'll say, I'm just like the Immortality Party. Kano held his forehead, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Was this the magic world's version of a joke about France? In the following days, Nicholas Flamel began to frequently use the Philosopher's Stone for alchemy. Dumbledore waved his wand, helping Nicholas Flamel construct his grave, and occasionally brought Nicholas Flamel himself to offer suggestions. I'm not satisfied with the carving in this position, it lacks power. Michelangelo's David statue is quite good, Albus, please make a copy for me and put it here. Oh, and engrave the wall here with the script of my favorite opera scene, along with a bas-relief. Kano could swear on his wand that Nicholas Flamel was absolutely the most tasteful and most demanding client in this world. Although Dumbledore had satisfied Nicholas Flamel's highly abstract demands, such as colorful black, several times, Kano also saw a killing intent flash in Dumbledore's blue eyes multiple times. Nicholas Flamel, you had better truly be dying this time, or else in another 2 days, Dumbledore might just curse you to death with the Elder Wand. Of course, Kano wasn't idle either. Nicholas Flamel helped him remove the trace that the Ministry of Magic had placed on his wand, allowing him to use magic freely. At Nicholas Flamel's request, he rapidly grew a large, lush forest to surround Nicholas Flamel's grave. Including the flowers and plants in the grave, everything was handled by Kano, the druid. Sometimes, old wizards who were former outer members of the Order of the Phoenix came to visit. Dumbledore received them, and Kano also attended to become familiar with them. Besides this, Kano's most important job was to assist Nicholas Flamel in destroying the Philosopher's Stone. One of the most classic experiments in alchemy is Nicholas Flamel transforming mercury into gold, and the Philosopher's Stone plays an indispensable role in this process. Similarly, Nicholas Flamel chose this experiment as the Philosopher's Stone's farewell. Nicholas Flamel and Kano each cast a bubblehead charm on themselves, isolating the toxic mercury vapor. Nicholas Flamel swiftly and precisely manipulated various experimental instruments. Kano felt like he was back in his university days in his previous life, watching a professor process experimental samples. Soon, a flask of mercury was ready, and magic flames quickly heated it to an extremely high temperature. Nicholas Flamel waved his wand, silently chanting a spell. The high-temperature mercury in the flask separated into several different states of matter. He waved his wand again, and the various substances traveled along the connecting tubes on the flask into different containers. One last time. Nicholas Flamel mouthed, and he took out the deep red Philosopher's Stone. A few minutes later, the various substances separated from the mercury each underwent different changes. Nicholas Flamel closed his eyes, and the various substances returned to the starting flask. The Philosopher's Stone vibrated slightly, emitting a mesmerizing glow. In Kano's perception, the Philosopher's Stone infused a certain concept into the flask. A hint of gold appeared in the original mercury, quickly transforming into liquid gold. Now, Kano extended his wand, and his magic permeated the Philosopher's Stone. The Philosopher's Stone seemed to tremble, then silently shattered. The transformation of the mercury stopped, reverting to silver, quietly swirling in the flask. The Philosopher's Stone ultimately became a small pile of date-red powder, easily blown away with a single breath. An era had ended. Nicholas Flamel looked at the powder in his hand with a smile, casually putting it into a box. Don't you need to tell Peely? Believe me, the Philosopher's Stone is less important to Peely than the radishes she grows in her garden. Nicholas Flamel shook his head and tucked the box containing the Philosopher's Stone dust into Kano's arms. Perhaps you'll find a use for it someday. Keep it as a memento. Kano put away the small box and left the darkroom with Nicholas Flamel. Tomorrow is Christmas, and the day after tomorrow I'll die. Nicholas Flamel walked cheerfully towards the kitchen. Our French Christmas dinner has a lot of seafood, so eat plenty then. I promise my words will still carry a hint of sea smell when I attend your funeral, Kano retorted unceremoniously, playing along with Nicholas Flamel's words. As they reached the kitchen door, Peely poked her head out. Stay away from the kitchen, dear. We have a guest, you can't always be sneaking food. She used a stern gaze to deter the old alchemist who had lived for over 600 years, then turned to Kano and spoke kindly. Kano, could you buy 2 bottles of olive oil for me? We haven't restocked food in a long time since we decided to die. I'd be happy to, Peely, Kano said with a smile, nodding. Go quickly. I'll save a cream cake for good boys, those 2 old geezers won't get any. Perinelle then pulled her head back into the kitchen. Kano used his portkey to return to the hotel where he first stayed in France and walked out onto the street. The streets of Paris were bustling with people. Christmas was approaching, and everyone was immersed in the festive atmosphere. As Kano took his first step, a red light shot out from the corner. Stupefy. Protego. A somewhat hoarse female voice rang out, and Canopus's half-raised wand paused. The transparent barrier in front of him had already blocked the incoming Stupefy. What's going on? Why are they attacking you? The beautiful silver-haired girl ran over quickly. At this moment, on the street that had been calm and peaceful just a moment ago, a dozen men and women drew their wands. Stupefy, /Expelliarmus. All things grow. A dozen spells flew towards Canopus and the silver-haired girl. Canopus waved his wand, and all the wooden items in the surrounding shops immediately took root and sprouted, weaving into a thick tree wall that blocked all the spells. The girl who had just helped was also encircled by Canopus within the tree wall. Without a word, Canopus pulled her and ran. You should ask the people who attacked me, I'm also trying to figure it out. Can you apparate? What? The silver-haired girl looked a bit stunned. Apparate. Whoosh. Bang. The kind where we're out of danger. Canopus opened the tree wall in the direction where no spells were flying and led the girl into an alley. I'm only in 4th year, I haven't learned it yet. The silver-haired girl shook off Canopus's hand. Also, my name is Fleur Delacour. Alright, thank you for your help, Miss Delacour. Canopus poked his head around the corner, and a spell immediately flew his way. Stupefy. Canopus, using his life vision, hid behind the wall, only extending his hand to cast the spell. The pursuer was caught off guard and was directly stunned. My name is Canopus Black, and I'll tell you who they are right away. Vines extended from Canopus's sleeve, pulling the unconscious wizard to Canopus's side. Canopus grabbed the unlucky fellow by the neck and gently gave him 2 slaps. Canopus's Stupefy, which he had held back on, wasn't very strong. The unlucky fellow groggily opened his eyes, only to see Canopus's deep eyes. Look at me, coward. A powerful mental force like a storm crushed his brain. Unlike the precision of legilimency, Canopus's method was crude but more effective. A moment later, Canopus threw the drooling, smiling guy aside and continued running with Fleur. It's those Immortality Party bastards, their target is the Philosopher's Stone. You can only run with me, they've marked you as a target too. Fleur was a bit frantic. I was just out shopping. Canopus was also exasperated. I was just buying 2 bottles of olive oil for Nicholas Flamel's family. 2 blasting curses suddenly shot down from above. 2 tree walls rose from the ground beside Canopus, blocking the flying fragments of brick wall. Canopus casually pulled out a wooden bow and 2 arrows from the tree wall. Without aiming, he shot 2 arrows whoosh, whoosh towards the rooftop. A wizard screamed and fell from a height of over 10 meters. Fleur let out a small gasp but said nothing, and the 2 continued to flee. At least tell me, are you a good person? Fleur asked, panting. 100%, 24K. I'm a Brit invited by Nicholas Flamel as a guest. Aren't these 2-bit Immortality Party fools afraid of causing an international dispute? At the alley's exit stood 2 roadblocks. Canopus was prepared, but before his spell could be cast, Fleur let out a soft. An invisible mental force swept through like a fan, and the 2 middle-aged men immediately leaned against the wall as if drunk. Canopus sent them to dreamland with 2 Stupefy spells. It really was that Fleur Delacour, a half-Velas, Canopus thought to himself. You were too rough just now, Fleur explained. She knew Canopus had no choice, but if there were actual casualties, the intensity of their pursuit would escalate. Okay, I understand. Canopus poked his head out. The street was now blocked off. 2 aurors from the Ministry of Magic apparat with a loud bang, landing not far away. Let's go, the aurors are here. Fleur happily pulled Canopus and ran towards the aurors. We were just being chased. Before Fleur could finish speaking, the 2 aurors simultaneously cast spells at her face. Canopus abruptly pulled her behind him, and the silver magical shield on his body blocked the spells. The 2 aurors were stunned. Canopus charged forward, landing 2 heavy punches to their chest and abdomen. They fell to the ground, arching like shrimps in pain. Worms in the Ministry of Magic. Canopus lifted the 2 and performed legilimency again, then led Fleur into a nearby cold drink shop. Canopus waved his wand, causing the tables and chairs in the shop to stack up into a barrier, temporarily blocking the view from outside. Auror headquarters already knows that you and I were attacked, but many Ministry of Magic officials have been swayed by the Immortality Party or placed under the Imperio, so they can't spare any hands right now, Canopus said quickly. They know who I am. Fleur's face changed. Don't worry, these 2 guys were originally instructed to cause trouble for your family, but Dumbledore went to protect them. Then, do we still have to keep running? Fleur asked, frowning. I call it a strategic retreat. Canopus straightened up and stunned a wizard trying to break in. With me here, you'll be fine. Let's go. Canopus pulled Fleur, and the two blasted through the cold drink shop's brick wall, entering the back alley. Get on my back. Canopus chanted 2 spells and transformed directly into a giant white eagle. Fleur thought this was an animagus, too surprised to speak, momentarily forgetting to move. Canopus impatiently gripped Fleur's collar with his beak and tossed her onto his back. Before Fleur could gasp, Canopus spread his wings and soared high into the sky. The pursuers below, without flying brooms, could only leave in exasperation. In a small house somewhere, a disheveled male wizard with a long beard was listening to his subordinate's report. Leader, we couldn't catch that child. The subordinate trembled slightly. What about the girl? Dumbledore is at her house. The male wizard slammed his hand on the table and stood up. A bunch of good-for-nothings, and they still expect to live forever. Leader, even if we took that child hostage, Dumbledore might not exchange the Philosopher's Stone with us, right? The subordinate asked cautiously. It's worth a try, otherwise, you go directly and fight Dumbledore. The male wizard looked at his subordinate with a sidelong glance, and the subordinate waved his hands in terror. There's another possibility, the Philosopher's Stone is on that child. The male wizard's expression was somewhat complex. Dumbledore got the Philosopher's Stone last year. If he wanted to keep it for himself, he wouldn't have returned it. And that child? Nicholas Flamel loves young geniuses the most. The male wizard subconsciously touched his already wrinkled face, then clenched his fists. It doesn't matter. He can hide for a day, but can he hide for a lifetime? A child from a wealthy family will probably cry and go home to his mother after a few missed meals. Guard all city entrances and exits nearby, as well as the Ministry of Magic branch offices. Where are we going? Fleur hugged the giant eagle's neck tightly, afraid of slipping off. Let's find a place to rest first. The white giant eagle spoke in human tongue, slowly descending by a small river. Fleur dismounted from his back, tidying her windswept silver hair, and Kano shook his wings, transforming back into his human form. Only then did Fleur get a clear look at Kano, a young man with a somewhat pale complexion. If there was anything special about him, it was that he was exceptionally handsome. Thank you again, Miss Delacour. I am Canopus Black, just call me Kano. Once Fleur had tidied herself, Kano thanked her again. Fleur extended her hand and shook his. Call me Fleur. What exactly happened? She asked, a little uneasy. Kano concisely explained to her Nicholas Flamel's desire to die, and the Immortality Party's attempt to seize the Philosopher's Stone. They want to capture us as hostages to exchange for the Philosopher's Stone with Dumbledore. So what do we do now? I have some ideas, but for now, it's better to get you home first. Kano waved his wand, and 2 chairs made of vines grew out of the ground. Right now, there are only 3 methods, the Flu network, port keys, or flying directly. Kano asked, which do you think is more feasible? Fleur shook her head. I didn't bring a port key. Who carries something like that around all the time? And if the Ministry of Magic's Department of Magical Transportation also has Immortality Party moles, the Flu network isn't safe either. Fleur analyzed calmly. Alright, then we'll just have to fly to your house. Kano sighed. His stamina was limited when not on the ground, and flying with a person was very tiring. I'm afraid that won't work either. Fleur showed a wry smile. My home is in the Loire Valley, too far from Paris. The southwest, the province by the Atlantic. Kano's eyes widened. Fleur nodded helplessly. Our family has a vineyard there. I came to Paris this time to buy Christmas presents for my sister. My family is all at home preparing for the Christmas dinner. Kano threw up his hands in surrender. They were currently in the Compiègne forest, north of Paris, the place where Germany signed the Armistice Agreement in World War I. The Loire Valley was half of France away from here. He would die of exhaustion before he could fly there. You just said you had some ideas. Fleur asked curiously. Yes, it's always easier to be the thief than to guard against him. Kano calmly waved his hand. I don't want to go back to Britain only to have these useless people come looking for me. It's better to round them all up here in France. You, alone. Yes, since they want to catch me, then let them come. If I don't beat them all half to death today, I'm not a black. Just then, Kano suddenly remembered something. Since you can't go home now, why don't you hide out here? To his surprise, Fleur was silent for a moment, then shook her head. No, they're targeting me and my family. I can't just hide. We'll go together. Kano scratched his head. It will be dangerous. Do I look like someone who lacks courage? Fleur said, hands on her hips, and you're a bit younger than me, aren't you? Kano thought for a moment, then could only nod. If he left Fleur here, and she was found and captured by those guys, it would be a lot of trouble. Anyway, she also had combat power. He would just have to be a little more careful during the fight. Montmartre District, Northern Paris. A middle-aged wizard impatiently pushed away a woman trying to solicit his business. That kid won't come back unless he's stupid. He chatted with his companion next to him, a little helpless. He's just a second-year student, who knows what he's thinking. His companion cast a muggle-repelling charm on himself, and pickpockets and con artists began to ignore him. But his combat power is really strong. 5 or 6 of the people who went to catch him are down, and 3 of them have some brain problems. They're still giggling now. They were standing at the entrance of the Sacré-Cœur Basilica in Montmartre, which was a Ministry of Magic contact point. Petrificus Totalis. X2. 2 spells struck them from behind, and the 2 wizards fell backward stiffly. Kano supported the 2 from behind, dragging them into an alley. If it weren't for their muggle-repelling charm, Kano almost wouldn't have recognized them as the surveillance wizards. After all, their fashion sense was much better than that of British wizards who wore robes in the Muggle world. Fleur waved her wand, making the special workers soliciting customers in the alley leave in confusion. Kano couldn't help but curl his lip. French people are really... Kano hadn't finished his sentence when Fleur's large eyes narrowed slightly. Really quite beautiful, haha. You definitely weren't going to say that just now. Fleur knew Montmartre was notoriously chaotic, but Kano couldn't complain about it in front of her. Kano quickly lowered his head, roughly performing brain surgery on the 2 unfortunate men. A moment later, he looked up, and Fleur was still looking at him with an unhappy expression. It's not important. I know where the person who gave them orders is. Let's go. Kano quickly transformed into a white eagle, and Fleur naturally rode on his back, hugging his neck. When this is over, I'll take you on a proper tour of Paris. This district doesn't represent all of Paris. Fleur said indignantly into Kano's ear. Alright, I also want to see the world-famous big iron frame. Kano made a quip, and this time Fleur poked him in the back with her wand. After all, when the Eiffel Tower was first built, the French people cursed it relentlessly. They believed this big iron frame had no artistic sense, and even bet on when it would be blown down by the wind. The French considered it an ugly industrial product, completely unrelated to romance. Who would have thought it would later become one of the iconic buildings of Paris, France? Where's the next target? Fleur asked. Near the Bastille ruins. Do you know where that is? South, the southernmost part. Kano made up his mind that he would definitely beat up this person in charge later. This entire day had been nothing but escaping and traveling. Kano felt his wings were no longer his own. Fly higher, Kano, don't let the muggles on the ground see you. Fleur said. How do I feel like you're enjoying this? Illusion. Fleur denied emphatically, but her cheerful tone had no convincing power at all. I feel like Nils now, having turned into a tiny person, hugging the neck of my family's big goose and flying in the sky. You know he hugged a goose, I'm an eagle now. Kano responded unhappily. Don't be angry, Kano. Nils didn't have such beautiful silver hair as me, did he? Fleur laughed triumphantly. The giant white eagle slowly circled in the air, its eyes constantly scanning the crowds near the Bastille ruins square. Did you see the person in charge? Fleur poked her head out from his back. No, and he might be disguised, Kano replied. Fleur was absolutely right, the Immortality Party had illegally connected to the FLA network here, meaning they must have had an inside contact in the Ministry of Magic's Department of Magical Transportation. As soon as Kano and Fleur were caught, they would be brought here, and the person in charge would use the fireplace to take the 2 away and imprison them. I think I see him, Kano suddenly said. An elegantly dressed old man was sitting at a street-side cafe, reading a newspaper. There was a fireplace in the cafe, and all the staff in the shop seemed to be in a daze. They must have been controlled by Imperio. Let's find a place to land, Kano said. Not so fast, Kano. Fleur patted Kano's wing, making him stop on a rooftop and transform back into human form. What's wrong? Something's not right. Fleur leaned against the low wall on the rooftop and observed for a while, then motioned for Kano to look down in the direction she was pointing. Fleur pointed out a middle-aged man, an old lady, and a street artist playing the violin. "This is a trap," Fleur declared. "How can you tell?" Kano had been a bit too eager just now, but looking closely now, the expressions of the few people did indeed seem anxious. "I'm very beautiful. I know, you can hear me praise you all you want after this is over. Let's stick to the main topic." Kano rolled his eyes. "Don't interrupt me." Fleur slapped Kano. "Because I'm very beautiful, I've been sensitive to people's gazes since I was little." That middle-aged man is ostensibly reading a book in front of a used bookstore, but he keeps looking at the old man drinking coffee. The old lady's dog keeps trying to jump onto her lap, but she hasn't even glanced at the puppy, constantly peeking at the old man. And that street artist, Fleur pouted, he's not at all invested in playing the violin, his eyes are darting around suspiciously. Not only do I see it, but everyone else does too. That's why there isn't a single coin in the violin case in front of him. Kano clapped his hands in admiration, and Fleur proudly lifted her chin. "You've successfully refreshed my understanding of you," Kano said with a smile. "So, Miss Fleur, beautiful and intelligent, do you have any suggestions for the current situation?" Fleur's smile froze. She did think of a way, but she couldn't bring herself to say it. "This trap is set for us. As long as I'm captured, we can find their hideout or even meet their leader directly," Kano said calmly. "And once I'm captured, you and your family will lose all value to them." "No," Fleur said, frowning. "They'll take your wand, or even knock you out directly. Dumbledore is at my house, so my family is safe. But if I just let you get caught like this, your safety can't be guaranteed." Kano was actually indifferent, because even without a wand, he could directly use his knight abilities to fight them. Current average wizards couldn't break through his magic shield, and his attacks, imbued with the magic-breaking characteristic, could even fatally injure an aura if they were unprepared. The trap was dug too shallow, it could only catch rabbits, but definitely not elephants. But Fleur didn't know any of this. Now she was anxiously thinking of various reasons to stop Kano from taking risks. "All right, Fleur, no need to persuade me anymore." Kano handed his wand to Fleur, while his clothes transformed into armor, and the oak sword instantly appeared in his hand. "See, they can't do anything to me." "Even so, no." Fleur still shook her head firmly. "Are you telling me to abandon my friend like this and hide at home, happily celebrating Christmas with my family? Then as a friend, you should at least trust my strength, right?" Kano scratched his head helplessly. Seeing that Fleur's attitude remained firm, Kano thought of a good idea. "How about this, Fleur? I'll draw a rune for you. Through it, you can directly connect to my sight and hearing, pinpoint my location, and even communicate with me telepathically. You go home later and relay what I see and hear to Dumbledore. How does that sound?" Fleur nodded, half believing. Kano bit his finger and drew a rune array representing language, sound, position, and transmission on the back of Fleur's hand. As the last stroke was completed, the red-gold rune array disappeared beneath Fleur's skin. "Will this really work? The connection won't break during Fleur network travel, will it?" Fleur asked telepathically, without opening her mouth. "No, it should be fine anywhere within France," Kano replied telepathically. "It's valid for 2 days, guaranteed to deal with them." 10 minutes later, Kano, in his white eagle form, suddenly swooped down from the sky towards the old man drinking coffee. 2 sharp talons extended, grabbing at his shoulders like he was catching a sheep. However, the old man quickly drew his wand and cast Stupefy at Kano. Kano transformed back into human form at low altitude, dodging the spell, rolled on the ground, and raised his wand, ready to fight. Just then, 3 Stupefy and Expelliarmus spells from different directions hit Kano. He let out a cry of pain and passed out, his wand exploding high into the air, its whereabouts unknown. The people in the square were in a panic. The 4 members of the Immortality Party, with no intention of hiding their tracks, hoisted the unconscious Kano and dragged him into the cafe's fireplace. A flash of green flame, and the 5 disappeared into the fireplace. "Did you get my wand?" Kano had just activated his abilities and had taken 2 Stupefy spells head-on. He was a little disoriented now, but it wasn't a big problem. "I got it. Are you all right?" Fleur's voice echoed in his mind. Kano had used the force of the Expelliarmus spell to directly fling his wand onto the rooftop, and Fleur had retrieved it with Oxio. I'm fine. Keep it safe and hurry home. I've been captured, so those Immortality Party members who were waiting should be withdrawing. After giving Fleur instructions, Kano closed his eyes and expanded his senses. He had been taken into a fireplace in a forest cabin, and outside there was a pitch-black cave. Just a reckless child, but not bad in terms of combat power, said the old lady who had been holding the dog. How come he has nothing but his wand? Don't all these children from magical families usually have a lot of good things? A voice spoke up, seemingly the unenthusiastic street artist from earlier. He rummaged through Kano's pockets, complaining in disappointment. What he didn't notice was that small seeds were constantly falling from Kano's pant leg. Don't touch him. This is the person the leader wants, the old man said. Take him to the underground base first, and we'll deal with him tomorrow. The day after tomorrow, when we need him, he'll be on our side. Kano was dragged into an empty room, where a strange alchemical device clamped his hands. Kano felt the device suppressing the flow of magic within him, essentially blocking his wandless casting ability. But it didn't matter, with just his night-level physical strength, he could easily break these handcuffs. After lying quietly for about an hour, he opened his eyes, feigning a splitting headache. Scanning around, the room was relatively clean. Apart from the bed he was on and a small device high up, there was no other furniture. The floor of the cell was painted dark red, and dim light filtered in from the window facing the corridor. Canopus Black, we are the Immortality Party, a voice emanated from the small device in the room, apparently another alchemical item. You want to exchange me for the Philosopher's Stone? I'm not that valuable, Kano said, holding his forehead. Don't underestimate yourself too much, the somewhat distorted voice chuckled twice. Just with your status as the Black family head, Dumbledore wouldn't dare abandon you. The dragging of chains and footsteps sounded simultaneously, and a dazed old man walked to the small window, placing down a meal tray. You'll be able to leave the day after tomorrow. Have dinner first, the voice said. The dazed old man saw Kano wearing the alchemical handcuffs, and his eyes seemed to twitch twice. But when Kano looked closely, he had returned to his dazed state. He wasn't wearing alchemical handcuffs and could move freely here. The only explanation was that he was an imprisoned ordinary person. In the eyes of wizards, the threat from ordinary people was even less than that from little wizards. Kano stood up and walked to the window, preparing to pick up the meal tray. At this moment, the old man suddenly murmured something in slurred French. Did we win? Kano carefully observed the old man, who was about 60 or 70 years old, and quietly replied, if you're talking about World War II, then France has been liberated. The old man looked closely at Kano's appearance and quickly slipped him a piece of cloth. Kano's expression remained unchanged. He took the meal tray back into the room, and while eating bread and soup on the bed, he used his body to block it, unfolding the cloth to read it. In the spring of 1944, over 300 members of my guerrilla squad entered this mountain cave while sheltering from the rain. Wizards with wooden sticks emerged from underground, subdued us, and imprisoned us. My comrades were one by one controlled, taken away, and never reappeared. I was only 13 at the time. All my older comrades had already left. I am the last one. If you see this, then this time, it's my turn. Kano silently shredded the cloth into fibers with his hands, scattering them in the corner. Fleur's voice sounded in his mind again. Kano, is he a French guerrilla fighter from World War II? Perhaps. This underground base might be more evil than I imagined, Kano responded in his mind. Your location has been locked. Do you need auhtor support? Not for now. I want to see what exactly they're up to here. The night passed without incident. Kano made no moves, as if he had truly lost all his power. At noon the next day, the same old soldier came to deliver food, but this time, the room door opened by itself. Mr. Canopus, please wash up first, the voice from the small device sounded again. To ensure tomorrow's exchange goes smoothly, I will have this material accompany you on a tour of our base. The old soldier stood blankly at the door, not saying a word. Kano's expression twitched uncontrollably twice when he heard the term material. He roughly guessed the function of this base, and a raging fire ignited in his heart. After finishing lunch and washing up, the old man, dragging chains, slowly led Kano down the corridor. As the two moved forward, one iron gate after another automatically fell behind them. Kano saw many scratch marks on this side of the gates, made by human fingernails. Next, I will introduce you to the precious experimental products here, the voice said somewhat proudly. Please be sure to remain calm and rational. Rooms with large transparent panels suddenly appeared on both sides of the corridor, completely dark inside. Our base's first test subject is this. The room on the left suddenly lit up, revealing a giant gray mollusk inside. Its body was covered with countless spots, and it contracted into a ball under the stimulation of the light. Kano immediately closed his visual connection, but Fleur still saw the creature. We transformed a human into this with magic, and then continuously fed it. It's still alive today. Although it has lost human intelligence, we have indeed broken the limits of human lifespan. This is a milestone in our research, the voice said with a hint of pride. The room darkened, and Kano clenched his teeth. In his perception, this artificially created it had been wailing and crying. Kano, open the visuals, Fleur said, also suppressing her anger. Kano ignored Fleur's call, only maintaining the auditory connection for her. On the right side, this is a set of specimens. The room on the right lit up, revealing a wall full of shriveled corpses with missing skull parts and a brain submerged in liquid. This time, the old man beside him, who had been as still as a dead person, began to breathe erratically. We also don't want to lose human form and intelligence, so the next step is research into brain transference. This brain survived for a total of 5 years in 18 different aged male bodies. Unfortunately, it eventually stopped responding. As they moved forward, more and more twisted living or dead creatures appeared before them. Human body with human body, animal with animal, human body with animal. Fleur quietly sobbed in the mental link, and Kano's fists clenched tighter and tighter. In contrast, the old soldier beside him seemed to slowly come alive, his eyes refocusing. The end of the corridor suddenly opened up, revealing a huge space below. A strange creature, a fusion of human and mosquito, was folding its wings, feigning sleep below. After Nicholas Flamel exchanges you for the Philosopher's Stone tomorrow, we hope you will kill him directly, allowing the method for creating the Philosopher's Stone to disappear, the voice said calmly. This time Nicholas is really going to die. Ha, who would give up eternal life? The voice said mockingly. What if I say no? Kano retorted. This below is a byproduct of the consciousness transfer project. It can control a person's actions by injecting bodily fluids. I advise you not to be ungrateful. Empty words are not enough. Let this material demonstrate the effect for you. The giant monster flew up from below, flapping its wings. When it saw the old man's face, it seemed to pause. What should we make the material do later? In the monitoring room, the street performer turned his head to look at the actual controller of the base, a wizened old wizard. Make the material gnaw off the flesh from his own arm in front of the child, the old wizard said indifferently. That should be enough to scare him. Wait. Just as the monster's proboscis was about to pierce the veteran's body, Kano spoke, interrupting its action. If you cooperate, there's no need for us to be so rough. The voice was still unhurried. What is your answer? I am a druid, Kano said. Maintaining balance is my calling. What I detest most are people like you who harm innocents for their own selfish gain. You've truly angered me. So what? The voice seemed surprised for a moment, but then it erupted into a burst of unrestrained laughter. You don't have a wand now, not even magic. What? Kano shook his hand, and the sturdy alchemic handcuffs were twisted into a ball and thrown away. Armor, an oak sword, and a longbow simultaneously appeared on him. Kano stomped his foot, and the seeds he had secretly scattered upon entering instantly took root and sprouted. Tough thorns sealed all entrances and exits of the underground base. We can't get out, the fireplace is outside. It will take time to break the anti-apparition charm in the base. Those plants are too tough, spells can't break them, and they grow and repair themselves. This was inevitable. These plants were special products Kano had carefully cultivated with his own blood. Their magic resistance and vitality were extremely strong. Don't waste your energy. Kano's cold gaze swept towards the few scumbags in his life vision. This is a gladiatorial arena where only one side can survive. Don't you treat human lives like grass. Then come and fight me. Kano took down his longbow and fired 3 arrows in quick succession. The mosquito monster, relying on instinct, only dodged the first arrow before being pinned to the ground. The veteran thoughtfully knelt beside it, tearing open the clothing on its shoulder, revealing a light blue shield tattoo in his eyes. "Captain," his French was slurred. "This is the captain. Do you want to fight?" Kano leaned down to ask the veteran, who nodded firmly. Kano cut open his hand and foot shackles, then fashioned a wooden shield and a long spear, handing them to him. The two returned along the corridor to deal with the twisted lives. Kano suddenly exerted force and kicked open the observation window in the corridor, and the veteran leaped into the room. These twisted lives offered no resistance. They joyfully faced the weapon in the veteran's hand, quietly awaiting liberation. The two silently returned the way they came, all the test subjects having been cleared. Kano cut open the last iron gate with a single sword stroke. At this moment, dozens of creatures resembling skinned rats surged from the other end of the corridor. They howled and lunged at the two. Kano took down his longbow and fired several arrows in quick succession, but the arrows had no effect after penetrating their brains. The veteran held his shield, blocking Kano's side, preparing to meet them head-on. Kano pushed the veteran aside, held his oak sword level, and the magic on his body turned bright silver, activating the night ability Spellbreak. Two silver magic blades swung from Kano's sword, crossing into an X shape and advancing forward. The originally arrogant rat swarm was cut open by the blades like tofu, their internal organs and blood splattering across the floor. The chunks of flesh on the ground still wriggled, attempting to reassemble, but Kano's Spellbreak ability ultimately forced them to cease activity powerlessly. Impossible, how were they so easily annihilated? The street performer said, astonished, watching the bloody scene on the monitor. Perhaps his power is too strong. The old woman also began to get nervous. "Release other models," the old wizard commanded. "Test them one by one." Kano's location in the base was called the Red Zone. Besides various test subjects, it also hid a large number of biological weapons created with alchemy. Under the influence of magic, their movements were agile, their vitality robust, and their minds were filled with desires for slaughter and bloodlust. Logically speaking, these alchemic creatures could even contend with France's aurors, but unfortunately, they encountered Kano. Wherever the silver sword edge went, several types of alchemic creatures that appeared in batches fell like cut grass, unable to rise again. Switched to ranged. Hundreds of modified birds flew out from the corners, their feathers shooting like sharp arrows. The veteran held his shield in front of Kano, who drew his bow and shot an arrow imbued with violent magic. The arrow arced around the veteran in front of him, flew to the alchemic birds, and exploded with a roar, tearing their fragile bodies to shreds. "That's enough, let them all go at once." The old wizard forced himself to remain calm, large drops of sweat appearing on his forehead. At the old wizard's command, the red zone alarm blared, and all rooms opened. All sorts of alchemic creatures surged out simultaneously, rushing towards the two. "Is this the last group?" "Heh." Kano raised his oak sword high, layers of silver magic enveloping it. The highly compressed magic was stretched into a silver line, sweeping horizontally across the underground space. The twisted alchemic creatures were severed, and the magic line exploded with a roar in the middle of the beast swarm, the violent magic storm engulfing them all. The silver storm quickly turned a murky dark red. The wizards in the monitoring room watched the screen, dumbfounded. The storm ceased, and the two continued forward, stepping over fragmented bones and flesh. There were no longer any obstacles to stop them. The wizards in the monitoring room dared not speak, but Kano followed his life vision all the way to the door. A sword tip suddenly pierced the door. The wizards hastily raised their wands, aiming at the doorway. Kano tore open the heavy door like paper, and 7 or 8 spells instantly flew at him, including even a few killing curses glowing with a faint green light. However, a wooden wall instantly rose in front of Kano. Although it was battered with splinters flying, it still blocked all the spells outside. Kano drew his bow and nocked an arrow. The wizards were shot through the arms by the swift arrows, pinned to the wall in a row, looking exactly like frogs in a laboratory. As for the old wizard leading them, he was only shot through his right hand, his wand falling to the ground. Kano and the veteran walked into the small room. There were a total of 7 wizards, 6 struggled painfully on the wall, and the one in charge sat motionless in a chair. But he was not Pottergel, he appeared older. "Canopus Black, we underestimated you," the old wizard said with difficulty, clutching his still bleeding right hand. Do you still only think of this as a mistake? Kano frowned deeply. Isn't it? The old wizard asked, startled. Your actions are wrong. You shouldn't treat humans as material for your experiments. But that's immortality. Nicholas Flamel can do it, why can't I? The old wizard suddenly stood up, then fell back into his chair due to old age and fatigue. They're just muggles, I've never harmed a wizard. Are the muggles you speak of not people? Kano was no longer angry, his voice calmed down. Of course not. They have no magic ability, so they're only slightly more advanced than beasts. The old wizard said naturally, are you angry about this? I thought it was because you were unwilling to cooperate with us to get the Philosopher's Stone. Kano turned and left, losing interest. There was no need to communicate with something that wasn't human. Only the veteran remained in the room. Kano could feel the veteran's vitality gradually dissipating. The previous battle had exhausted his last bit of energy. He was going to die. But before he died, he had one more thing to complete. Look at me, you bastard. His words were still slurred. I am human, you, all of you, are not. He forcefully thrust the wooden spear into the old wizard's chest, using his own body to push the end of the spear. The alchemic items on the old wizard's body activated simultaneously, forming a protective shield around him. But the arrow piercing his hand suddenly exploded, and the silver magic contained within it instantly rendered all the alchemic items on his body ineffective. The long spear pierced his heart, and equally red blood gushed out. The old wizard struggled painfully on the ground, but he couldn't break free from the long spear the veteran had driven into the ground. He looked at the wizards behind him with clouded eyes, red blood and pink bubbles overflowing from his mouth and nose, soaking his luxurious robes. The wizards pinned to the wall tried to pick up their wands to help the old wizard, but they discovered with horror that their bodies couldn't move, because the arrows had already taken root and sprouted within them. Innumerable roots plundered and absorbed their blood and flesh, and the despair of being gnawed empty from within slowly continued until the very last moment before their lives ended. The blood and flesh of the sinners nourished pure white flowers, piercing their skin and blooming in the dark underground. The old wizard despairingly stopped twisting, his stiff corpse losing vitality. The veteran knelt weakly on the ground, looking with relief at the flowers blooming on his enemy's body, and slowly closed his eyes. Kano opened the thorn wall he had created and walked out of the dim underground base. Christmas had passed, and it was now past 9 in the morning. Dumbledore and Dominique were waiting for him outside. Kano, for you to see such a filthy thing, Dominique stepped forward shamefully, but Kano merely shook his head. It doesn't matter. All these guys who fell into depravity for immortality have been killed by me. I'm going to burn this place down, you don't mind, do you? Kano stared at Dominique, and the Minister for Magic of France shook his head firmly. Burn it all, lest anyone else covet it. Behind Kano, the old man's remains, gently sent out by vines, were placed on the ground. Flowers picked from the corpses of those scumbags were gathered into a bouquet by Kano and placed on his chest. He snapped his fingers, and the fuel in the underground base ignited. Fierce tongues of fire spewed from various hidden vents, purifying all evil and impurity. Green flames of fleur powder ignited, and Fleur stepped out of the cottage's fireplace, looking as if she hadn't slept all night, her beautiful face showing some weariness. You must be tired. Why didn't you let Principal help you remove my magic last night? Kano said apologetically, looking at the much haggard Fleur. Of course, it was to confirm your safety. Are you tired? Fleur stepped forward, examining Kano. My body isn't tired, but my heart is a little, Kano replied. Thank you for your concern. Don't mention it between friends, Fleur shook her head. Also, you shouldn't have cut off the visual link. I'm not a weak person. Kano shook his head silently. It wasn't a question of whether Fleur could accept it, but rather that he believed the fewer people who saw these twisted creatures, the better. Kano took back his wand and personal belongings from Fleur's hand, and several magic community members quickly created a decent burial ground. Dumbledore used his superb transfiguration to make a crystal coffin, and Dominique placed the old man's remains inside. Fleur carved a tombstone with no name, only his birth and death years and his identity, a French partisan fighter from World War II. Next to the grave, Kano hastened the growth of a small Judas tree, symbolizing rebirth. After a moment's thought, he planted a few pines and cypresses. None of them knew how a Christian funeral should be conducted. They observed a moment of silence and then left this land that buried sin. Fleur was persuaded by Kano to return home. Dumbledore, Dominique, and Kano returned to Nicholas's house. The lives of the two old people entered a countdown after the Christmas dinner. When the first ray of sunlight appeared, they closed their eyes. Their remains were already in transparent ice coffins, with their wands placed on their chests. Kano looked at the cake Pele left for him on the table and sighed silently. Nicholas heard about the base. "He has a message for you," Dumbledore said. "What message?" "Do not fall into darkness to punish evil, but always walk in the light," Dumbledore said. "That's what I want to say too, don't get lost in it." "Don't worry," Kano nodded, picked up the cake from the table, and put it in his mouth. "In my eyes, they can no longer be considered human. Would I feel joy from slaughtering pigs and sheep? They just had to be punished, it didn't necessarily have to be by my hand." Dominique observed a moment of silence before the remains of the two old people, then turned to Kano. "Will Pottergel, the leader of the Immortality Party, come to the funeral today? He doesn't believe Nicholas would choose death, nor does he believe Nicholas would destroy the Philosopher's Stone, so he will definitely come," Kano affirmed. "Find 2 trustworthy aurors and let's put on a show." He took a small box from his pocket, which contained 2 strands of hair. Kano left first, leaving Dumbledore and Dominique to guard the remains of Nicholas and his wife. Soon, there was a knock on the door. A tall, elegant woman entered the room. She was Olympe Maxime, the current principal of Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. She wore a plain black long dress and quietly walked over to Dumbledore and Dominique. "The carriage is ready." The two nodded, and together with 2 people brought by Madame Maxime, they lifted Nicholas and his wife's ice coffins and placed them in the carriage waiting outside. The group boarded the carriage together. The Thestrals pulling the carriage whistled once, flapped their wings, and flew into the sky. Soon, the carriage landed steadily on the lawn outside Beauxbatons Academy of Magic. This magic school is located in the Pyrenees Mountains in southern France, surrounded by beautiful mountains. In front of their palace-like school gates, there was a huge magic fountain. Although it was still Christmas vacation, students, dressed in black robes, gathered there. This fountain was built to commemorate Nicholas and his wife's patronage of Beauxbatons. It was due to their generosity that Beauxbatons became one of the top magic schools in Europe. The people in the carriage lifted the ice coffins down and placed them on the grass. The students looked sad, walking past the coffins one by one, carefully placing the flowers in their hands on the coffins. Fleur was among them. This was the second funeral she attended that day. Although the scenes were vastly different, her sorrow was consistent. Soon, the carriage took their remains to the next location. At the entrance of the French Ministry of Magic, a large-scale muggle-repelling charm was cast today. Ministry of Magic employees, dressed in black robes, held flowers and came forward one by one to mourn. Compared to the students' pure sadness, many felt more a sense of bewilderment. Nicholas was truly the pillar of the French magic community, a towering figure. Now that he had passed away, where would the French magic community go? And where should it go? The next location was the Paris Opera. Everyone cast invisibility charms and carried Nicholas and his wife's coffins to the stage. Someone had paid a large sum today to invite the most famous theater troupe to perform Hamlet on the stage of the Paris Opera. In fact, this person was Nicholas himself. He had given all the tickets to his ordinary friends whom he knew from attending operas, but they did not know that Nicholas had already passed away. The actor playing Hamlet spoke the classic line on stage, "To be or not to be, that is the question." Hearing this, according to Nicholas's wishes, everyone carried the coffins out of the Paris Opera. For Nicholas himself, what was his choice? The carriage took off again, and this time, they finally landed at the cemetery. There were hundreds of wizards invited. They came from various countries, regardless of age or youth, poverty or wealth, all focusing their gaze on Nicholas and his wife, whose faces were peaceful in the coffins. Just then, a voice broke the solemn atmosphere. "Teacher Nicholas, is he really dead?" Pottergel was Nicholas Flamel's student 70 years ago. His talent was considered excellent among his peers, and he studied very diligently. Nicholas Flamel thought highly of his future achievements. He began studying alchemy with Nicholas Flamel at the age of 12, was already somewhat famous by 17, and by the time he was 25, anyone who met him would respectfully call him Grand Alchemist. He felt he had reached a height most people could never achieve in a lifetime, so naturally, he began researching the jewel in the crown of alchemy, the creation of the Philosopher's Stone. Nicholas Flamel was pleased with this and let Pottergel research it on his own. It was now 1936, and the shadow of war hung over everyone's heads. Both the Muggle world and the magic world were rife with undercurrents. World War II was about to break out, and the magic world's first Dark Lord, Grindelwald, was also baring his fangs. Death was no longer news, anyone could die in the street one day. Nicholas Flamel's home also became quiet. The young people who used to come here for academic discussions had gone their separate ways. "Teacher, what exactly is death?" One afternoon, Pottergel, after a long absence, visited Nicholas Flamel's home, bringing this question. Nicholas Flamel stroked his graying long hair and said, "For me, it should be eternal peace. After all, I have lived for a long time and have no regrets." Pottergel frowned. "But what about after death? Everything we had in life will be lost. Our bodies will rot and disappear. What's wrong with returning to nature?" Nicholas Flamel took a sip of the fine wine in his cup and said with a smile, "If we all end up the same after death, then what's the point of us living?" Pottergel did not look up. "Perhaps our remains will all disappear, but what we leave behind for the world is entirely different," Nicholas Flamel said earnestly. "Our actions while alive will leave a valuable legacy for our descendants. Perhaps after I die, someone will achieve new results based on my past research. But by then, we'll all be dead and won't know anything." Pottergel said irritably, "So what? We know these things will happen, must we see them with our own eyes?" Nicholas Flamel also frowned. Pottergel fell silent. That was exactly what he was thinking. Today, a wizard from Grindelwald's army killed one of his friends in front of him. The entire street instantly exploded. Pottergel only managed to protect himself. When the smoke cleared, everyone had been blown to ashes. Whether Muggle or his wizard friend, all had vanished. It was as if they had never existed. Pottergel was scared. He felt fear of death. What Nicholas Flamel said could not comfort his heart. If people are dead, what's the use of talking about the future? Fortunately, he had a choice. He could research the Philosopher's Stone to extend his life. There was a successful person right in front of him, wasn't there? Nicholas Flamel, who had watched the changing tides of history for over 600 years and was still full of vitality today. "My child, I understand what you mean." Nicholas Flamel sighed, "But to research the Philosopher's Stone for the sake of longevity is destined to fail. Longevity is merely a subtle reward, just as powerful wizards tend to live longer. Never put the cart before the horse. Only by focusing on improving your alchemy skills can you obtain your Philosopher's Stone." Pottergel rose to leave, and from then on, no one ever saw him again. Until today, at Nicholas Flamel's funeral. "Pottergel, I never thought the rumors were true." Dominique stepped out of the crowd, facing this unfathomable alchemist. "The current leader of the Immortality Party really is you." "It is I." The old alchemist nodded. "I spent 60 years trying to make the Philosopher's Stone, but I failed. My time is running out, so I plan to take the results my teacher already has." A wave of angry condemnation erupted from the mourners gathered for Nicholas Flamel, but Pottergel remained expressionless, merely snapping his fingers. Someone in the crowd suddenly erupted, and Petrificus Totalis and Stupefy spells flew everywhere. The guests Pottergel had bribed and controlled with Imperio began attacking those around them, but Dumbledore waved his wand, and these people were sprayed into the air by water that suddenly appeared beneath their feet. Dominique and many Aurors acted, quickly bringing them all under control. Pottergel remained calm. "How many of my people do you think are still among the guests?" At this, all the guests took out their wands, warily looking at anyone they didn't know. "Mr. Nicholas Flamel is dead. What exactly do you want to do?" Dominique asked angrily. "I only want the Philosopher's Stone." Two subordinates brought Kano to Pottergel, who grabbed Kano by the collar and pointed his wand at him with his other hand. "The Philosopher's Stone has been destroyed," someone shouted from the crowd. "I don't believe it." Pottergel responded firmly, "If you don't produce the Philosopher's Stone within 5 minutes, I will cast Crucio on this child. If you still don't produce it, I will cast one every minute thereafter." A commotion arose in the crowd, and some middle-aged people stepped forward, wanting to replace Kano. But Pottergel wanted precisely this effect. How could he heed their requests? "Dumbledore, you are this child's principal," he said meaningfully. "Nicholas Flamel really did destroy the Philosopher's Stone, but he left you a message. Dumbledore's blue eyes looked directly through his glasses at the alchemist who had fallen into madness. What did he say? Pottergel asked eagerly. He said, I am very disappointed in you. Kano, held in his hand, spoke. Expelliarmus. Two aurors disguised as subordinates behind Pottergel simultaneously cast Expelliarmus, hitting Pottergel. A layer of white light appeared on his body, blocking the Expelliarmus, clearly some kind of alchemical defensive device. At this moment, a silver glow lit up in Kano's hand, and with its powerful spell-breaking properties, it directly penetrated the weakened alchemical shield. He snatched the wand from Pottergel's hand and then crushed it, his other hand clenching into a fist and directly hitting the old face. At the same time, all the plants around the graveyard rioted. Everyone Pottergel had brought was bound by vines that erupted from the ground and buried, with only their heads remaining exposed. The plants here were all arranged by Kano, the druid. How could he not have left a backup plan? When Dumbledore greeted the guests earlier, he had already used his powerful legilimency to examine everyone's thoughts. He simultaneously waved his wand, and the Immortality Party members still hidden among the guests were directly blown away and controlled. Dominique immediately issued orders. The aurors, already in position, simultaneously attacked all known Immortality Party strongholds, aiming to eradicate the organization in one fell swoop. Pottergel, lying on the ground, trembled, trying to pull something from his, but Kano kicked and broke his bones. Don't bother, Grand Alchemist. The silver magic on Kano's body began to pour into Pottergel's aged body. Say goodbye to your magic. Heavy and scorching alien magic poured into Pottergel's body, and the spell-breaking properties began to work from within him. The magic he had painstakingly cultivated for years suddenly vanished like clouds scattered by a fierce wind. No matter how much he searched, not a single trace could be found. Pottergel howled in despair, and Kano directly dislocated his jaw. I know you participated in those experiments, but I won't kill you, Kano whispered. You also look down on ordinary people, don't you? Then you will live on as an ordinary person, struggling. Kano gave the terrified Pottergel a brilliant smile. I wish you longevity. Pottergel, stripped of his magic, was led away by the aurors. His dazed state greatly puzzled the guests present. They didn't know what Kano had done to Pottergel and were very curious. This was a contingency left by Nicholas Flamel. If Pottergel remained obstinate, it was to be used on him. Dominique explained, and everyone let out sounds of understanding. Since Nicholas Flamel had thrown such a troublesome matter to him, then helping him take the blame wasn't a problem, right? Kano straightened his clothes and, along with the remaining guests, sprinkled a handful of soil into the tomb. Dominique represented the French magic world, Madame Maxime represented Beauxbatons, and Dumbledore represented the International Confederation of Wizards. The three each gave a eulogy, recounting the life stories of Nicholas Flamel and Perinel. 600 years was a long time, but all three eulogies were relatively brief. This was likely because the stories of Nicholas Flamel and Perinel were so well known to everyone that any guest in the audience could eloquently speak about them for half a day. The final segment was more private. The people mentioned in Nicholas Flamel's will gathered in the caretaker's cottage next to the graveyard. I bequeath all my research findings to Beauxbatons Academy of Magic, and 500,000 galleons to the Paris Opera for its daily maintenance and repairs. Dumbledore then took out a small envelope. This is for you, Kano. Kano opened the envelope. Inside was the deed to Nicholas Flamel and Perinel's manor, along with a letter. My young friend Kano, I regret not being able to see you in my final moments. I know you are well off, so I haven't left you any wealth. My wife and I are very fond of the scenery at this manor, and I hope you will also like this gift. Also, Dumbledore told me that you have investigated Lord Voldemort's Horcrux, but he believes you are not yet mature, so he has not given you the relevant information. In the manor's study, there are notes I left, which contain information I know about Horcruxes. I wish you a lifetime of peace and happiness. Nicholas Flamel/Perinel. Kano closed the letter and, with everyone else, left Nicholas Flamel and Perinel's grave. The remaining work would be completed by officials from the French Ministry of Magic, and the funeral concluded there. Kano, there are still a few days left in the Christmas holiday. Where are you planning to go? Dumbledore asked. This holiday has truly left me physically and mentally exhausted, Kano sighed. Perhaps I'll go home. Don't you consider touring France for a while? Kano stroked his chin, eventually nodding. You're right, it's not often I go abroad, so it would be a waste not to explore a bit, he said thoughtfully. And there's the manor Nicholas Flamel left me. I'll need to have Kriaker come over to familiarize himself with the environment. After all, he'll be responsible for the daily cleaning from now on. However, just as Kano was about to leave, a plump, mustachioed middle-aged man walked up to him. He embraced Kano without a word, while Dumbledore stood by, smiling. What a brave and good boy. The short middle-aged man released Kano and somewhat laboriously patted him on the shoulder. You are. To be honest, if Kano hadn't seen Dumbledore's reaction, he would have almost punched him just now. I am Fleur's father, Arnaud de la Cour. Fleur told me what happened at that base. If you hadn't protected her, I don't know what would have happened, Mr. de la Cour said excitedly. You might be mistaken, it was Fleur who bravely stepped in first, which is why she got involved in this matter, Kano said, a little embarrassed. I know my daughter's temperament very well. Although you are strong, you are still a child, and she wouldn't stand by idly while a child was attacked, Mr. de la Cour said proudly. These two are truly father and daughter, their thought processes are identical. You missed the Christmas dinner in the dungeon, didn't you? Come to my house tonight. Mr. de la Cour handed Kano a slip of paper, enthusiastically patted his shoulder again, and walked away. In the distance, an elegant blonde lady waved at him with a smile. Her features were quite similar to Fleur's, so she must be Fleur's mother. Kano looked at the slip of paper with the address on it, feeling a bit awkward. Dumbledore took him back to Nicholas Flamel's manor via a port key. Well, that's an unexpected invitation. Kano had no choice but to contact Kriaker and ask him to send him a proper set of clothes. Then I'll head back to Hogwarts for now. Don't forget to return for classes on time, Dumbledore said with a smile, walking into the fireplace as green flames engulfed him. Kano walked into the study. A notebook lay on the desk. Kano initially wanted to open it and take a look, but remembering the de la Cour invitation for the evening, he decided to rest first. Mr. and Mrs. de la Cour returned to their home in the Loire Valley and told Fleur what had happened at the funeral. So, Kano wasn't hurt, and the Immortality Party members were all captured. Fleur asked wearily. That's right, now you can rest assured, Mrs. de la Cour affirmed with a smile. Fleur, dressed in her pajamas, subconsciously nodded and got up to go upstairs, preparing to catch up on sleep. While Kano was wreaking havoc in the underground base last night, Fleur, acting as a liaison, hadn't rested at all. This morning, she attended 2 farewell ceremonies and was also worried about Kano's safety, so she had been forcing herself to stay awake. Now that everything had settled, she finally relaxed and just wanted to sleep until the end of time. I'm not eating dinner tonight, Mom, you don't need to call me. She walked upstairs with light, heavy steps. Also, don't let Gabrielle disturb me, I'm really tired. That won't do, dear, Mrs. de la Cour's voice came from behind her. We have guests tonight. Even if the Minister for Magic is coming, don't call me. That boy named Canopus will be here tonight, Mrs. de la Cour's voice remained calm. Fleur turned around in surprise, seeing both her parents smiling, clearly not joking. How can I see anyone like this? Fleur pulled at her somewhat dry silver hair and rushed back to her room. Wake me up 2 hours early. I must be dreaming. She collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep shortly after. Sister. The youngest child in the family, Gabrielle de la Cour, poked her head into her sister's room and was led downstairs by Mrs. de la Cour, who had come up. What's wrong with sister? She cried in her room all day yesterday on Christmas, and now she's like this again. Little Gabrielle, only 9 years old, hugged her small teddy bear, and Mrs. de la Cour replied with a smile, You're still young, I can't tell you. I'm not little, I'm 9 years old. Gabrielle emphasized, hands on her hips, and Mr. de la Cour also laughed nearby. So is sister happy or angry now? She didn't seem angry when she was sleeping just now. Gabrielle couldn't help but look upstairs. Oh, that, even Mom doesn't know, Mrs. de la Cour revealed a mysterious smile. At 6:15 in the evening, Kano appeared at the de la Cour family's doorstep. He had taken a good rest in the afternoon, and Kriaker had arrived from Britain, bringing the Christmas gifts he had received this year and an outfit suitable for a family dinner party. Fortunately, Kano had prepared Christmas gifts for his friends in advance, otherwise, he would have been bothered by it in the dungeon this year. Mr. Delacour opened the door and led Kano through the garden into their residence. Mrs. Delacour was busy in the kitchen, and little Gabrielle sat obediently on a chair, staring longingly at the dishes on the table. Seeing Kano enter, she pattered over in her slippers, her big eyes fixed on Kano. "Hello, big brother, my name is Gabrielle. Were you the one who made my sister cry last night?" I suppose so, yes," Kano said, a bit awkwardly. "Did she not eat the Christmas dinner yesterday? Even though I got my Christmas present last night, none of us had Christmas dinner," Gabrielle pouted, a little displeased. "Because Daddy, Mommy, my sister, and that white-bearded grandpa were all very unhappy, and no one was in the mood to eat." Kano became even more embarrassed and quickly reached into the small pouch at his waist. "I met Santa Claus yesterday, and he said he left behind a gift that was supposed to be for you," Kano said, pulling out a small gift box from the pouch, which had an undetectable extension charm cast on it. "Big brother, don't talk nonsense, there's no Santa Claus in the world," Gabrielle said, taking the gift box. "I should be thanking you, big brother. I know you didn't mean to make my sister angry. I'll help you cheer her up in a bit," Gabrielle said, acting like a little adult, standing on her tiptoes to pat Kano's arm. "Oh my goodness, what have you all been teaching this little girl?" Kano felt as if he was witnessing the future superstar of the French underworld rising, while Gabrielle had already opened the gift box and started playing with the toy inside. Kano had given her a necklace woven from plants, entirely emerald green. As long as a little magic power was infused, the necklace would transform into a beautiful headband, helping its owner resist mental attacks. Gabrielle quickly figured out how to use it and ran upstairs like a forest fairy with the headband on. "Haha, this is our little daughter, isn't she adorable?" Mr. Delacour said with a smile, inviting Kano to sit down. "She is quite adorable, and very polite," Kano replied. "And mischievous," he added in his mind. Mr. Delacour poured him a drink, and the two began to chat. Mr. Delacour was a brewing expert in the magic world. His family had lived for generations in the Loire-Atlantique department, tending vineyards and making wine there. Since he was a true wizard, this work, which usually required many people, had become a family workshop. Every year, their family produced large quantities of Chenin Blanc, Sauvignon Blanc, and Cabernet Franc grapes, which they then fermented into dry white, dry red, noble rot sweet white wines, and other varieties. It could be said that 1/3 of the French magic world's red wine market was occupied by wines produced from the vineyards in this region, and the Delacour family was one of the top giants among these wizards. Kano also shared some details about his parents, which made the emotional Mr. Delacour's eyes turn red. "But thanks to Big Sister Morgan and my teacher, I still grew up healthy," Kano concluded. Mr. Delacour raised his glass, "To kind people." The two clinked glasses, and Fleur slowly came downstairs, holding Gabrielle's hand. Fleur, who had looked a bit haggard in the morning, had now regained her usual radiance, her smooth silver hair cascading over her shoulders, covered by a light blue long dress. Compared to the first time Kano saw her, Fleur, meticulously dressed today, appeared even more beautiful and charming. "How do I look, pretty?" Fleur walked gracefully in front of Kano, twirling in her light blue long dress. "Very beautiful, I've never denied it, have I?" Kano nodded in approval. "That only proves you're an honest person," Fleur smiled triumphantly, but when she turned and saw her father sitting nearby with a subtle smile, she felt a strange feeling in her heart. What was Daddy smiling about? She always felt like he was plotting something. Mrs. Delacour served the last dish, a roasted turkey, and the belated Christmas dinner officially began. Kano really wanted to say that he was still a child and couldn't drink alcohol. But French Christmas dinners included many dishes related to wine, such as beef stewed in red wine, and drinks like champagne. Kano, oysters and champagne are a perfect match. This champagne was even exchanged with people from the producing region for our family's good wine. It's also a good thing, Mr. Delacour enthusiastically recommended. "Child, try this beef stewed in red wine, how is it? Does it suit your taste?" Mrs. Delacour also said with a smile, and Kano could only fork a large piece for himself. What was there to say about not drinking alcohol now? Soon, Mr. Delacour began to pull Kano into drinking under the guise of testing product quality. Mrs. Delacour looked at her husband with a somewhat dangerous gaze, and Kano understood that he was probably quite strictly managed normally. Kano could only accompany Mr. Delacour in tasting wine glass after glass. Surprisingly, he, who rarely drank red wine, actually discerned a few flavors. Mr. Delacour was overjoyed and immediately pulled Kano to impart his wine wisdom. 2 hours later, Mr. Delacour was sprawled drunkenly on the table, and Gabrielle, who had finished eating, also began to get drowsy. Mrs. Delacour smiled apologetically at Kano and turned to Fleur, saying, "My dear, you and Kano chat for a bit, I'll go settle them first." After speaking, she led the two upstairs. Fleur had also had a glass of champagne, and her face was slightly flushed. She led Kano to the garden and sat on a stone bench to rest. "How did you enjoy your visit today?" she asked, twirling the ends of her silver hair with her fingers. "Very good," Kano said. "Mr. and Mrs. Delacour are very warm, Gabrielle is adorable, the food was delicious, and the wine was excellent. Has your impression of France improved?" Fleur was still preoccupied with this matter. "Rather than saying my impression of France has improved, I'd say my impression of your family is excellent," Kano said, shaking his head with a smile. "After all, I had a fight with a Frenchman this morning." Fleur hummed and propped her chin in her hand, deep in thought. "What are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking about where to take you to have fun these next few days," Fleur replied. "Are you determined to reverse my impression of France?" Kano asked, both amused and exasperated. "Is that even a question? You've experienced so many sad things in France these past few days, I can't let you leave France like this." "I'm commandeering your Christmas holiday for these next few days," Fleur said, patting Kano's shoulder with a grand gesture. "Let's tour all of France." The next day, Fleur appeared outside the gates of Nicolas Flamel's manor, wearing a large hat and casual clothes. Perhaps it should be called Black Manor now. Kano, also dressed neatly, walked out the door, and Kriaker grinned as he closed it behind him. "I thought you'd still be dressed as dazzlingly as yesterday," Kano said, looking at Fleur, who had tucked her silver hair into her hat. "We're going sightseeing. If I dressed that beautifully, wouldn't everyone else be staring at me?" Fleur said, completely justified. "This is so you can have a good travel experience, otherwise, I'm afraid someone might throw white gloves at you." Hearing this, Kano also laughed. The manor was actually in the suburbs of Paris. At Fleur's request, Kano transformed into a white eagle and carried her to fly into central Paris. "How do I feel like you're just looking for an excuse to have me fly you around for a bit?" Kano said. "Is that not allowed?" "It's allowed." Entering central Paris, the two began to fly against the current of the Seine River. Their first stop was what Kano called the Big Iron Frame, the Eiffel Tower. "I've never seen Paris from here before," Kano said, stopping on the top platform of the Eiffel Tower. Fleur's eyes sparkled as she looked at the beautiful city below. "It's my first time here," Kano reminded her helplessly. The two stood on the platform for a while, feeling the wind, then Kano transformed back into a white eagle and carried Fleur downwards. Over there, that's the Alma Bridge." Fleur wrapped one arm around Kano's neck and pointed with the other hand at a bridge over the Seine River ahead. Fleur cast a disillusionment charm on them both, and Kano slowly glided over the bridge, stopping above one of the bridge piers. Below is the Zouave soldier statue. You can tell the water level of the Seine by how much of him is submerged. Kano nodded, his eyes involuntarily drifting towards the torch statue above the tunnel entrance below the bridge. Princess Diana later lost control of her vehicle in the tunnel below and died in a car accident there. This torch statue later became an iconic memorial to her. None of this had happened yet, and Kano had no intention of spoiling anything. He changed back into his human form and walked slowly across the Alma Bridge with Fleur. The two walked along the riverbank, past the Grand Palais and the Petit Palais, and entered the Louvre Museum. The famous glass pyramid at the entrance of the Louvre had not yet begun construction. Like the Eiffel Tower, the French people were initially very opposed to putting an Egypt pyramid in the center of Paris. After all, it was for the dead. However, the Chinese-American designer I.M. Pei, having learned from the Eiffel Tower incident, probably understood the temperament of the French. As long as the results were visible, the French would naturally accept it. So, he made a sizable model at the entrance of the Louvre and invited Parisians to visit and vote. Ultimately, that pyramid built for the living was erected at the entrance of the Louvre and became one of France's famous landmarks. In a sense, the French people were open to good suggestions, but it could also be said that they were good at voting. Kano quickly interrupted his own thoughts and visited the collections in the Louvre with Fleur. The famous Mona Lisa hung there, along with the winged victory of Samothrace statue, the Code of Hammurabi, and other world-renowned artifacts. By the time they left the Louvre, it was already noon. Kano found a nice restaurant by the Seine River, and the two sat on the second floor for lunch. Speaking of which, what was your impression of France before? Fleur finished her lavish lunch and tilted her head, looking at Kano. Kano pondered for a moment. Art, the Enlightenment, old revolutionary areas. Fleur nodded with some satisfaction. And of the French people? Kano looked at Fleur with some hesitation. Do you really want me to say? Of course, I won't get angry. Alright, you asked for it. Kano carefully leaned back in his chair. Romantic, passionate. Fleur nodded with satisfaction. A bit lazy. What's there to hesitate about? But compared to lazy, I prefer to call that personality, loving life, Fleur said with a smile. Because I changed the word, silly girl. Kano took a sip from his coffee cup to hide his guilt. The two continued their walk, and an iron bridge appeared on the riverbank. What bridge is that? Kano asked, pointing at it. Ah, no. Nothing, it's the Pont des Arts. Fleur felt her face inexplicably warm. Let's go take a look. Kano walked over, not understanding, while Fleur followed beside him, muttering something under her breath. Only when Kano got closer did he realize that the iron bridge was covered with locks of all sizes, and upon closer inspection, names were engraved on them. That's how the Pont des Arts is. Many people hang these locks on it and throw the keys into the river to show their eternal devotion, Fleur said somewhat unnaturally. Let's go, there's nothing to see here. Kano also felt the atmosphere was a bit off. They both told themselves that this bridge wasn't just for couples, and there was nothing to be embarrassed about. But they both unconsciously quickened their pace, and when they walked off the bridge, they both inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. Ahem, further ahead is Notre Dame Cathedral. We wizards don't believe in religion, do you want to see it? Kano actually wanted to see it. After all, this Parisian goddess temple was later burned down, so every glance was one less. However, today's situation had become a bit off, so he decided against it. The two again walked from the left bank onto the Pont de Sully, arriving at the Place de la Bastille. This was where Kano had fallen into a trap last time. The Bastille, once a symbol of feudal autocracy, had been completely demolished, and some of its stones were even used to construct the Pont de la Concorde for people to step on. Now, only a bronze column stood in the square, commemorating those who had sacrificed themselves in resistance to oppression. Finally, the two took a small boat and floated down the Seine River. Looking at Fleur's face, Kano was a bit lost in thought. Fleur waved her hand in front of him. What are you thinking about? Ahem, I've already told you my impression of France. What's your impression of Britain? Fleur hesitated for a moment. Monarchy, railways. And terrible food, right? Kano interjected. Fleur nodded sheepishly, and Kano laughed. Then what's your impression of the British? I don't know any other British people, Fleur said, looking down and playing with a strand of her hair. If you're asking about my impression of you. It's like the Loire River in my homeland, mostly gentle and calm, but when the bottom line is crossed, it can be as violent as a raging flood. Is that a compliment? Kano asked with a smile. The highest level, Fleur answered without hesitation. Then what do you think of me? Do I still need to say? Of course, I've already said it. Your beauty goes without saying. You are also an independent, proud person, Kano replied, his gaze drifting upwards. Is that a compliment? The highest level. The two said nothing more until the small boat docked. They got off the boat and said goodbye on the bank. Thank you for your company today. I had a wonderful time today. You're welcome. And, this summer holiday, would you like to visit Britain? Kano said, scratching his head. Fleur suddenly laughed. Do you also want to change my opinion of Britain? Or maybe let you experience firsthand just how terrible British food can be, Kano replied with a smile. I'll definitely go, it's a deal. Fleur raised her right hand. It's a deal, cross my heart. Kano high-fived her to seal the agreement. Kano watched Fleur's figure disappear around the street corner and let out a deep breath. Fleur ran into the house like a gust of wind, greeted her parents, and went straight upstairs. Gabrielle looked at her parents, who seemed to be smiling but not smiling, with a strange expression. The Delacour couple exchanged a knowing glance. After Fleur left, Kano transformed into a white eagle and flew to Père Lachaise cemetery. He bought a bouquet of white chrysanthemums at the entrance and reverently placed them beneath the wall of the Communards in Paris. After a moment of silence, he returned to the manor. Kano opened the notebook Nicholas had left behind, which contained information about Horcruxes. A Horcrux is a technique for splitting one's soul and sealing it with dark arts. As long as the Horcrux remains, the wizard cannot die. The despicable Halebo was an ancient Greek dark wizard. He not only hatched the first basilisk but also created the first Horcrux. Of course, once the Horcrux is destroyed, his immortality will also vanish. According to my research, he should have lived for less than 150 years. He eventually died in Egypt. The specific process is unknown. It was precisely because of this that he did not discover the Horcrux's flaws. Kano eagerly turned the page. He had never heard of Horcruxes having flaws. To create a Horcrux, one needs to split their soul through murder and a spell. The person killed must either be utterly ignorant or extremely terrified. Only in these two states will the soul released upon their death be filled with usable energy. Then, using a specific spell, the victim's soul is pulverized, energy is extracted, and it impacts one's own soul, splitting off a piece. The evil of the Horcrux lies here. The victim's soul will completely dissipate and cannot enter reincarnation. Kano shivered. Coming from Fairy, he had never heard of a spell that could completely destroy a person's soul. This process requires advanced magic ability. If the operation fails, the creator's soul will be shattered by the impact. Even if successful, the creator's body will become distorted, and their thinking will become more extreme. Indeed, the more Horcruxes Lord Voldemort had, the lower his appearance became, and the higher his level of irrationality. Most importantly, a Horcrux can only guarantee the soul's immortality. Once the creator's body suffers a destructive blow, their soul will have nothing to rely on, aimlessly wandering between heaven and earth. This feeling is said to be like being immersed in sulfuric acid all over the body. Once the creator's consciousness collapses, their soul will dissipate. Moreover, their physical body seems to be cursed, able to last for a maximum of 300 years. Many dark wizards who created Horcruxes in later generations discovered this. They all lost their physical bodies within 300 years due to various reasons and quickly dissipated between heaven and earth. The most absurd one was struck by lightning and turned to ash when his 300-year deadline arrived. Did the old monster suffer a heavenly tribulation? Seeing this, Kano's expression became solemn. Was Lord Voldemort powerful? Undoubtedly. He was the strongest dark wizard after Grindelwald, the second-generation Dark Lord. Is it possible that he didn't know about the Horcrux's flaws? Perhaps he didn't know when he first made the Horcrux diary, but he later made several more Horcruxes, so it's impossible that he didn't know. After his body disintegrated, did his soul dissipate? For 10 whole years, Lord Voldemort was neither human nor ghost. Even most of the Death Eaters thought he was dead, but he was indeed still alive. This may be related to the working principle of the Horcrux. To some extent, the soul fragments preserved in a Horcrux have the same symbolic meaning in mysticism as a complete soul. Wizards who create Horcruxes will inevitably have their souls fall into hell. When their main soul is attacked and separated from the body, hell will try to take it, causing intense pain. But their definition of a Horcrux is another realm containing someone's soul, which contains a strong hellish aura, a simulation of hell. Since hell has already obtained this person's soul, it naturally will not continue its work. 300 years should be the standard time for hell's working mechanism to re-identify and resolve this issue. Kano suddenly understood. Nicholas had gone to great lengths to explain, but he quickly grasped it. A Horcrux is a system vulnerability, and the vast system of hell needs 300 years to fix the logical loophole concerning this person and execute the task. Additionally, when creating a Horcrux, one must not attempt to strip any organ of their own soul. Losing the soul, brain, results in muddled consciousness and a violent personality. Losing the soul, lungs, results in difficulty breathing, like drowning. Losing the soul, stomach, results in eternal hunger and tasteless food. But Lord Voldemort's soul, brain, was put into the diary back when he was in school, and he didn't immediately turn into a brain-dead person. The last time he encountered him, his soul was empty inside, without a single organ. What exactly did Lord Voldemort do to himself? Kano pressed his temples, a headache forming, feeling that things were gradually deviating from the plot he knew. Could it be the butterfly effect caused by his appearance? It shouldn't be, he didn't even exist when Lord Voldemort created his Horcruxes. Little Master. Kano jumped, realizing that Kreaker was standing beside him, wearing a towel. Phew, what is it, Kreaker? Kano asked, steadying himself. It's time for dinner, Little Master. Your condition is very bad, just like when young Master Regulus used to read the dark arts books in the house. Kreaker looked at Kano worriedly. Kano suddenly realized it was past 8 in the evening. He had spent 3 hours reading just a few pages. His originally abundant mental energy reserves were like a reservoir after the floodgates opened, with only a little left. This was just dark arts knowledge recounted by Nicholas in common language. If he had directly read the original Hogwarts library books, he would have fainted today. This dark arts stuff is really quite sinister. Alright, let's eat. Kano rubbed his cheeks and put the notebook away. Lord Voldemort cannot hide. He will constantly jump out and cause trouble. No matter what he's secretly up to, it will eventually be uncovered bit by bit. Now, eat well, drink well, and then unwrap the Christmas presents from his friends. Was the house relatively peaceful this Christmas? Everything was fine, except Mr. Weasley visited once. Kreaker replied. Uncle, did he need something? Kano asked, forking a piece of broccoli. It seems he was recently blocked at his door again by several pure-blood families' patriarchs, who are constantly clamoring to buy progeny potions. It's said they even paid out of their own pockets to rent a venue for him to hold an auction. Kreaker shook his large head. Kano's mouth dropped open in surprise. Are these the simple leaks of the 90s? Slamming themselves onto the scythe, unable to dodge. Alright, I'm thinking, should I just open a potion shop? The Christmas holiday ended, and Kano returned to Hogwarts. What he didn't expect was that the British Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge, sent him a letter, inviting him to Hogsmeade that weekend for a discussion. Thinking about it carefully, besides registering his identity, he had never been to the British Ministry of Magic. Could it be that his identity as the creator of the progeny potion had been exposed? Impossible. Kano didn't intend to guess wildly. He simply found Dumbledore to inquire about Fudge's situation. How should I put it? The magic world needs Cornelius right now, Dumbledore said, his back to Kano, fiddling with the silverware on the table. So, after the war ends, we need a period of laissez-faire to let everyone catch their breath. Kano scoffed, shaking the letter in his hand. You're being too direct, but you're not wrong. Dumbledore raised his eyes and nodded. But choosing laissez-faire and being forced into laissez-faire due to incompetence are two different things. Kano shook his head. Let's not talk about that. What does he probably want to see me about this time? Perhaps he wants to understand our experiences in France during Christmas. There have been many rumors about this in the global magic world. Or perhaps he thinks Dominique and you have a good relationship, and as the British Minister for Magic, he feels a bit jealous and wants to build a connection with you. Dumbledore laughed. Kano gagged and fled, clutching the note Dumbledore had given him. The first weekend after the Christmas holiday, at the Three Broomsticks bar. When Kano arrived, a short, stocky, gray-haired man in the corner waved to him. Next to him sat a woman who resembled a toad, giving him what she thought was a warm smile. Good heavens, the useless minister and his wicked secretary were both here. Kano complained inwardly, a standard professional smile on his face, as he took the empty chair. Hello, Canopus, do you mind if I call you Kano? The gray-haired man, Cornelius Fudge, was wearing a dark blue pinstriped suit with purple trousers, his green hat placed to the side. You are my elder, so it is naturally up to you, Kano said. And this is? I am Dolores Jane Umbridge, the woman replied in a saccharine voice that was very unsuited to her appearance. Kano suppressed his nausea. Hello, Madam Umbridge. May I ask what brings you two here today to see a student like me? Kano ordered a butterbeer and looked at them. Nothing much. Just curious about your experiences in France during Christmas, Fudge said with a smile. Consider it satisfying my curiosity, as Albusa's account was too simple. For a wizard of his level, all problems are that simple. Just know who the enemy is, where they are, and how to deal with them. Then the problem is solved, Fudge said, taking a sip of his drink. Kano keenly sensed a hint of displeasure from Fudge, which was understandable. When the previous Minister for Magic retired, the entire British magical world urged Dumbledore to take office. But Dumbledore had a clear understanding of himself. He believed he would become arrogant and autocratic if he held power, so he yielded the opportunity to Fudge. Although Fudge often publicly sought Dumbledore's advice after taking office, this behavior was essentially a constant emphasis on the legitimacy of his position, a political show. Dumbledore was also willing to serve as a foil for him, often stating, "I cannot change a single word of the minister's decisions," and offering no opinions. But Fudge's inner frustration did not diminish because of this. On the contrary, it grew more and more with the passage of time. When the male god abandons the goddess, and the goddess marries the backup, what is the backup most worried about? Of course, that one day the male god will change his mind and run off with the goddess. So Fudge had always been very wary of Dumbledore, fearing that one day he would march on London, seize his position, and Avada Kedavra him. Now that he knew what Fudge was thinking, today's matter would be easy to handle. Kano omitted the part about the underground base, only saying that he was attacked by the Immortality Party, captured, and held for a day until, at the funeral site, the contingency plan Nicolo left on him activated, finally taking care of Pottergel. "So, your Christmas holiday was quite thrilling as well," Fudge stroked his small mustache. "I'm a bit curious, were all those who finally cleared out the Immortality Party orders sent by the French Ministry of Magic? Didn't they spend 2 days identifying and catching a large number of moles? How could there still be so many active forces?" Fudge's eyes were somewhat complex. "Not just Aurors. Minister Dominique told me that many civilian wizards also participated in the clear-out operation," Kano replied calmly. "After all, the French have a revolutionary tradition, and clearing out the Immortality Party is seen by them as resisting the oppression of an evil organization. They always have 12,000% enthusiasm for such things." Fudge said nothing more, subtly giving his secretary a look. Umbridge once again put on a smile and spoke in a saccharine tone. "So, did Mr. Dumbledore's friends help in this battle? When I was little, I heard he had friends everywhere." "So that's what you were waiting for, suspecting Dumbledore of having a private army?" Kano smiled. "You may have misunderstood. This battle was entirely an internal affair of the French magical world, and the principal and I only participated by chance. All those who participated in the battle were pure French people, born and raised in France. If they were all Principal Dumbledore's friends, then he might as well run for French Minister for Magic." Fudge's face seemed to twitch, and Kano chuckled inwardly. "I thought Mr. Dumbledore would take over the command from Minister Dominique. After all, his reputation is higher and his strength is greater." Umbridge seemed to be secretly slandering Fudge in front of Kano. "Leaving aside that it was a French internal affair, why would you think Minister Dominique would be inferior to the principal in commanding a battle?" Kano looked indifferently at Umbridge's toad-like face. "As Minister for Magic, one must have confidence. If one's legs go weak in front of a powerful white wizard like Dumbledore, what if Lord Voldemort returns?" Fudge was so startled that he knocked over his cup, and butterbeer soaked his purple trousers. Kano took out his wand and used a Scourgify, then calmly continued. "Just an example, don't get too agitated." Fudge gave 2 dry laughs. "Mr. Dominique is indeed a very capable person. The French magical world has always been well ordered under his governance." "Yes, precisely because his ability is evident to all, he wouldn't consider himself inferior to Dumbledore. Stop overthinking and do more. That's a good remedy for worries," Kano said, with a hidden meaning. "There is nothing in the world, it is the common people who disturb themselves." Cornelius Fudge was undoubtedly a fool. Just by seeing how he reacted to the name of Lord Voldemort, it was clear that he could not be relied upon during the coming Second Wizarding War. Originally, he was nothing more than a clay puppet in peacetime. The pureblood families tacitly placed him on a pedestal because, in the years after the war, he lacked the ability to cause trouble. For him, incompetence was his greatest asset. Being a patch-up artist, striving to restore and maintain the old order, was his limit. Kano walked out of the Three Broomsticks bar, with 2 people whispering behind him. "Is he really a child? Why do I feel like I'm facing Dumbledore?" Fudge was a bit annoyed. "Minister, could Dumbledore have taught him these words?" Umbridge asked in a high-pitched voice. "No, Dumbledore isn't that bored. He really shouldn't have been involved in the France matter this time." Fudge shook his head, denying, "He must be trying to warn me himself." "He's warning you. He's just a 13-year-old child." But he is also the head of the Black family and the new Hogwarts school governor. Both of these identities carry weight. Fudge asked Madame Rosmerta, the landlady, for another glass of whiskey and took a sip to calm down. It's fine. Dumbledore has many supporters, with money and people. He doesn't need Black support. As long as Dumbledore doesn't try to challenge my authority, I can continue to sit in the Minister for Magic's position. If Kano had heard these words, he would probably have laughed his head off. Fudge viewed Dumbledore as his biggest threat, but in reality, as long as the pureblood families nodded, he would be out of the Ministry of Magic before work tomorrow, and he'd be taking the night bus to get there. Kano, having left the bar, strolled around Hogsmeade and happened to see the twins standing at the entrance of Zonko's joke shop. "Hey, what are you looking at?" Kano patted them on the back. "Kano, are you finally starting to break school rules too?" It must have been Fred who enthusiastically patted his shoulder. "No way, Fred. Kano is always a good boy, never sneaks out at night and never goes to the Forbidden Forest. The library is his home," George teased with a wink. "That's because I'm discreet, you two attention-seeking troublemakers. Less talk, I'm out today with the principal's permission. What items have you got your eyes on?" Kano asked. "We're not here to buy anything, although we have an extra sickle in our pocket money this year. We wanted to see Zonko's joke shop's new product launch, but unfortunately, we couldn't get in without an invitation, so we just have to watch from the doorway." Kano looked curiously at the bustling crowd inside the shop. "Aren't there a lot of people inside? Are invitations hard to get?" "Not really, you just need to spend 5 galleons cumulatively in the shop to get an invitation. Not to mention those business people," Fred gestured, "but Dr. Zonko is old, and his designs are a bit outdated. We don't want to give him our money." "We know you have money, Kano, but please don't spend it for us," George added. "This is our last time looking forward to Zonko's new products, if they're still not satisfactory." Just then, an awkward but polite round of applause erupted in the shop. The trembling Dr. Zonko used his newly invented stilt shoes to make his legs 3 meters long, his white-haired head almost touching the ceiling. "How interesting, ha ha, ha. Yes, it will definitely sell well, ha ha, ha." The people inside the shop tried hard to grin, showing their surprise and love for the product. "It's getting longer again." Fred made a retching motion. "It wasn't getting longer last year, it was getting wider last year," George reminded him. "Look on the bright side, at least we won the bet with Jordan." "I can't be happy at all." Kano couldn't help but interject. "Dr. Zonko's name, it wouldn't be Apple, would it?" Fred and George both shook their heads. But as Kano listened to their discussion, he couldn't shake the feeling that the trembling Zonko seemed to be replicating the Apple Plus Pro type of operations, either making things longer or wider. "Zonko is old, it's so sad." The two little wizards, whose families' living standards were barely above the poverty line, stood outside the display window, looking with sad eyes at Zonko, who was wealthy and diligently demonstrating his product inside. It truly had a touch of black comedy. "Why don't we go solo?" George said casually. "Our ideas are much better than Zonko's." "Yeah, why doesn't Zonko make people's legs longer while also making their feet itchy, so they want to scratch but can't reach?" Fred also blurted out a devilish idea without thinking. Kano hadn't expected that today would be the day their idea of starting their own business would sprout. It seemed that corrupt giants who were unworthy of their position were indeed the best soil for nurturing new forces. "But we don't have any money," the twins said helplessly, looking at each other. "I suspect you're trying to con me," Kano pouted. "You need startup capital." The twins immediately put their arms around Kano's shoulders affectionately and led him to a corner. "You know our crazy ideas, investing in us is a sure win," Fred and George said in surround sound, one on each side. "All right, investing is no problem, but my money doesn't grow on trees either," Kano said seriously. "Business is business. I'll give you 50 galleons, and you have to produce 3 mass-producible joke products for me within 2 years, Kano said. "If you succeed, I'll invest more. If you don't, the 50 galleons will have to be returned to me." This condition was quite strict, as Kano wasn't planning to unconditionally invest in the twins. Pressure breeds motivation, after all. The twins exchanged glances and extended their hands together. "Deal." After giving the twins their startup capital, Kano walked to Scrivenshaft's quill shop and bought a quill, some parchment, and a stack of sturdy envelopes. He sat at a table in Scrivenshafts, wrote down the conversation he had just had with Fudge on the parchment, and sealed it in an envelope. He also stopped by Honeydukes to buy several new types of candy to pack up. Connor walked to the Hogsmeade long-distance mail service and sent the letter and candy to Fleur there. Even for the owls of the magic world, making them fly across the English Channel was too much to ask. Long-distance mail services usually packed a batch of letters together into a portkey made from a box. With a flash of silver light, the mail would cross countries. Then, the wizards on the France side would, according to tradition, hand the letters over to owls for delivery. Connor walked out of the mail service with a smile, realizing that he was actually starting to look forward to a reply. Snap out of it, Connor, the letter hasn't even been sent yet. Gilderoy Lockhart went to Azkaban. The usurious loans he took out before his imprisonment were paid off by several wealthy wizard women, ensuring he would live a rich and colorful life after his release. But in reality, this semester was only halfway through. Who would teach the defense against the dark arts class for the remaining half of the semester? When Connor walked into the classroom and saw Dumbledore sitting in a chair, he knew that Dumbledore was going to give Harry special lessons again. Class time has arrived, please take out your wands. Dumbledore stood up and had the students form a circle. Mr. Lockhart has gone to Azkaban due to personal reasons. For the rest of this semester, I will be teaching you. A round of applause erupted among the students, unsure if it was to welcome Dumbledore or to celebrate Lockhart's departure. Dumbledore scanned the students. Does anyone know any offensive spells that do not cause permanent harm? Hermione immediately raised her hand high. Please, Miss Granger. The tongue-tying curse prevents an opponent from casting spells, the leglocker curse prevents movement, Petrificus Totalis stiffens the whole body, and Stupefy renders one unconscious, Hermione answered confidently. Very good, Gryffindor gets 1 point. Dumbledore nodded. Today we will also learn a similar spell that can knock the wand out of an opponent's hand. Harry, standing next to Connor, stretched his neck in anticipation. The disarming charm, the incantation is Expelliarmus, Dumbledore said. This spell was practically Harry's signature spell. Later on, whenever Death Eaters saw this spell, they would guess that Harry had arrived. Dumbledore meticulously explained the casting techniques of this spell and had the students practice with him one by one. It wasn't that he wanted to bully them, but rather that students often made mistakes and occasionally had erratic aim. What if a genius, while practicing with a classmate, misused the non-lethal disarming charm and injured them? A huge fireball appeared in the center of the room, and Dumbledore, with a flick of his wand, sent it flying to the side. Mr. Finnegan, please enunciate more clearly when casting the spell. Old Dumbledore calmly instructed, while Seamus opposite him looked incredibly relieved. He had just thought he was going to blow up the principal. Seamus had a talent for causing explosions no matter what he did. Connor certainly wouldn't practice with him, that would be like dancing with a landmine. Harry stepped forward and, on his first try, cast a satisfactory disarming charm. Dumbledore blocked the spell, encouraged him with a few words, and Harry was overjoyed. Perhaps you have a good affinity with this spell, Hermione said from the side. I feel the same way, Ron chimed in. Harry nodded excitedly. The disarming charm could both disarm an opponent and cause no harm, which suited him perfectly. Connor had already learned the disarming charm. Dumbledore pointed out a few of his less-than-ideal casting habits, and then the class ended. If Dumbledore could always teach defense against the dark arts class, that would be great, Harry said excitedly to Connor after class. You're demoting him, Connor quipped, and don't forget, that position is cursed. Back then. Connor's brows furrowed, as if he had thought of something. Harry didn't notice and started chatting with Ron and Hermione. The curse on the defense against the dark arts class was cast by Lord Voldemort. For so many years, Dumbledore had worried a lot about finding a professor for it. Didn't even a swindler like Lockhart get called in to fill the numbers? It seemed that Dumbledore really had no solution to Lord Voldemort's curse. But Lord Voldemort's magic level in the early stages was always slightly inferior to Dumbledore's, and even if his dark arts were more advanced, a hastily cast curse shouldn't have left Dumbledore completely helpless. Strange, this matter was very strange indeed. Connor was eating lunch and thinking when an owl suddenly dropped a package, panting, in front of him, with a letter tied to it. Connor tossed a silver sickle to the owl, which stretched its leg. The owl panted for a while, then flapped its wings and left. Connor took the letter and opened it to read. Kano, I've received the sweets you sent me, but most of them were eaten by Gabrielle. Now, whenever I go home, Gabrielle praises you in front of me. I don't know what she's thinking in her little head. Kano silently grinned. It seemed Gabrielle, having received his gift, really intended to cover for him in front of Fleur. I know you are a wizard. After returning to Beau's Batons, I specifically checked the books in the library. Unfortunately, I only found one spell that might be related to wizard heritage, a preservation spell used to keep flowers fresh. Inside the package is an iris. I wonder how effective my preservation spell is it still blooming now? The package also contains a bottle of wine that I made myself 5 years ago under my father's guidance. I secretly took a bottle from home, and you are the first to drink it. Remember to tell me how it tastes in your next letter. Kano looked at the tightly wrapped package in front of him. It was indeed the size of a wine box. P.S. In the past, before fermentation, girls used to stand barefoot in a wooden tub to stomp the juice out of the grapes for wine. As for the bottle I made, you can guess slowly. Kano looked at the package, exasperated, folded the letter, and put it away. Fleur was definitely teasing him. Just as Kano was reading the letter, Harry, sitting nearby, heard Hermione whispering to Ron. Kano is definitely in love, Hermione said into Ron's ear. Huh, isn't it just that he bought something he's always wanted? Ron, eating potatoes, looked at Kano in confusion. Probably not, because he's been reading the letter and isn't in a hurry to open the package. Angelina leaned over, her eyes sparkling. News. Kano's news. Does Kano have a girlfriend? Parvati, hearing only a bit, also stretched her neck to look. Soon, all the Gryffindor girls were looking at Kano, who was reading the letter, with strange expressions. Kano hadn't noticed at all. At this moment, he couldn't help but grin. Ah, he's still so handsome, just a little less than Professor Lockhart, said a surviving Lockhart fangirl. Yes, it's a pity this handsome guy was snatched away by an outsider right under our noses, someone grumbled. Classmates, this is an absolute disgrace. Didn't you send him chocolates with love potion for Christmas? Maybe one time it will work. This was an older student, with strong initiative. I know, Ginny said a little shyly. Brother Kano has a house elf at home, and all his Christmas gifts are vetted by him. You little girl, are you also interested in Kano? No, I don't like Brother Kano. What I like is, Ginny quickly waved her hands in defense, her face flushed crimson. But the other girls, hearing that Ginny wasn't an enemy, immediately cast her aside. By this time, Kano had put away the letter and taken the package back to his dormitory. Kano finally managed to control his runaway thoughts and placed the still delicate blue-purple irises from the package into a vase. As for the bottle of wine, he would drink it with Fleur when she arrived. He wouldn't be so easily teased by her. At this moment, in a secluded corner of Diagon Alley, a long vacant shop suddenly underwent extensive renovations, and a new sign, Dream Potion Shop, was hung above its entrance. This shop was not open to the public, it only welcomed holders of VIP cards. Inserting a VIP card into the recognition slot on the main door was necessary to activate the magic and open the heavy door. Inside, there were no shelves, only a set of luxurious tables and chairs. A few days prior, Arthur had a frank discussion with the wizards who had surrounded him. This time, that potion master doesn't want money, Arthur sighed. After all, last time he only commissioned me to sell potions because he lacked some experimental funds. Now, the money you've given him is enough to last him a lifetime. Then what should we do? The patriarchs who hadn't managed to get a fertility potion last time immediately panicked. Were the heavens really going to let their lines die out? I persuaded him for a long time, and finally, he said that if you are willing, this time you can exchange some hidden magic knowledge for it. But he's not running a charity. The magic knowledge brought in needs to be reviewed. If you yourself feel it's not up to par, then don't waste everyone's time. The wizards, eager for children, looked at each other and nodded. Wait, what about things other than that? I have some secrets of the magic world, a small old man said. His family seemed to have always focused on business, and their reserves of unique magic knowledge were not extensive. Secrets? You want to exchange other people's affairs for potions? Mr. Weasley looked at him strangely. Of course not. Seeing the other wizards staring at him with displeased expressions, the old man immediately panicked. I've accumulated a lot of inside information on foreign dark creatures. I think those can also be used for exchange." Everyone cursed silently. This old man was a human trafficker. His ancestors had transported black slaves to Romania to sell them as food for vampires. By his generation, there was no sign of him stopping. A while ago, he even extended his reach to Eastern Europe and was almost chopped into mincemeat by the Ministry of Magic of the Soviet Union. It was unclear if doing this kind of business was too detrimental to his virtue, but he and his wife had no children for so many years and were on the verge of having no heirs, which was why they were desperately seeking the potion. "Then you must swear by magic that your information is accurate. If that potion master isn't interested, there's nothing I can do," Mr. Weasley said, enduring his disgust. "I have information on the Dark Lord. Will that work?" a wizard in a hood said in a muffled voice. "The Dark Lord? He's been out of fashion for a long time." Mr. Weasley showed a troubled expression. "This, I'm afraid, not only has to be accurate but also exclusive. How about this? Information on the Dark Lord isn't worth much, so everyone can use his affairs as small change. If the magic knowledge or intelligence brought in at one time isn't valuable enough, just add a couple more Dark Lord stories to make up the difference." The wizards all agreed this was acceptable. The Dark Lord's era wasn't long ago, and pureblood families had generally conducted some investigations into him. Some had even served under him personally. Anyway, the Dark Lord was dead now, so selling some information for a potion to secure their family's lineage, what was wrong with that? Mr. Weasley tried hard to keep a straight face and not laugh out loud. As a supporter of Dumbledore, he had long known that Lord Voldemort was very likely to return. But Lord Voldemort's true loyalists were either executed back then or were still languishing in Azkaban. Who among those still living comfortably in the magic world now believed Lord Voldemort would return? These people would show no mercy in selling out Lord Voldemort. When Lord Voldemort returned, Kano would have an intelligence advantage over him that would be difficult to ignore. Once he was thoroughly studied, his behavior would become predictable. Now, the newly renovated and open Dream Potion shop still carried a scent, but the first customer soon arrived. The person wore a thick black hood, furtively swiping a card to enter. After sitting in a chair, he took out a notebook containing spell knowledge from his and placed it on the table. With a flash of silver light, the notebook disappeared. About half an hour later, a round plaque appeared on the desktop, and the person dripped a drop of blood onto the plaque. The plaque also disappeared in a silver light, and a small bottle of fertility potion appeared on the table. The wizard took the potion and hurried out the back door. "Did you get it?" a somewhat corpulent figure in a black robe asked. "I got it. This time it's also bloodline bound. It will only be effective if someone from our family drinks it," the hooded wizard spoke, and it was Malfoy. Last time at the auction, he had bought a bottle at a high price and drank it immediately. Soon, Narcissa became pregnant. But a new problem immediately arose. The House of Malfoy's low population wasn't just starting with his generation. What about Draco's generation?